Chapter 251. Upside Down Rain 4. All or nothing. Dead or alive. To be or not to be. There are many cool sentences that contain the word or. But in this case, the atmosphere is a bit subtle. Take it off or take it off. Yes. Take it off or take it off. That is the option Nia can choose. None of the NIA members who heard me say anything. Park Bo-yeon, who has the most understanding of the game, barely said a word. Excuse me, are you perverted? Surely. Apparently, they all have the same question. Even manager Lim Woo-ram. I'm a girl group for my kids. Some of the obscene images. I sighed a little. It's the same words as when I went to MS Entertainment. Don't confuse the game with reality. Manager Lim Woo-ram, who listened to me, scratched his head. I turned to Park Bo-yeon and said, of course, the gust that only takes off in the game one. Who wants to take it off in reality? Gamers are cursed by kids like you who can't distinguish between games and reality. When I put in the first needle, Park Bo-yeon stops her feet. No. Why do you take it off, whether it's a game or reality? It's like a pervert. Otherwise, it's because you can't beat other prominent agencies. After hearing my answer, Park Bo-yeon paused for a while. The members of NIA open their eyes wide and whisper among us. What? Are you saying there's a way we can achieve grades? Well, it looks like a person who plays games very well. Wouldn't it be worth trusting? I think it would be better to take it off than to take it off. Park So-dam, Bae Ji-ji, and Yoon Do-na each gave their opinions. Park Bo-yeon put both arms on her waist as if she was stunned. No. How are you going to win the other agency teams? We're all low level, and we don't have any trivial items. However, I'm not an idiot. Could he have accepted Nia's coaching job without any countermeasures? Now, I will give a lecture on characteristics from now on. I brought the members of NIA to one place. And in a low voice, he confessed his future strategy. If you catch an A-class monster or higher, you can take one trait. I'll take you guys around the raid and collect passive traits, so that I don't have to have any items. After listening to me, Park Bo-yeon nodded with a serious expression. Indeed, it's true that rumors are circulating secretly among top-tier rankers these days. If you catch a Class A or higher monster, you get a privilege called title. I wanted to ask, did you know that now? But I decided to hold back. I kept talking. So, from now on, so you can get these useful qualities. I'll take the bus off. What is a bus? Bus means a shared vehicle with a capacity of 11 or more. Originally, it comes from omnibus, which means a van, but in games, it has a slightly different meaning. People who are good at games often run hard and drag them instead of those who are not good at get on the bus. It is often expressed as give me. It means that because of lack of skills, it is like getting on a bus with someone who is good at it. So, I can compare my hunting with NIA members to burning a bus. Wow. Then you're catching the strong monster instead of us. The members of NIA cheered and rejoiced. How many men can we turn away from when these pretty wives come to appeal with anticipation and youthful eyes? Probably almost none. But before I was a man, I was a gamer. That's why I was able to shook my head coldly. No, I only guide you to the monster's habitat. You have to catch what you catch. It's not I. Anyway, unless you accumulate more than a certain amount of contribution at the party, you can't get experience points, items, or titles. I mean, it is true. If it's a normal game, people will be rewarded for just staying still. In Deus Ex Machina, it's stupid. A type that gives differential compensation according to damage like a sword. Of course, heals, buffs, and aggro are also counted. Therefore, even if you are on the bus, it is impossible to achieve results unless each individual tries hard. In this regard, other major agencies. The idol team will also have a clear limit of growth. If you want to get good grades in the competition, follow me well. I smiled as I looked at the NIA members. Food duck. Big wings to cover the sky. Sharp torn eyes. A strong beak. Strongly trained muscles. Claws sharp like blades. And the hair that was peeled off. Splitting the sky, an eagle landed on the wasteland. The bald emperor eagle, level, A/characteristics, flight, beast, bullshit, holler dang. Forms, flight route, Giant's Bureau, Hulding Plane. Yi size, 8M. No matter where you live, a raptor-type monster that always reigns as a top predator. Smart, handsome, strong, and sociable. Slightly swollen feathers on the crown. Sufficient is the only flaw, but in a crisis, you can bury your body in the ground or in a bush and put your head out to pretend to be an egg or takoyaki to trick an enemy. In the end, the bald head of the bald emperor eagle is the result of evolution in a more favorable direction for survival and a symbol of higher animals. Anyway, the bald emperor eagle screamed loudly and sank in the middle of the wasteland. And there is a party of 6 people to welcome such a bald emperor sway. Me and Wooram Lim, manager. And it's Park Bo-yun, Park So-dam, Bei Ji, and Yoon Duna. For reference, I was standing far away from them and only coaching. Now, since I brought aggro, let's hunt with you guys now. I gave orders to the NIA members. The attack pattern of the bald emperor eagle has already been explained to wear out his mouth. However, all the members of NIA were tired of the piercing of the bald emperor Suri. Oh, I'm scared of new things. They also avoid pigeons along the road. Besides, it's really big when you look closely. Was 8 meters so big? Look at those eyes. I don't know where I'm looking, so I think it's more scary. Isn't it possible to transfer bird flu? However, the goal of achieving good results in the Idol Esports Championships is even more desperate. The members of NIA started running toward the bald emperor sway, as I told them. Oh, wow. The bald emperor eagle roared twice. I shouted quickly, "What is a double roar?" Then the members of NIA replied all at once. Fathered shuriken in a fan shape in the front. They quickly scattered from side to side. Not surprisingly, the bald emperor eagle swung its wings and shot feathers like all forward. During that time, the members of Tanya ran behind the Daemerli Emperor Suri and stabbed them in the back of the bald Emperor Suri with weapons such as swords and spears. The same was the case with manager Wooram Lim. Fu Fook. The attacks of the NIA members worked properly. And the very moment, holler dang, along with the bizarre sound effects, the bald Emperor Jizuri revealed his own characteristics. Healer dang. If you succeed in attacking 2 enemies or are attacked by an enemy, you randomly drop 1 item of yourself and your opponent with a certain probability. Items that can be dropped are limited to the equipment currently worn, and ownership of the removed item is still owned by the user, but cannot be reused for 24 hours. Each time you drop an item of yourself or an enemy, attack power increases by 1, and this power lasts for 24 hours. The characteristics of the bald Emperor Eagle were revealed, not specifically owning the item. Since it was a monster, the bald Emperor Suri did not drop any items. However, the feathers fell out of the head for about a week. Rather than the head of the bald Emperor Suri getting a little bit wider, the body of the NIA members also changed. My armor. Ugh, my headband. Wow, my ring. Well, a sledgehammer for mincing my meat. And Park Bo-yun, Park So-dam, Bei Ji, and Yoon Duna dropped 1 item for each. Items forcibly falling asleep in the inventory are now treated as objects. Although the right to wear is returned after 24 hours, no one can use it during that time. Manager Wooram Lim also covered her chin, which has become smooth. Rum screamed, "Ah, my beard, the symbol of a real man." Was that an item? In the past, the cabbage kimchi and that beard are the same, and there are a lot of strange items in this game. Now, the next attack pattern comes. This time it's an attack that flies into the air and falls off. I warned of the next pattern of the bald Emperor Eagle. As I said, the bald Emperor Sway always climbs high and dive toward the ground, with a sharp beak in front. Pappet. The members of NIA ran to death to avoid the bald Emperor Sway, as I ordered. Then, after another attack, he inflicted minor damage to the bald Emperor Sway, who took a break. Holler dang. Again, the bald Emperor's hair loss became severe. At the same time, the items of NIA members are also peeled off one by one. The water level was a little high this time. The tops of the NIA members were peeled off. However, this game had a very good 19-year-old filter. If you don't want to be exposed, you can make your body look like a flesh-colored mass with just a silhouette. Even if you set the exposure to the lowest, you can make your body appear as dots. It is also possible to do. However, nonetheless, the NIA members stumbled while covering their bodies with their hands. It looks like that because it has the shame of reality in the game as it is. I shouted at those NIA members. Don't be shy. You guys just look like dots now. It's just a game, so separate it from reality. But still it's so obscene. What is obscene? Your imagination is the problem. The next attack is coming soon, so be prepared to avoid it. It was as I said. Displeased with the hair feathers peeling off. The angry bald Emperor Eagle began preparing for the next attack. This time it is a wide area attack. The pattern of a bald Emperor Eagle floating in the sky and spraying feather alls toward the whole field. After a few seconds, it will sprinkle dense all feathers in a circle with a radius of 50 meters around it. There is no answer to this. The moment the bald Emperor Eagle floats into the sky, die. You have to run and run away from the center of the eagle 50 meters away. Run. I'm slow to run. That bird is so fast. Once you look ahead and run. Guys, You've worked hard so far, and see you laughing in 3 seconds. The members of Nia and manager Wu Ram Lim fled with all their might. It is physically impossible to run 50 meters in less than 3 seconds. It is so even in the game world. However, the members of Nia had to be surprised soon. Puff, 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 puff. A shower of feathers falling over their heels. Surprisingly, they avoided the wide area attack of the bald Emperor Suri with a close gap. Because on the west we avoided this gong. Wow. What? Your body is very light. Take off your armor. Your body has become lighter as much as that weight. But no matter how, it's a beginner's leather armor. You said that you took it off and your body became so light. The members of Nia groped their bodies with quaint expressions. Yes, the weight of the item is considerably more than I thought. There are mistakes that are made evenly by those who play games for the first time to those who play a little bit. It is over defense. The feeling is different between the character in the monitor and the person in the virtual reality. Even if you are dealing with a small rabbit, it is people who are worried about getting bitten. Therefore, gamers wear items when dealing with monsters. Empty equipment compartment in any one. Do not leave vampires, gaiters, walkers, armor tops, bottoms, helmets, hip protectors, waist protectors, rings, necklaces, earrings, headbands, etc. He is heavily armed with all items. Because I'm scared of being right. About being right rather than being sick. One instinctive fear is ahead. However, true masters are afraid of pain. I never do that. When dealing with rabbits, armament enough to prevent the buffalo's rush is unnecessary, but only makes the body heavy. Just thin armor is enough. Real deceased characters set their armor to match the target monster's attack power. Rather than putting on excessive defense heavily, it's rather to lighten the weight and focus on speed. I said strictly and seriously to the NIA members. The bald Emperor Suri is a Class A monster. Anyway, even if you touch only the feathers, it is death. You don't need a shameful defense for that. There is only high speed and attack. The members of Nia who have heard me are just opening their mouths with blank expressions. At that time, Park Boyan, awakened, said, covering the large pectoralis muscle between the clavicle and the dress rib, visible as flesh-colored dots, with both hands. Yes, though? Take it off like this. I'm still out of my mind. I shook my head, saying it was frustrating. You are dots. And even if it's not a dot, but a live action, I won't do anything to see your naked body. Then the other members protested. Hey, that's ridiculous. How can a man of a prime age look at a woman naked? But I can't think of anything. It really is a lie. How sexy are we? The words filled with disbelief by Sodam Park, Bei Gigi, and Duna Yoon. But I rather question them. Woman? Where is the woman here? When Nia members and manager Lim Wuram are tilting their heads, I wedge it in a firm tone. There are no men and women on the bus. There are only drivers and passengers. Worn and worn newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 251. Previous talk next. Chapter 252. Upside Down Rain 5. The Hullerding characteristic is truly a subtle characteristic. A skill that randomly peels off items equipped by the attacker and the attacker one by one. Items peeled off are 24 hours. It becomes impossible to equip for a while, and as the item is removed, the attack power of the person with the Hullerding characteristic increases temporarily. It's almost useless when dealing with monsters, but the story is different when it comes to PvP. Dalki, whose effectiveness varies according to writing. It is literally a serendipity, which, if used well, can yield more than expected profits. But I don't need it. I was looking down at the bald Emperor Suri with my arms folded. In fact, the Hullerding trait is a trait that disappears after the Cataclysm. To be more precise, after Cataclysm, all of the characteristics obtained by catching A-class monsters disappear. Monsters all over the world will be leveled upward in line with the cataclysmic ecosystem. Accordingly, the system is forcibly reorganized by giving the title only when monsters of A+ grade or higher are defeated. It will be more and more tricky to get the title. Well, I'm not worried about it now. I muttered to myself and crossed my arms. Meanwhile, the raid is in full swing under the rock where I stand. The 4 members of Nia and manager Wu Ram Lim are fighting hard with the bald Emperor Suri. Like a gentleman, the bald Emperor Suri informs the attack pattern in advance with the sound of crying and motion. He had a very monotonous attack pattern, not like an A-class monster. It is often said that flying-type monsters have a trickier attack pattern than other monsters of their class, but this bald Emperor Eagle is the only exception. Poop poop. The bald Emperor Eagle flew into the sky and launched another feather attack. Then, if you are tired, come back to the ground and take a break. each time Nia members attacked the bald Emperor Suri. Then, there is no doubt that the Hullerding character will be revealed. Whenever the Hullerding character bursts, you can hear a nonsense. It was because the members of Nia who had their clothes removed made a sound. Most of the items that were already covering the body were in a state of being removed, but they continued to scream without getting tired. Spending time screaming is very damaging. Doesn't it mean that if you attack once more at that time, your contribution will increase and your raid time will be shortened? I touched my forehead with my hand. I thought there were no men and women on the bus, only drivers and passengers. There were also terrorists. The Nia members couldn't easily shake the fear of the item being peeled off. Oh, I can't fight properly to cover my body. Oh. Park Bo-yeon looked at me with a sad expression. Although her crying expression was so cute and pretty that it was really exhilarating. Then I should die. I didn't even snort. A terrorist who ruins my odds if the opposite sex, no matter how pretty or handsome, does not do well as long as they play the game together. It is only. That's the fate of gamers. The bald Emperor Suri once again threatened the Nia members with a sharp beak and claws. Right then. Oh no. Park Bo-yeon accidentally got a foot on the stone. I stumbled. Bald Emperor Suri rushed over Park Bo-yeon. He looks like he's going to peck her in a blow. Park Bo-yeon closed her eyes tightly. However, Park Bo-yeon did not take any damage. Just a few drops of blood splashed on her face. Gosh, Manager Woo Ram Lim. He was blocking the relationship between bald Emperor Suri and Park Bo-yeon. Brother? When Park Bo-yeon got up in a hurry, Manager Lim Woo Ram opened his palm to him. Do not come. Smear blood. You can't get a death penalty. I have to go to the competition. That's the last of Manager Woo Ram Lim. It was a will. Choke. The bald Emperor Suri threw Manager Lim Woo Ram to the ground. Log out of death. Manager Woo Ram Lim eventually became retired. Profit. Park Bo-yeon's eyes turned red. The manager who threw his life to save himself. Sorry, gratitude, and a sense of vengeance rise deep in my heart. She turned and shouted at me. This bad guy. How can I not blink an eye? Why me? You could have saved it. Our manager Appa. Park Bo-yeon's protest sounds reasonable at first glance. That is why the other NIA members are shooting me with an angry expression. But I shook my head. I told you for sure. I don't intervene in the raid. Yes, though. No matter what. Another attack comes. Damage. When I raised my fingers and shouted, the NIA members were forced to cry and turn their heads to eat mustard. The bald Emperor Sway is attacking again. This kinky bald head. It's like a naked and crazy bird. Don't let it go. The members of Nia were furious at the death of Manager Lim Woo Ram. Thanks to this, I think I have a little bit of goodwill. I don't have to tell you that the bald Emperor is a female. The atmosphere of the battlefield was changing little by little. I looked at the situation calmly. The Nia members and the bald Emperor Suri were fighting the same over and over again. After having exchanged numerous workshops, all of the Nia members are naked, and the crown of the bald Emperor Suri is so empty. Profit, the members of Nia, who have even removed their weapons, rush with their bare hands. However, the bald Emperor Eagle stretched out its wings to block their bare fists. I saw it and shouted, don't hit it with your bare hands. If your weapon is taken off, lift up the top of the floor and hit it. That side is much more offensive. This is counting. It's also an ability to use the surrounding artifacts well. Then the members of Nia picked up the stone from the floor with expressions supported by evil. Their physical attack power has risen quite a bit. In that state, the members of Nia beat the great head Emperor Sway again. Puck ye. As soon as a great stone hits the bald Emperor Eagle's body. Holler dang. One item comes off without fail. Shit. Town. Park Bo-yeon is trying to scream while looking at the stripped bottoms and sleeps. I shut the mouth of the god. An expression that feels shameful and desperate at the same time. Not only Park Bo-yeon, but also Park So-dam, Bae Soo-ji, and Yoon Do-na were all showing the same expression. I yelled at her one more time. You are not a woman, and I'm not even a celebrity. One person's gamer is all. Gamers don't wear clothes as they become more advanced players. Look at me. Then Park Bo-yeon screams wickedly while swinging the stone. The other rankers all wear clothes. Huh? So, those other rankers play games more than me. Are you good? Of course not. Wasn't it this body that killed the Ongsan Zodiac in the Pro League? Currently, there are no professional players that can be compared to those in the professional league. If there is it about the Madon King? Knowing that, Park Bo-yeon was silent with a tight bite of her lips. I shouted to those girls. Trust me and follow me. I will make you the king of the AE generation. After I finished talking, I calculated the remaining HP of the bald Emperor Suri. At this point, you will be able to receive rewards based on your contribution. I moved my body only then. Pot. As I jumped high into the air, I fell towards the body of the bald Emperor Suri. Ah! The bald Emperor saw my approach and raised his beak. And with all your might, to me, started to bump into it. Up, it's dangerous. Nia members shouted at me. But I didn't care. Grow up your hair. This was the last virtue I gave to the enemy in front of me. Poop. The moment my fists collide with the beak of the bald Emperor Eagle, the trait of the scabbard child and the trait of antagonism were expressed at the same time. Poop poop. The body of the bald Emperor Sway exposed to tremendous reflection damage bursts. I live with 1 HP left. At the same time, he fully recovered his HP through vampirism. Thud. The bald Emperor Suri was lying in the wasteland with his tattered body. Below Yeejeet. In just one shot, A-class monsters were destroyed. That's why I'm the only one. Although the cloak he was wearing disappeared, he became completely naked. But the eyes of the NIA members who looked at me like that were 180 degrees different from the previous one. Originally, the moment when a newbie is attracted to a deceased person is simple. When you get rid of the strong monster you've been catching with so much trouble. Especially among the members, Park Boyun's gaze was the hottest. In a blow to that monster-like bird. She took turns looking at me and the huge body under my feet. Then, the eyes of Park Boyun and I met in one place. Creepy. Park Boyun trembled. I am naked, and Park Boyun is also naked. However, my gaze is only penetrating Park Boyun's eyes, without even paying attention to her naked body, which is clearly visible under her neck. So, it would not be unusual to have this thought in Park Boyun's mind. This person is real. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Character. Once more. Special training began under my loud cry. Nia's members are bald again. Fights with the Emperor Suri. This time, manager Wu Ram Lim, who reconnected to the game after receiving all the death penalty, is also with him. Wow, master. It's hard and I think I'll die. Bei Su-ji, who is the weakest among the members, makes a whining sound. But I cut her shoulder with a knife. I can still play 15 minutes more from HP. Birding. Ho Yen. The game system hates this. The faking disease is not through. The members of Nia are again trying to hunt for the bald Emperor Eagle. It took a whopping 3 raids before all the members had the Healer Deng characteristic as passive. I thought as I watched the NIA members work together and exchange workshops. The trait of Tank Team goes well with the trait of Hold Deng, but is it a bit late to get it now? The trait is the trait used by pro team Mad Dogs Bang Chiol Wu, instead of avoiding the opponent's attack. Technique to hit. But now it takes too long to get that trait. Instead, I should write a trick to make up for it. I close my eyes and roll my head. As a girl group that will become famous for their sword group dance in the future, the NIA members match really well in attacking and defending. To make the most of this advantage. Okay, was there that bug? I clapped my hands. An emergency patch was released out of nowhere, so I only knew after fixing the bug. Come to think of it, there is little left that is the emergency patch. A little over a month. Are there more left? Before it becomes a patch and disappears, I have to use it as soon as possible. It's perfect. I nodded as I watched the members of Nia fighting with the bald Emperor Suri. Now, it remains only to learn them until the day of the decisive battle. It's so severe that the body remembers it. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 252. Previous talk next. Chapter 253. Upside Down Rain 6. Almost a month or so has passed since then. Boo-woo. I was driving on a secluded road. Street trees quickly disappearing from the corner of the car window. On a sunny day without a single cloud, a road without a car. When you are concentrating on the front. Gene. The cell phone started ringing. I put my car on the shoulder for a while and turned on the emergency lights. Good children are not allowed to call while driving. Because driving is not the only thing that I am good at. This is because there is a risk of being incapable of avoiding rushing cars or pedestrians when making a phone call. Anyway, the phone call came from Wu Ram Lim, the manager of Nia. Hello? When I answered the phone, I heard Wu Ram Lim's anxious voice. Ah yes, Mr. Eojin. I will contact you in a short time. What is it? We left the raid together until midnight yesterday. Yes what? It's been a while since we'll contact you over the phone. After a little hesitation, he asked. But do you have an appointment with Boyan today? You. Yes. I nodded without thinking. The reason I drove out of the house today is to meet Park Boyan. Well, even if I met a celebrity privately outside, Nia was still an unknown girl group, and Park Boyan was also in a state of low recognition, so there was no burden. But the manager's position seems to be that way again. Please be careful of reporters so that it doesn't cause a scandal, please, please. Now, girl, I see. Don't worry too much. After taking good care of it, I will take you home in time for dinner. Oh, thank you, Jean. But sometimes it looks like a mid to late 30s. Ha ha. I hear a lot of saying that I look old inside. Ah ha ha. Oh, but it's amazing. Manager Lim Woo-ram opened his mouth as if he suddenly remembered it. Although Boyan looks cheerful, he's actually very introverted, so he doesn't give away to others. Is that so? Yeah. Did it take me a couple of years to have a private conversation? It took too long. Wahaha. Maybe so. Anyway, it's amazing to get along with Boyan so quickly. Is it the best to be handsome? Manager Lim Woo-ram and I hung up the phone after having exchanged jokes about the family several times. Did you get along quickly? I tilted my head. Well, at the end of the training, it was somewhat unexpected that Park Bo-yeon suggested meeting outside. Do you really want to buy a meal to commemorate your hard work? Well, it's like a retreat, but it's definitely there. Children who suddenly burst into tears when the blunt instructors laughed wide at me the last time. A case where you don't know when you go through hardships, and then you get mad at the end. A similar example is friends who enter a military training camp and cry when they break up after a graduation ceremony. Well, there's nothing bad about the deepening of the bond with the trainee. I threw my phone into the passenger seat and drove to the meeting place. Patter, patter. Raindrops were falling slowly. When I met Park Bo-yeon, it was in the midst of a shower. Shoot-ah. Park Bo-yeon, running through the pouring rain, opened the door of my car's chief assistant. Rattle. Great. Master, are you riding a really good car? It seems to be better than our CEO's car. As she got into the passenger seat, the air in the car changed dramatically. The fragrance of the shampoo gently spreads from the slightly wet hair. I looked over Park Bo-yeon's outfit. Black hood, black sunglasses, and a mask. It goes beyond not knowing that you are a celebrity and even looks suspicious. The spy report is 113 without an area code. Ah, what is it? Park Bo-yeon raised a small fist and tapped my forearm once. Then I took off all my sunglasses and mask. Pooh. The manager's older brother was worried about it, so I used it for now. I don't know who will recognize me. Right. Ah, still, celebrities should always be careful. I shook my head as I recalled the worrisome voice of manager Woo-ram Lim. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon is also surprised to see my outfit. Wow. For some reason, you came wearing all your clothes. Says my sister. Can't you confuse the game with the reality? The game industry is stagnating because of people like you who can't distinguish between games and reality. Of course, in reality, wearing clothes. Go. In the past, I decided not to take it out of my mouth that I made a mistake and was arrested by the police in the name of performing lewdness. Patter, patter. I wiped the pouring raindrops off. After seeing the scene, Park Bo-yeon smiles brightly. It is raining. Sounds like a good sign. Are you blessing us? What does it have to do with rain and blessing? You don't know what. Park Bo-yeon waved his index finger and spoke. NIR is an inverted version of rain. In other words, it means the rain flowing backwards. Only then did I understand what Park Bo-yeon was talking about. When the rainwater falls on the windshield and pushes back, it really looks like rain flowing backwards. It was a word that fits well with the current situation. Meanwhile, I asked Bo-yeon Park for her destination. Where are we going today? Mart. Park Bo-yeon answered cheerfully. When I came out to buy rice, let's go to Mart. Are you going to the tasting corner? It was an imagination that I could have because I knew Nia's needy situation. But what I was worried about didn't happen. Park Bo-yeon, who entered the Mart, began to buy food and drink at private expense. A pickled radish, chicken, new rice, miscellaneous grains. She goes around the Mart and carefully selects good ingredients. When choosing vegetables, whether there are any scratches on the surface, when buying meat, how much the color and fat are deposited, and when buying dairy products, the shelf life as much as possible is left. I tilted my head looking at the ingredients put into the shopping cart. What are you going for a cooking contest? Was it IoT, not IoT? Master doesn't really know anything. I do it. Park Bo-yeon picked up a green onion and laughed round and round. I'm living to make lunch for the fans tomorrow. Fans. Lunchbox. As I tilted my head, Park Bo-yeon's expression suddenly became dark. Actually, I am so sorry for the fans who will come to the tournament tomorrow. What are you sorry about? You come to the Idol Esports Championship to see us. What Park Bo-yeon told me was a rather bitter story. It is said that entertainment programs such as IDI require a lot of audiences for a sense of reality, but it is said that the fans who entered for it are similarly confined. This is to make it look like the seats are full by preventing you from going home in the middle. He keeps fans in custody for more than 10 hours, But of course, he doesn't provide meals, and there is no pay. Even when shooting important scenes, they can't even go to the bathroom. Because celebrities are disadvantaged in terms of awareness if they do not attend it. In spite of the poor treatment, the fans are also in a position to be pulled out against force, and the fans are also unable to speak out despite the poor treatment that the idols they support will be damaged. Fans and the amount of broadcasting are dragged around the neckline with bait. I stroke my chin. As far as I know, Nia is currently unknown, and suffers from obscurity for quite a long time. Probably there aren't that many fans coming this time. How many fans are coming this time? 10 people. Park Bo-yeon responded vigorously. 10 of the 400 auditorium seats were all of the fan seats assigned to Nia. In terms of the ratio, it is only 2.5%. However, Park Bo-yeon is happy with that alone, choosing ingredients and singing a hum. This is also a place I barely got at the end of a long struggle. The kids who originally decided to go to the place got off because of a scandal. Because the idol groups who can't even appear at all will be strong and strong. Yes, we're at 10 seats. I will do my best to even those 10 people. All the other kids are now preparing to reverse tribute. If fans express a gift to an idol as tribute, it is called a reverse support. If an idol prepares a gift in reverse to the fans, it's because it's rain that flows backwards, or tribute also flows in the reverse direction. Is that so? Park Bo-yeon's expression as he was preparing for reverse tribute looked really happy. Is it because of that? Park Bo-yeon's face, who looks at the surface of the pumpkin with his sharp eyes, shines more than any other celebrities I've ever met. Right then, I sensed something suspicious. Far behind the food section, a man in sunglasses and a Burberry coat was looking over there. He seems to be fixing his gaze toward Park Bo-yeon. What's one? It doesn't feel good. I felt the ominousness of U.S. heavy oil from him. Bo-yeon, let's go somewhere else. I grabbed Park Bo-yeon's wrist and quickly turned around the corner. Park Bo-yeon has a puzzled expression, but sees my stiff expression and follows silently. Yee. I quickly turned around the vegetable section and entered the dairy section. Gust. An incredible sight can be seen from the opposite corner. Black sunglasses and a Burberry coat. He was following us. That too at a tremendous rate. It was as if he couldn't miss his prey. Sheesh. Park Bo-yeon is pretty. All of these are celebrities. I looked back at Park Bo-yeon. Cute face, big eyes, dense nose and lips. A face that is likely to be trusted even as a junior high school student, and a reverse body with a sense of volume. A selfish ratio that seems to insist that even with a small height, 8 heads are possible. It wouldn't be weird even if there was at least one fan. Even if you weren't a celebrity. Even, the Burberry Cottonam was getting closer and closer every time he turned around the corner. And as the distance narrows, the lines he's muttering comes in. I found it. It's clear. I want to see you closer, please. Look at me. Even once. You belong to me. I can't stand it. I want to see it up close. I want to touch. I want to hug. The expression is crumpled. I turned around the corner as if holding Park Bo-yeon in my arms. Then, Burberry Cottonam also came closer. Soon he rushed to Park Bo-yeon as if he had lost his temper. I'll touch it too. He ran into jealousy with a blind face. Bo-yeon, back off. I wrapped up Park Bo-yeon with all my might. I was trying to wrap it up. However, the speed of Burberry Cottonam's running was faster than the speed I wrapped around Park Bo-yeon. If you go like this, there will be an immorality that Park Bo-yeon can reach the stalker's hand. I clenched my teeth and stepped forward. No, I tried to come out. However, the situation started to go just the opposite of what I expected. This is because Burberry Cottonam passed by as if she had no interest in Park Bo-yeon in front of her. And Park Bo-yeon threw right away to me, started running. In a half-crying state. Huayan is the deceased brother. I'm a real fan. Yo. Torn Newbie. Korean novel Torn and Torn Newbie 253. Previous talk next. Chapter 254. Upside Down Rain 7. A man heavily armed with sunglasses and a Burberry coat. He ran into jealousy with a blind face. I'll touch it too. Then she just swung past Park Bo-yeon, who was standing defenseless. It was me who he held tightly. Huayan is the deceased brother. I'm a real fan. Yo. I was embarrassed, hugged. No, brother. You seem to be 20 years older than me. Do not know? If you do well in the game, everyone is older. I calmed him down and released a hug. When the sunglasses were slightly peeled off due to the commotion, he was able to find out who he was. At that time, Jungmo organizer. He is an old man in his 40s who appeared at the time of the late fan club Jungmo. He didn't recognize me, who was wearing a mask at the time, but anyway, He looked quite thrilled. Then, starting with him, people from all over the mart began to flock. What? What? Are you a celebrity? Huh? I saw him on the internet. Oh, you're a bachelor who is good at that game. My daughter is a very big fan. Young man, I'm just one autograph. Can you get it? Go home and give your grandchildren. Oh, 2 copies of mine. I'm not trying to keep the collection and the exhibition separately. The mart quickly became noisy. Oh what? Master was the problem. Park Bo-yeon sighed with half relief and half collapse. Then, as if I was frightened for no reason, I raised my small fist and banged my back. It's very aggressive to be small. As time passed, the martial arts ended up somewhat. At a time when the day was quite dark, I arrived at Park Bo-yeon's house. Come in, have dinner and go. She looks at me and smiles brightly. Small 2-room villa. Is it her home? Maybe you usually live in a dormitory and come home on the weekends. By the way, going to a house where a woman lives alone at this ambitious time. I hesitated for a moment. I bought dinner, so I thought I would eat it outside, but I couldn't eat it at home. Was it? Well, this is a little bit. Director Jae-young's face looks like a goblin in his head. The scandal was absolutely no way. What are you doing, master? As I grunt while holding the steering wheel, Park Bo-yeon, who got out of the passenger seat, tilts his head. I closed my car door countless times and came out. Oh, this is true. It's difficult. I climbed the stairs after Park Bo-yeon while shaking my head, looking closely to see if there is a paparazzi. Yet, the moment when you pass through the long corridor and open the front door of the house where Park Bo-yeon lives. Is Bo-yeon here? The voices of middle-aged men and women rang out at the same time, and Park Bo-yeon's expression turned bright. Mom, Dad. Watching her run into the living room, I was a little dazed. Oh, were you living with your parents? Of course you can. But you said you called me there? The situation was going more subtle. Ah, hello, father. I greeted me as I entered the living room. However, Park Bo-yeon's father only coughs while looking at me. Why am I your father? Yes. I have not yet recognized you as son-in-law. I had no choice but to make a blank expression. Then, Park Bo-yeon's face, who was standing next to him, suddenly burned hot. I went, ah, what are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Bo-yeon is all grown up. Maybe my father joked. After the woman was flirting, her mother came out of the kitchen. Oh, when Bo-yeon is a teacher, right? I heard that the contest is going out this time, but I would like to ask you a little. I want to serve you dinner or a meal, even though it's not a sloppy. Gosh. Yes. Thank you. Ho ho ho. Our teacher is very handsome. So what subject are you teaching? Dance. Song. It was a bit subtle to answer that it was a game, so I just smiled. Wahaha. Just call me your father just as you call it. I will also call you teacher. Ah, yes, father. Fortunately, Park Bo-yeon's father was a pleasant person. I sat down at the table, and soon several dishes were placed on the table. Stew, stir-fry, season, stew, fry, grilled, hot water, etc. Even if it's not enough to break the upper leg, it's enough to make it wriggling. Should we eat rice and make lunch for the fans together? It would be fun to do it all together. Oh no, Mom. I'll do it myself. My mother's waist is also bad. I'm grateful people for liking our pretty daughter. Can that be? I'll help you too. My mother looks back at Park Bo-yeon and smiles. The same goes for my father. This Abby was once a cook. It's about 10 servings of gum. Ah, you weren't a cook. You were a cook. It's similar. It's still a flirtatious woman. Something seemed interesting, so I decided to help cook. It's great to have such a great home meal. I've been grinding chicken breasts, blueberries, kale, and cheonggukjang in a blender these days. As I poured the stew in my mouth and said, the atmosphere became subtle. Park Bo-yeon and her parents look at me with compassionate expressions. My father looked at me for a while and said, somehow, my teacher only watches when cooking. That taste is a little yellowy. There seems to be some misunderstanding. The meal was over and the cooking was over. After a family member, including myself, made it, the 10 servings of lunchboxes were quickly completed. It was a packed lunchbox with 10 servings and 20 servings. Park Bo-yeon said it was hot and went to the balcony to cool off his sweat. In the meantime, her father gives me a hint. Our Bo-yeon is pleased, sir. Oh yes, I will teach you well. When Park Bo-yeon wasn't there, my father's expression changed. Deep expression. Because I'm a sinner, Bo-yeon always makes me suffer. So true. There is nothing I can do other than making a lunchbox like this. As I tilted my head, my father confessed my frustration. I was originally engaged in heavy industry, but as you know, the game is a bit difficult these days, isn't it? Who did not fill the retirement year and left early? Place after receiving a little severance pay and paying for his son's hospital bill, there was nothing I could do to help him. Oh, I only came up with it. Park Bo-yeon's brother is currently hospitalized in the Armed Forces Capital Hospital after an accident in the military. I know that they are currently in lawsuit because the country said they couldn't pay for treatment. I comforted my gloomy father. Please do your best, father. The truth will soon be revealed. All the treatment costs will come out of the country. Phew, how great would it be if that was the case? But I'm not sure how long to wait. My father's sighs continue. I said in a hurry. Yoa, the army has improved these days. It doesn't take too long to find out. My friend had a similar case, but it was about 2 years, so it came out. Of course it is a lie. Because I know the future, I also know that Park Bo-yeon's brother is getting better by then and receives the national reward. The expression of my father who listened to me brightens a little. Yes, I hope so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for Bo-yeon. But I am a friend who is bright and energetic and does everything I need to do. Then, my mother, who heard me, appeared in the kitchen. Our Bo-yeon is not just bright again. Yeah? The last time I came home crying very loudly, I'm crying that I can't be a celebrity, but I'm really inside. Know why? Then the mother sighed with an upset expression. Because Bo-yeon always comes and goes to the shabby villas. Isn't the kids young and pretty? Isn't that? I guess there was something. Oh, I think I know what it feels like. When I was silent, my mother pressed hard with her apron. The drunkard living in out suddenly tried to hug him and said, "How much are you?" That kind of thing happens to me. From the point of view of an unknown girl group, it would have been too resentful and hurting their pride. The insult that celebrity aspirants often suffer more than expected. Park Bo-yeon's parents seemed to have a lot of worries. I got a little heavier in one side of my mind. I thought that Nia, who remained in my memory as a top-notch girl group, was so sad when she was unknown. Drool. I opened the porch door and went out. Park Bo-yeon was looking at the night sky. I spoke with a sneak peek. Is it worth doing? This is a common comment. Park Bo-yeon nodded. While catching the bald emperor's sway, the union between the members also improved a lot. It seems to be helpful when choreographing. Yes. The conversation was cut off for a while. I too stood still in the night breeze. Then Park Bo-yeon continued the conversation first. Oh, Chanjapawang's older sister. I called my brothers. Do you still contact me? Of course. Everyone is still good at it. Come back anytime. Cuck. What do you say? It is said that Agent Ryu had a contract with MS Town Enter. I heard that I received 1.5 as a down payment. Cook. It's less than me. I was offered 2.0 plus at. As I smiled, Park Bo-yeon opened his eyes in a circle. I really? Did you get an offer from Microsoft? Huh. But I woke up. Know why? That great opportunity. Why with Habri like us? Park Bo-yeon seems to be truly surprised. I just shrugged. Is it crayons? They're loaders by personality. Oh, they are a little famous. In particular, the leader, In Song. Park Bo-yeon nodded as if convinced. Then he muttered in a tone of admiration. Wow, but 2.0 plus at is really amazing. That would be almost that person class. Who? Madong King. Yeah. How did you know? No. The person who made you retire in 10 seconds. AI, why are you talking about that? When the story of the King of Madong came out, Park Bo-yeon crumbled his impression. I giggled. I remember it because it was the only person who drew with me. Park Bo-yeon opened her mouth. She has also experienced the Madong King and the old character. I can't imagine well because they are both monsters. Godzilla versus Dragongri-like feeling. Is it the feeling? Well, after all, both come out. I suddenly had a question for Park Bo-yeon. But why did you become a pro gamer as a girl group wannabe? Ask something for granted. I played it because I liked the game. What do you like? When I asked, Park Bo-yeon rubbed under his nose once and said boldly, the game rewards you even if you finish last. Yes. Unlike the world of girl groups where the winners and losers are inexorable, the game rewards you even if you finish last. Even though compared to the first prize, it's uncomfortable, but doesn't it guarantee that you can get something consistently? When I heard that, I nodded. I was like that too. Before the return, when you are tired and stubborn in society, the game was my only way out. Games are addictive. Harmful people mostly have family, friends, money, house, car, etc. People who can afford to achieve some degree of social success. They don't understand and don't intend to understand what those who don't have anything mentally lean on the game. But mostly, it hurts everyday life. People who are so immersed in the game are mostly people who need comfort. When I'm thinking about things by myself. Oh, Park Bo-yeon stretched. She grabbed my wrist and opened the porch door. Now it's really tomorrow, no hours left. Fight until the end, Fighting should be done by yourself. I've done everything to do. Oh really? Set the mood. It's still my house here. Okay. I followed Park Bo-yeon. Park Sodam, Bei Gigi, and Yoon Duna also contacted me. Handwritten letters and autographs won for the 10 fans of tomorrow. Members' cherished items, rare photos, goods, etc. are all prepared. Now, the Idol Esports Championships were in front. Ready for sortie. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 254. Previous talk next. Chapter 255. Idol Stripping 1. Finally, the day of the Idol Esports Championship has dawned. The front of Goyang Indoor Gymnasium is already full of huge crowds. The number of visitors that can enter is only 400, but there are already thousands. I could see those who become me camp around the gym. It is a fandom gathered to support the idols they all love. BTS fighting. The Helmet Boys are cool. I like BTS brothers. Han Jumin facing to become Uncle Fan Idol. Various idols are called. The heat inside the gym is even more. It was hot. As soon as you enter, you will see a huge number of banners and plan cards. A cheerleader who gathers and shouts. From their teens to their 60s, the age group of the fandom varies. It is truly a venue for festivals that become one with idols. The peculiarity is that the heat of the festival is not gathered in one, but is completely separated. And it is that they are in tight confrontation with each other. Our girl's friend, is the best. Huh, what are you talking about? Our cousin sucking cheeks is the prettiest. Sit down and talk to the children. Our Infinite Gauntlet's brothers can't see their faces. I'm afraid I'll leave half of it out. Mom, I came to the X0 brothers athletic meet today. Daughter, Mom, look at TUH Oppas today. I can't go in because I have to. Numerous idol fandoms are fighting tightly. But among them, by far, the size of the fan was overwhelming. Big, wave, S, get up. I love you sisters. Crayon, Joa, Yeonji Lee, pretty, Gajua, #1 in crayons. They were the ones who sang the girl group Crayons. As Crayons boasting a huge fandom, they were the ones who took the most seats today. In time, the idols who are the runners of the day come in with the smoke of dry ice. Wow! Cheers echo throughout the stadium. The idols went up on the stage to relax or went to the audience to greet the fans. Some even entered the capsules on the stage early and greeted the fans with their own game characters that appeared on the giant billboard. Today's stage is the competition for survival in the game played by idols. It is similar in format to Pro League's Battle Royale Ground to Zero, also known as BAG. A total of 100 idols will compete for survival, and the surviving team will immediately take the honor of winning. If there is only one last survivor, the team that one belongs to will win, and even if there are many survivors, if they are all one team, of course, that team's right. It is recognized as a win. Those who commented on the competition were the same faces I saw in the Pro League. Caster John Young-jin grabbed the microphone with embarrassing laughter. Hey, if there is a dem relay where this is, I will come out. It might be boring, but please be patient. Everyone in the audience. However, the popularity of Jeonjin Caster is the best. As his familiar voice echoed throughout the stadium, all the fans arose and cheered again. It was the same cheer as the idols when they entered. This is because the people who come here are not just idol fandoms. Idol fan plus game fan. Those gathered here today are fans who are very affectionate in both fields. It wasn't just that they gathered to see their favorite idols, but the content of the game they were going to unfold was also of interest. Yet, the casters began to exchange preliminary explanations about this event among themselves. Yes, this time, a total of 100 seniors and fairies will be gathered to engage in a fierce competition for survival. Where are our players going to play today? The stage of this survival competition is the Swords Plateau. It often leads to the road to the Brave of the Brave. If it's a Brave's grave, isn't that a tower-type huge dungeon consisting of 108 floors? Yes, Swords Plateau is a wide open-field dungeon that unfolds before going to the Tomb of the Brave. There may be some people who do not know, so can I check the map settings a little before the match? Yes, it is. Cal's Plateau is a plain located in the Alpine region. It is said that in a long time ago, many races were entangled in this place and fought large-scale battles. Demons, giants, angels, spirits, dragons. It is said that as a result of several races and other races entangled in one place, nothing can live on this land. There was such a setting. Somehow I thought that if I only went here, undead monsters would appear. Yes. All of them are the remaining soldiers who were unable to achieve success after losing in the race war. Because of that, aren't there so many weapons stuck all over the earth? All old and rusted. There is not much value as an item. Casters eagerly explain the map. As they say, Cal's Plateau is a large plain situated on the hillside of the high mountains. The ghosts of the battlefield wander over the earth, where numerous swords, spears, and arrows are embedded. But now, it was clean because the GM squads organized all the undead monsters inhabiting this place. In the empty plateau, there are countless numbers of old weapons, but no living thing stands out. Thanks to our GM team manager for the hard work of cleaning the map. The dedicated caster sits outside the window. I bowed my head toward those who were there. They all wear black hats and are silent. Only the woman sitting in front of her was greeted by Caster, a dedicated staff member who bowed her head. Namsena, head of GM processing team. She was looking at the signboard with her arms folded with a boring expression. The girls her age down there are cheering hard for the male idol group, but she doesn't seem to be interested in it at all. Meanwhile, under that, idols were handing out gifts and lunchboxes to fans. Wow, thank you for coming. Handshake. Oh my god, you're here again. Get your lunch here. Thank you for your support. Here's my gift. I have a letter. Exchanges between celebrities and fans are active. In the case of idol groups with too many fans, managers and staff also carried lunch and water instead. And Nia also moved to find their fans. Young T, Park Boyun, Park Sodam, Bae Suji, and Yoon Duo I picked up the drinks, water, lunch boxes, letters, and hot packs I put in the box. These are also gathered, so they weigh quite a bit. The members of Nia went out to find their fans with lunch boxes for 10 people and other reverse tribute items. Nia Fan Cafe, Evolian. Evelrain, guys. Where are everyone? We are here. Get your lunch. It's Nia. The members of Nia, including Park Bo-yeon, eagerly walked around the audience with lunch boxes. There are 10 out of 400 fandoms, so the scale is small, so it may be a little difficult to find. However, no matter how much I searched the audience seats, I couldn't see these 10 Bolane members. Despite having to go back and forth 3 times in that wide audience, Nia's fan Evolian didn't appear. No matter how much you call and wait. Evolian, everyone. Park Bo-yeon stopped shouting and dropped his shoulders. The glances that can be felt everywhere. Other idols are busy taking pictures and eating with their fans. But Nia members couldn't. Park Bo-yeon, a drop of tears dripping from her eyes, under her chin. The moment I fell, I woke up. In this way, it is difficult to take a picture. Park Sodam, Bae Suji, and Yoon Duna approached behind Park Bo-yeon's head bowing. They also had lunch boxes without owners, water bottles and beverages, hot packs, and boxes with autographed photos and albums. No, I'm not crying. You were prepared. It's a common thing. Park Bo-yeon said in a trembling voice with his head bent. There must be unpopular nameless for every event like this. After applying for the idol group's fandom, they entered the stadium and jumped out to see other idols. Since the competition rate is high to be selected for the idol fandom that they originally support, they are aiming for an unknown idol group with relatively low competition rate. However, all 10 people did too much. Park Bo-yeon said, pressing the hat deeply. She couldn't see her expression because of the brim of her hat, but her emotions were felt only with her trembling voice. Right then, do you have one more lunchbox? There is one voice from the side. Nia members hurriedly looked up, turned. There was a man cramping over one of 10 lunchboxes. Standing water. It is me. Oh, it's delicious because it is carefully made with good ingredients. However, the amount is a little disappointing. Give me one more. Let me laugh. Fuha, Park Bo-yeon, who looked at me, also burst into laughter. Then Park Sodam, Bae Suji, and Yoon Duna also laugh as if they were absurd. Master. Boyan's parents made this to give fans, but what if Master eats it? No, my god. This amount is almost. It's close to 3 servings, isn't this enough? Because it's 1 lunchbox per person. Oh, Master Pao, did you eat some juice here? A very slight smile returned to the faces of those women who criticized me for this time. Wow guys, I can eat the rest of the 9 servings. Everyone was ignoring manager Lim Woo-ram's crying with a crying expression next to him. Anyway, I looked down at the box of lunchbox Park Bo-yeon was holding. The members of Nia who participated in the contest with a woven number of 10 seats. The 9 lunchboxes prepared as counter-tributes eventually faced the fate of having to cool off without the owner. A lunchbox made yesterday through the hard work. The devotion that Park Bo-yeon's family made up should be treated like that. The words Park Bo-yeon said yesterday is gone. It hovered in my heart. Is the game rewarding the last one as well? Indeed, the game and reality seem to be very different. When I look back on last night and make a bitter look. Oh my goodness, who is this? A voice passing by my side. There was. As I turned my head, I saw a familiar face. Yeonji Lee, the leader of girl group Crayons. She was laughing at me. Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 255. Previous talk next. Chapter 256. Idol stripping 2. Oh my goodness. Who is this? Lee Younji looked at me and gave a rotten smile. Her blatant ridicule exquisitely penetrated the blind spot where people's eyes couldn't reach me. Was going. I asked where you went to coach, and you were here. At that time, I kicked out the door with good momentum. Where did you come from? And small here. She came to me with a real smile. And I glanced down at the lunchbox I was eating. Ugh, what is that dog food? Lee Younji frowned. Then he laughed as if he was absurd. I sat down with an unbranded lunchbox, so I got a stomachache. These days, the city is well-rounded, so even when delivered, it comes out much better. She threw a lunchbox in her hand at me. A young chef who is hot these days. It is a lunchbox with Baek Chung-yeol's face embedded in the trademark. The desired consumer price is 7,400 won. It's leftovers given to the fans, but I'm going to eat that. Ho ho ho. Lee Younji quickly left with a false smile. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon stood silently looking down at the cooled city locks. I came up behind her like that. What? Could you feel worse here? No. Then there is only work left to improve. The moment I touched Park Bo-yeon's shoulder. Flash. She also raised her head. Some people sit down and cry when they are going through hard work, and others get their teeth from swelling and poison. To put it all, Park Bo-yeon was close to the latter. Let's show it from now on. Lose. How terrifying is the one who has nothing? Yes, master. This is Park Bo-yeon, who nodded vigorously at my words. Yes, only this is the reward of teaching you the hard way. Character. From now on. Game. Let's start da. With Caster John John's roaring cry, the prelude to the Children's Esports Championships Grand Conference. Weighing. A total of 100 idols were summoned to the plains located in the highlands. Today's map, as previously announced, is Cal's Plateau. Numerous swords and spears on the flat land made by the mountain cut in the middle. Axes and arrows are embedded. All of these weapons are extremely old and rusted. Originally, the defeated soldiers who couldn't achieve success had to wander between them, but now the monsters are all sorted out for the tournament. Thud. Thump, slash coup. Numerous idols fell there. I love you, brother. Milky color BTS. My uncle is cheering for you guys. Especially Rouge. Blackout, Han Jumin fighting. Ah. Krifa's sisters, cheer up. The last cry of the fans. But now, the support of the fans no longer reaches the idols. The moment you enter the game, all the power of the fandom that had been protected disappeared. Now, as a gamer, not an idol, you have to survive. West of Cal's Plateau. The first person to hit it was a resident of the idol group, Blackout, which is doing well these days. He is known as Sungdeok, who made his debut as an idol from his uncle fan background. It is a new word that means successful virtues. Please get rid of those who are targeting my goddesses early. Jumin Han is a spearman who uses a single spear. He rushed to destroy other idols with overwhelming force. Jumin Han was originally famous for playing games, and for that reason, the level of the character was quite high. The agency Glowburn pushes there. Thanks to June, the tempo is also quite high. Even his sense and physical are also semi-professional. Poop. More than 5 idols fell out of the window swayed by Han residents. Kagagang, /Kagagang/. When the players go out and fall, the weapons embedded in the ground tremble with a loud noise. Sparks were violently exploding from all over. Then, Han Jumin faced a strong enemy in the middle of the battlefield. Likewise, 7 female warriors pushed in from the end of the battlefield in the east. Yeonji Lee, Hyemin John, Gaonun No, Yunhai Lee, Seoyeon Seo, Suswon Ah, and Kim Nuri. It was the girl group Crayons. Hello, senior. Lee Younji smiled and said hello to Han residents. Then Han Jumin's eyes turned into a pink heart. Ah, my goddess is on the battlefield. I can stand and see. Yes, Jumin Han was from Krepa's uncle fan. Let's compete fairly for meeting this king. Lee Younji smiled and pulled the knife out. Then, Yeonji, I feel like it's difficult alone. Place. Can I help you a little? John Hymin and No Go Woon asked me from the side. Blackout is a famous idol group, and fighting with Han residents, the most popular there, means that it is focused on the camera. Of course, when you think about the amount of broadcast, you will be greedy. However, Lee Younji only turned his nose. Kids, quickly identify the subject and cover the side. Okay. Hearing Lee Younji's cold answer, John Hymin and No Go Woon quietly fell behind. I feel that all of the members of Crayfos support Lee Younji at all. It's spread out like a folding screen. Because Lee Younji, who has the most events among the members and frequents broadcast appearances and CF requests, Everyone is implicitly pressed by her flag. Pop. Pow. Other members of the Crayons push out other group idols who run. Hyunjil from MS Town enter. Because they were the girls who received so much, their fighting power was also very strong. Time passes. The battlefield, which used to be a battle for 100 people, was gradually spreading to the battle for supremacy of some strong players. The idol group Red Fabric from the southern battlefield and Kripas from the eastern battlefield faced each other. Meanwhile, Lee Yunji, the leader of Kripas, and Han Jumin, the leader of Blackout, who came up from the western battlefield, confront fiercely again. No matter how much it is my goddess, I can't see you. Han Jumin made a big spear and pressed Lee Yunji into it. Right then, Hey-ing. Just before being hit by the window, Lee Yunji showed Egyo with a crying expression. Hubillion. Han Jumin also forgot to hold the spear and took his hand to his chest. Is this a heartbeat? But the price of the heartbeat was heavy. I'm sorry, I'm senior. Lee Yunji frowned in one eye and immediately struck the knife horizontally. However, poop. Her sword is hit by Han Jimin's hard armor and bounced out. Han Jumin expected this much. He shook his head as if he was. I'm sorry, but my armor is a whopping B+ grade. Maybe none of the idols can get through this. If it is a B+ grade, it is almost the level of an item equipped by pro gamers. It seemed obvious that it would be difficult to find such a high-class item in amateur competitions. But, jiak. The small sound that I heard soon changed the complexion of Han Jumin. Surprisingly, there was a crack in Han Jumin's armor. Yanji Li laughed at it. I'm sorry, senior. My knife is also rated B+. Han Jumin was startled and stepped back. However, I couldn't escape once I had given Lee Yunji a side. Characteristics corrosion. A skill that continuously inflicts damage only on armor items. The more fighting Lee Yunji, the more durable Han Jumin's armor becomes. There, Yanji Li was armed with all kinds of expensive items. The overwhelming characteristic of this is that it exceeds that of Han residents. Wow, is this the power of MS Town? Han Jumin eventually knelt down. How much did MS Town Entertainment devote to this contest? Other than Yanji Li, the items of other members are also really awesome. Doesn't it completely cover the somewhat extraneous control and physical with a temperament? In addition, the leader Lee Yunji has the ability to corrode others' armor. It was a moment when it was clearly revealed who the protagonist of the child group was. Kurikashi, huh? This is about it. Lee Yunji held a complaint. I didn't hear the sound outside the game capsule, but I think I can tell it even if I didn't. Probably, there's been an uproar outside now. The voices of fans who screamed crayons and enthusiastic seem to already be heard. Probably, those who don't know what the passive characteristics are due to the title are likely to think that the Crayon members are really good at playing games. With this, there will be an image of an idol who is also good at games. Good. Good. I thought the game would be difficult, but nothing much. It was Lee Yunji that only when he heard that he was good at anything was enough. Oh, I won in a hurry, but what about next? She looked down at Han Jumin, who was sitting in front of her, with an expression that she didn't know what to do. It was really a pretended expression, but in Mera, the expression of a good-hearted girl who is good at playing games but can't kill even enemies with a lot of mind was caught. Right then, a man jumped into the battlefield. This was Taemin Lee from the boy group Blackout. He shouted at Han Jumin, a member of the same group. Brother, the residents are Hyung. Then Han Jumin, who was sitting hesitantly, gave up the game, raised his head. Taemin, I lost my brother. No, that's not it. Look over there. Lee Taemin raised his finger toward the north. Han Jumin raised his head and looked at the direction Lee Taemin pointed. Yes. I had to open my eyes wide. The battlefield north of the highlands of Karl. Bang. Quack quack wang. The idols were splitting like the Red Sea. Wow. What is this? My item. Why is this peeling off? Cack. My armor has fallen. Nonsense. My sword. Where's my knife? I got it for a high price at the auction house. What is this? Is it a bug? Why are you saying that my headband can't be worn again? The crucible of chaos. How many of the idols on the battlefield are purely standing here with their own skills? Most of the management companies gave me a sensation with full financial power, and thanks to that, most of the idols standing here. However, the idols couldn't do anything when they lost the items that the agency provided with them. Like a frightened herbivore, it simply runs back with a confused expression. And, thumpy, north of the plateau of Karl, there were long shadows that appeared on the tallest battlefield. Flapping. For red cloaks flying beneath the towering tomb of the brave. For powerful predators who had been biting and killing numerous herbivores were looking down here. It is the appearance of the girl group Nia. Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 256. Previous talk next. Chapter 257. Idol Stripping 3. Goyang Indoor Gymnasium, where the Idol Esports Championship is held. Both in and out of the gym were fluttering. Large display boards installed on the inside and outside walls of the stadium. The audience said in unison, "Who is Nia?" At first, no one was interested in them. However, as time passes, the gaze goes on. No, the gaze has no choice but to go. Flapping. For female warriors walking while swinging a red cloak. They swiftly move their bodies wrapped in cloaks to overpower other idols. Tremendous speed and attack power. Because of that, all the idols who faced them were retired. That overpowered the battlefield north of the plateau of the sword. They began to expand their power at a rapid pace and soon faced the crayons in the middle of the battlefield. What? Lee Tae-min looked at the north with a blank expression. Widely. Four women jumped off the hill and landed on the floor. There is nothing special about it. There are no gloves, no shoes, no accessories such as those common earrings. The whole body, including one hand, is wrapped in a red cloak, reminiscent of the Indian clothes sari. The cape's arms were generous, so I couldn't tell what equipment he was wearing, but it looked quite suspicious. Lee Tae-min narrowed his eyes. He quickly recognized the identity of the red cloak worn by the NIA members. Red sesame leaf seasoning cloak. /D. It is made from fibers extracted from the southern specialty red sesame leaves. Once worn, it is addicted to the soft touch that touches the flesh and cannot be removed until it is worn away. It is very thin, and it is said that it is very difficult to remove one by one if several sheets are stacked. Defense +5. Yi agility +5. Attribution, special. That cloak just covers the body. Wouldn't it be a D-class item that's only used for? Because it's a treasure, you can't take it off until it's all torn and disappears once you wear it. You said you came to the contest wearing that. I couldn't figure out why I made that choice, though it would be an unconditional benefit to put on another helpful equipment in the inventory slot for that cloak. I don't know who it is, but my brother will finish it soon. Lee Tae-min ran forward with the sword. However, Spock. In the blink of an eye, a small woman in front of him digs under Lee Tae-min's chin. I'm sorry, senior. Park Bo-yeon. She stopped Lee Tae-min with her bare hands. And, puff. After the sword passed, I burned the trajectory as it was and hit Lee Tae-min's abdomen. Park Bo-yeon's cute palm. It passed by Tae-min's ship. Of course, Lee Tae-min wasn't embarrassed at all. Haha, what are you going to do with your bare hands? How much is my armor defense? Billion. However, Lee Tae-min could not finish his speech. The moment Park Bo-yeon's hand touches the stomach. Holler dang. It was because the armor that had been tightly enclosing his body had been peeled off. Tang. The armor rolled on the floor with a loud noise. What is this? Lee Tae-min even thought of picking up armor. Without being able to do it, he hurriedly swung his sword. But Park Bo-yeon was not right. She pulled back and stepped back from Lee Tae-min's range. It was a surprisingly fast reflex. Jick. Lee Tae-min's sword passed through the edge of Park Bo-yeon's cloak. Regardless of the other's items. It is judged to have done damage because it has done harm. Then one more time. Huladang. This time, the knife Lee Tae-min was equipped with was peeled off. No, what is this? How much is this knife? The sword I bought because of the enormous Hyun-jil. If you lose as much as you, the blow is too great. Lee Tae-min hurriedly opened the inventory. Fortunately, however, ownership of the item itself did not disappear. The knife falls on the floor, but at the same time appears to be sleeping quietly in a corner of the inventory. Lee Tae-min sighed of relief. Phew, that's good. Right back equipment. However, Lee Tae-min could not hold the knife again. Holy dang. If you succeed in attacking an enemy or are attacked by an enemy, check the schedule. Randomly drop one item of yourself and your opponent at the rate. Items that can be dropped are limited to the equipment currently worn, and ownership of the removed item is still owned by the user, but cannot be reused for 24 hours. Each time you drop an item of yourself or an enemy, attack power increases by 1, and this power lasts for 24 hours. Yes. Peeled off by the Hullerdang character. The item is sealed for 24 hours. According to the rules of the Battle Royale Ground Zero competition, it is impossible to replace the equipment with new equipment in the middle, except for equipment registered before the start of the competition. Oh, does this make sense? Gyapji. Lee Tae-min continued to step back. Without swords and armor, he became just nothing. However, there is no sense of incongruity for Park Bo-yeon, who has been bare from the beginning. Since you have sealed the opponent's attack and defense, all that's left is to cook. She was disrespectful. Park Bo-yeon keeps going with her palm. He touched Min's arm or leg. There is no need to cut down on HP. Hulong. Every time that happens, Lee Tae-min's items keep coming off one by one. Items piled up on the floor in no time. It's simply Lee Tae-min's one. It is not. It was the result of all the idols on the northern battlefield being killed by the hand of Nia. Stop. Surrender. I have it. Tae-min Lee, who had only the last one left, raised his hands and surrendered. In this way, one more victim of Nia was added. Ugh, fan service in a place like this. Lee Tae-min sat down with tears. Even if I get naked, it doesn't matter because it's basically a dot, but it's subtly shameful. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon raised his head with a reminiscent expression. The cloak that was covering the body reversed. It is tattered like the one worn by a warrior of warriors and is blown by the wind. There was an effect of rolling to die under the master. Park Bo-yeon recalled what happened a few days ago. Now, we're this one at a time. The deceased character is distributed to the NIA members. It was a red cloak that gave. A 5 def binding item. Once worn, a cape that cannot be removed until it is ragged and torn. Even multiple sheets were stacked, so it was very difficult to remove them one by one. Why is this? Can we not cover our bodies anymore? The members of Nia abandoned all shame through training. Where are men and women on the battlefield, and what does the exposure have to do? The important thing is to survive. I could do anything if I could survive, even if I rolled in the dog's dung with my clothes peeled off. Before I was a girl group, I wanted to achieve results as one of the proud gamers. However, the deceased shook his head. I'm not giving you to cover your body. It's giving you to take the enemy's attack. NIA members nodded only then. The Holdung trait is also activated when attacked by an enemy. The opponent is holding a weapon, so it meant that if it touched the body, the damage would have to be large, so it was meant to avoid the hem of the cloak while avoiding it. And the deceased character soon whispered in a secret tone. And there is one secret in this cloak. It's a deep and sweet voice like a devil. At least it felt that way to the members of Nia, including Park Bo-yeon. Good. End of recollection. Park Bo-yeon, who was grateful to the deceased person, began to face the battlefield again. Next to her, Park So-dam, Bae Soo-ji, and Yoon Do-na were standing, flapping. The tattered cloak flutters long following the north wind. For warriors standing tall on the battlefield. Standing in front of them were 7 Craypom members, who had been dominating the battlefield with a crush on the ground up until now. Crayons versus Nia. Park Bo-yeon narrowed his eyes toward the members of the crayons in front of him. The crayons strengthened by sweeping high-grade items with the enormous funding power of MS Town Entertainment. Korea's best existing there. One of the tanks, Yowan Ryu's style, was inherited as it is. In addition, the number of people there is almost twice as many as Nia. In any way, Nia is unfavorable. But no problem. Park Bo-yeon exclaimed boldly. Agency support. The scale of the fandom. Hyunjil. Tem suck. Boo. What if you get rid of all that and stick with not Tem versus not Tem? I am confident enough in the battle of not Tem. Mate, if you can honestly collide with the skills and efforts you have built up yourself, you will not lose to anyone. There was nothing to lose, and the peculiar OG was triggered. Anyway, there is no fan supporting him in this spacious stadium anyway. The idea of not being expected from anyone, rather, instilled poison in the hearts of Nia members. And even the shame that remained deep in my heart was dried up. Right then, I ridicule those Nia members. There was a person who blows it. Looks really vulgar. Girl group, shame, all alone. This is Yeonji Lee, the leader of Crayon. She was sarcastic with her arms folded. I don't know what you thought of when you came out so naked. Do you think you have to take it off like that to float? Is it third class? Don't you have confidence? It looks like he's trying to aggress towards perverts. But how far will such a sleazy, cheap masterpiece work? However, Lee Yeonji couldn't continue the end. Spar. I wondered if the red wind was blowing once. Ah! This is because his top has disappeared. A shadow slowly rises behind this rouge, who hastily covered himself with both hands. Park Bo-yeon. Suddenly, the woman who took Lee Yeonji's back asked a question with a gloomy voice. Character. Who is the pervert now? Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 257. Previous talk next. Chapter 258. Idol stripping 4. Ah! Lee Yeonji screamed while covering her lower body. However, Park Bo-yeon's expression looking at the scene is cold. You ask, now who is the pervert? This prophet. Lee Yeonji glared at Park Bo-yeon with a red-hot expression. However, Park Bo-yeon only shrugs with an expression that he does not understand. What are you so shy about? Your body is just a flesh-colored pixel anyway. It makes sense, this pervert. Anyway, the naked body is naked. Let's confuse the distinction between game and reality. Gamers like us are insulting because of kids who can't distinguish between games and reality. Park Bo-yeon recited the line he had heard from Master one day. Then he said with a mischievous expression, "I was one person before I was a woman. I'm a gamer." Evidence that taking off is good at playing games. There is no reason to be ashamed. At the same time, Nia members, led by Park Bo-yeon, broke into the battlefield in earnest. The flesh-colored waves break. A lot of items, just like bachelor caps flying into the air after graduation ceremony. They were fluttering in the air. Back. Let's see the back. It was Yoon Duna who was running like a berserk in front of him. I am the most excited about the subject I was most embarrassed about. Meanwhile, the idols who face such Nia are busy running away without hesitation. Either you know that the item is being deleted, you break it, you don't want to be naked, you ruin, or you just run away because you are purely scared. However, there were some brave ones who did not lose their fighting spirit despite being naked. Like Nia, they are either desperately unknown, or those who put themselves down saying that era is good. So putting yourself down and fighting. For them, the camera has no choice but to go once more. Those who have a lot to lose fall behind, and those who have nothing to lose stand at the center. The order of the world, class, and fame are all overthrown, and a new order is created. The strength of the naked body was truly amazing. Meanwhile, there was silence outside the stadium. The idols are tangled naked and fighting each other up and down. It is an extremely rare sight that cannot be seen even in high-level Japanese entertainment. However, nonetheless, it did not feel sexual or obscene. The body is treated with dots and pixels that are close to mosaic. Nia. This is because they were dominating the battlefield with so overwhelming momentum. The nudist lord. Naked queen. It's like Valkyrie or Artemis. It's cool. Naked women frequently appear in oil paintings depicting ancient myths, but no one says that they are obscene. As such, the atmosphere in the audience seats was surprising. Indeed, it is true that no one can predict the public opinion of the fandom. And one of them opened a huge stream of water. But a little. Doesn't it look old? That was the beginning. Right. Where did you see that play? It's a deceased person. Standing water. It's a completely dead female version. Female deceased characters appeared. Public opinion began to form rapidly. As mentioned before, the fans gathered here do not just like idols. There were quite a lot of genuine game ducks who liked the game itself. I'm a gamer before I was a woman. The ambassador Park Bo-yeon was in the crowd. It echoed in the seat. Nia's attitude toward the game with such a serious attitude is inevitably bound to favor the audience. In addition, it's the old man meta, the peak of popularity these days. Even a home. It even appeals to the presence of this body sitting on the cheering seat of Nia while wearing sunglasses. What? Standing water? It's a real dead person. The deceased is not a player. He's just a streamer. What do you know? If you do better than a pro, you're a player. What do you have to do with Nia? Mr. Water, the deceased. There is a wave of excitement among the fans. It spreads slowly. Those who come to me one by one and ask for a picture or autograph. I came to an idol contest and I signed up. I feel the power of internet broadcasting that MS Town Enter and Craypaw previously ignored. I took off my sunglasses and smiled. After doing some internet broadcasting, I now have eyes. Eyes that can see something invisible being formed. It's not that great yet, but nevertheless, it feels clearly. A strange atmosphere was forming among the huge fandoms gathered at the Idol Esports Championships. Whatever is good for Nia. Meanwhile, those on the battlefield were fighting in a trance, forgetting about the situation outside the stadium. Pretend to look pretty on the screen. Enemies laugh, scream, cooperate. All of these masks have been stripped off for a long time. Crayons versus Nia. The attitude of Craypaw and Nia at the center of the battlefield was in stark contrast. Crayons can't move properly because of the shame that the clothes were stripped off everywhere, and Nia is pouring out all of her own. The atmosphere of the battlefield gradually tilts. No matter how much you were armed with Tampool, it didn't seem easy to beat the metamorphosis you faced in front of your eyes. Even tongue. Seo Yun screamed after being hit by Park Bo-yeon's fist. Cack. It's a bare fist, but why is his attack power so strong? It was as she said. The members of Nia certainly have enormous physical attack power, even though they are wearing only one red cloak like a Spartan warrior. Park So-dam uses his unique flexibility to hit the opponent's temple with a high kick. Bang. Each time, the helmet made of steel was distorted like a lump of clay. Su Gigi took the sword of the other side with a bare-handed water supply. Wagjack. Surprisingly, the cracked side was the knife. Yoon Duna's fist and a huge mace collided. Taeon. The mace bounced back due to the counter-elastic force. Oh my gosh. The Crayon members had to be astonished. Nia members are not just fast. Enormous physical attack power. That's what gave the Nia members agile and sophisticated game control wings. Holy dang. If he succeeds in attacking an enemy or is attacked by an enemy, he and his opponent randomly drop one item at a certain rate. Items that can be dropped are limited to the equipment currently worn, and ownership of the removed item is still owned by the user, but cannot be reused for 24 hours. Each time you drop an item of yourself or an enemy, attack power increases by 1, and this power lasts for 24 hours. Yes, the Hullerdung trait that Nia members passively possess is whenever they or their opponent's items fall. All increase attack power by 1. At the beginning, the members of Nia participated in the competition with countless light but wearable items, and in the process of peeling them off each other, their physical attack power was raised to a certain level. After that, in the process of taking off the clothes of numerous enemies, the passive physical attack power has blossomed to the limit. The attack power of weapons of a certain degree of C plus B or higher can be achieved with the bare body. Profit. This is a scam. Lee Yunji opened her eyes to Park Bo-yeon. There are 7 members of the Crayons. All of the items haven't been peeled off yet. But nonetheless, it was perfect for the 4 members of Nia who were naked. It was totally atrophy. In the end, Lee Yunji had to use the number of her spleen. Older brothers, please help me. The place she looked at was where there were other boy group idols. Us. The idols who heard Lee Yunji's shout looked vaguely. Can you help? What does this mean on the battlefield of survival of the fittest? But Lee Yunji knew. This game is Battle Royale Ground Zero. Allies and betrayals are free. Even in the Pro League, Deguri is boring. Her words are correct. In order to survive, it is natural that there are no eternal enemies or friends. The eyes of some idols have changed. To survive the game, or to remain in a good relationship with the girl group Crayons, or for fun. Idols flock for various reasons. They flocked to one place to intensively attack Nia. However, there were many idols who did not participate in this trend. Isn't it a bit cowardly that multiple groups give each one a group maul? Our fans will hate that. Deguri also existed in the Pro League last time, but it seemed that the fans' opinion was not very good at that time. Place? I'm sleepy. It's natural for professionals to risk their lives on grades, so it may be, but we are idols, right? No matter how high the degree of induction, Deguri is not good for the image. Anyway, the majority are persecuting the minority, which is not good to see. These days, they are sensitive to topics such as school violence, so children who are supported by teenagers should be more careful. But still, the Crayons garnered quite a lot of support. A large number of idols, including 7 Craypon members, surrounded Nia in a circle. Political quality, agitation, and Deguri. It's not a very good picture in the current situation where everything is being broadcast live. Fans' eyes outside the stadium was frowned, but Lee Yunji had no time to think about it. I will do my revenge. I took off my clothes. She glared at Nia with a poisonous expression. The leaking inside is leaking from the outside, and the personality that can't be exhausted from being beaten properly lit up. At first glance, there seemed to be more than 20 people on the Crayon side. No matter how well Nia played the game, it was clear that it would not last long against this side, which was more than 5 times apart. Meanwhile, the child's assistant director, who was watching the scene on the electronic board, looked worried. Lee Hyran PD, isn't this a big deal? It looks like it's right to impose sanctions or something. However, Lee Hyran, the main producer, is watching the scene interestingly. He laughed as he looked at the expressions of the Crayon members who were poisoned. People are enthusiastic about the fall of idols rather than the birth of them. I don't think it's bad to watch it once. Still, are they MS's kids? What do you know? What did you get? Why do you care about that? PD Lee Hyran brightened his eyes and turned his gaze to the camera. I just need to get a good scene. If possible, I would like to find a newcomer to suit the purpose of a child. Niara. Hyran Lee testified with a low voice. If they do something here, a picture that's the size of, there will be no more. If you do that, you can push it away. But it will be a little difficult as long as it is like this. PD Hyran Lee mutters with a regret. Whoever sees, there is no hope for Nia anymore. It's only a way to shimmer once and disappear as it is. However, the members of Nia were looking at the siege with casual expressions. It's exactly as expected. How did you expect Deguri to come in at this time? Yeah, it's really done what Master said so far. It's really awesome. Isn't it a little exciting? Sorry to those who operated the siege, but Nia is still a hidden card. I didn't even pull it out properly. The Huldung trait is nothing more than a kneeling to gain momentum. The real thing is from now on. Cha-cha-cha-cha slash. The members of Nia moved in unison. They put 4 tattered cloaks in one place. The 50 idols looked at Nia and tilted their heads. If you want to live even one, you have to break through the siege and run away. What are all 4 of them sticking to the center of the siege? However, everyone standing on the battlefield was soon to be astonished with their mouths wide open. This is because the moment the NIA members gathered in one place, a cataclysmic change occurred that made the eyes suspicious. D-Class Item Red Sesame Leaf Seasoning Cloak. An item that was thought to have been worn simply to prevent undressing due to the Hollerding trait, or to assist in the accumulation of the attack power stack of the Hollerding trait. But surprisingly, this was the God's number that would lead Nia to the championship. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 258. Previous talk next. Chapter 259. Idol Stripping 5. Red Sesame Leaf Dressed Cloak, Cloak/D. It is made from fibers extracted from the southern specialty red sesame leaves. Once worn, it is addicted to the soft touch that touches the flesh and cannot be removed until it is worn away. It is very thin, and it is said that it is very difficult to remove one by one if several sheets are stacked. Defense +5. Agility +5. Attribution Special. A Japtum with no special options or characteristics. Nia members are Spartan warriors. I wore this red cloak like I came out. Who would have paid attention to this item at the time of the game? At best, he would have considered only Japtum, which had an assortment to support the Hewler-Dang characteristic. But surprisingly, this cloak was a treasure trove prepared by Nia. I laughed when I saw the red cloaks of Nia members overlapping one another. That's a good timing. You're finally using it. As I said before, there is a fatal bug in this cloak, which is too easy to obtain and too stubborn to be used by anyone. Now Nia was taking full advantage of the system error. Slap, 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 slap. Nia members wear capes together. After hitting it, I started rubbing it. It is truly absurd to see 4 naked women gathering together and rubbing their backs. However, the consequences of that were even more enormous. Surprisingly, the bodies of the 4 Nia members are united into one. It is often expressed as one-hearted moving body, Ishintangi, with a good match, but in this case, it is truly one-hearted body. Park Boyun, Park Sodam, Bae Gigi, and Yoon Duna. They have become one body. To be more precise, the bodies overlap each other and overlap. The backs of 4 people were joined together, so open their heads, arms, and legs. That's it. In the myth, there is a ghost called Samdayukbi, Sandolegbi, with 3 heads and 6 arms, but the reality is more. Sadhu Palbai, Thu To Ba Beat. The 4 members of Nia came together to have an incomprehensible body. It looks like Azura. Of course, unlike Azura, there is a difference in that all 4 faces are pretty. Meanwhile, I looked at it and nodded. The rubbing plus overlapping bug is still valid. What is a rubbing, overlapping bug? This is a concept similar to the bug in CTA Sraft that swept Korea in the past. In this game, the worker has a collision-ignoring effect while working. If you drag several workers and then take minerals or gas, the workers overlap as if they were one. This was the famous worker rubbing bug. Using the workers united in this way, you can perform various strategies, such as reconnaissance and attack through the blocked terrain or constructing a colony. A similar thing is the overlapping bug, aka overlapping masks. The official game company also recognized it as one of the legitimate strategies. The bug that became famous. This is a phenomenon in which multiple air units and completely different units outside the field of view are designated as one unit and then moved. The units overlap as a single point and move. Surprisingly, a similar bug exists in Deus Ex Machina. If you wear this red sesame leaf dressing cloak while you are all naked, a special bug that only manifests itself. It is an emergent play that I taught NIA members following the trait of Hullerdang. Well, it will disappear as an emergency patch in a few days anyway. So even if viewers who watch this broadcast want to follow it, it would be impossible. It's rewarding to train you. With a smile on my lips, I looked at the large screen in the center of the stadium. The members of Nia, who have turned into ghosts with 4 heads, 8 arms, and 8 legs, stand tall like gods in the middle of the battlefield and reign. It may sound a little weird, but the Nia members didn't look obscene or disgusting at all. It's just amazing. In this unspeakable emergent play, not only the audience, but even the 50 besiegers had lost their words and stood blank. Almost not a monster, if this is enough, Lee Yunji said in a tone of embarrassment. However, the members of Nia moved as if it wasn't a big deal. It's or blame it. 8 fists are swung every second. Or. Those who were in the siege were smashed so easily. Li Yunji was frightened and exclaimed, "Oh, my legs will be twisted anyway. I can't move quickly with those octopus-like legs." Maybe she's going to recruit one deal and intercept Nia. However, contrary to her thoughts, the NIA members were much faster than before. With 4 times faster movement, Nia in the blink of an eye at enemies preparing magic or arrows from a distance. Approached. Much. M. The fists that were swollen like a shower sent one deal with weak defenses in 1Q. Li Yunji was astonished once again when he saw it. How can I move so fast with that many legs? Twisted in the middle. You have a way to fall too. Then Park Bo-yeon replied with a bloody smile. That's because it has 8 legs, so it's not 8 times the power to hit the ground? Does that kind of calculation make sense? It's not an octopus, and it's natural that the legs are twisted. Even if we were originally good at 4 people and 5 angles, there is no problem with the movement. Unlike the crayons, which move around Li Yunji, the German general, this is Nia, who originally had a good relationship between the members and a good match. It wasn't that he had won the 4-player 5-point championship cup for nothing on cable broadcasting. Pop, pong, pong, pong. The members of Nia rotate round and round like a top, sweeping away all enemies in the way. The idols caught in the storm circulated and flew far away, in a naked state that can't cover both men and women. And the storm couldn't escape from the crayon station. Holler dang, holler dang, holler dang, holler dang, holler dang. The 6 members of the crayons who used to be Daguri were also completely naked and caught in a storm and flew away. I got it. Ugh. Except for Li Yunji, where only poison and evil remain. Holiday. Eventually, Li Yunji, who was caught in the storm, lost all the items she was wearing. She too becomes completely naked. I discarded it. That's not enough. I lie flat on the floor and hold on to the rock. No matter how naked the masking filter is applied, it is inevitably ugly to lie down on the bare ground and take off the skin in balance. Whether you're pretty or in good shape, if you're in this position, you look like a frog. I can't forgive you. Blood feet stood in Li Yunji's eyes. At the moment, former Yongjin caster who was broadcasting the game finally stopped talking. In the meantime, the content of the game has only flowed in a slightly different direction to relay, and it continues. I could only say, Yonji Li. I took out a new item from my inventory and put it on. What? But that's against the rules of the competition, right? According to the rules, it is said that if the item was not worn at the start of the match, it cannot be taken off in the middle of the match. It even looks like a spare weapon item in the inventory. That's an unconditional foul. It seems obviously the defeat of them all. As Yoon Gaijin said, Li Yunji. I was cheating on gold. He took out a 2-handed greatsword that was stored in the inventory. 2-headed sword Song Kadaijin, 2-handed weapon /B+. A type of deformed greatsword. The sword guk is split in 2, so it looks as if 2 snakes are entangled in a long way. Yi physical attack power plus 1250. A 2-handed weapon that has nothing but a characteristic, and has only an ignorant high attack power. Now it doesn't matter what the game is. I can't forgive this humiliation. Li Yunji shouted loudly. But when Park Bo-yeon saw it, her tongue kicked. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't cheat. Sh us to live fairly. Shut up. This is a game anyway. It's the same whether it's a game or reality. It's about revealing personality. The words are different from before. Separate the game from reality. That's that, and this is this. Park Bo-yeon now knows how to smirk and play with Li Yunji. Li Yunji, who was trembling, screamed and swung his 2-handed great swords. Ah! Li Yun's running with fierce momentum. Ignore only the 2-handed greatsword you are holding. Ignore. If it fits that, it was clear that no matter how Nia, it would not be safe. What do we do? Shall I just bump into it? Our attack power has increased considerably. It's a bit burdensome with bare hands. Sodam Park, Bae Ji, and Duna Yoon drew attention to Park Bo-yeon after a short meeting. Then Park Bo-yeon nodded. Master did that. If you don't have a weapon, you can even lift it up. At her words, the Nia members looked around. Finally, the battlefield is the plateau of swords. Countless weapons are stuck upside down on the ground, losing their owners. Tack. 8 hands with powerful power each held a weapon. These are weapons that are treated as parts of the map and objects, so using them is not a rule of thumb. I won't waste a second of going down crayons in the future. Nia members led by Park Bo-yeon. They faced Li Yunji with 4 faces, 8 arms, and 8 weapons. Kwabang. A loud roar that resonates in the air, and the fragments smashed into pieces. Only one silhouette is clearly revealed within the dense clouds of soil. One head, two arms, two legs. Seeing it, caster John Jean shouted with his eyes wide open. It happened. Now the last survivor has risen. Its identity is Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 259. Previous talk next. Chapter 260. Idol stripping 6. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the stadium was subtle. This was especially the case in the audience seats where Crayon fans were sitting. No, it's cheaper than subtle. Would be more appropriate. Awakening of personality. Was that personality? Wow, this is a bit of shielding. I guess all the kairashi were true. Fans' public opinion about crayons was gradually going to the bad side. In fact, Lee Yoonji's actions in the form of Battle Royale Ground Zero. There was nothing wrong with Lee. Originally, BAG itself was a game with the concept that a number of players survive whatever they do. But when those players are idols, it's a little different. When professional players play a BAG, whether they are character or politics, all they have to do is survive and win. But when it comes to idols, people expect something morally perfect as well. Not only should it be fun, it should be nice to look at, and it shouldn't be an ethical issue. In a way, isn't it the celebrity who is forced to be stricter than the politicians? For this reason, fans see Lee Yoonji organizing forces with politics and agitation to drive Nia. It didn't look so good, and it started to become public opinion in earnest when Lee Yoonji committed a foul. What are you doing? Why take out non-standard weapons? Woo. Lee Yoonji, the king of foul. Wow, that's the real Anise one. Let all the Crayon members out. Nia fighting. In spite of the frowning scene that had unfolded, even those who were cheering for Crayons turned away and threw away. At the same time, people who supported Nia began to emerge as a counter-incentive. Although Nia has turned into Sadhu Balbi's yokai, no one knows that it is a bug. Most of them will just go over the cape's special ability. And soon, Crappa's last survivor Lee Yoonji and Nia members clashed in one place. Only one silhouette is clearly revealed within the dense clouds of soil. One head, two arms, two legs. Exclaimed caster John. It happened. Now the last survivor has risen. That Jong. The Civ. This is Nia's Park Bo-yeon. There is no surprise. On the floor, Yeonji Lee was lying with her eyes closed. HP 0. The death logout is obvious. Meanwhile, the other Nia members who were unified are also moribund on the floor. I can see it sits low. All 4 members of Nia survive. It was the moment when the final winner of the Idol Esports Championship was decided. Wow, well fought Nia. Pretty. You are good at the game. I became a fan. Sisters. There were loud cheers everywhere. It is a support of a scale that you would not have imagined if you were the usual awareness of Nia. After the game was disconnected, Nia walked to the center of the stage and stood in front of the fans. Caster John picked up the microphone with a spiteful expression. Oh my god, I am very embarrassed now. I'm a little sorry to say this, but I'm telling you after I've already won. Haha. In fact, I never thought that Nia would win. In fact, we are very surprised that we have exceeded our expectations. Park Bo-yeon tactfully received the words. After that, John Yoongjin briefly introduced Nia and gave some congratulations. Finally, he asked Nia members. Honestly, you played the most unprecedented and impressive play in this tournament. But as a woman or as an idol, was there anything like that? If you are having trouble answering, you don't have to. It will be edited on the broadcast and go out. This is a question carefully asked by caster John. Nia's leader and representative Park Bo-yeon replied, as if it were nothing. There is something that is difficult to answer. Is that so? Maybe you're a woman and an idol. As caster John Yoongjin hesitated, Park Bo-yeon smiled. I am neither a woman nor an idol. It's just one gamer. Alas. So today, the woman wasn't naked and the idol wasn't exposed. The gamer just took off the equipment. In that state, Park Bo-yeon turned to the fans. What gamers take off their equipment? Then, the fans shouted as if they had promised. Standing water. Most of the cheerers are fans who are familiar with the game. And those who don't know much about the game also clapped. This is because Nia's attitude was so confident and cool. Why isn't that said? It's like Bottle X, but it's cool. Some say that embarrassment is the responsibility of others as long as they are confident. Nia's confident winning impression was that everyone's admiration. Rather than being obscene or vulgar, I even felt a sense of sublime somewhere. In addition, fans who love the game were greatly moved by Nia's sincere remarks. Saying that you participated in this competition as a single gamer, not an idol, is the heart of many gamers. And around that time, some people started to cheer on Nia in earnest. Long live the woman's deceased Nia. Idol's late character. Nia is the best. The deceased musketeer. Please take a look here. A fandom made up of uncles and girls arose. Then it began to grow more and more like a snowball rolling down a slope. Numerous people were cheering for Nia. The 4 Nia members cheered. I was standing without knowing what to do. This is because it was the first time I had seen it like this in my life. In the end, leader Park Bo-yeon burst into tears. Do not cry. Do not cry. Do not cry. Fans cheer more and more everywhere. Since you won the competition, the broadcaster. Leong is the right thing to do, and in addition to that, it has moved many fans' hearts. All of them came here to support other idol groups, but at this moment, they were really passionate fans of Nia. Then, another unexpected thing happened. Oh, what is this? Looks like the side dish is bad. Don't eat it. The herbs rest. Look at what's sour. Wow, what is this? Is it because it's hot? The lunchbox is all tasted. Huh, I'm okay with mine, but I'm still anxious. Complaints were erupting from all over the audience. Is it because of the hot weather? There seems to be something wrong with the lunchboxes that were delivered. Not 1 or 2 complaints, but many. It was being heard simultaneously in several places. Does the bad thing come all at once? The side where the loudest noise was heard was in the direction of the crayons fandom. Well, it can't be. It's a lunchbox that costs more than 7,000 won. Crayon leader Lee Yoonji jumped out of the stage in a hurry. She hurriedly stirs the lunchbox several times with chopsticks. As expected, the condition of the side dish is strange when I taste it. Manager, how did this happen? As Lee Yoonji shouted, the manager of MS Town scratched his head. This can't be like this. Why is it like this? The part that did not touch the ice pack. It seems that only the ones in Boone have changed a bit. Mr. AI, the boss just cut the unit price unconditionally, so the packaging was made like a dog cake. If the boss didn't want to starve, he shut up and pushed me to make it. It hits the back of the head like this. What will you do this? How much annoying when fans eat and get food poisoning. You really care about what they're fucking up to. That's all the antis are doing. Let me go and be quiet. At that time, the manager stopped talking. Microphone on. Was it because of the shock in the game? Yeonji Lee forgot to turn off the microphone hanging around her neck. They're backstage. The conversation was still coming to the audience. Lee Yeonji, who dismisses the problem of food poisoning as annoying by fans, and the manager who defines those who say their lunchboxes are damaged as anti-fans. Crayon fans were shocked to hear this conversation and lost their words. Right then. Hey, Boyeon. A cry for Park Bo-yeon from far away. Park Bo-yeon, who looked around on the stage, quickly opened her eyes wide. Master. After the game, the master disappeared somewhere. Standing water. It is me. I was driving Ben down the stadium with manager Lim Woo-ram. Jing. I opened the window and picked up a loudspeaker. This is Nia's fan club I bowling. Originally decided to come. There aren't many fans in attendance, so lunchboxes remain. So if you're going to pick them up, please take them. By the way, the fresh that I just airlifted is also Chirac. Ben's door opens, and there are lunch packs wrapped in ice boxes. Several lead wires and microwave ovens were also provided. With everyone's attention being drawn, the members of Nia turned to Ben. Sun ran. Park Bo-yeon looked at me with a surprised expression. Master, how did it happen? I replied profoundly, as if asking something like that. Isn't Nia winning anyway? I went out in the middle and prepared a winning chint. Then Bo-yeon Park, Sodam Park, Bae Suji. Yoon-duna's eyes turned red. My heart was thrilled when I remembered the memories of my hardships, the infinite trust of the master, and the valuable results. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon deliberately shot up to hide her trembling voice. What? Without seeing us fight? While mastering? I've been responsible for it all the way. Then, 2 human figures popped out from behind Ben. Don't worry, Dallum. I was watching everything on my phone. Oh, my daughter, you are so perverted and pretty. Mom thinks of you when you are a baby. I always cry and blow at how much I hate to wear diapers. It was Park Bo-yeon's parents. I was startled, with a blank expression. I told Park Bo-yeon who was building it. FYI, since you slept last night, your parents and me and the 3 continued to prepare. It was impossible to predict the future without certainty. After the members of Nia, who had become too dazed by unexpected circumstances, numerous people rushed in. If our lunchbox is damaged and thrown away, if there is anything left in our lunchbox, can you give me just one? Well, if there is only one left for lunch, can I give you one? Because we couldn't eat one meal today? Because you don't have to give me lunch, just one bottle of mineral water. They were fans who became hungry, thirsty, and bored in a barrel that had been imprisoned for a long time. Then Park Bo-yeon's father from Ben laughed. Wow, haha. That Boyun is the person who is an Abby. I made a lot of lunchboxes, so bring them all. Certainly, Ben had enough lunchboxes for hundreds of people to eat. They are all fresh foods that have been made within 10 hours. Park Bo-yun asked his father in amazement. Dad, how did you make all this? Talim, you said your dad came from a cooker. Hundreds of them are gum. Father laughs with a spatula large enough to be mistaken for a shovel, leaning against his shoulder. Meanwhile, these are my disciples. Please love me a lot. I give each fan a lunchbox. Give out and give it to you. It's the deceased person. Engineer, please sign me. I'll be a NIA fan from today. Wow, there are now 5 deceased people. Among them, there were a lot of my fans. In addition to that, a large number of people flock. The stadium had a capacity of 400 people, but more than 300 people. People came and took their lunches. The members of NIA were so happy they had to scream. I'll sign each one, and I'll do it all. You don't have to push. A picture? Of course. As much as you can. I'd like to give you a letter, but I'm sorry, I'll definitely write it next time. Oh, this album? You don't have to pay for anything here. Just go. Take it away. The members of NIA gave eye contact to each of the fans and handed out lunchboxes, water, and souvenirs. Then, Park Bo-yun, who was giving out lunchboxes and autographs, had to stop. Well, when I was connecting the microwave cord to the lead wire, I was also surprised and raised my head. One more change took place that no one expected. You were really good at your game. Blackout's Han Ju-min came up with an embarrassing expression. And after that, participate in the competition. Many of the idols that I did were smiling with shrewd expressions. But can we give out a little lunchbox too? These are the idols who did not participate in Tag Yuri. It was the moment when a celebrity fan became a celebrity fan. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 260. Previous talk next. Chapter 261. ST to wear a crown. Endure the wait. 1. NIA won the Idol Esports Championship with tremendous performance. The lunchboxes that were handed out on time attracted thousands of people and received more attention than anyone else. I even made friends with numerous celebrities. Other celebrities who participated in IDI also had a deep heart to think of fans as NIA was worried the other day. Still, it was a car where all the celebrities took their fans hostage and felt sorry for the fans who had been incarcerated for several hours. It wasn't just a Mangio. Thank you very much, guys. I barely lived because you guys prepared a large box of lunch. Thanks to it, our fans were able to eat lunch and water. Thank you so much. We try to eat the same thing as our fans, but the lunchbox was bad and we starved. You guys virtue. I filled the stomach. Idol seniors greeted NIA repeatedly and showed friendly glances. I was grateful, but it was also a strategic choice. No matter what anyone said, the main man-in-law of 80 today was NIA. There is nothing wrong with establishing a friendly relationship with Lee Cham. From the standpoint of NIA, it is a good thing to have a sister and a Stern since the friendship between them is thickened. Click. Numerous idols took pictures with NIA and posted them on social media. Hashtag NIA, hashtag IDI, hashtag winning, hashtag rookie girl group, hashtag Hyunghae, hashtag Bentox Grace Sinjiu, hashtag Bo Yunai's parents handcrafted, hashtag 100% handmade, hashtag John Madong 7TT, hashtag looking up close. It's a crazy visual, hashtag enter the starter. With this, the awareness of NIA is only increasing. Wahaha. Guys, come to the next Oppa concert. No, please do one appearance. Han Ju-min, the leader of the popular boy group Blackout, smiled brightly at the members of NIA. He, who was a crayon fanatic, seems to have found a new place to enter after becoming deed. That wasn't the end. The fans gathered at the stadium were united with one news and were boiling. At first, it was the news of 10 people who entered the stadium disguised as NIA's fans and then fled. A photo of who took it, Park Bo-yun holding a cry alone, was posted on social media, and a tremendous resentment arose among the fans in the stadium. I will. What kind of XX guys XX did our Boyan sound? Humanly real. I cannot forgive the sin of letting this delicious dosharak cool down. If it's a lunchbox, a drink, a letter, an album, an autograph, a cherished item, it's a completely reversed party? You threw this away and ran away? Are you a human kid? It's a real nameless idol ringing trash. Find it. The 400 fans who enter the stadium strictly identify each other. As a result of a thorough examination and scrutiny of which idol group's fandom and route to enter this place, 10 escaped ninjas were caught in the hands of the angry fandom. The ones who should become and the ones that shouldn't be the ones that shouldn't be the ones that shouldn't, and all 10 of them were mixed in the crayon fandom camp. The 10 unscrupulous men who came in disguised as Nia fans and ran away to the cheering seats of the Crayons were pulled down the stadium, experiencing humiliation of their heads being ripped and their clothes stretched. Hang up. Stone it. Let's burn it. A violent voice bursts out from all over. But soon the commotion subsided. Nia members ran out and wrapped around 10 escaped ninjas. I understand the feeling of wanting to go intuition at all costs because I have an idol that I really like. We support the idols you like. Please support us too. This letter was written for you, so please accept it. No matter how, can't we do this next time? We're really crazy. The escaped ninjas who heard the words of the NIA members covered their faces with both hands and shuddered tears of repentance. And the appearance again became a hot topic on social media. Wow, forgive the escaped ninjas. Personality. Yi mental gap, Nia gong gong ti. That way, all bodhisattvas are bodhisattva. It's not a bodhisattva, is it a jura? It's sadhu yukbi. Let's make a jura bodhisattva, then. Personality and mentality. In the future, I'm going to be nerdy, do all I want to do, I'm dying. In addition, I added a tearful interview by Park Bo-youn's parents. Stories of getting up and doing idle activities after facing a difficult family situation, stories of my brother being ill, humiliation from the age of obscurity, etc. Did you say that sympathy is also Jong? Numerous fans were moved by Park Bo-youn's story, and the solid skills, basic skills, teamwork, and personality of the NIA members. It was enough to hold on to the foot of the fans that had flowed in. Nia was given various nicknames, such as Livelihood Idols, Naked Monarchs, and Azura Bodhisattvas. But after all, the most overwhelming number one among nicknames following Nia is Dalman, the girl group nickname. What is this? I laughed at my cell phone while lying on my bed. After the Idol Esports Championship that took place a while ago, Nia has been nicknamed Dalman. It was a compound word for death plus idol. Well, I'm glad that went well anyway. I recalled the conversation I had just made with manager Lim Woo-ram. Nia's status has changed dramatically with this child on job. As if the number of minutes was divided from a certain moment, they're striving for success all the time. These days, I don't have my eyes open because of my schedule. Not long ago, the peak of popularity. Did you even have a joint concert with the idol group Blackout? CF and big-sized events seem to be coming in. Now, you won't be able to get paid for the cast in red pepper paste or cucumber anymore, right? All of the comments that ran on the news related to Nia were samples. Our Sodam sister today is also a score of 5 trillion out of 10. I want to call Boyan as my sister and hug her. I was born early without my uncle noticing. TTT. Agaga. Age is just a number. My uncle is illiterate. I can't read the numbers. Oh yeah. Uncle Denai's wrists are thick, so I don't even have a handcuffed hand. I just released an album. Like this, I have poured the savings money and made the maturity. Susie, please wear cargo pants at the show. I'm going to do cash bread in every pocket. My uncle likes our bastards, but it doesn't interfere with our daily life. Of course there is no answer. Conscience went to the Middle East. No, but why do you keep getting bad comments on me? I looked into my cell phone. Comment alarms keep popping up on my YouTube account. You took off your clothes, right? Ah, don't stain our Nia. You're an exposure patient. Our Nia sisters are different from perverts like you. The sin of staining the teeth badly. I will not forget. Omi, Koros. I'll kill it. I will 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 kill it. We took off together, but what is this temperature difference? No, why does Nia praise and I swear? I shouted with resentment. It would be better not to read comments on social media for a while. Right then. Weeing. The phone vibrated right away. Looking at the number, it's a number I don't know. Yes, who are you? When I answered the phone, I heard a bright voice from beyond my cell phone. What? Master don't have my number. This is Park Bo-youn. I didn't even have time to exchange numbers. I always avoided being stuck online. No matter how it is. I asked questions about schedules and meta as a letter. You haven't saved it since then? Oh, I forgot. Raid. Ugh, that's like a master. Save it even now. It was a voice that felt deep sadness. Park Bo-youn began to convey the current situation, saying that it hasn't been long since she hadn't seen it. We're going to take a photo of the bed later. Bed? What bed? It's absurd. I don't feel comfortable lying down without clothes. This concept. Oh, what is this? It's completely exposed. Hey, the bed is good, but what? There was also an advertisement for a bra. After listening to me, Park Bo-youn laughed at what was so funny. He seems to think that my words are a joke. Since then, she has caused recent situations that have not been asked for a long time since then. Park Sodam ate too much lunch that day, so he gained 3 kilograms, or a pair. Whether Susie fell into the game and spent all her first income buying new capsules, or Yunduna was so accustomed to taking off her clothes that she almost went out naked. Bo Yuna, it's been a week since we haven't met. It seemed like I wouldn't need to hear the current situation, but I don't know that Park Bo-yun's talk will end. I heard from Mr. Lim Woo-ram that he has a personality that speaks only necessary words. How come it seems a little different from listening? Oh, it's already been like this. Time is too fast. Is that right, master? Time is fair to everyone. Ah, what? Anyway, I'll go to shoot. I'll tell you about the filming review later. I have to return to the raid later. Leave it as a message. Read it at once. Sheesh, no sincerity. Okay, then instead, it's sloppy. You have been listening to this story for almost an hour so far, but you have no sincerity? It was a little crying, but I decided to send it with a smile because it is a yard where the phone hangs up. Put down your phone and head to the capsule. The moment you want to. Weeing. Immediately, there is a call. Looking at the message, there were 7 missed calls during an hour of talking with Park Bo-yun. The 6th is Director Jae-young, and the 1st is Yoo Dae-hee. What's going on? I got a call with the King Madong's voice modulator on. Soon, I hear Director Jae-young's excitement in his voice. Are you sure you have a schedule? What is it? That way. These days, kids use this way. From a regressor's point of view, it's been 15 years old. I put my hand on my forehead. However, Director Jae-young's words are inaudible. Oh, short for Asia Champions League. The Asia Champions League is where 12 Asian countries gather to compete for the strongest. It is a game competition. It is divided into Little League, where 12 countries compete, and Big League, where only the final winners of 4 countries advance. Director Jae-young said in a strict, sternly, and cold voice. Let's have a meeting because the selection will be held in a little while. Brother is serious. Okay, I'll hear you later. Come home, not the practice room. I didn't go to work today. Real salary Lupin, I know. This. I opened it. I just ended up saying something concise and hung up on the phone. Anyway, Director Jae-young is around this time. So I tried to meet him once. Because I had something to say. I waited long. How long have you been waiting for what to say today? I called Yoo Dae-hee while calculating the dinner appointment with Jae-young. It's been a while since she called me, so I was curious about the situation. Hello. Soon, I heard Yoo Dae-hee's voice over the phone. Somehow, a strangely lacking voice. I called you. I said briefly. Then Yoo Dae-hee briefly silenced. I opened my mouth behind. I have one question to ask for fan management. Fan management? It was left to you. Any problem? It's a bit difficult to talk to over the phone. Would you like the time for dinner? If it was as usual, I would have refused because there was an appointment with Director Jae-young. But today's Yoo Dae-hee is something weird. Well, if it's okay to be a little late. I know. Please contact me anytime when you are fine. I'll be preparing to go out right away. The phone ended so weakly. Something is steamed? I'm not saying anything in Yoo Dae-hee's voice. I felt autumn. It was far from ominousness or fear, and it was an emotion close to sadness. I'll think about it later. I shake my head and shake my seat. Anyway, what was important now was the conversation to share with Jae-young. Asia Champions League, that's shine. You will have to prepare to take the first step on the road. Now the world is my stage. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 261. Previous talk next. Chapter 262. St to wear a crown. Endure the wait, too. It was about a bit after dinner time, so I headed to Director Jae-young's house. It was around 7 p.m. when I arrived at his house in Ikondong, Yongsan-gu. When the doorbell was pressed, the gate opened automatically, revealing a blue lawn inside. Are you the Demon King? Come on in. I hear Director Jae-young's voice. I crossed between a small bamboo field and a pond and approached the porch. Squeak. As the door opened, Director Jae-young came out wearing pajamas. Come on, is it your first time at the director's house? It's new again to see the unraveled appearance after looking at the uniforms all the time. When the sharp glances of when he was called master disappeared, he was just a warm-hearted uncle next door. The distinction between public and private is true. He is a definite person. But why are you an age to me? I tilted my head and went into his house. Director Jae-young tapped my shoulder and said, I'm sitting on the couch over there. I will bring some tea. Or would you like a light drink? Good whiskey. No. I have another appointment later in the evening. What? Where else are you going after meeting me? Both legs are too hard. Who? I responded politely to the question of Director Jae-young. A woman. What? Hey, it's time for you to be careful now. It's always time to be careful. Of course, professionals need to be careful 24/7, 365 days a year. What if you're a scandal when you're in full swing? This is all because my brother is worried about you. Don't worry. I even wear a voice modulator on the mask like this. Could it be anything special? In my words, Director Jae Young's momentum. It softened a little. So, who is that woman? I am the president of the fan club. I guess there is something to be said about the donation-related issue. I mixed the truth and the lie in half. It is true that Yoo Dae-hee asked to see you this evening. She is my fan club Magio, Young. It is also true that he is the chairman of the Madongwang Sarankyo. However, it is a lie to say that I saw it as a matter of donation. I still don't know why Yoo Dae-hee is trying to meet me. Then, Dalbrak. I felt popular in the kitchen. Oh, Hee-sun. It is the wife of director Eom Jae Young. He is now in his 40s, older than director Eom Jae Young. However, the age at which she actually looks was much younger than her husband. She served tea on a tray and said in a friendly tone, "Good morning. I heard a lot from my husband. He said you're so good at games? Immovable within the team. It's Ace City. Ah, no. But when I think about it, it's not even wrong. Ho ho ho. As you heard, you are cool. No pretense and hot. Thanks to this, laughter blossoms on my husband's face every day these days, and I'm also benefiting from it." Hee-sun-oh nodded to me and headed to the bedroom. Seeing that I was walking, I felt like I wasn't feeling well. "Oh, lie down, so come out and get in the car, oh yeah. If you stay still, I will do it for you." "Ho ho, do you know how to boil water?" Director Jae Young was staring at his wife, who enters the bedroom, while joking cheerfully. As I said before, Director Jae Young is a tremendous pathetic woman. Even when I won the game, I cried out that meeting me was my second luck in my life, and my first was married to my wife. That's why I'm still worried about my wife who is sick. My wife is a little weak. I get a bad cold this season every year. But these days, it's unusually worse. Director Jae Young muttered with a tone that he was worried. I held my chin for a moment and thought. My eyes were fixed toward the door of the main room, where Oh Hee-sun entered. I know the future to come. The privacy of the people involved in the game was also one of my main concerns. As far as I remember probably, Oh Hee-sun will be very sick soon. But I can't remember exactly what the name of the disease was. Because I can get suspicious or anxious about being fluttered for nothing right now, I'll have to move in line with my future knowledge. There is still quite a bit of time left, so it's a good idea to watch the situation. Meanwhile, thump. Jae Young poured tea into my cup. Drink it. It's green tea. It's precious. It's smelly. I give you 3 stars. Coop KT's Japanese fans. Did you send it to me? Based on Michelin. When I changed words in a hurry, Director Jae Young laughed. After getting acquainted a little, this person has a spiteful side. Before long, he began to take out his business in earnest. Akam will open soon. You were expecting it around this time too. Yeah, I nodded. Oh, Asian Champions League. Korea, China, Japan, Russia, Mongolia, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, India, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. It is a competition where the above 12 countries gather to determine the strongest. It is characterized by being divided into a little league that competes in a group stage of 3 countries and a big league that ranks first, second, and third out of the 4 surviving countries. The little league consists of the 1 SD point-based playoffs and the second battle royale ground 0. And the big league is a tournament. As it is the first Asian Champions League to be held on a scale of an all-time scale, it can be said to be of great significance. For reference, the team that will compete as the national representative this time was Kook KT, the winner of this pro league. It was the result that the members' KESPA rankings, measures that took into account the performance of individual exhibitions, and my overwhelming performance had a great influence on the formation of public opinion. Director Jae Young opened his mouth after having a cup of tea. Be careful. What? It's a frenzy that the hateful kids are going to assassinate the Korean national team this time. Particularly, the Japanese net right wing is not serious. Can you know that by drinking Japanese green tea? No way. Threatening mail these days. It's because it's not going to be a mess. Just in case, I tested green tea, but there was nothing wrong with it. It's a good car. After we finished talking, we drank a sip of green tea. Some fans are grateful for sending such precious gifts, while others are anti-fans threatening to kill. Because of that, I had to question other people's good intentions, so I couldn't get tired like this. It's because 1 or 2 guys are really embarrassing me. It is not necessarily limited to Japan, regardless of nationality. Good people are good, and bad people seem to be bad. Director Jae Young said with a thoughtful look. Anyway, be careful. I don't know where and when the waters will come. Death penalty accumulates several times after being beaten and killed. If you go out to the competition, it will not be difficult to get your grades. Well, it is. I laughed bloody. Well, actually, I'm not at the level where I'm afraid of living or terrorism. When the fever comes, the fever will die, and when the 100 comes, the 100 will die. If more than 1,000 comes, I don't know again. Just there's no way I couldn't notice such a movement in the first place. But I'll be careful. What is but? It's bursting inside. I think my brother will cry even if he laughs when he sees you. I can make you laugh again in a champ. Ha, child. I'm already trying to laugh again. It is director Jae-young, who laughs as if when he was frowning and taps my shoulder with his elbow. Time passes and the night grows deeper. It was around 10 o'clock when I left director Jae-young's house. I took a taxi and headed for Mapo. As soon as we finally get out of the tightly blocked Gangbian Bukuro, the time is almost 11 o'clock. It took 30 minutes and an hour. This is why Seoul. It was filthy hard to get a taxi because of the spooky mask, but it was filthy hard to come. Anyway, when you come to the bench at the back of the bar, the meeting place, you can see a familiar silhouette. Yoo-dae, she was just getting off the driver's seat. But the car is a little weird. Where the old sports car goes, I see a small mid-size car. It was an old car in my memory. Once the ashtray was emptied hard. What's going on? I asked as I approached Yoo-dae. Ah, hello. Yoo-dae bowed his head toward me. Then he closed the car door and laughed bitterly. Ah, are you doing that because of the car change? Well, overall, including that. Nothing special. Last time that's super. I borrowed a car from my acquaintance, but I have returned it now. Is it? Without a word, I got into Yoo-dae's car and got into the passenger seat. She, too, follows me to the front seat again. Sweet. I habitually opened the car's ashtray and poured it into the trash can on the side of the road. I got it. Yoo-dae is staring at me like that. I wanted to miss it, but I asked without trying to express myself. 44 I said to see you as a fan management job. What exactly do you mean? Then Yoo-dae stumbled for a moment. Then he opened his mouth. That's me, nothing else. She stretched her words for a long time with her fingers fluttering. Soon Yoo-dae said with her eyes tightly closed. I'm really sorry for the busy schedule. Could you please help my sister? I tilted my head. If it's a younger brother, Yoo Chong? However, Yoo-dae shook her head. His real name is Chong-hee. Chong-hee is second, and in fact, there is one youngest. It was the first time I heard it. But well, in the first place, Yoo-dae and Yoo Chong have a sibling relationship. I knew it later. It's a new feeling, but I really know very little about Yoo-dae. I didn't know anything clearly about the family relationship, the financial situation, and why I was involved in such a business at a young age. How old is the youngest? I'm 13 now. I must be the age to go to elementary school. When I asked, Yoo-dae shook my head. It would have been the case in the past, but because my younger brother is a little ill now. You're sick? For what? It's leukemia. Acute lymphocytic leukemia. Acute lymphocytic leukemia in young children. It is a malignant disease that frequently affects them. It occurs because white blood cells turn into malignant cells and invade the liver, spleen, lymphatic system, cerebrum, cerebellum, and spinal cord. After finishing talking, Yoo-dae's eyes turned red. The body trembles. Eventually, a drop of tears ran down her cheek. I'm sorry. This is the president of the fan club. It is important to distinguish between public and private. I leaned against the seat with my arms folded. Don't be driven by your emotions to judge. I decided to take the situation calmly. So why did you call me? A line that may sound cold. It sounds even more so because it is speaking with a mechanical sound with no pitch. However, if it is Yoo-dae's personality that I know, I would be more comfortable speaking to this dry reaction. Yet, with a trembling voice, hesitated and said, my younger brother has to undergo a major operation this time. It's a really important surgery. The success rate is also low. If it's related to hospital bills, that's what I... No. It's not about money. Yoo-dae raised her head with red eyes. Because my brother is so scared of having surgery, I have to persuade me to have this surgery. It's persuasion. It's not really my major. I'm not in a style that speaks logically well. As I was making an embarrassing expression inside the mask, Yoo-dae suddenly looked at me. By the way, my younger brother said, I have a wish for a lifetime, but if I accept it, I will undergo surgery. A wish for a lifetime? What is that? A girl with an incurable disease is about to undergo a scary operation. There is no way for me to guess what the last wish such a child would have. I chin up to tell you. Then, Yoo-dae opened her mouth with a serious expression. It's like meeting the Demon King. Me? Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 262. Previous talk next. Chapter 263. Withstand the weight of wearing a crown. 3. That's what's difficult. I gladly accepted Yoo-dae's request. It's about going to a hospital and playing with a child. It's work. It wasn't that it would take a lot of time, and it wouldn't be bad to spend a short break and time before the raid on the Sky Island. But before that, I contacted my fan club and contacted a group specializing in registration as a donor. More than I thought, the professions of the fans who watch my videos were diverse. Among those who gathered during the Ma Dongwang fan meeting, there were some people who did this kind of work. There were a lot of people who wanted to donate bone marrow. Many people who heard the story of fan club president Yu Dahi voluntarily went to the prosecution. Nowadays, technology has improved, so it is possible to easily test patient suitability without complicated or lengthy procedures. It is a world in which numerous samples can be collected with a simple test of collecting the oral mucosa with a cotton swab. He said that the world is narrow and everyone knows after a few bridges. Surprisingly, there were some officials from the Asian Bone Marrow Donation Society, a non-profit organization, among the enthusiastic viewers of my game broadcast, so the work progressed quite easily. Yu Dahi's youngest brother is relatively easy. We were able to find the right bone marrow, and a lot of donations were collected at the fan club level. Of course, this was entirely possible because of my permission in progress. It was a little delayed in the Sky Island raid due to this process, but personally, it didn't matter much. Yoon Sol, who decided to join the raid, also said that it takes a little time to get time due to the busy airing these days, and Drake explores the island by himself. He said that there was no problem with it. I was a little relaxed with the feeling that I was enjoying my vacation, and I thought about how I could help a girl with an incurable disease. And today, I came to the hospital where Yu Dahi's younger brother is hospitalized. Rattle. The moment I opened the taxi door and got off in front of the hospital, the phone rang. It was Director Eom Jae-young. Hello? Devil, what do you say you are looking for bone marrow transplants these days? Do you want to donate bone marrow? Already suitable. A donor appeared. You are late. No, not that. I heard that you were directing everything like fundraising and finding donors. That's right, but why? When I asked back with a sorrowful voice, Director Jae-young opened his mouth as if it was good. It's no different. I am close. I was thinking of telling reporters about this. A pro gamer who visited a girl with an incurable disease. Isn't it the perfect topic for a small talk? I think it would be good for making your image. I like this kind of good deed very much. I'll do it often. What is it? I think I did good because of this. I will write carefully so that it does not appear like that, child. It's a gift from my brother. I don't really appreciate it. People must be pure. Child, if there is such a calculated person next to you, your life will be enriched, man. Also, after the article was released, I wondered if that would raise more donations. After all, this is the best for him. Oh, okay. I am now entering the hospital. Was your visit today? Egg. All right. Support the baby well. Man, and come to the practice room often, as long as the kids want to see you. Oh, honey, that's heavy. Don't lift it. I'll do it. Director Jae-young hurriedly hung up the phone. He probably went to help his wife. I smiled and looked down at the end of call sign on my cell phone. Then, the devil. Here it is. Voices coming from over the parking lot barricade. You can see Yu Dahi waving her hand in front of the hospital parking lot. Unlike usual, he wears a bare face without a toilet. A car that doesn't pop out of the flat clothes that cover up the whole body. However, nonetheless, the beauty and proportions that make people look back once in a while are still there. Did you come early? Because today's the day the youngest leaves the ICU. Because the child wants to come out as soon as possible, it's Seonghwa. I went into the hospital talking with Dahiyu. People in the hospital lobby metaphor. I am surprised at Dahi's beauty, and I am surprised by my mask and voice modulator, and I look back again. But it's someone else's gaze. Yu Dahi will also be familiar with others' eyes. We didn't pay much attention to the reactions of the people around us, and went straight to the elevator. Whenever I smell it, the smell of the hospital is very different. No matter how much you take on it, this strange air is not adapted. The smell of cheap air fresheners and medicines, the faint odor from the patient's secretions, and the smell of hand sanitizers are tangled up and flowing. This may be the smell at the border between life and death. As I climbed the elevator, I asked Yu Dahi. So it turns out that the brothers and sisters are all turning white. Yu, Dahiyu, Changhiyu, Sihiyu. They are 3 siblings like this. It is a little surprising that Yu Changhe's real name was Yu Changhe. It's true that he suffered terribly until he returned, but he didn't even know his proper name until now. I asked Yu Dahi. The second brother didn't come together today? Then, Yu Dahi was visibly embarrassed. Well, Changhe is busy today. A busy job? Is your younger brother so sick? Well, that's why collect. This no. Receivables. No, debt settlement. No, I know even if I don't listen. Did you collect interest on bonds? I know how he works because I've seen it. I sighed. I guess I went to get a loan from my friend. Yu Dahi nodded after being restless. Then he bowed his head to see if it bothered him to lie. Strictly speaking, it's not our debt. Well, what is this talking about? If it's not your debt, Why is it so simple to collect it? Then, did you mean that the subject I owe before returning was not fluency? If so, it means that there is one more circle behind Yuchong and Yudahi. As I turned to the curious sign, Yudahi muttered as if passing by. There is a person who paid the hospital bills for the youngest so far. Instead, big brother? Not your eldest brother. Alas, that's what my dad called my eldest brother, so I just call it that way. He is older than his parents' seniority. About that time, drool, the elevator door opened. Suddenly, a large number of people swarmed into the empty space, so we had no choice but to stop the conversation for a while. There are so many people. The elevator had never been full until arriving at the destination on the 9th floor. Eventually, we missed the time to talk. As soon as the elevator reached the 9th floor, Yudahi ran forward. See, she was heading where she had a wheelchair pushed by a nurse. Sister. The girl sitting in a wheelchair opened her arms wide. Yusehi. As expected, Yudahi's younger brother looks very close to her. It was a cute-looking face like a 13-year-old, but the bottle suit and wheelchair underneath it make the viewer's heart unhappy. To make matters worse, Yusehi's eyes were tinged with giant gray. Visual acuity due to complications. It is because of the fall. When Yudahi introduced me, Yusehi liked as if she was running, though she couldn't actually run, and reached out to me. I wondered for a moment to remove the voice modulator. This is because the mechanical sound without any pitch may seem scary to a child. But with a happy expression from the side, it was impossible because of Yudahi watching. And in the first place, Yusehi wasn't very scared of me. I just groped my mask with an impressed expression. Wow. Are you really a demon king? It's just a band, isn't it like this? Is there any way to do that? I'm a real fan. I can't see. I've heard all of your games. Yusehi smiled and listed the games that he thought was the most impressive. I was surprised from the time I caught Boyun Park by blowing it away with a fever. Go, you mean that small friend. These days, I'm doing well in a girl group called Nia. Yes, and after that, it was also amazing to catch Ryu Yo 1 by every threshing. You've got goosebumps all over your body. All of my friends who visited the hospital said so. Yusehi, like a child, shouted without a break in a full-blown voice. I looked around the girl's room in front of me. All over the place is juice, fruit, and paper cranes or paper stars. It's a bunch of packages and bottles. I picked them up and said, "Oh, is it so popular in school?" "Oh, because he was just a class leader throughout school? It's amazing that I've been out of school very soon." Then Yudahi intervened slightly from the side. Unlike her usual image, when she boasted of her younger brother, she was unexpectedly. It looks like a pretty armhole. Yudahi bent her back while holding the chubby cheeks of her younger brother Yusei. Now, Sihi, I made you meet the Demon King as you wish, so now you are going to have surgery, right? Then, a reversal took place. Yusei's expression stiffened, and she shut her mouth as it was. Then Yudahi said as if he was upset. Did you do that? Only after this surgery, you can go back to school. Hate. However, Yusei's attitude was stubborn. Yudahi bit her lips firmly, and then said Jogan again. Sihi, would you like to make me angry? You must have been like that then. If I can meet the Demon King, I will have surgery. Then Yusei replied with a pointed expression. However, that uncle may not be the real King Ma. Then, Yudahi's expression was distorted with embarrassment. What kind of spoiled you are now? You mean your sister and the Demon King are lying? I don't know the Demon King, but my sister is good at telling lies. I almost burst into laughter when I heard Yusei shout loudly. It's not wrong. What? Meanwhile, Yudahi's face turned red. Looks at me while getting stained. Then she bit her teeth and laughed at Yusei. Yunig's silver-made foods. You're good at lying. You said it wouldn't hurt, even the last surgery. And you said it was the last. Oh, this is really the last one. Lie. Do you think this really hurts? You. Changhe, did you see something that suits me, didn't you? I can't see my eyes. As I watched the sisters fight, I immediately nodded and stopped Yudahi. Calm down. That's right. The devil. What does this mean? Yo, that's right. Now calm down. You're 13 years old. I was relatively in agreement with Yusei's opinion. Because it's too easy for someone to disguise as me. All I need to do is put a voice modulator on the mask and leave a few views of my games. I bent my back and adjusted it to Yusei's eye level and asked, Yes, how can I certify that I am the Madong King? Then Yusei said in a confident voice. And it was a request that I couldn't expect even I, who knew all about the future. Please do PvP once. Worn and Worn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 263. Previous talk next. Chapter 264. ST to wear a crown, endure the wait for. That's what's difficult. I was happy to accept Yusei's request, as well as when Yu Dahi asked for the first time. PvP you say he asks for me. What is? It stands for player versus player, which contrasts with PV or player versus environment. It's just easy to say, let's get together. It's a bit radical for the wish of a sickly girl with an incurable disease. Yu Dahi hesitated and said, I have 2 portable capsules in the trunk. The moment I heard that, I woke up without delay. Oh, bring it here. If you do it for a second, it won't be a problem. Would you mind? I'm worried. Okay. The time is wide today. I'm not very busy. After I finished speaking, I woke up. However, Yu Dahi murmurs looking at my back. No, I'm not saying that I'm worried. Maybe she's a little different. I seem to be worried about. At that time, I didn't notice it. Connect. Release security by voice recognition. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. I logged into the game. Of course, it is the Madon King mode. When I log into the game, several players who know me ask for screenshots and autographs. I kindly provided fan service and then moved to the meeting place. The place where I came to see Yusei was a giant dungeon demon's oil pan. Devil's Oil, Class B. There is a hollow pit in the head of a large rock that has the shape of a scissor leg, and a giant iron ball hangs above it. Unusually, this dungeon fills the pit with a huge iron ball coming down over time. Plant-type monsters with a fragrant smell inhabit the pit. However, catching these gives you quite a bit of experience. However, if you continue to hunt with experience points and miss timing to leave the pit, you will be crushed and killed by a steel ball slowly descending from above. If you die by being crushed by a metal ball, it can come out through a small hole in the bottom of the pit. It became a handful of water mixed with fragrant oil. It is literally the oil frame used by devils. Did you choose this place as the place of Taejun? I know something. I admired Yusei's sense. Years later, this bloody dungeon becomes famous as a favorite place for countless warriors who enjoy PvP. The time it takes for the iron ball to come down is about 5 minutes. Among them, it takes 4 minutes and 44 seconds for the iron ball to completely block the upper part of the pit. So, if you don't compete within 4 minutes and 44 seconds, you can't get out of this pit. He suffered a tremendous sense of closure for 16 seconds and then was crushed to death. You have to play in a short time, and you can't beat it. If it seems, you can bite the other person like a wickedness, and you can become a fellowship. These 2 factors gave a thrilling tension to those who enjoy PvP, and eventually this place will become a famous PvP attraction in the future. However, you say he already knows it and refers to it when selecting a map. You really like PvP. With admiration, I climbed the Devil's Oil frame. It was so big that I had to walk without rest for a few minutes to get to the entrance of the oil squeeze pit. Then, you can see Yusei standing across the pit. Ah, Demon King. Here you go. The guy looked at me and waved his hand. I thought I guessed my position in the direction of my voice. Okay, should we start? I reaped and jumped right into the pit. The moment we jumped, counting began. Kugugugugugugoo. The iron ball slowly began to descend. However, it was still quite high, so it wasn't that serious. I looked up and looked at Yusei in front of my eyes. Whilst doing PvP with this little girl, where am I supposed to look? I moved carefully. If the power control is wrong, it is terrible to the sickly girl in front of her. I could do it. When I'm just releasing my whole body. Careful. I heard Yu Dahi cry from outside the pit. What did you say so urgently? I'll take care of it, and take care of it. However, Yu Dahi's. At the end, I had to tilt my head. Do it. Polite word? No way then the warning, just for me. Puck. But my thoughts were cut off in the middle. HP escapes like an ebb tide. Let's raise our head in a hurry. Where do you look during PvP? I can see Yusei smiling brightly. Puck, 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 puck. She began to beat me with her amazing wits and strength. Billion. Oh, I had to retreat without hesitation, guarded with both arms. He turned his head in a hurry. Yusei, who had just been in front of her, disappeared. Whining. You can feel the cold wind passing through your crotch. At the same time, Yusei, who came back, struck an overhead kick right into my head. Wow. I thought the eyeballs were sticking out. In the blink of an eye, about half of the HP evaporated. What's so 3? Only then did I look at Yusei's temp tree. Oh my gosh. I had to be amazed. Yusei was armed with items of enormous specs comparable to those of a pro. Deal is a bit unfortunate, but defense. Various stats, such as strength, stamina, and agility, rarely fall down even when compared to the pros. Where did Yu Dahi and Yu Chong take all the items they got from hunting? Probably, she received game items brought by her older brother. In the meantime, even though Yu Dahi and Yu Chong were running in the raid, I thought I knew why there weren't any outstanding equipment. It looks like I gave it all to my younger brother. However, Yusei's combat power did not come only from his Temiak. Demon King, be careful. He's ignorant. Yudahi cried outside the pit. She was rather worried about me. That would be the case, Yusei did earlier. It was because they were attacking me like a storm. If you do this, you will really die? If you come to comfort a sickly girl and have a friendly match, then she dies. Where else could there be such a goddamn god? I applied moderate force to counterattack. However, my attack was blocked by Yusei's guard. The moment the damage comes in, it reflexively removes the body to reduce the amount of impact. A natural talent. I've always seen a kid who plays games so well since I was born. If it's only with potential, I'll see more than that. But I stepped back, feeling creepy goosebumps. The limbs were shivering lightly with the thrill. How to meet a genius like this in the world? Cut up. In order to test the true value of Yusei, I caused the power of an earthquake and an eddy current. Oh. He's a real devil. Awesome. Yusei couldn't stop admiring the stretch even though she was pulled towards me. Bang. Yusei, who was hit by my fist, flew far back. However, the damage was insignificant again this time because the impact was reduced by reflexively turning the body back the moment it was hit. Hey, honestly, are you not seeing your eyes? I will. Yusei raises her gray eyes and looks at me. Bang. Quackwang. Puffer puck. After that, Yusei and you exchanged several workshops. The blind man's play. I can't believe it. Even in the pro leagues of old online games, there was a real case where a famous pro gamer sometimes went to a friendly battle at the request of a blind fan. This was the case. Surprisingly, I had to do more than 20% of my power before I was able to deal with it boiled down. Yusei was a very powerful tank and had a natural talent for the game. In addition, compared to the pro players who say that they are indulging, they have a different level of understanding and interest in the game. I had no choice but to admire. I see why it is so popular in school. I hadn't attended school very long, but there was a reason for continuing to be elected in the class presidential election. He plays games like this, but he won't be popular with his peers. In the end, Yusei, whose HP was crushed, I said, handing her a potion. Awesome. The opponent who drove me to this extent is also in the pro league. I didn't have it. Can I debut right now? Don't get on the plane for no reason, uncle. It's not empty words. You are good, I'm coming to scout sooner or later. Yusei's expression brightens when she heard me. However, I put a clue behind it. Only when you get the surgery and get healthy. Yusei looks disappointed, but I said to her with a firm voice. You have a brilliant talent, but you need harsh practice to make it bloom. The average pro gamer spends more than 10 hours a day. I play fairly. Even worse people do more than 17 hours each. Are you like that too? Of course. At one time, I played for 20 hours each. Do you have the strength to do that? Upon hearing my question, Yusei bowed her head. I patted her shoulder like that. The amount of practice of the pros is murderous. Hey, if you don't have a healthy body after surgery, you will never be able to handle it? It really is. Right. It really is. So I looked at Yusei with my eyes shining. If you get surgery and get healthy, then do you really want to play in the pro league with you? Yusei's head when he heard me flashed again. Rather than forcing him to undergo surgery without recklessly and to be healthy, he suggests a specific desire and a way to realize it, and asks him to undergo surgery as a means of it. Yusei quickly opened her heart when she treated her as an equal person, rather than taking orders and taking pictures as if she were a baby. I want to have surgery. I want to play fast. Yudahi's face, when he heard Yusei cry, also brightened. At the same time, my face is also bound to brighten. How many of the existing Korean rankers, or those who will continue to be born after this, have the same talent as this little girl right now? I can dare to be sure. Of all the gamers in existence, it is this Yusei who has the greatest potential. Then the question remains as to which club will make this child debut as a pro in the future. The most promising candidate is Coop K1, but I can't do anything good. If Yusei makes a gorgeous debut, isn't it only good for the owners of Coop K1? I thought of the club that will soon be founded under the name of the deceased. Yeah? Are you a deceased person? When I asked, Yusei frowned. Yes, I sometimes watched it on TV. What do you think? I do not know. I turn the channel every time I come out. Why are you turning the channel? It's a pervert. Dirty. I hate it more because my sister was always interfering with me when I was looking for items to give me. The last time, before the surgery, my sister went to a quiz show to get the hospital bill, but at that time, she met the pervert and was eliminated. I gently turned my head. Is it a little difficult to bring you to our club? Now forget the past. Let's start with surgery. And let's find out about our professional debut. Good. Shit. I have to log out quickly and write a consent for surgery. You say, he exclaimed cheerfully. After hearing that, Yudahi sheds tears beside her. A warm atmosphere. When everything is going well like that. There was a sound in my ear. Kuchirada. Chulisite. Anmaratalsanai. Japanese. An obvious hostility. Surely. I had to frown. This is the timing. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 264. Previous talk next. Chapter 265. Watering 1. Japanese heard from around you. They are translated by Deus Ex Machina's automatic interpretation system. Ho ho ho. I crawled into the place to die. Because it is 5:1, work will be easier. Do not be vigilant. The other person is the strongest in Korea. Whenever it's Korea, it's an esports retirement country now. Anyway, let's hurry up before he logs out. It was an evil intention that was clearly felt by anyone's eyes. Yet, 5 players before the pit surrounded the direction. The moment I faced them, Director Jae-young's request came to my mind. Be careful. The hateful kids are raging about to assassinate the Korean national team. In particular, the Japanese net right wing is not serious. I don't know where and when the waters will come. I wasn't sure, but I didn't really know it would come. That's also pretty good, guys. At this timing, it's a hole to belittle their meanness. I hid Yusehi behind, and I looked at the 5 live numbers in front of me. They were covering themselves with black masks and cheap cloaks, but, from my point of view, who have lived in the world, it is not difficult to guess what they are. 2 women and 3 men, and a disgusting tendency. If the pit is swollen enough to come there to assassinate me, they're the only ones. Re-special meeting, Juchanhuet. A very famous professional team in Japan. It is a ranker group famous for having tremendous disgust in Korea. It was even a far-right professional team that was rejected by the same Japanese. Nevertheless, the reason the club is returning is that it is receiving secret donations from other companies or civic groups with similar tendencies. I paid attention to the one who seemed to be the leader among the 5 people. A man with long hair, armor covering only half of his body, and holding a small sword in his hand. His real name is Makoto Sakurai. He is a man who is so crazy about PK that he hears a joke saying, "My main job is PK, and my side job is hunting monsters." It is famous for treating one Balgoldo like a ghost. The other guys also knew the rough personal information. For reference, none of these are not ranked. Annoying things. I looked back at them with boredom expressions. However, unlike my appearance, I was quite nervous. If you were alone, you could kill 5 such idiots in the blink of an eye. Problem metaphor. These are Dahi and Yusei. Although they also possessed a considerable level of combat power, they were less than the 5 in front of them. Isn't it even pushed by the number of pages? Yudahi said with a serious expression. This I should have brought Chang'e. Yusei is also the first to have such an unfamiliar hostility, where she looks scared. No matter how much you have a natural talent for games, you can't help it because it's the first time you've ever been exposed to such blatant and organized murder. The biggest problem there is, the time has come for the iron ball to come down. I clenched my teeth. Devil's Oil Mold, Class B. Due to the nature of the dungeon, a huge iron ball will soon come down and flatten the space we are in. There is no time. I will break through the siege. I said after looking back at Yudahi. Then it moved right away. Poop. I kicked my seat and ran out. And with 100% strength from the very beginning, he aimed at the weakest visible place among the siege. However, they also seemed to have prepared a lot. Block. When Makoto Sakurai gave instructions, a female player put a black object on his back to the ground. The moment I checked the item, I had no choice but to frown. Enchanted Kokyu. It is a 2-handed weapon item made with the motif of kokyu, a traditional Japanese instrument that looks like a gaegeum. That item has very annoying characteristics. Deering. Before long, the female player began to break the strings using special fingernails worn on his hands. At the same time, my body shook in the air. I bounced back like a sheet of paper from the spot. When kokyu made another sound, my body was dragged forward again. Hikiro and Kum. Traits that push and pull enemies, respectively. This technique belongs to sound gong and corresponds to a special force, not a physical force. It feels similar to the word magic used by Kim Jong-un in the past. However, I am relatively free under the control of these special abilities due to the paleontological traits obtained by holding the kraken. Wake. I broke through the wall of music and stretched out my big palm. Wow. How? The female player who was playing kokyu is furious and stepped back. However, 3 players, including Makoto Sakurai, stopped me. The first thing I thought about the moment when I was faced with 3 passing skills. Where did Hannah go? I struck the 3 people in front of me and blown them back. Quickly turn his head. Ho ho ho. Can't I fight because I'm worried about the back? A woman with a long Japanese sword was running toward Yusei. Damn it. He failed to break through the siege in front of his eyes and also failed to protect Yusei. I ran back in a hurry, but the time was too tight. Right then. Zingy. There was an axe to stop the Japanese sword of the woman's watering. Get your hands off my sister. It was Yudahi. When I saw Yudahi, I cried out. As a result, Yudahi also caught the Kraken. Yes. When I caught the Kraken, Yudahi was also given a special privilege for fisherman geography. At that time, she was also given the trait of paleontosis. Shoo. Yudahi pushed the rushing assassin back. I hugged my younger brother, who wasn't able to set up. Chet, you were really right about that guy. Yudahi pouted her lips and grumbled in a small voice. Long ago, after defeating the Kraken, she complained about gaining useless traits. I only got the privilege of no useless paleontology. There is something I heard from the other person at that time. It is good to go to the latter half of the paleontological characteristics. When that time comes, you'll know. Standing water. That's what the disgraceful pervert said. Damn, everything really goes the way he said. I hate it, and I'm dying. Yudahi complained. However, thanks to that, I was able to be free from the restraint of the sound gong, and as a result, it was very fortunate that my younger brother's life was saved. I don't want to admit it, but I have to admit it. Not 6. Blocking the sound did not improve the situation. Me, Yudahi, and Yusei began to stiffen the siege. Woodduck. Poop. Golems rise from the floor and make a wall. Slash. The water poured from somewhere gathered in the wall made of golems, slowing the movement. Deering dorong. And the annoying sound of music still being heard. Give up. Ho ho ho. We have no intention of killing you guys. It just keeps you from getting out of there. Makoto Sakurai and another female swordsman were standing above the golem's head and looking down at us. Kugaguguguk. Even at this moment, the ceiling gradually descends. As the big iron ball got closer, I became more and more nervous. Move. I reached out with the power of earthquakes and eddies in both hands. However, no. The remaining 4 men have been desperately hit by my attack. Quakwang slash. Power versus power clash. The expressions of the 4 people who blocked me changed suddenly. Wow. Well, this is nonsense. You say you're creating this kind of power alone? Is it a monster? You must kill it here. If such a guy participated in a champ. Let's hold on for a bit, gentlemen. Just 1 minute, and it's over. They do not lose their fighting spirit while being pushed out little by little. 1 minute? The future hope is too much. You guys can't last even 10 seconds. When I try to blow them up in earnest. Ah! I heard a scream from behind. When I turn my head, I see Yusei screaming. And in front of him, Yudahi was biting her lips without a single scream. A Japanese sword pierced her heart. The female swordsman from the past is holding a knife in Yudahi's body. Ho ho ho. Did you endure screaming for your partner's concentration? The pain must be severe due to the high synchro rate, but it is great. But what? Your brother is Rain. Did you scream? As soon as the woman's swordsman's words were over, 4 splinters turned and attacked me. I guarded in a hurry, but to no avail. If it was a deceased person meta, it would have been quickly avoided, or it would have been deliberately met and repaid with reflection damage. None. Puffer puck. I have to step back again. I didn't take any damage, but now there is really no way to escape this dungeon. Kukong. The iron gong almost blocked the entrance. Then we're 20,000. Makoto Sakurai blows a wink at me and slips through the gap before the iron ball completely covers the mouth. The same was the case with the other 4. They disappeared from the intestine faster and faster than when they appeared. I looked around the darkened space. The iron ball is coming down. Now, in exactly 16 seconds, everyone here will be crushed to death. See, Yudahi hugged Yusei with her dying eyes. She kept whispering into her sister's ear. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. There's not much surgery left. I mean, a penalty for not being able to access. After saying that, Yudahi fell completely. Death log out. I clenched my teeth. As Yudahi's worries, Yusei is a body that needs to undergo an important surgery soon. No access due to death penalty. The fact that I couldn't enjoy the game that was my only pleasure until the surgery was that I was killed by a group picked close to terror by others, which could remain trauma. Even such a terrible end. Isn't it a very bad, sinister situation ahead of a major surgery? Woo. It cannot be done. I quickly hugged Yusei. See, the way you can live. There is this. At the same time as speaking, I brought out an item from the inventory. KU Kraken's eggshell earrings, ear hook /s. Kraken lives his entire life and lays only one small egg. It is said that the hatched Kraken cubs cherish the shells from which they came out for the rest of their lives. Movement speed plus 300%. Non-destructible, special. Features Chong available, special. Earrings obtained by holding the Kraken. If you pinch this, you can get out of even the smallest hole. I pointed to a small gap in the center of the floor. It is a hole through which oil escapes. Wear this earring on and go out there. After this, even you say he should be saved. Otherwise, there was no confidence to face you to he, who had died. Not 6. Get. You say he rolled my hand back. Then he raised his gray eyes and looked up at me. I'm okay. Go. If you die here, the bad guy's plan is going to go. That's right. If I get a death penalty and get in the way of participating in the Asian Champions League, that's what they want. Let me bite my teeth and say nothing. Mister, I'm really okay. I will have all the surgery. See you at the hospital. Then bye. You say he hugged me once and logged out without saying anything. I stand blank in the dark and look down at the floor. Ju to he and you say he were lying side by side on the floor. After logging out, your body will remain in the game world for a while. Therefore, simply logging out in a dangerous situation does not mean that you will be able to save your life. I put you to he and you say he's bodies in one place. I'm sorry. 2 sisters who died in connection with my work that has nothing to do with them. This time I expressed my condolences to you to he with apologetic heart. There is nothing to say about you say he. Meanwhile, I'm the 5 people who disappeared beyond the iron ball. I remembered the assassins. Puduk. The teeth are cut into temples. This is the first time I have been humiliated by others after returning. However, it cannot be continued. Duck. I wear Kraken's earrings. The gap characteristic was expressed. Then he headed for only one hole in the center of the floor. And soon. Kugum. I heard the sound of a metal ball squashing as it filled the pit. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 265. Previous talk next. Chapter 266. Sprinkling 2. I lowered my head with a gloomy complexion. What do you have to say? Because of my personal circumstances, other people who were afflicted were caught up in and suffered damage. Then Yu he, who was next to him, touched my shoulder with his hand. It's okay. It was an unavoidable situation. At those words, I turned my gaze aside. You say he was asleep on the bed next to me, and Yu he. Just before the ironsmith hit the pit, I was able to save my life by escaping through the oil hole drilled in the floor with the gap characteristic. However, Yu he and you say he could not escape the death logout. Because of this, you say he was unable to play his favorite game until the surgery. However, despite this, you say he was not gloomy. Rather, he showed a spirited appearance saying that he would read a book he had not read and write a letter to his classmates. Just before moving to the operating room, I and you say he had a brief conversation. Maybe that will be my last play. No way. You debut as a pro. So, you'll be playing the game while being loved by countless people. I guarantee it. Is there any club that can use something like me as a professional player? Of course it is. Only succeed in surgery. Even if I create a club, I make your debut unconditionally. After hearing my rant, you say he fell asleep with a powerless smile. I hope so. That was her last word. You say he fell asleep deeply and will soon be transferred to the operating room. I looked into the face of Yusei, who had fallen asleep, and made a pledge to myself. Okay, it will surely be that way. The moment Yusei disappears beyond the operating room. Wudang Tang. A loud noise comes from the other side of the hospital corridor. When I turned my head, I saw a tall man running like crazy. The momentum like a water buffalo, I was startled and stepped aside. He jumped in front of the operating room. Stopped. And he breathed out the breath he held back with his back bent. Ha. Damn it. I'm late. It was fluency. He couldn't see his youngest brother go into the operating room, and he looked at me for nothing. 8. Even if the big brother cub didn't take the car away. Yu Chong grumbled once he kicked the floor for no reason. Then Yu he, who was standing next to him without energy, opened his mouth in a dark tone. Sorry, I guess I would just meet him. Then Yu Chang's eyes turned over. What? Ekshina. Say something like a horse. La. Meet who you've met you. Why meet Gudden bitch? It was a contrasting attitude from the usual sister's words. When Yu he is silent with her head shaken, Yu Chong jumps even more. What do you do with someone older than my dad, who would like it to receive a car and a building in that way? Then Yu he replied in a dead tone. Because you don't talk about dad. All the same guys. Big brother, baby, or father. But if it's not that person, what are we going to do with Sihe's hospital bill? Do you know it's a penny or two? Damn it. We can pull up more bonds and increase our work. Then you also die? You work a few hours a day. I'm cursing people. Who wants to make money from you? You just do it, or do it hard. How do you play games and broadcast while watching me work like that? Yu Dehee and Yu Chang sharply confront. While holding me up for a while, Judy first gave up the fight. Really, I will do what I want to do with my subject. You just have to live as it flows. She said as if putting everything down. When Yu Dehee is about to sit down on the floor, Taki, there was a hand to support her. It is me. Is it this? I remembered the past and the future before the return, that is, a long time ago. Since when? She slowly opened her mind to my active dash and changed her attitude from one day. From then on, she started eating by using me in earnest. That time was around this time. Probably as my memory. Yu Dehee said he had no family. Obviously, there was no one to open up. If the future I remember is correct, you say he will not be able to overcome the disease in the end. In this case as a fork. There will be a deep goal between Yu Chang and Yu Dehee. But maybe this time it won't work like that. Don't worry. There is nothing wrong with finding the right bone marrow for CE. If it's hospital bills, I have already paid in lump sum. Then, Yu Dehee and Yu Chang's eyes wide open. I stopped talking before they could say anything. Okay, the amount was quite large. But it wasn't just giving it away for free. Later, when Sehi gets healthy, she will hit the down payment for her professional debut. Huh, but I don't like it. The hat part was covered by donations from fan club members. That's public money. I can write it to my sister. It's a part that all the members of the fan club agree on. It must have been possible because you have been running well in the meantime. Yes, Yu Dehee has been a murderous adult so far and has led a fan club. At the event, he returned all the privileges he received as a fan club president or a high ranker and cheered on the day like regular fans. There has never been a time when a position has been raised or public funds have been operated in an intransparent manner. Even when the deceased person was ordered to kill, he acted only by voting. And in times of crisis, such as meeting a field boss, he always showed the attitude of a murderer for the guild members. Such a transparent, passionate operation saw the light. As soon as the news of Yu Dehee's younger brother was sick at Maggio, many people said they would donate the bone marrow. I glanced over the mask. Investing because I have the confidence to pull out more than the input. Hey, tell Sehi to pay back later when she grows up and loses her bones. Probably, when you debut as a pro, the song will sound because of the amount of practice. Then, Yu Dehee made a vague expression for a moment. Yet, her expression changed drastically. But I couldn't figure out what it was like. This is because Yu Dehee quickly covered her face with both hands. Her voice leaked out between the cracks of her cracked fingers. Thank you. Finally, Yu Dehee swung past me and went into the bathroom. I was thinking of following, but I quit. I think it would be better to leave it alone now. As I was standing and silent, Yu Chang came to my side. He bowed his head 90 degrees toward me. Thank you, brother. Oh my God, I'd like to say thank you to this guy. I am very fortunate that my complex and subtle expressions do not appear outside the mask. Yu Chang, no Yu Chang he, sighed deeply while standing. And he looked up and asked me, Brother, could you have a cup of coffee? But I am uncomfortable with him. Even though I got a little closer, I don't think it's time to share a cup of coffee. I have something urgent to do now. Do you have anything to say? I wasn't lying, it was true. I have an ignorant urgent job right now. It's just happening. When I asked Yong Jian, Yu Chang he hesitated and said in a small voice to me, I want to tell you what kind of life my older sister has been through. As I stood still as if asking me to speak, Yu Chang he looked around several times and opened her mouth. I can't even remember her face. My sister was always instead of my mother. Joe. My father was a gangster. I always dreamed of becoming a national district while staying as a small group of Habari, like a nerd. And then one day, he suddenly died. And the big brother that my dad had served was hoping to become our guardian. Come to think of it, I have seen a conflict between Yu Chang-hee and his gang members while going to a broadcasting station. That was a conversation that came out of this context. I nodded. Yu Chang-hee continued to speak with a calm voice. By the way, that big brother was a weird guy. Reward. Whenever I can't make it, I keep talking to my sister and asking me to meet. No wait, didn't you say it was the person your father served? Then it would be quite a long time. Only then could I understand what Yu Dehee had said before. The meaning of the words I said that both the house and the car were given by others. And my brother's hospital bill was also a problem. I searched the memory before the return. Certainly, Yu Dehee's attitude changed sharply from a certain moment while meeting me. At the time, I didn't recognize it, but now when I recall with a sober spirit, it really is. Sorry, I know there is no one who is kind and innocent like an older brother. So, I can't help it anymore. I also had a lot of worries. Instead, I won't meet any other guy in my life except my brother. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to do this to my brother alone. Even if everyone else is like that. Only for my brother. Live well. Don't take another bitch like me. The line of you to he, I heard in the stomach of the nightmare maw, was also a poem. In the noisy baseball field, on the highway with open car windows, in the pool, in bed before going to sleep. Someday, the words that were heard unconsciously would have been reproduced as they were. I said to Yu Chang-hee, who bowed my head. I don't know who the eldest brother is, but it would be better to get out of the illegal business. If it's my brother's hospital bill, I said before, but I'll be responsible for all of it, so don't worry. I can also give you a full-time job. From the past, I had been thinking about the capsule room business. Yu Chang-hee and Yu De-hee have experience in operating capsule rooms, so if you hire them, it would be a good idea to be a career job. Yu Chang-hee, who listened to me, looked up. There is no word for a while, bowed. Then he said with a soothing voice, Thank you, brother. Let's think carefully. I wish you a good decision. The moment when I turned my back on Yu Chang-hee and just turn around. He shouted loudly into my back and bowed his head. Boss, go in. The decision was too early to think about it. I waved my hand to Yu Chang, who bowed her head, and then I left the hospital door. As I came around the big revolving door, I thought, now, Yu Chang's coffee appointment. It's time to take care of what's urgent enough to refuse. Reunion. Where did they usually hunt? It was Yu Sei-hee's revenge. I'm the type who can't stand being beaten. Blood will be repaid with blood, and oil will be repaid with oil. As long as you are a user playing the game, you are naturally going to hunt. As long as I knew what they were, there was no problem finding them. The level of the Japanese rankers and the hunting grounds that fit that level are all I'm counting on. But before that, there was something to be prepared. When the reunion assassinated me, I concealed my identity with a mask. Of course, I know the future knowledge. They couldn't avoid the eyes, but they were innocent in terms of surface area alone. So, I, too, needed to dress up to visit the members of the reunion. If you don't want to splash the dung water on the image of Madong King. I closed my eyes. Let's think about it. The characters I've made up to now. Amateur League's Absolute the deceased person. Pro League's Undisputed number 1 the Madong King. These two characters represent me now. However, both of them are famous and have their own definitions, so they can't go for private revenge. In the end, I come to one conclusion. I ran. The third character. The emergence of a new character to wipe out the Japanese reunion is a desperate moment. Cruel and evil, without blood or tears. A maniac and a murderer, villain, who is vicious and raving only according to this miraculous nature. And finish. I already knew one such character. Perfect for imitating, but without the risk of being caught. Where should I pretend to be? The worst villain that once turned all kinds of gaming communities upside down. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 266. Previous talk next. Chapter 267. Watering 3. Tomomi Inada. I am just a young female college student in her 20s. She was also a master who is currently ranked 18th in Japan. The main weapon is a long Japanese sword. The name given to it because it dries up when it is cut by this knife was called Dream Test. Certainly, in addition to the knife, she has all the items she wears all over her body with the characteristic of drought. Therefore, anyone who is engaged in close combat with Tomomi Inada should be careful. This is because the whole body can change like a mummy the moment you want to miss it. She won't fight unless it's a map where her traits are best expressed. For this reason, I was mostly left for hunting in the harsh desert of the Western continent, where vast deserts were spread out. Tomomi Inada gave a wink while watching the camera screen being broadcast in real time. Oh, I came to look for Sandworm again today, but I can't see it. This is really. He must be a field boss that is hard to find. After she finished speaking, she looked down. A large sand pit was dug beneath it, and the body of a large ant ghost was rolling around. Pasa Sasic _ When the wind blew, the ant ghost's body turned into sand and scattered. This is because Tomomi Inada's drought characteristic made the monsters dry. She looked back at the camera. 8. Even today, the discovery of the sandworm was a failure. I heard that Korean rankers caught sandworm twice, so I thought we could do it, but it's surprising. They must have been just lucky, but... Tomomi Inada shrugs and turns. She has reached the deepest depths of the desert with the aim of finding the sandworm. Because of this, I had to walk quite a long way to return to the village. Phew, it's hot. Tomomi Inada drove a camel through the desert. The desert field is so wide that it cannot be passed by the player's steps. Even if you ride a camel, it will take a day. Oh, hot. Why does it feel so long on the way back after being blown away? Tomomi Inada complained to the viewers of the internet broadcast beyond the camera. In fact, It is not that the road feels far because of a blowout, but the road in the desert is originally a long way. There, the hot weak sun and the desert sand breeze make the player's stamina depleted more quickly. No matter how advanced users, it is difficult to withstand damage to the terrain of nature. Tomomi Inada took out a water bottle hung from the camel's side and I brought it on. Then, the water in it was completely emptied. She said into the camera screen, aren't you wasting too much water? Hey, it's okay. If you go a little further ahead, there is an oasis group rock. If the desert terrain is not an oasis in the middle, the bell goes up too. This is because the loss of stamina due to the insane heat and dry season cannot be prevented even with armor. Therefore, it is necessary to stop by an oasis in the middle and replenish water to maintain condition. Soon I saw palm trees and a lake over the flickering haze. It is an oasis of shelter for travelers. However, Tomomi Inada stopped in front of the oasis and had to flinch as soon as he stood. What is this? Come on. She hurriedly looked around the oasis. All of the giant palm trees, the symbol of the oasis, are all burnt to death. It wasn't by fire. It wasn't surprising that I tried squatting from the root to the end of the leaf. Surely? She hurried off the camel and ran. Let's lift our head and look at the lake below. Whoa, the vocal quality rises. The lake was all black and polluted. It is poisonous by the smell. It looks like this is what killed nearby palm trees from their roots. I guess some crazy guy has poisoned the oasis. Anyway, maybe not Korean? A family who poisoned a well after the Great Kanto earthquake in the past. Are you inside? Tomomi Inada was angry for a long time, making ridiculous remarks. But just because you stand still and talk stupid noises, no one will water you. Eventually, she had to leave in search of another oasis. It's okay. Another half an hour from here is another oasis. Although it is a little small. Tomomi Inada drove a camel to the next oasis. Not 6. What she saw was, as before, a darkly polluted oasis. Someone has done the same thing here. The water was all contaminated with poison and the trees dried up. What kind of sneaky person has done this? I really hate it. Tomomi Inada drove the camel with an annoying expression. After this, you have to go to an oasis that is more than an hour away. I don't know if my stamina will last until then. It's been an hour after passing through the scorching sun. Tomomi Inada was suddenly losing room to comment while watching the screen. Thump. The camel fell in the middle. It was crushed by the heat and died. Countless times, Tomomi Inada Burrow had to move to the next oasis. And the scenery unfolding before her eyes, barely discovering an oasis. Oh. Once again, black polluted water and dried up trees. However, this time it was a little different. The water is simply polluted and the trees. It is not a problem that it is burnt dead. Quick. Someone stood in the center of a contaminated oasis, soaked in poison. Waito. The shoulders are wide open. However, it seems that it is not easy to tell whether it is a person or a monster. His body covered with black blood vessels. They are fluttering vigorously like pipes that supply black blood like petroleum. The face did not look covered in black veins. However, nothing but pure 2 eyes are shining. Tomomi Inada frowned. I have never heard of any information that such a monster is haunting in the desert. The monster in front of you will surely be the player. What is this crazy guy? She was very alert. Srong. A long Japanese sword was pulled out of the waist dance. However, she was exhausted while crossing the desert. There was no way a proper battle could be possible. Besides, Papit. The black monster's movements are truly beyond imagination. It really boasts a terrifying speed. Wow, what? Tomo Inada in the blink of an eye. A pair of beauty's arms fell. And that was the beginning. Rather, a black barbed wire sticks out from the body of a black monster and wraps around Tomomi Inada's whole body. Because of that, she had to suffer a terrible agony, scratching her body without even running away. Poop. A pair of her legs, struggling to run away, fell off. Red blood seeps into the dry sand. At that moment, Tomomi Inada recalled. I've seen that black monster in front of me from somewhere. Use rotten water? In Korea before. It's a monster that became a hot topic. How come here? Yes. A monster covered with dark veins. Villain lives only for slaughter and destruction. That rotten water has appeared here and now. Tomomi Inada bit her lips. Oh. There was a controversy over whether it was a player, but it must have turned out to be a monster in the end. I also heard that I didn't die at that time. No way will it appear to such a place. However, just knowing the situation does not mean there is a remedy. Rotten water turns its head from side to side. Approached. And Tomomi Inada's eyes are stained with fear. Stop. I can't die. A lot of items that should not be dropped. However, there was no way for the monster to negotiate. In the end, Tomomi Inada suffers from extreme exhaustion in the desert before she buys it. Ended up being torn to death. Of course, she lost some of the valuable items that made her a ranker. Eriko Yamatani. She is a woman in her 30s with a deep knowledge of music. His major is Kyokyu and shamisen. Unlike her quiet, sexual image in real life, she was quite a party fanatic in the game. The area where Eriko Yamatani mainly haunts is Idimu Island, located deep in the southern continent. It is an exciting place where parties are held 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Here at Idimu Island, the joyful EDM, which makes the body shake, always resonates. Fireworks and parades were in full swing every day in party venues and amusement parks throughout. The NPCs spoke in a pleasant tone and enjoyed themselves with or without players. Champagne and beer flowed from all over, and there were cheers and laughter. And after all, the specialty of Idimu Island here was the 666 roller coaster. Everyone will love this island once you ride on a roller coaster that moves at an incredible speed that cannot be achieved in reality. Eriko Yamatani also loves to cheer on this roller coaster. So I was still doing it now, despite the fact that no one rides the roller coaster so much. He's wrestling with himself on board. However, she couldn't just scream. Fuck. This is because the head was separated from the torso immediately after a brief blunt noise. The body left on the roller coaster went to the front, and only the head that the owner lost was rolled down the roller coaster rail. Eriko Yamatani's head was blue with a terrifying expression at the last minute. It is because of the last thing I saw just before I died. Rotten water. A villain whose whole body is like a black nightmare. He saw that he was tying a thin barbed wire between the roller coaster rail and the rail. Yamatani Eriko, who was hung up by this barbed wire, naturally lost his head. Meanwhile, I removed the black veins that covered the picaresque mask. Rotten water. This is the third character I created in Bill Run, who can realize my dark self without hesitation. I used the kill chain trait that I originally intended to use for the Madon King. I decided to give it. It doesn't matter because it hasn't been released on broadcasts yet. As a newly evolved doppelganger character, a villain with the concept of not only being able to use all the characteristics of the deceased, but also copying the skills of the Madon King. Anyway, I haven't been charged with rotten water equals old person anyway, so now I don't have to worry about it anymore. As it were, do you think it's a deceased person plus a magical king? In addition, the tremendous regenerative power peculiar to doppelganger was added. It is the birth of the strongest villain. I don't know where and what the real rotten water is doing, but for now, I was going to make the most of his notoriety. People to play with me, stick here and here. The rotten water began to boil. If you don't want to smell a terrible odor, you'd better run away. Because I must pay my debts. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 267. Previous talk next. Chapter 268. Watering 4. Shuhei Nishimura. He has a sturdy physique and his whole body is covered with muscles. At first glance, he's a barbarian who seems to wander the battlefield with an axe, but in fact, his job is a sorcerer. Was a wizard who specializes in powerful water-based magic. He preferred the style of intercepting my enemies by making waves or shooting water droplets like cannons. Is it so? He mainly used to wander around the sea or lake and hunt using infinitely laid water. Just like now. Haha, lucky. There is only one boat left. You almost couldn't sail if you had a hippopotamus. Shuhei Nishimura floated a ship he bought at the flea market in the port. A ship made entirely black. He planned to take this boat today and attack the floating island. Is it the first time that a Korean deceased person or something else visited here? Anyway, Korean guys are one island. Is occupying amazingly. It's like confessing the island of another country is their own. Shuhei Nishimura giggled and got on the boat. Kwakwang. On a stormy night, he paddled and went out to sea. Ego, the first person to discover floating islands may be Koreans, but for the first time, it will be me to conquer. Japan's dominance of the island is the world's second one. Shuhei Nishimura continued rowing, shouting at the storm. The whole world is full of water. Both the sky and the rain are water. As long as he had a strong boat, Shuhei Nishimura was invincible. Then, somewhere I hear the sound of a splitting current. A man in black was standing where Shuhei Nishimura tilted his head and turned his gaze. It's on the water too. Quorum. A lightning strike made the surrounding sea white, but the man's body still looked black like darkness. Shuhei Nishimura narrowed his eyes and looked at the monster in front. Upon closer inspection, the man was not standing on the water, but on something black rising above the water. It was a big snake. A black man on top of a black snake. It is also in the middle of the sea. It's ominous. Shuhei Nishimura frowned and pulled out a spellbook. Then he shouted at the black man in front of him. Hey, if you don't want to die, step back. However, the other person is silent and there is no reaction. Then, a vein sprung up on Shuhei Nishimura's forehead. Are you going to stick with me in the sea? Flock flock. I am a water wizard. I also own a ship. Things like you will soon sink into the sea. Wow. However, Shuhei Nishimura's words did not last until the end. This is because the seat where he was standing suddenly went down. Shuhei Nishimura, having corrected his staggering body, looked down at his leg. Muckum. His legs were all black. At the same time, there was a hole in the bottom of the boat, and the sea water was springing up. What is it? Shuhei Nishimura hurriedly raised his head. Then the black man stretched out his hands towards Shuhei Nishimura. He keeps saying the same words quickly and in a certain tone. The ominous appearance as if putting on a curse. Then, as if he was really cursed, Shuhei Nishimura's body fell to the bottom of his stomach. Wow. What? My stomach is melting. Ghost ship. Yes. The ship on which Shuhei Nishimura was riding was slowly dissolving in seawater and rainwater. A scene that can't be understood without being cursed. And that wasn't enough. And as the stomach rusted, Shuhei Nishimura's whole body was also turning black. In the same black color as the ship. Ah, I'm scared. What? Curse this. Something Korwa eats me up. Shuhei Nishimura struggles with fear. At that moment, a terrible black light completely swallowed up his face. Shuhei Nishimura disappeared from the middle of the sea while being eaten by a black curse. Without a trace. Shuhei Nishimura rides it. The same was true of the ship that was there. The nearby sea is just blackish water. No matter how well versed in water magic, there is no way you can survive without a ship in the middle of a stormy sea. LOL. Floating. As he died, some of the items he dropped floated above the sea. Most were high-grade spellbooks. Meanwhile, quick. I was watching the scene from above my head of a double-horned pitch black. The ship that Shuhei Nishimura bought at the flea market was my own. It wasn't a curse that the stomach melted in the first place, and Shuhei Nishimura's body was stained with dark lumps. I just made a pair by melting the chocolate I bought at Acre's Specialty, Brave Bakery. When you complete the daily quest I am a pâtissier on Sunday, you will be given the opportunity to make chocolate in the shape you want. I made pear-shaped chocolate. He grew it very large, but did not decorate any other physique. Therefore, it is entirely the responsibility of Shuhei Nishimura to buy the chocolate that I put on the flea market by mistake. Well, although I bought all the other ships in the first place and deprived me of the option. Ships made of chocolate do not dissolve well in the sea water, but from the moment it rains, it started to melt. I just muttered ominous words on it and wrapped it in a wrapper named Curse. Sometimes such revenge is good. I tasted the black chocolate spreading more and more widely over the sea water. Sweet and salty taste. Is this the taste of revenge? It's also the same that sweet salt, is the truth. As soon as they landed on the ground, they had to move immediately. The three people who were previously assassinated do not have time to communicate with each other. Even the pro teams who said they were flying in Korea in the first place played all kill within 10 minutes. That is also the case when the power is hidden. There must be something terrifying in the yard that reveals the power of the deceased person plus the Madon King. Moving like the wind, I headed for the Painless Canyon in the west. The next target is Hiroyuki Sito. He is a wizard who controls a golem to attack and defend at the same time. Gnome loved to watch the match after colliding his golem with the wild golem. Just as expected. Boom. GG. As we went to the gorge with the loudest noise, we found Hiroyuki Sito, who was heating up the golem fight. Kill it. Right. At there. It's a punch. Gosh. Even if I fight, it's better than that. What are you doing? Kick. It's the timing of the kick, you idiot. Yes, one. Went in. It is Hiroyuki Sito who rises while watching the fight between two golems. I quietly approached his back and sprinkled the liquid in his hand over his head. I'm sorry. Sito Hiroyuki screamed in anger when he was struck by the gel blown from my hand. What? I could have killed him any time, but I didn't dare. Meanwhile, Sito Hiroyuki is amazed to see the pink liquid splashed on her body. This is a question of truth F. It is a potion that increases magical power for about 5 minutes if you drink it. Hiroyuki Sito, who saw me, laughed with an awkward expression. What? You give me this precious potion. Was it the idea to boost my horsepower? Since you gave the magician a potion of truth, the magical power that will increase even more. It is natural. However, The moment the potion of truth poured onto Hiroyuki Sito's body, the two golems fighting in the valley turned their heads and looked here. And it began to flock to this side, making a dull roar and earthquake. It wasn't just that. Numerous wild golems roaming on the field are also flocking to this side. The letters Amath, engraved on the golem's chest, are shining brightly. I looked down at it and thought, the golem, like a minion, doesn't respond to a lot of external stimuli. I am the only one who enthusiastically likes the potion of truth. After thinking, I quickly left. Where do you try to die by being crushed by your favorite golem? It will probably remain a trauma of a lifetime. Ah! Sito Hiroyuki, surrounded by numerous golems, and soon a number of golems began to attack his body. It's a golem rice bowl. Topping is mud, iron, stone, wood, bronze. I enjoyed watching Sito Hiroyuki die under the weight of numerous golems. With this, the revenge for putting Yuseihi under the iron ball was completed. Wow! Some golems flocked towards me because of the aggro splatter. Would duck. I put on the slime of Thetabool and squeezed through the narrow gaps, cracks, and holes between the golem and the golem. In the past, I prepared a gel of a skeleton snail and applied it on my body, but it's a memory. I passed through the golems and headed east. Now, the boss of the special meeting, Makoto Sakura. It's time to go get the last guy out. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 268. Previous talk next. Chapter 269. Sprinkling 5. Shinzo Abe, the manager of the re-special meeting team, invited Team Ace Makoto Sakurai separately. I heard that 4 members died in succession. Yes, comma. Unfortunately, all of them are the guys who went to the assassination of King Ma Dong. I see. All 4 have clear things in common. Before I died, I met a black monster. At the words of director Shinzo Abe, Makoto Sakurai opened his closed eyes and asked with a sharp voice, "Is it a Korean counterattack?" "No, it is not." Director Shinzo Abe shook his head. He posted a screenshot on his computer. A monster with a black body can be seen in the monitor. It was in the shape of a human, but almost everything was twisted into a crumbling body. Lean face, sharp teeth and tongue. To anyone, this was not a person, but a monster. Director Shinzo Abe said with a serious expression, "This is villain who was famous for rotten water in Korea in the past. I heard it was a bug monster that started in Doppelganger." Monster? This. Makoto Sakurai looked at the monitor with an unbelievable expression. Shinzo Abe said in a subdued voice, "The AI is so high, and the deep learning system of Deus Ex Machina is applied. It is completely out of the standard bug. You even got on the news article. It's nowhere to be found. Yes, it is attacking us for what English it is from. Is the situation serious?" When Makoto Sakurai asked, Director Shinzo Abe swept his forehead with his hand. 4 team members died, and some of the deadly items that the club owned were lost. That's why he was a ranker rather than a pro. There are some guys who have become unable to maintain their stats. Isn't this a serious issue? The bug monster called Rotten Water is a copycat of the #1 Go person in the Korean Amateur League. Even when it was first discovered, it scared many people. How much stronger is it now that time has passed? It's hard to understand. Then, why do you mean he only picks us and hunts? In response to Sakurai Makoto's question, Director Shinzo Abe also showed an embarrassing expression. No way it means that the Ma Dong is alive and takes revenge. It's ridiculous. At that time, he died in the devil's oil frame. Currently, you cannot log in due to a death penalty. This is clear. If so. Director Shinzo Abe, who had been contemplating for a long time, raised his head as if he had thought of something. Isn't it a guy named Zodiac? Ongsen. Okay, he's still hunting for Asian rankers. Crazy. You're like a racist. Strictly speaking, the Ongsen Zodiac was hunting only Korean rankers, and victims of other nationalities were just caught up by accident. Director Shinzo Abe was unaware of such a detailed situation. Anyway, this is a dangerous time in many ways, so please refrain from accessing the game for a while. What is the answer? Yes. Makoto Sakurai reluctantly gave an answer and then turned away. Not 6. You must catch the lava snail of Baigulbu oyster, which is regenerated at 7 o'clock today. In any case, there are certain things that cannot be compromised. As soon as Makoto Sakurai left the supervisory office, he made a phone call to the members of the first group of reunions he had always been with. Drought Test Tomomi Inada, Eriko Yamatani, a master of sound, Shuhei Nishimura, a water wizard, Golem Master Hiroyuki Sito. But none of them answered his phone properly. Hiroyuki Sito was able to connect after several attempts to make a call, but with a weak voice. "I want to close the game now. I also lost some valuable items." I only heard the answer. Damn it. What is everyone who has no guts? Sakurai Makoto grumbled annoyedly and covered his phone. Well, it doesn't matter. The raid that I'm aiming for today is because I decided to do it myself. I'm not afraid of any such bug monsters. Makoto Sakurai sharpened his teeth with the rush of swelling. But he's basically a cool and smart guy. He wasn't the only one who came blindly. I have to come up with a preparedness plan of my own. At this point, Makoto Sakurai made a plan to hunt rotten water. On the contrary. If you succeed, you will not only raise your team's morale at once, but you will also be able to attract the attention of many people. Crisis is a chance to make up for soon. It is a dramatic reversal opportunity. Sakurai Makoto thought so. Bugleboo oyster grade, B+. A deep oyster that always hears the sound of boiling. The inside is filled with hot lava. Makoto Sakurai has entered the deepest part of the dungeon. And in the end, the boss monster reigning in the deepest part of the dungeon was defeated by himself. Lava Snail Bugleboo, Class, B+, / Characteristics, Fire, Rock, Earthquake, Explosion, Self-Destruction. Habitat, Bugleboo Oyster, Burning Land. Yi Size, 20 m. A snail hiding in a shell made of granite. There is a lot of embarrassment and it hides the face. When encountering a stranger, it violently sprays the ultra-high temperature pyroclastic flow accumulated in the body in the mind that he does not want to show his face. A lump of lava grumbles in the rocky shell. Thud. The hot-bodied snail laid its huge body on the ground. Makoto Sakurai's face was distorted. Damn it. Today is a really lucky day. When the lava snail died, it did not drop any items. Known as it was a beggar monster. Sakurai Makoto sat down in the deepest part of the dungeon after catching the boss monster. He didn't go outside even though the raid was over. The reason is that this dungeon is the safest place at this point. Makoto Sakurai is a fishy laugh. I looked beyond the dungeon while building. Inside the winding lava cave, there were all sorts of traps. The wires hung between the stalactites and the stalactites from landmines that burst when stepped on were reminiscent of the crime prevention system of an espionage movie. Ha ha. If you're going to come here, you bugger. As soon as you come in, I will log out. Otherwise, I could kill you. Who is tired of getting caught in traps, in reverse. Sakurai Makoto had several signal lines installed so that if someone entered the dungeon entrance, he could immediately notice it. When someone enters the dungeon, the numerous traps installed by Sakurai Makoto will be activated one after another. Makoto Sakurai was looking at his liver and thought he would counterattack when he felt that his opponent's physical strength was exhausted. Well, then, if it doesn't seem to be going well, it's okay if you do a log address in advance when the other party is struggling in the trap field. Bad-headed artificial intelligence doesn't work for me. Makoto Sakurai smiles with blood. I lay in bed. I wondered if the bug monster would really find him, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't come. The monsters in this lava cave give quite a salty experience, so it's good to sit down and take a seat. The members who were hit earlier were not aware of the surprise, and they already know the identity and intention of the enemy. Dungeon entrances and passages are laid out with traps, and you are hiding in the depths of the dungeon. So what is it that scares you? I hope you can come as soon as possible, so you don't get bored. Ha ha. Makoto Sakurai muttered peacefully. However, Boogle. Soon a sound in his ear made him jump up. Well, did you hear it wrong? Makoto Sakurai turned his head back. Okay. Wow. He was frightened and had to get up from his seat. Lava was overflowing to the place where it had just been lying. Even if I woke up a little late, my hair almost burned. What? Why is lava here? Makoto Sakurai moved back with a mischievous expression. Sakurai Makoto, back a few meters back, sat down again. What the hell is it? I have never experienced the rise of the lava level. He lay down again and thought again. It was an idea for the upcoming Asian Champions Little League. However, Makoto Sakurai had to get up again from her seat. Again, lava came close to my head. Boo, 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 boo. The sound I heard earlier was not something I had heard wrong. The lava boiled violently and continued to grow in size. The line made by the lava and the earth was pushing more and more towards Sakurai Makoto. It's as if the tide is coming in from the beach. Oh, what's happening? Makoto Sakurai quickly ran back and forth. If it is like this, it will be swept away by the tide of lava. However, soon, a number of booby labs installed in front of my eyes blocked Sakurai Makoto. These were the traps that Makoto Sakurai himself struck when entering the dungeon. Fuck it. Sakurai Makoto bites his lip. Some traps do not know how to dismantle because they will explode unconditionally at the time of installation. Most of the pitfalls that can be dismantled were things that took a lot of time to go. Sakurai Makoto jumped into the trap countless times. It is to be dismantled directly by the body. Hot lava was overflowing behind it, so it was unavoidable. Quackwang. Poop. Crunchy. Don't fall out. Stone, electricity, explosion, lightning, etc. While the traps pour out all kinds of attacks, Sakurai Makoto screams and keeps running and running again. Originally, the intruder would have to suffer. It's a terrible experience that you're doing all by yourself. It is also by a trap that I installed myself with my own hands. Reaping what was sown could not be so appropriate. Before long, the green HP bar turned red. When Makoto Sakurai, almost dying, just arrived at the entrance to the oyster. Come to Gombang. I saw a man in a dark outfit waving his hand. The face was covered in black blood, so I couldn't understand the expression, but I felt like I was smiling somehow. Rotten water. It is me. I raised my head, Sakurai-ma. I looked at Kodo. Did you come here? The guy arrived sooner than expected. I was thinking of harassing you a little more. Meanwhile, Sakurai Makoto's blood pressure, who saw me, rises rapidly. This chick show. Makoto Sakurai came to me with staggering steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But that was the limit. Makoto Sakurai couldn't take the 4th step and picked it up. HP has been extremely low, and now it has gone to the point where it cannot move with its own power. Kai Prophet. The lava that fell behind began to burn Sakurai Makoto's heel. Ah! Sakurai Makoto struggling his arms and crawling the ground. I couldn't even log out because of the obsession that if I die like this, I will drop the item. Chi Prophet. Lava soon covered his legs and swallowed up his calves. And because that's not enough, it burns up to the hips and waist. The smell of burning flesh. A terrible distorted look. I looked at it and turned my head. Thumpy. Rolling the foot stimulates the explosion point of the bulging oyster. Kagugagu. Bugleboo oysters began to engage in volcanic activities more and more actively. This dungeon is basically a dormant volcano. Therefore, if a number of explosion points are stimulated with a wide range of natural disaster currents, such as earthquakes, lava eruptions occur in this way. I used this strategy in the Pro League before. I watched the dragon arms overflowing out of the cave. Hey, Prophet, help me. Makoto Sakurai was eventually buried in lava with a screaming voice. I reach out and call him a lava swamp. It would have been so, even if I hadn't pulled it out from the bottom. Hey, haha, ugh, gosh. Sakurai Makoto, caught in my hand, gasped for breath with a terrified face. I gave him some potions. Screaming. Sakurai Makoto drank a potion and recovered a little HP. Then, shivering, he looked up at me. Are you saving me? No way. I smashed his face with my fists. Geek. Makoto Sakurai grabs his face with both hands and flirts. However, he couldn't escape anywhere because his lower body was all burned in lava. Tabooing the floor like a snail was the only way he could express his pain. Rumble. I put a little potion drop in Makoto Sakurai's mouth again. I spilled it. It wasn't until Sakurai Makoto, who was forcibly extended again, that the feeling of fear began to grow younger. I couldn't speak because I'm in a monster position now, but inside I was shouting several times. I will take responsibility for you, and let me close the game. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 269. Previous talk next. Chapter 270. Watering 6. Deep Web. It refers to a website hidden in the deep sea that cannot be found by ordinary search engines. Tiring. 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 Ye tiring. One day, a few videos were posted on one of these deep, dark sites, mostly used for murder requests, illegal money laundering, drug trafficking, and weapon smuggling. Videos of clear source and unknown purpose. It was a video of the PK between Deus Ex Machina users. The first video is traveling through the desert. It was a snuff film filming in real time that Dune was dying without finding an oasis. The second video is a video of gore where a person riding a roller coaster in an amusement park dies from being cut off by a barbed wire hanging in the air. The third video is a mystery video in which a person riding a boat disappears from the sea along with the boat. The fourth video is a heavyweight. A disaster video of a summoner who was killed by a golem. The fifth video contained the miserable end of a man who fell into a trap he had installed and was struggling to die from dragon cancer. The picture quality and sound quality are poor, so it is difficult to hear who is saying what. However, in the video, the people who were killed were quickly revealed by the netizens' investigation team. It was a topic enough to startle the gaming world. Japan's top-ranked group and notorious for non-manners, the professional team Respecial. The top 5 aces there were brutally slaughtered. Of course, the comments were upset. What is this video? You're the mastermind. I can't see it well because of the quality. As if the members of the reunion meeting were correct, the voice, tone, and item trees matched. 0. I've seen one of them often, but I know because I see you die in real time. They're right. No, aren't they the top rankers in Japan? Although there is controversy about personality. Yi Zhang who is holding them like that? The number of comments increases in real time. The video came out from the dark to the sunny and started to spread all over the place. Meanwhile, image quality and sound quality are gradually improving. It seems that someone deliberately took the picture quality and sound quality, but I tried to smooth it out a bit. Shuo, thank you, GM guest. But that's where I saw a lot of people who catch the members of the re-special session. Shia, that's rotten water. C and Rosa awesome. Was it alive? As the video became clear, the identity of the person hunting the members of the reunion was also revealed. Villain, who used to slaughter players in a submerged area, rotten water. It is that he has come out again. But there was something strange. But wasn't rotten water originally a monster? It doesn't make sense for a monster to open a PK, shoot it, and post it on the internet, right? Isn't that a human-controlled character? Wow. It seems like that person is going to be Umjik. See, isn't it a deceased person? Hooksy. CLL or at that time, it was all over to explain that it was not a deceased person when King Ma Dong caught rotten water. Obviously, the rotten water is in the process of imitating the appearance of the water in the doppelganger. It is a copycat that was born. It was a little strange that this rotten water, which is just a monster, shoots a video and posts it on the internet. However, the situation was reversed when the posted article along with the video appeared on the internet. Hello, my name is Rotten Water. My 4 is the best in the world. Deep learning system. Think and update yourself. Many Lada move their moves. Copy. Upload your video. Internet. Large profits. Aim click the moment you finish watching the video. Recommendations, subscriptions, and favorites. The donation is cryptocurrency. Blockchain. Thank you and support. Humans. I am Rotten Water. Be afraid. And I also PK Joe. Oh. There are parts that break in several places. Can only understand the context. It's an article. Rotten Water was developing its own intelligence as a bug monster with Dem's AI system. He was recording his actions as many other rankers were doing and updating the video on his own internet channel. And crazy, AI 7 people. Killing and publishing the video on the internet to earn money? It's virtual reality, but you're scared. Is that a real monster? She's seeing strange vocabulary and sentences. It seems that artificial intelligence is correct. It's definitely a monster. Rotten water equals isn't it a deceased person? It's too raw and similar. I can't do that as the king of Madong vs. Right after the silver water, the deceased person turned on the broadcast right away. Wow. Anyway, it is true that the rotten water appeared much stronger than then. It seems like I can't easily catch the King Madong anymore. To catch that, the Madong King and the lake characters must join forces. It's big, but the one I gave to the kids at the reunion is a little flirting. Meanwhile, I came back to reality and was reading the comments. I guess it worked well. Wearing a rotten water costume and wearing a villain play, the reaction is hotter than expected. Videos spread on the deep web for fun. The people were spreading all over the place and were recording huge number of views. Even imagine a net right wing that will do all kinds of lament while dying. Protect your body yourself, idiots. Korean nationals are allowed to pay the bills Toyo waskika joke takato aru and Koreans saved their lives and saved a child who fell on the track. But did net right help anyone? Korean nationals, people, 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 etc. Some Koreans are kind, but netwook is 100% discriminatory. Surprisingly, the Japanese reaction is also good. There were also comments criticizing the declaration of attacking Korean rankers at a reunion in the past. Well, anyway, after the deceased, the King of Madong and the King of Madong followed by Rotten Water. Suddenly I have 3 characters. Now all that remains is to manage them separately. Anyway, it is clear that the monster itself, called Rotten Water, will survive somewhere. Someday, when I deal with him, I'll finish this rice cake. I looked at my cell phone. Black cell phone. This is the 4th cell phone that I bought at this opportunity. The first cell phone was connected. The second cell phone is a deceased person. The third mobile phone is the Madong King. And this 4th cell phone is for Rotten Water only. On the screen of my mobile phone, X was drawn in red letters on the faces of 5 members of the reunion who came to assassinate me. They unfortunately dropped important items every time they died, and I took them all on the black market and sold them. The item price alone was enough to pay for Yusehi's surgery. In addition, most of the members of the re-special session suffered the result of losing games or significantly declining skills as the experience of death became a trauma to me. I've lost even an important weapon or armor item, so I'm sure there will never be a crawl in this Asian Champions League. When I'm just looking at my fourth cell phone and wandering around. The devil. Did you change your cell phone? Director Eom Jae-young, who was drinking green tea, asks with a strange expression. I nodded moderately and put my phone in my pocket. Then, Director Jae-young sat down on the sofa with an insignificant expression. Then he puts a cup of green tea in front of me. A fragrant haze is blooming in front of you. Director Jae-young asked as if he suddenly remembered it. Did you see the article? What night? The last time you went to visit a girl. Well, you said you paid for the surgery. I was talking about Yusehi's work. I nodded silently. The operation went well. I contacted you last night. Hey, that's fortunate. I have to send out a follow-up article. Director Jae-young showed me a news article. The article said that the pro gamer Ma Dong-king is supporting a child with an incurable disease. There was a lot of content about the story. Of course, the comments were also very friendly. Director Jae-young smiled and tapped my shoulder. Anyway, you are amazing too, young man. It's not easy to get wealth and fame at the same time in your 20s. Even if you got it, it's harder to manage it well. Normally, it's like a scandal and the image goes bad, but you don't really look like a child. But do you know Director Eom Jae-young? That my original age wasn't that young compared to him. Then, Director Jae-young asked me, by the way, you said you were going to make that little boy a pro debut? Was that also in the article? Hey, how talented did he say that? I'm not the personality of you saying that in an empty language. Director Jae-young looks at me with twinkling eyes. I shook my head toward him. Don't worry, I won't bring it to KL. What? Hey, sadly, what kind of words? And if it's got K, 1, where can you recommend it? No way are you thinking about the transfer. This traitor. I've been looking for some spawners to improve your contract terms. Yes, you can do this to me. Please calm down, brother. I calmed down Director Jae-young and sat down again. As he looked at me with an anxious expression, I opened my mouth. I'm going to start that club. Bomb declaration. Director Jae-young looked at me when he heard me. Starting a club? You? Yeah, I already have a large spawn investment. This is my first time speaking to my brother. Is the market bad these days? It is the game club that every day passes, it looks like it's going to happen. When all small and medium-sized teams are combined, more than 150 clubs are inundated in Korea. If I only have money, there is no reason I can't make it. Director Jae-young nodded with a moan. It's a fact I never thought of. But I think it will work for you to do it. Yes, you can do well enough. Thank you, brother. It's good, but it's a little sad. If you had such an idea, wouldn't it be okay to tell me? I'm sorry, brother. Maybe it looks like I'm trying to get rid of the national K1 players. Child, I believe in you, I don't doubt that. Director Jae-young laughed bitterly. Then, leaning back on the sofa, he opened his mouth. How are you going to recruit players? First of all, Entree was built around acquaintances and unranging people. I have friends abroad. Yes. I can't think of you all. I must have done it. Because you are a smart guy. Director Jae-young opened the desk drawer without a word. There was a pack of cigarettes piled up in dust. The cigarette he quit a long time ago, and then reopened it. Director Jae-young muttered with a confused mind. Like that. Next time we meet, it will be the enemy. There may be a feeling of pressure to deal with me. But, in fact, rather than that, the regret for the goodbye to a close brother and a favorite player is deeply piqued. However, I said as if there was no need. No, it won't be the enemy. Mom looking at me with a cigarette. To Director Jae-young, I said firmly. In addition to players, the club needs coaches and coaches. I could be owner, player, and coach, but I couldn't be the only director. So, I want my brother to take over as the manager of my club. Tialik. After listening to me, Director Jae-young again made a blank expression. Between the half-opened lips, a cigarette that hadn't been lit was about to fall. Devil, are you sane? Yes, brother. It is clear. Why am I going to your club? I'm the country's K1 coach, man. Wake. Director Jae-young shook his head after making an impression. I like you humanly, and you are close, but that doesn't make the distinction between public and private. My team is Kook K1, and I can't defeat the players here. As long as I'm not hardened by my mistakes. We'll continue to protect this team. However, the answer to that extent was already expected. I drank a bite of green tea and asked, but what if the team called Kook KT disappears? What? Director Jae-young continues to be embarrassed. He asks as if he's finished. No man, why is the good team suddenly disappearing? It will disappear. Kook K1 disappears. Not only KT, but all of the existing teams will undergo a major change. At least half of them will disappear. After hearing me, Director Jae-young rubbed the temple with his hand. He soon said in a quiet voice, all of the things you've said so far have actually happened. But I can't believe it this time. Why the hell do you mean half of the pro teams disappear? I did not immediately answer the question of Director Jae-young. Instead, crunches. She robbed her seat and got up and locked the door of the director's office. That was not enough, and all windows were closed, and even the lights were turned off. Perfectly dark backroom. I turned on only one dimmed auxiliary light so that only my face could be recognized. And, okay, I took off the mask in front of Jae-young. It's been like a symbol of King Ma-dong. Dun's white mask comes off. Director Jae-young looked at my face with his eyes wide open. Director Jae-young was first surprised by the fact that my bare face, which I thought would have been distorted by burns, was actually fine. However, soon, Director Jae-young's eyes widened as if torn. When I realized who my bare face was, a second shock came. I smiled toward Director Jae-young, who was just screaming with his finger outstretched towards me. Let's prepare together. Cataclysm. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 270. Previous talk next. Chapter 271. Bad Ending 1. Connect. Release security by voice recognition. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. I logged into the game. I've been spending quite a long time as the Ma-dong King, so this time it's a high-figure meta. I stepped on the ground through the bright beam. I would have always logged in and logged out in a place where no one was present, but I didn't care about anyone's poems today. Because there is no one here except me anyway. Heavenly Island. An island in the sky floating 20,000 meters above the sky. I tore the teleport scroll and warp it here at once. It's finally the waiting for the Cheonggang Island attack. From now on, the dungeon to be attacked is the largest and most difficult area of the dungeons I have been playing. This place is different from the previous dungeons in terms of difficulty. There are enormous traps, powerful monsters, and hidden quests of fraudulent difficulty that can't be cleared without knowing the strategy in advance. But that doesn't mean STO. Lee is crazy long and sloppy, and it's not like that. Heavenly Island has many things to enjoy, such as a variety of ecosystems and quests, and has an impactful main story. However, compared to the history or settings of other dungeons, it is not particularly verbose or loose. No, it can be said that it is rather shorter. Therefore, it is also a decent dungeon that has been evaluated by many gamers as I left when I clapped. Now let's get started. The moment I just took 1 foot apart. Weighing. A bright beam of light erupted right behind it. Yunsol connected. Oh, I came in quickly. She waved at me. While I was away for a while for the Idol Esports Championships, she also couldn't connect for a while because she was concentrating on shooting entertainment and beauty broadcasts. Yunsol laughed at me. Wow, I've fallen in here all the time. Look at me. I thought I was dying to play the game. Especially because I want to see the scenery of Heavenly Island here again. Ah, the landscape. It's worth it. Me and Yunsol turned their heads back. Celestial Island. Its appearance is truly mysterious. It was half immersed in a flock of thick clouds, like a white sea. It is the image of the island itself, wearing the green forest covered the hard rock layers. In the center of the island that can be seen in the distance, there was a castle that seemed to be ancient, and it was covered in vines and moss, so it looked very old. On the vast ground that surrounds the castle, there is a lush greenery. There was a waterfall falling toward the ground on the outskirts of a large lake that appeared to have accumulated rainwater. However, it is the story of this when entering the center of the Heavenly Islands. Surrounding the beautiful center of the Heavenly Island was a massive, expansive, desolate, wide and intricate maze that couldn't be seen from the end. Labyrinth, Bigong. The walls of black rock towered high in geometric shapes. Me and Yunsol are at the outermost corner of this maze, in the corner where the sea of clouds can be seen. So, the meteorite we were riding on was, after all, part of this labyrinth. I explained kindly. In order to enter the center of Cheonggang Island, you have to go through a huge labyrinth in this outskirts. Behind the scenes, the sea of clouds that stretches out and the other side of the island visible beyond it are dimly visible. There was no other way than to escape the labyrinth. A gloomy labyrinth awaits us. Now, it's time to break through this labyrinth. This is the first step in entering the Cheonggang Island. If you don't go through a complicated maze, you can't perform the main quest in the inner center. To save time, You have to break through as quickly as possible. Me and Yun Sol came into the labyrinth. We eyeing. A gentle breeze blows away the goosebumps. Wow, it's cold. It's much cooler than outside. Yun Sol said, rubbing her arms. When she opens her mouth, it's weak. Breathing can be seen. I muttered on Yun Sol as she covered her with a warming cloak. Well, when I came in, the map was too wide. This may take a little longer than I expected. As you look around, you can see the inside of the labyrinth. The black walls soared high as if touching the sky, and the thick, vine-like water covered the wall all the way to the top. Such a labyrinth spreads out to an enormous extent. The walls, stairs, and pillars that are nearby will not be able to be seen at a glance. Yun Sol admired the stretch as he walked along the walls of the labyrinth. I feel like I'm a tiny microbe, and I'm spinning around in the fingerprints of human fingers. The average person would have felt fear and collapsed from the beginning of this labyrinth. I'm so excited. I really like things like this. She likes to escape rooms and maze. They adapted well to such an unfamiliar map. Meanwhile, I kept turning right along the wall. As I passed the cloud-stained square and went down the spiral staircase connected to the bottom, a wall with holes appeared. I pointed my finger at the 30-second hole in the middle of the wall. I have to go up there. Then Yun Sol opened his eyes round. Ujin, are you going to know all the way? Of course. I smiled and grabbed the vine. Actually, I too. I am not completely remembering geography. No, it's right if you say you don't know anything. This is because this is the first time I have ever stepped on the island of heaven. All the knowledge I know was obtained from the collective intelligence of the deceased characters. But, nevertheless I was steadily stepping on the way to Maze's answer here. How can that be? The reason is that. Then, there was something hindering my thoughts. Pop. The wall on the side collapsed and something came out. It was a palm. Incredibly large. Ugh, comma. I quickly grabbed Yunsel's waist and slammed the wall. The fall was avoided because there were vines, but a hippopotamus was almost a big deal. It pops out without a sound. I frowned and jumped across the wall. The palms that came out of the wall were short and the palms were fat. It's a typical Ghanaian child. Just as expected. Waini. A giant-looking monster popped out from behind the wall. It was a huge face like Siraxan rock. It's a cute Kanana's face in terms of appearance, but when faced with its size, it's inevitable that it's gross. It was so big that I could only see a face on the wall. Yunsol was astonished. What? Eogen, that's a monster? At least it doesn't seem like an NPC. I quickly turned around with Yunsol on my waist. I already know that monster because it is famous. It's best to avoid it because it's a so-called little boy, a monster that's tired to deal with. B. I heard the cry of the youngest child from behind, but he ignores it lightly. Unlike his disgusting appearance, it was my thought that he was a non-prime monster who liked peace in his own way, so he had nothing to touch. Oh, are you not following me now? He must be a surprisingly good guy. Yunsol looked behind me and said. I nodded. Right. Unlike first-hand monsters, non-first-hand monsters won't attack unless you touch them first. Also, when I saw it earlier, it was a little bit, but it felt friendly. But what was that palm attack earlier? I must have been just moving. I broke a wall and climbed uphill. This labyrinth is not only flat, but it is quite difficult because there are countless topographical terrains that bend upwards and downwards. When I just turned one wall with my brush on, Eogen, Yunsol put my shoulders on my shoulders, and then with a thoughtful expression, I whispered in the ear. I think there is something ahead. Her warm breath spins around my auricles. I swallowed. What is the basis? The ivy is all drying up. I turned to Yunsel's words. Indeed, the vegetation on the road we've been running so far has a dark green color. But the plants across the wall are yellow and dry. No, it was dying. In real time. I met another guy who was in trouble again. I had no choice but to frown. Unlike the youngest child, this road is a single road. There was no place to escape. What can I do with the one John death Shokakajime? I took a deep breath and turned around the corner. Then, as soon as I expected, the sight came into my eyes. Grook, Kiegni. I caught my eye with a person who was always struggling with his open mouth. The white armor covering several parts of the body, and what can be seen in the pieces of the armor is the body that has become black and rotten. He had a heavy bastard sword and shield on his back and a sun on his face. He wore a distorted helmet as if he had been hit by the head. Both eyes were rotten and pricked, and the teeth and gums were clearly visible because they had no lips. Machine Geek. He is lying on his face in a bizarre posture and crawling on the floor with all fours. Whenever I do, I feel like the tip of the great sword on my back scratches the stone floor. It made a bad sound. AKA Crawling Warrior. He is a guy with a very ferocious temper, different from the Magne. The type who wanders through the labyrinth like crazy and attacks everything that can be seen. Mo. I don't have any luck to meet him. I frowned. I don't want to stick with such a vicious style monster as much as possible. It is difficult to deal with because the patterns are messy and the individual values and characteristic values are extremely high. I would like to avoid it if possible. However, it is difficult to avoid it as long as it is blocking the road. Grior Geek, Geek Dash. The crawling samurai was creeping this way with rotten fluid from his mouth. The overflowing madness encroaches the whole area of the maze. Right then, perfoke. An arrow flew in and crawled into the warrior's neck. At the same time, pieces of iron began to rain like rain from the sky. Patter, 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 patter. It was a calf. A spiky field of thorns spread between me and the samurai crawling around. The type of monster walking on all fours inflicts 4 times the damage. Isn't that the right item for the Kamso series? It's probably the most annoying attack from a crawling warrior's point of view. Meanwhile, I don't even give you any special items when I deal with bad ending. It's better to avoid it. In the distance, I heard a soft voice on the wall. I raised my head with a happy expression. Drake Cat. While I was preparing for the Idol Esports Championship, he would first be looking around the ecosystem of Cheongong Island. Rather, Drake threw a rope at me and laughed. It's late. I waited. Sorry. I grabbed the rope thrown by the lake with a brush on my back. It was a meeting that came out at the right time. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 271. Previous talk next. Chapter 272. Bad ending. Jerem. Crawling samurai stretched out his long arms and tried to catch me. Taught attack. If I'm in high portrait mode, it is second to none. I grabbed the rope while holding Yoon Sol and burned the steep wall. Meanwhile, a crawling warrior ran at full speed with all 4 feet, but couldn't stop in time and bumped his head against the wall. Thud. Wow. I thought I could see why the helmet he was wearing was distorted into that shape. Ah! Again, he stretched out his long arms and began to climb the wall. Drake made the impression that it was annoying. It's sticking again and again, but it's really tough. He pulled a protest and put several arrows in the gap between the helmets worn by a crawling warrior. But nevertheless, let's not slow down the speed at which the crawling warrior burns the wall. Okay, let's play this time. Drake pulled out a leather bag and spilled it on the wall. W. What was inside was oil. A samurai crawling on a greased wall struggles and slides down as it is. Of course, the ground was sprinkled with a lot of sharp irons. I asked Drake as I watched the oil drip under my feet. Fire? Good. I have a good idea with Drake. I immediately took out Kenshamaru's shoes and put on the oil and ignited the fire. Ah! The crawling samurai screamed as he rolled over the floor full of irons. We left him behind and quickly started running on the wall. Bad ending. It only hurts to deal with it. Drake seemed to have adjusted quite a bit while visiting this place alone. I agreed with him and nodded. The only person who tilted his head was Yoon Sol. Ujin, what is the bad ending? Well, how do you answer this question? I have explained it as briefly as possible. Generally, among the creatures that stand in the field or dungeon, things other than players and NPCs are called monsters, right? Yes, I know that. It's the same concept as a monster. However, the beings that inhabit this island are called bad ending, a common noun. So, to put it simply, it's a concept like bad ending go monster. Then, Drake, who was running earlier, looked back. All the monsters on this island, or bad endings, are beggars. Opponent. It's not worth doing. Why? It gives me a lot of experience, but hardly gives me gold or items. There is nothing to gain. I drop a lot of material items, but I can't sell or process them because there aren't any villages around them. In addition, there is no way to make up for consumables, so it is the worst to raid. Somehow, in the meantime, alone, a labyrinth. It seems that I was under a lot of stress while walking around. But Drake wasn't just complaining. Like the legendary player Yang Niang, who once made the game world buzz, he independently analyzed the ecosystem of this labyrinth. Bad endings have different grades and different appearances. Gene, do you know about their habits? I don't know. Then the information I have organized will be helpful. He silently shared a status window in my view. Tiring. It was a taxonomy written by Drake himself. Bad ending. Common noun. Appearance. Unparalleled variety. There are no multiple entities of the same shape, and one entity exists as a completely independent species. Danger class. B plus W. Food. Honey fruit. Or a bad ending that is weaker than itself. Habit. Different. It is mainly divided into 3 types. She burrow castle. Dig a burrow in the labyrinth floor and live. The case of hiding in the shady place seems to be boring. L tree satellite. Make a hideout on a tree or on a wall and live. Most mixed and common. 1 prowlability. Living while wandering through the entire labyrinth without any special hiding places or hideouts. Uncommon even among bad endings. The most abnormal form. From the back, it was a page that recorded and categorized the ship endings that Drake discovered while exploring the labyrinth by type. You can see simple sketches and memos are well written. Bad ending encyclopedia. Native noun. Bad ending / aka dancing dance. Grade B+/ characteristics. Habit burrow. Form 1. Outside the labyrinth at 12 o'clock in Zone A. Discovery date Monday 2356. Revenge insect colonies that live on rotten corpses. In this case, it is not known whether it should be viewed as the bad ending of an entity. Boiling avalanches in the joints of the body make the body dance. Moves in a shape that seems like. They usually appear at night and are often standing at one point and spinning around in place. If you make eye contact, you will be chasing fiercely up to a certain area, so be extra careful. Bad ending / aka vocal Paul GOK grade. A / characteristics. Habit burrow. Form 1 outside the labyrinth. Area X 6 o'clock. Direction. Ye discovery date. Month X at 3:11. It looks like a large carnivorous plant and calls to imitate the voice of a colleague with a big mouth. If you go closer to see if you have a colleague and take a bite, you will be disappointed. Bad ending / aka itchy toothy eyes. Grade B+/ characteristics. Habit wooden satellite. Form 1 outside the labyrinth at 8 o'clock in Zone C. Date of discovery 0/Z1402. Presumed to be a type of mold. If something like snow is pouring over the walls of the labyrinth, it's probably this guy's spores. The top of the wall is covered with wool-like material, and when it touches the skin, blisters rise and extreme itching occurs. Itching does not require separate treatment. It subsides naturally after about 3 hours. It is unknown where the body is. Bad ending / aka bent sama ears. Grade A / characteristics. Habit wooden satellite. Forms 1 outside the labyrinth at 6 o'clock in Zone F. Discovery date Monday 1:06. Suddenly pops out from the tree and stretches out a large scythe. It is characterized by moving during the time when the shadow does not disappear. There is no sound when approaching, so be extra careful. The defense is weak, but the momentary physical attack is great, so it is better not to fight against it. The first attack seems to be mainly aiming at the neck or legs. Bad ending / aka the young boy. Grade B+/ characteristics. Hit roaming. Forms 1 outside the labyrinth at 1 o'clock in Zone C. Discovery date Mon. Exit 1636. A baby with a huge face, crawling inside the labyrinth at a slow pace. Unlike her ugly appearance, she has a surprisingly quiet personality. Bad ending / aka gearing warrior. Grade A / characteristics. Hit roaming. Forms 1 outside the labyrinth at 4 o'clock in Zone D. 1 discovery date X month X day 444. It is in the shape of a human, but it crawls on all fours and attacks with teeth or nails. It is extremely violent and excellent in both attack and defense, and if the HP decreases below a certain level, it will walk bipedally and attack with a sword and shield on your back. Oh, this is well organized. I admire as I scroll down the encyclopedia. Drake seems to have fought a lot of bad endings in the labyrinth. At least, if it was about this labyrinth, it seemed that he knew a lot more than I did. Meanwhile, Yunsol reached out of my arms and picked a fruit hanging from the vine. The fruit in her hand is round and red. It looked like an apple, but it was a little smoother and smaller than that. When caught in the hand, the fruit began to emit yellow honey-like juice from the surface of the shell. Wow, is this honey? Yunsol admired. You can taste the sweetness of the ingredients with a bite. It feels like a whole circle of honey is hardened, and the aftertaste is refreshingly sour. The overall taste is sweet and sour. I said quietly to Yunsol, who was admiring. It's good to chew it, but don't swallow it, especially the seeds. Yunsol listens to me and leans his head, and he spit out the pulp and seeds that he had chewed. Is this a bad fruit for you? Because it is a stock of bad endings, it would not be good. Oh, I will. Yunsol spit out all the honey. It doesn't matter because you can fully enjoy the taste of honey fruit just by chewing without swallowing. Meanwhile, at some point, I was running ahead of Drake. At the same time, don't forget to place orders for Drake. To the left, then go up the stairs and jump at 3 o'clock. Go down the pillar. Then, go down the stairs on the side and move to the left of the 2 forked roads. Meanwhile, Drake, who heard my order, followed him and tilted his head. It is an area that I have not yet explored from here. How do you know the way? Yunsol also looks up at me as if he was curious from before. I laughed at their questions. That's why you can clearly see the strategy route. It's not that you're memorizing the way. At the moment, in my eyes, the way to escape the labyrinth was clearly visible with a solid white line, as if the navigation was turned on. Generation capsule. Do you remember the old capsules I bought at the auction with a big heart before attacking the island? This generation capsule has a lot of performance compared to the new generation capsule, but there is only one advantage. It is said that a bug that marks the answer to the labyrinth of the Sky Island occurs. Knowing this tip because of my future knowledge, I spent a lot of money and bought it right away as soon as I learned that the generation capsule was on the auction. Job title: support job. Whenever I blink my eyes, a solid white line appears on the road and then disappears and repeats. I used this bug without hesitation. I was thinking of breaking through this labyrinth in the shortest period of time. Then, there was a movement of braking on my sprint. Quackwang. Something fell from the air and blocked Drake in front of him. A vicious rush that is not afraid of breaking your head at all. Wow. It was a monster whose whole body was burning with red flames. Twisted 4 limbs tall. The bad ending is moving. A warrior who goes on gears. He has been chasing us all the way. Drake clenched his teeth. Damn it. Bad ending guys have a habit of chasing the prey that they take once to the end. I think this guy is exceptionally quality longer. The crawling warrior is a tough bad ending that has engaged in battles with Drake several times. However, the now crawling samurai was a little weird somewhere. Gihek dash. He can't get up from his seat and stumbles without force. And give it to the place as it is. I sat down. Was it engulfed by the flames and lost its strength? Or did you hit your head too hard and cause a concussion? So what was that powerful leap just before? When we are puzzled. Bang. Quajijik. The question was soon resolved. A crawling samurai who had been stretched out without strength was torn in half. Oh. Something that appeared while throwing the tough monster in a single blow. He threw a crawling samurai in front of us, blocked the road, and fell onto it. The moment I encountered it, I was forced to frown. Finally appeared. Memories before returning come to mind. One who raised the difficulty of attacking in the early stages of Celestial Island by himself. The strongest and worst bad ending, which was called the Labyrinth Nightmare. The author's words. It seems that there are too many monster explanations, so I put them so that the number of characters is bred even if I exclude them. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 272. Previous talk next. Chapter 273. Bad Ending 3. A giant maze that surrounds the Sky Island. These labyrinths have an extremely complex structure. Quite a few people are tired of the vast area and complexity and cannot even be afraid to enter. It is a place where the last remaining angels hide in a world dominated by demons. So, of course, the difficulty of entry must be high to prevent invasion. But the reason this labyrinth is scary is not just because the way is unknown. Unique ecosystem that exists in the labyrinth. Apart from the complicated road, the fact that fearsome monsters are spinning in this labyrinth makes this labyrinth even more bloody. Monsters called Bad Ending. These monsters are also trapped in the labyrinth and cannot escape. They created their own ecosystem in this labyrinth and set their own hideout and hideout areas. Therefore, the maze is too complicated to know the path, and even if you know the path, if it overlaps with the realm of monsters, it is impossible to enter, so the difficulty of attacking is much higher. This is the situation right now. Damn it, it's a dirty bite. I bite my lips and lifted my head. The bad ending, which is blocking the front of our party now, was a different dimension from the ones that had appeared so far. A monster looking down here silently. It looks really simple. The figure of a large person. However, the whole body is covered with a dark lump and both arms are abnormally long compared to the body. It feels as if you are seeing a slim body type giant. The palms were large enough to cover the entire torso, and the back was slightly bent, so it seemed as if you were seeing an ape who had only succeeded in bipedal walking. Peculiarly, the neck was quite long. It is very bizarre to see the long neck stretched forward and tilting his head from side to side like an owl. Is it because of the unpleasant valley effect? The human-like appearance somehow evoked a strange disgust. Above all, on the face, a white mask that contrasts completely with the color of the body. I was wearing it, but on the fluffy mask, I can see a smile mark drawn like an innocent graffiti. 2 dots in red blood on the eyes, roughly drawn curves on the mouth. It was a smile that made viewers unpleasant. Bad ending nightmare form /AK smile. Rank A+. Characteristics: habit, roaming. Formats: A1. The heart of the labyrinth, area D at 4 o'clock. Discovery date, Mon Sunday 4:44. It seems to be something different from the normal form of bad ending. Grade and physical dominate all the bad endings that have appeared so far. The existence itself is the appearance of an ominous bad ending. Drake looked at the bad ending haunted in front of him with a blank expression. Nightmare form. The risk class is A+. Unbelievable. A high-grade bad ending I've never seen before. Even nightmare form. The fact that even these ominous modifiers are attached means that the monster in front of you is not a normal bet. Usually named monsters are overwhelmingly stronger than other monsters in general. Swoosh. Drake lowered his posture and pulled his body back. Then, naturally, a body scattered on the floor comes into my eyes. A warrior who goes on gears. High-grade bad, ending with strong physical. Wasn't it the family adversary who drove Drake into a corner many times with his fierce temper and tremendous spirit? However, such a guy died instantly with a blow from Smile. How strong are you? Drake looked at the smiley in front of his eyes with a horror expression. That eerie smile that you can't know where you're heading. Despite not knowing the identity, it was burdensome. Meanwhile, well, we finally met, Smile. Even I, who knows the identity of the enemy, was burdensome. The air flowing in the labyrinth changed simply by revealing himself. The ambient temperature drops by a few degrees. The noise that other bad endings made from a distance disappeared. I can feel that everything around him is holding his breath on his back. Not 6. It wasn't just bad that he appeared. The appearance of this guy means we've come to the right route. I stared at the smiley in front of me. A body stained with darkness all over. That eerie smile that makes us look. In addition, even the bloody notation of the risk level A+. Indeed, it was a grotesque feeling without lack of being called the labyrinth's nightmare. But above all, what makes him notorious? Quackwang. It is a crazy natural disaster that is created with one fist and one punch. When Smile shook his big hand, the walls of the labyrinth around him were smashed like tofu hit by a hammer. All structures such as columns, walls, and stairs collapsed and the ground turned over. Among the A-class monsters, the Gearing Warrior, who boasted the highest level of physical value, died in a blow, so it would be enough without having to explain its fierceness. Its physical attack power is so strong that it tears and kills Sandworm, a monster of its class, with bare hands. So it's best to avoid it unconditionally. Damn, somewhere something like this pops out, and stay away. Drake sprinkled iron at Smile. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Pointed nails and pushpins were all over Smile's feet. Not 6. Oh. Smile is on the floor. I jumped in without worrying about anything. Puck. Perfuck. Fook slash. The calf nails pierced Smile's soles, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Ugh. Rather, it was Drake who was surprised. It must have been damaged by the caltrops. Despite this, it seems that he has no restrictions on mana use or characterization. The sight as if all the effects of the lozenge were ignored. I advised Drake. The terrain damage hardly works against him. What? Is that possible? It's possible, I forget, the special. It's because of the surname. He has the ability to have all terrain effects and damage. You don't know how annoying and cumbersome that characteristic is without experiencing it firsthand. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and eddy currents are the counter characteristics of the Madong King, whose main attack skill is a natural enemy. Quite a few monsters have their toes. Drake's lockdown, which prevented him from moving, also became useless. Quack-quack-quack-quang. Smile leaps at tremendous speed and smacks the ground where I was standing with his palms. Surprisingly, the ground where Smile struck with the palm of the hand was pitted and slumped down as it was. Rumble. A deep hole is created, and the sky can be seen from below. The floor collapsed and fell to the ground below. The forgettable characteristic ignores the effect or damage of the terrain. Is it changing even the topography of the Sky Island, which has the characteristic of flying? I scratch my head. The power to ignore the terrain is quite powerful. It is even more so if you are above this dark sky. The attack pattern was simple, but in many ways it was a difficult enemy to deal with, so we avoided it first. Yinsol asked as if he was worried. And then that monster. What if I break it down? How big this island is, it's going to collapse for me. It would be quicker for a single fly to sink an oil tanker. But wouldn't it be possible if I had time? Don't worry, the map is restored every 24 hours. I'm Dre with Yinsol on my back. I looked back. Because that wasn't the monster I made to catch right now. First, avoid sleeping. I think so too. Drake, as always, has no objection to my opinion. I ran forward to avoid the smile. A bug in the generation capsule was guiding the road like a navigation. As soon as I ran along the gold marked by the white line, a huge wall appeared in front of me. Yinsol, who saw it, sparkled her eyes. I saw it in the fragments of memory. It's a door that only the angels can open. Right. It won't open until you put your palm on it. When I stopped running, Yunsol ran to the wall of Brynake and reached out both hands. Jing. When Yunsol's hand touched, the wall wriggled as if it were alive. The vines hanging on the wall spontaneously opened the way. The wall split in two like a curtain, and the interior began to be revealed. The problem is that the speed is too slow. It opens too slowly. Is this? Yunsol shouted, looking at the gap between the walls that had just opened like a thread. It probably takes a few minutes to open a door enough for a single person to enter. And this point I also predict. It was a variable that I couldn't do. I frowned. Learning the strategy through the wiki has this problem. I couldn't remember these details. These are things that I couldn't find in the interviews of pioneers. Then, opening the door and running away is rejected. I quickly gave up. Then he looked up and looked at the smile behind him. I can't help it this way. Bad ending smile, notorious for failure to adjust difficulty and balance collapse. He's definitely not a monster made to catch, but if this happens, you have no choice but to catch it. I licked my lips once with my tongue. In fact, it was a car that was unfortunate enough to escape by following the general, standard strategy. Monster-like reflexes. Fusillade vision close to the nucleus. Physical attack power beyond imagination. And insanely persistent tenacity. And guts. It makes me smile. He must have been the one that stimulates me in many ways. I'm Newbie. New type beast. New type beast. Okay, let's stick together. Until now, it has been overcome only with tricks using future knowledge. But now there is no such thing. Against this monster, whose special strategy is not known in the present or in the future, I threw a sign of association. Now, the playtime has reached almost 80,000 hours. The deceased body began to boil. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 273. Previous talk next. Chapter 274. Bad Ending 4. Also known as Smile. Risk level A+. It is a nightmare foam that is extremely difficult to find among the bad endings, and its strength is such that it is difficult to find an opponent in the Sky Island. Incredibly fast and powerful. Physical attack power. Although the magic resistance is on the low side, none of us can use attack magic, making it difficult to deal with. Quackway. Smile swung the bottom of his hand like a pot lid and began to crush the terrain at random. Drake recovered all the lozenges that couldn't play its part. Then he shouted as if he chewed it out. Look, that kid. He's aiming for our healer. I listened to Drake and nodded. He's right. Smile's AI is really cunning. In the short moment he engages our party, he suffers the most damage. He would have analyzed millions of patterns of ways to heal. And I must have concluded. Catch the healer. Originally, the core of all parties is not supporters such as buffer or healer. If there is no buff that increases the attack power or speeds up the buff, which restores HP or MP, and there is no heal, then the raid will lack back feeling. There is no choice but to. So, it would be natural for Smile to be on the verge of catching Yunsol behind me and Drake. Quack 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 quang. Smile jumped up like a monkey and grabbed the wall with his black palm. And he threw the debris towards us. Damage. In an urgent moment, I had to push Yunsol to the other side. Well, Yunsol was pushed back and hit the wall. However, because the surface of the wall was covered with fluffy ivy, she did not have any wounds. I didn't wear it. I knew everything and pushed it. Because it is better to be surprised than to die. I clenched my teeth. Quack quack wang. A pile of stones that fell off blocked the relationship between me and Yunsol. Oh. Smile climbed up the wall and stretched out his hand toward Yunsol, who fell under the vine. However, bad hand. I passed through the pile of stones and block in front of it. Because of the crevice characteristics of the Kraken, I quickly escaped the small gaps between the piles of stones. Wooduck. I raised my palm and slammed Smiley's wrist. The reflection damage hit by the rock broke out and broke Smile's wrist by 90 degrees. Great. Smile was upset and moved his hand back, but it was too late. This is because I was pulling out the cut and entering deep into his lower abdomen. If you get stabbed once, you go to goal. The flurry of shaving. It would be possible to catch this guy if my all had the negency trait. Fu. Sheep Dan penetrated Smile's dark skin and stuck to the inside. And in that state, it was drawn horizontally. His black body was like darkness itself. The body was soft and hard like Yokon, but no bones or internal organs were visible even though it was cut with an awl. Pow! However, a long time later, a black liquid like petroleum spouted hot. Oh. Smile reached out to grab me, but the palm was so big that I couldn't push it well through the groin. I quickly slipped under his tail and ran back. Get it, if you can. The smiley who heard my killing laughs even more. Ding. I tried to lure him and stopped for a while. Smile didn't follow me even though she was wearing damage on her cutting edge. But where he was headed? Aha! Yunsol. It was the direction she was in. Crazy? Wasn't aggro attracted? Despite the fact that it caught the attention of him with all his might, Smile did not change the goal set at the beginning. Truly cunning and cunning intelligence. Smile ignores everything. Chai made an insane charge towards Yunsol. Quakwang. Jijik. At some point, he tried to stop, but in the end he couldn't control his speed and hit his head against the wall. If it wasn't for Drake, who came down with a vine from above, it would have been a real big deal. That's why bad endings are a headache. Disgusting things. Drake climbed a high wall with Yunsol on his back, and he pours out all the arrows he has on his Smile. Puff, puff, puff. Smile was baptized with Drake's arrow over his head. My damage is also steadily going in, so just take time. If you wish, the raids seem to be easy. However, look, he suddenly turned his course. Jijik. Hero. Smile, who bounced off the wall, began to run away, showing his back. With one hand holding the cracked lower abdomen. I clenched my teeth. Is that child's hit and run characteristic? You have to catch it. I quickly followed him. Drake with Yunsol on his back tried to play the role of Drake and ran along with me. Is it a little heavy? Thank you very much. No, it's not heavy at all. The two seem to be still awkward, but since we will have a lot of party play in the future, I hope that we can get close to each other a little at this opportunity. Meanwhile, I had no choice but to frown while chasing Smiley. Smile is really incredibly fast. Compared to me, who is in high portrait mode, there is almost no difference in speed. It is truly an A+ grade monster. Even that child. HP is gradually recovering. I had to be amazed to see Smile's HP bar getting longer. Smile is blocking the blood flowing from the lower abdomen with one hand while escaping. At the same time, with the other hand, he was running, ripping the vines on the wall. Honey. A fruit that looks like an apple. The texture seems to be dried with honey. Smile was running while eating these honey fruits hanging from the vines on the wall. And every time that happens, his HP rises little by little. It is a forbidden fruit that is only allowed for bad endings. Stop eating, you bastard. I ran as hard as I could and caught up with Smile. Right then. Dig. After making a sudden braking with tremendous momentum, he went around the corner next to it and disappeared over the wall. This cunning. As I turn after the Smile, I see an empty corridor in front of me. I quickly looked around. However, there are only honey fruits, green vines, and walls and floors all around. His mouth is bound to open in an absurd heart. Where did you go in that short moment? The moment I'm bruising for a moment. Oh. In the distance, under the half-broken stairs, I heard a Smiley roar. This child. Did you hide in such a place? I was puzzled that there was no reason why Smile, whose HP was recovered due to honey fruit, would hide from me. Once the sound is heard, I have to go. However, Drake, who was behind me, was more skilled in dealing with such an unexpected variable. Look, you can't go. It's a trap, Drake shouted, but it was a little late. The moment I stretched my head down the stairs. I bit my teeth to get sick. Got hit. It wasn't a Smile that was lurking under the collapsed stairs. Oh, a giant plant that blooms with a large mouth open. In the book that Drake wrote the other day, I could see the big body of the belly ending of Burrow Castle. Oh. Bad ending / aka vocal Paul GOK grade. A / characteristics. Habit, Burrow. Form S1. Outside the labyrinth, at 6 o'clock in Zone X. Date of discovery, Moon X at 3:11. It looks like a large carnivorous plant, and calls to imitate the voice of a colleague with a big mouth. If you go closer to see if you have a colleague, and take a bite, you will be disappointed. A large man-made plant that looks like a clam or castanets. Oh. That's what I was doing with Smiley's voice with her mouth wide open to me. If so, where are the real Smileys? Rumble. This cunning guy was ambushed, holding his breath, buried in the vines of the pillar girders above my head. Quakwang. I had to fall into the mouth of a cannibal plant by being struck by the hand of a smacking guy. Damn it. I rolled down helplessly. Look. Smile looked down at me and made a strange sound. Maybe that's a ridicule, right? Soon, he turned around, leaving me behind, and ran toward Drake and Yunsol. No, I tried to run, but I don't die alone. I smiled toward him at that moment when I fell down. Slidey. Smile is the attitude you use to run. I slipped on the street and fell back. The slime of the devil that you did not know. I used the characteristic of friction coefficient to sprinkle slippery slime on the stairs and the ramp that leads to it. Smile couldn't go up because of the slippery mucus like that of an eel or loach. No, rather, it has no choice but to slide down to where I am. Gah. Finally, me and Smile are destined to fall into the hell of Paris. Thud slash. Despite falling into the mouth of the hell of a fly, we are not yet trapped in it. Tentacle. I quickly looked around. This gigantic clamshell-shaped fly hell has 3 tentacles in the inner depths. The 2 prison doors that look like shells are closed only when the impact hits the tentacles that look like a lever and the sensor of the last tentacle in the deepest of them. If you get trapped in it, there is no big deal. I have to endure a shower of strong acid solution just pouring out for 24 hours. Oh, don't touch the tentacles. But I can't manage my facial expressions. Still noticing that the man-eating plant we got into my mouth. What I didn't do is a miracle. But the moment that smiley guy starts to run wild with a huge chunk, we'll get quite embarrassed. I turned my head and looked at the smiley lying in front of me. What is English? Smile was also noticed while raising his upper body. Jay? Me and Smile didn't say anything for a moment while facing each other. Swoosh. They both just woke up quietly and slipped through the mouth of the hell of a fly. By sneaking around in order not to make any sound possible. I thought he was cunning, but he would judge the same as me. Artificial intelligence and deep learning systems are really scary. Why bad ending nightmare form is different from general bad ending. I thought I knew if it was said to be. Yet, Smile, who climbed out of the hell of Paris, and I began to face each other again, as if when it had happened. I used up a lot of physical strength while jumping up to here, and if I don't eat the honey steadily, Smile will die. For the first time since returning, I met a monster that made me embarrassed. Basilisk, sandworm, king of darkness, the devil, the dead, fellwheel great king crab, mawfish catfish, and the large spiders that I encountered on the island, the monsters that lingered on the sea floor, the beasts of the void. I've seen a lot of A+ grade monsters, but this is the first time I've been so cunning and strong. The patterns are irregular, there are many variables, and little information is known. This fight will be longer. But it's just a long and difficult fight, and I'm the one who wins anyway. No matter how wide the labyrinth is, the number of honey you can get is limited. This is because honey fruits are not objects that are regenerated every 24 hours. After he eats all of those things, the victim of my damage. It must be. The question is how long does it take? When I'm sweating cold inside. Quack 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 quack. Something unexpected happened. When the smiley's body in front of his eyes suddenly caused a huge explosion. It's a door. It was something I, Drake, and Yoon Sol did not expect. Rumble. Smile was hit by a huge fireball and bounced back. Unusually, the fireworks were not red, but white. If it wasn't hot, it was a pure white and white fire, so you wouldn't know it was fire. At the same time, there was someone talking to our party. Are you okay? Human voice. It is unbelievable that it has been heard at this point. Oh my god, there is someone who arrived at Heavenly Island before us. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 274. Previous talk next. Chapter 275. Silic 1-1. This will make the fight longer. I glanced and looked at the honey berries hung on the wall. The bad ending nightmare form in front of you, aka Smile, recovers your health by eating the honey fruit hanging from the wall. Was going. Honey. A forbidden fruit that grows in only 2 lands in the world. Smile seems to resist me even if he ate all the honey fruits of this labyrinth alone. If you have any questions, you should get rid of all the honeyberry communities here. I glanced at Drake. While I was blocking Smile, I was thinking of annihilating all the honey fruits that existed in a certain area. It is to prepare for the long-term war. Not 6. Quack 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 quack. When something unexpected happened, I had no choice but to stop the plan. A pure white flame was burning Smile's body and pushing it out. Are you okay? A voice came from above the wall. It was a very old, but heavy voice. Me and Drake raised their heads at the same time. Then there was a man looking down on the wall. He was an old man with a white hat and robe covering his entire body. The wrinkles and long, rich beards reminded me of an old mythical archmage. In fact, it is correct to see it as it looks. He was actually a sorcerer, and as if proving this, he had a magic book in both hands. Tadak. He jumped from a high wall and landed on the floor. Despite falling from quite a high place, there was no disturbance in the clothes. Upon closer inspection, you can see that he has large white wings on his back. There was even a sacred ring floating above her head. Whoever sees it, it was a being related to the angelic family and Yoon Sol. I will take this place. Back down and find a way to live, young people. The wizard drew a white sword from his waist. Then he raised a white magic book in his other hand and shouted a spell. You thermal dome. As soon as he covers the spell, Yan's pure white flames burned and started to burn the smiley in front of him. Oh, Smile, who had eaten honey at random, shook his black hand to remove the white flames. However, white flames were much hotter and much tacky than normal red flames. Kururuk. The flames do not go out and continue to burn Smiles. The white wizard shouted in a humble voice without looking back. Go? No matter how long I can stand against this guy. As soon as I listened to him, I corrected my stupid expression. And right away, I started running back from my seat. Drake and Yoon Sol followed me next to me. Look, who is that guy? Are you really a player? I shook my head at Drake's question. I was surprised to know that it was like that. When I wake up, it's an NPC. Are you sure? There could be no one who came earlier than us. Me and Drake ran through the labyrinth, asking if they were living or receiving. Meanwhile, Yoon Sol on my back has been silent from before. What is it? When I turned my head and asked, Yoon Sol asked with a dark complexion. Would it be okay to leave it all and run away? Why? It's an NPC anyway. No, just somewhere my heart is heavy, and it's just like that. A feeling of guilt like abandoning an important person. I struck my hand. Being over-immersed in NPCs is a common mistake for beginners in virtual reality games. Okay, it's just an NPC. If you are too immersed in their position, it will be difficult to play the game. Is it so? Yoon Sol turned his head and looked back at the white wizard that was getting smaller in the distance. Oh, Kwakwang, Kururuk. The sound of the explosion coming from a distance is now completely inaudible after passing a few walls and stairs. Is it because the battle was longer than expected? Suddenly, the day was setting deep. After walking back for a while, we were able to escape the labyrinth with the power of bugs in the generation capsule. Geek. The large wall at the end of the labyrinth moved slowly by the power of Yoon Sol. A huge wall that only the angels could open was split into two pieces and opened an entrance to the inside. The sight seen through the wall was astounding. Wow! Yoon Sol shouted at the dreamy landscape unfolding in front of her eyes. Log cabins wrapped around thick tree roots, houses dug out of large mushrooms, houses made of large nutshells, etc. Houses made of various materials and designs are everywhere. The paths lit by the gloomy mushrooms were covered with cool, moist moss, and soft mud and gravel were spread throughout. And clear water was flowing slowly around them. This small town was built in the middle of a labyrinth and is surrounded by tall and rugged walls. Under all the walls, vines are full of vines, and under them, trees grow abundantly. And the houses that make up the village are located like that, as if they were not between the roots or trunks of the trees. In the distance, the clouds turned into water and came down the wall. The river created in this way flows down to the center of the village. When mushrooms everywhere emit spores sparkling with luminous light, the surroundings would brighten up even though it was night. Really pretty. There is such a pretty town in the world. Yoon Sol admired the mushroom spores passing before her eyes like a small Milky Way. Then he looked back at me with a reminiscent expression. This game is really healing. People's imagination seems to be great. And I nodded violently at Yoon Sol's words. People's imagination is really great. You'll find out soon. Huh? Yoon Sol tilts his head towards me. I resolutely dismissed her towards such a woman. I know that this place is never a place of healing. I was scared to end my words. There was a rumbling sound from all over the beautiful village. When I looked closely, there were a lot of shadows under the roots of trees, behind the walls of houses, and under the shade of a large mushroom. People gathered. People with all beautiful looks. The peculiar thing is that it has white wings on its back and a sacred ring floating above its head. This was the village of angels. Meanwhile, the angels were looking at us with nervous expressions. Isn't that a steer? Yes, that's right. That's the kid at that time. No, how did you come back alive? They just murmur with frightened expressions. No one tried to come to us. But for a while, the angels wandered and started coming in the direction we were in. Then, other slash comes back behind us, embraces Yoon Sol, who was walking behind us, and runs away. What? Yoon Sol struggled, but it was useless because it was a child's body. She was just kidnapped. What? Drake turned his head with an absurd look. The angels hugged Yoon Sol and went far away. Then they gathered together to comfort Yoon Sol. Phrase, this lost lamb. How scared this little girl must have been. It's okay now. Now that I'm back, this sin is okay. Angels comforting Yoon Sol with warm words. I don't feel any hostility. The reason is unknown, but they were stroking Yoon Sol's head with almost crying expressions. The images of the angels comforting her are truly compassionate, so tears fall without me knowing if I see them. It was about. However, the gaze of the angels looking at me and Drake was really 180 degrees different from when they dealt with Yoon Sol. But what are those things that came with me? It's ugly. There are no wings on the back, no rings above the head. I came from outside the labyrinth. It's filthy and filthy. It must be a different form of bad ending. The angels were looking at us as if they were bugs. Oh, it's just a face full of disgust like that. Yet, what a fuss. Along with the typical ambassadors of high-ranking villagers, an old woman appeared. She, too, has white, rich wings and a sacred ring above her head. His back was bent, so he was short and small in size, but the divine power that emanated from him was quite high. Angel Elder. From the NPC's title, she seems to be the head of this angelic village. Meanwhile, the elder looked at Yunsol and opened his eyes wide. E.g. money. This poor thing is back. Oh, this is a miracle. The elder hugged Yunsol with endlessly warm and loving eyes and hands. Now don't worry about anything. We will protect you. To never go through the same thing again. A voice that looked sad somewhere. Yunsol felt his heart calming despite the embarrassing situation. Nettie's memory in her head is being played back as a video. People you can trust. Yunsol could know intuitively. All NPCs here are friendly to themselves. However, me and Drake were the exceptions. The two here are suspicious because they came from outside the labyrinth. There is also a saying in the old saying that it is not reaping beasts that have no mind. Maybe the bad endings have been infiltrated with cunning tricks, so right now. The elder paused while shouting, pointing at spears and arrows all over the village. Soon, she changed her words. It is not right to see blood because it is a period of sacred rituals now. First put it in silver prison. It was a strange decision to sign an explanation, but I had no choice but to understand. Cha-cha. Several strong angels raised spears and surrounded us. Drake frowned. If goodwill continues, people consider it the right. I waited and looked at how it came out, but I don't know the degree. He lifted the iron and crossbow. However, widely, I held back Drake like that. First of all, it is right to follow their decision. If you pretend, you are pretend. Drake, who had been with me for a long time, immediately noticed where my interest was heading. It is the prison of angels. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 275. Previous talk next. Chapter 276. Silic 1-2. There is also an old saying that it is not reaping beasts without rings. As the elder flapped his wings, nearby angels twisted spears and surrounded us. A choice arose in front of my eyes. Fight, / run away / surrender. You say that there aren't any wings on your back and some rings on your head. From the point of view of the angels, it seems to have no heads or buttocks. Is it that way? Okay. Drake listened to me and put his hands above his head with a resigned expression. Heard. It means choosing the option to surrender. Unusually, in the main quest of Celestial Island, the notification sound or the quest indicator did not appear. Thorough movement as if trying to hide the quest itself. Meanwhile, Yunsol feels restless. On the outside, she is the body of an angelic child, Nettie, but on the inside she was still Yunsol herself. Strictly speaking, the angel girl Nettie was already dead when she fell to the ground. The reason why this girl's body moves now is because Yunsol's spirit was possessed by Nettie's body by the power of the fire spirit, the manager of Akashic Records. Ujin, are you okay? Yunsol asked me with an anxious expression. I smiled as if there was no problem. It won't be much for the time being. I'll be able to meet you again soon, so it's okay. Yes. We don't worry, we're taking a break. This island has more places to see than you think, so it will be fun to see. When I am comforting Yunsol, the time limit has passed. When enough time had elapsed to leave all the words to be left, the elder gave the order. Keep them in jail right now. It's a voice that can be heard relentlessly. In fact, it gave me enough time to talk and time to make decisions. It gave me room to run away, so I'm rather kind. We tied our hands to the angel guards. Well, humans don't have rings on their heads, so how do you tie them up? Oh, I must have captured the enemy. The devil was just killed, so it's good to be captured. Originally, when angels clasped each other, the two hands and the rings were tied together, but since there are no rings above our heads, it seems difficult to know where to hang the rope. The angels struggled for a while and eventually tied our arms and neck together. Then he poked his back with a spear and headed to the outermost corner of the village. While moving to prison, I spoke to the angel guards. Hey, what is your name? Home. Do you think the angels will tell you the truth so easily? My name is Leonardo, but I will never tell you that. What are the names of your friends next to you? Raphael, Michelangelo, respectively. Donatello, but you will never know it. Because we don't give names. Moreover, for outsiders like you, names you might like pizza. Basically like an angel. The answer comes back kindly because they are the ones who have the answer. Drake tilted his head. What? Are they Tsunderas? Because it's an angel, it's 1,000. The young angels in this village have a little naive corner. Basically, they are not good at lying. It is also a generation that has never been through war. I asked the angels again. We saw that it was a bad ending. What is the bad ending? Then Leonardo, the angel wearing a blue headband, opened his mouth. There are a lot of questions. This is the last time for you guys anyway, so please tell me in particular. Yes. Think of it as the last and say it. Bad endings are monsters that have started to haunt the Sky Island relatively recently. Originally, there were monsters with various ecological systems on the Sky Island. With the appearance of monsters called bad endings, the island's indigenous ecosystem became extinct. Well, it's not that it's a unique species that inhabit the original island of heaven. Okay, we do not know the origin and history of those monsters. Even when we were young, there were no such things. From one day, he suddenly began to appear. Leonardo continued to explain. Was an explanation. Originally, this huge labyrinth was created by the Emperor himself in order to keep the abruptly occurring bad endings in isolation. Is the Emperor? Yes. Before he went crazy, he was a great monarch. He was a noble being who guards the last remaining sanctuary in the world of demons. Not now. Leonardo's explanation was relatively simple. This island of heaven is almost extinct after being defeated in the war against the devil, so it is the last hideout for an angelic family. They were hiding here, avoiding the eyes of the demons and struggling with them. Then something happened to the car. The Emperor went crazy and started running away. Run away. I continued to react as if against Leonardo's words. Then Leonardo naturally continued to explain. According to the trust, the world will be destroyed by young children. So the Emperor began to imprison all newly born young children in a dungeon. Kids in the dungeon? You're crazy. Crazy Gus 1. It may have been because it was the point at which almost all of his power was exhausted while making a huge labyrinth. How the Emperor, who was so wise and compassionate, became such a lunatic. Phew, could it have been tricked by the devil's pity? So, what did you do because you locked the children in a dungeon? According to the rumors heard, the children. Some say that you boil it and make it into meat, and some say that you take the blood in a bathtub and take a bath. Oh, it's just terrible rumors. Did you just hold on to that? I couldn't help it. The Emperor is strong. Even if all the angels attack, it cannot be this way. We also escaped the Emperor's beast and escaped to the labyrinth and formed a village here. If the labyrinth was built to contain the bad endings, the pursuers would not come. It seems that the runaway angels thought so. Leonardo said with a gloomy complexion. However, there were not many people who succeeded in running away. We are here waiting forever. Waiting? Who? Our sons and daughters. Only the children who were taken to the Emperor's underground prison return. What are you talking about? You said the children were trapped in a dungeon prison? You guys ran into the labyrinth here, but how did the children get out of the prison and visit this village? When I asked, Leonardo replied again kindly. There is a savior. Messiah? There is someone in the planet who communicates with us. Whenever he has the opportunity, he will take the children trapped in the dungeon and send them to this place little by little. S1. The people of this village live every day, hoping that they will have their own children between them. It feels like Schindler's List. To be. He is a man who pretends to be on the side of the maniac emperor and secretly breaks the children out of prison. I asked again, who is that inner? Leonardo shook his head at those words. I can never tell you that. For reference, I came with you. Nettie was also a child who was rescued from a dungeon by him and came to this village. At the moment, his expression darkened a little. To be more precise, it was a child. We escaped from the dungeon and were attacked by bad endings on our way to our village. Nettie, the girl who is now Yunsel's body. For some reason, she was it disappearing while coming to this place after breaking out? The place we found her is the Abyss Terminal, where you have to go down 20,000 meters further down the ground, far below the ground. What happened to the little girl? Why did she fall and die 40,000 meters below this place? I don't know right now. This is the first time I've ever had a quest like this. Drake shook his head and grumbled. Then, Leonardo turned his head. From a distance, the sound of drums is heard quietly. At the bottom of the hill where the prison was located, countless angels gathered and held a torch and held a ceremony. It was a terrain that looked like a tomb, but there are bright rings on the tomb. It was an angel ring on the heads of angels. A white smoke-like thing was blooming over the soaring tombs. They are in the middle of the angel ring. It passes through and rises to the sky, mixing with the clouds. Patter, patter, patter. Soon the raindrops started to fall. Leonardo said sadly as he faced the rain. That is a funeral. The graves of those who died in the raid by the bad endings. As soon as an angel dies, back to, and it becomes rain and falls back to the ground. It is our destiny and joy to become a cloud, a burr, and a dirt. No, I didn't ask that. So, who is the person who knows me? I urge the answer again. Then Leonardo prepares an answer again, like an angel. Oh, didn't you say I couldn't tell you that alone? His presence is I can't tell you just what is. However, I couldn't hear Leonardo's words because of the rain that started to get thicker. Shoot A02. Timely. We got a jail. Jail can break out at any time. It was made in a very friendly structure. After digging a deep dirt pit, the only thing was to make a hashtag shape with a strong wooden stick and cover it. A prison like this, Angel. Me and Drake were quietly imprisoned in a crypt. Except that the rain is getting a little colder. If it's a prison, it's okay. I asked Drake as the rain poured through the prison lid. Drake, did you hear the name of the person in charge earlier? I heard. That's fortunate. In the meantime, Drake broke through the sound of the rain and heard Leonardo's words. It's sheep. I crawled into the crypt and lie in an area where rainwater did not rise. Drake did it with me too. He asked me while lying down. The prison looks very lax. Right. You can break it out anytime you want. When will you go out? I think it would be better to wait a little. At the moment, there is no other place as safe as here. Safe. Drake listened to me and nodded. It looks like something dangerous is coming. In this town. Right. I remembered the Devil's Supper that I boarded while traveling the seas of the North Continent in the past. There was a reason the coldest and fishy boat was in first class. So now, there is also a reason why this wet and deep crypt is royal stone. What's different? One of your colleagues hasn't been able to join this royal seat right now? Yunsol. She was treated with great hospitality and was guided to the most comfortable place in town. You shouldn't be late. I'm trapped in a rainy crypt, and I'm rather worried about her. A catastrophe soon to come. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 276. Previous talk next. Chapter 277. Silic 1-3. While colleagues are trapped in a rain-leaking prison and scattering raindrops. Oh my god. Yunsol was receiving a grand treatment with an uncomfortable heart. Come on. How hard have you been in your heart? The elder hugged Yunsol like a grandmother taking care of her granddaughter. She hurriedly squeezed her eyes with both hands. At the moment, I remembered my grandmother who had died, and I almost cried. I thought it was stupid to empathize with the NPC. Yunsol tried hard to control her emotions while holding back her tears. Then the elder hugged Yunsol once more. Okay, that's it because I came back like this. Now feel free to stay here. Don't be so stiff. She took Yunsol's hand and entered her house. A log cabin located under thick tree roots. Mushrooms in various places sprinkle bright light like a fluorescent lamp. The first place Yunsol headed was the bathhouse. Wow! Yunsol screamed unwittingly. The bathing culture of angels is truly developed and is much more convenient than the facilities enjoyed by modern people. It was gorgeous. The cloud is caught with a charcoal chimney that absorbs moisture, purifies it immediately, and warms it with mushrooms that emit hot heat. It was divided into hot bath, lukewarm bath, and steam bath, and there was no separate cold bath. Go in after oiling the wings. The elder hand squeezed the oil from the fruit and applied it to Yunsol's wings. Eventually, Yunsol, who entered the hot water, trembled. Wow, I feel good. The water was soft and fragrant, as if even a bath agent had been dispensed. When I opened the water surface where the steam was rising with my fingers, I felt a slight viscosity. She soaked in the water and closed her eyes. Patter, patter. The sound of rain hitting the roof can be heard softly. Iojana, sorry. Mr. Drake. I'm sorry. At the moment I felt so good, I forgot the fact that my colleagues were in jail. When Yunsol beats her head and blames herself. Would you like to read a book while using the poultice? The elder recommended a bookshelf in the corner of the bathroom. Yunsol hesitated to read because the book might get wet, but soon learned that the books of the angels did not get wet. He picked up several children's books. Wow, every single page is detailed. Awesome. Yunsol admired as he turned the pages in the water. Records of angels from around the world have been translated and introduced with illustrations. Yunsol, who was not usually interested in religion or mythology, was also interesting enough to read. On the one hand, I can imagine how much effort the people who designed this island would have put in place. However, the more I do, the more I feel anxious because I remember the words that Iojin said before. You'll find out soon that this is never a place to be healed. Yunsol recalled the words of Iojin and hit her cheeks with both hands. Yes, don't be vigilant. Keep it up. Let's be careful. Then, The elder came into the bathroom with a basket of various kinds of food. There were various fruits in the basket. It was a beautiful and plentiful dinner that made the viewers' hearts feel free. Let's eat while taking a bath. The elder laughed as he lifted the basket. Like Roman nobles, taking a bath. Eating while eating seems to be the unique culture of angels. Then, Yun-Sol tilted his head looking at the various fruits in the basket. One of the many fruits that should be seen is missing. Is there any honey fruit? Yun-Sol asked, recalling the sweet and sour taste that his mouth remembers. Okay. The elder's expression stiffened for an instant. What did you say now? Yeah, honey fruit. I usually saw it in the labyrinth. It is a harmful fruit. The elder spoke again in a firm tone. The fruit is such an ominous fruit that you can't even dare to put it in your mouth. If you are a good angel, you should never touch it. Is it like that? Yes, sir. Yun-Sol immediately nodded. Although the honey fruit was delicious, it was because I didn't want to eat it even if it was against the elder's planting. There was also a word from Eogeny. Yun-Sol trembled while thinking of the honey fruit. The fruit of bad endings as a staple food. Hajisa, the fruit that leads to food for such ugly monsters cannot be normal. Obviously it is poisonous, or it will be. Yun-Sol confessed her thoughts about honey fruit in her mind. Why? Even if I try to forget it, it's a taste that keeps reminding me of it. But that's all. Meanwhile, the elder stroked Yun-Sol's hair with a sad expression. You suffer a lot because you are innocent because of the crazy emperor. Yun-Sol opened his ears. The memory of the angel girl, Nettie, was coming to my mind. Maybe we can find another piece of the memory puzzle. Yun-Sol decided to listen to as many stories as possible from the elder. And, as she thought, the elder told a lot of stories on his own. It must have been difficult to get out of the prison and get to the labyrinth, but you were kidnapped by the bad endings. During that time, where did you suffer? Did you watch it? Yun-Sol explained his circumstances. I don't remember, but when I woke up, it was a ground floor 40,000 meters from here. And, of course, the elder was amazed when he heard it. For some reason, a child who escaped the royal dungeon and escaped to the labyrinth could have opened his eyes from such a distant place? I can't know right now. I don't know. Well, do you remember anything about your sister? Asked the elder. Moment. Throbbing. Yun-Sol felt a little headache. The current flowing in the capsule slightly stimulated the scalp. What? Obviously, a video was about to play in my head. It keeps getting buffered like a YouTube video connected to a faint Wi-Fi signal. Oh, stuffy. Yun-Sol's hand touched her heart, but that didn't mean that Nettie's memory immediately came to mind. Eventually, Yun-Sol had to give up watching a new memory video. But, thanks to the elder's words, something became clear. 1. Nettie, the angel girl, was one of the countless young children imprisoned in a dungeon by the Mad Emperor. 2. One day, Nettie and her sister escaped from the dungeon and escaped to a paradise in this labyrinth. 3. On the way, he lost his memory and fell to the ground after being attacked by bad endings living in the labyrinth. By the way, who is the girl that is the older sister? Yun-Sol tilted her head while watching the video of her memory stuttering from buffering. I laughed. A memory that never comes to mind. Countless times, Yun-Sol decided to ask the elder about the person he is an older sister. If you do well, it seems that your understanding of the character Nettie will deepen a little. Elder, what kind of person was my sister? Then the elder opened his mouth with a slightly sad expression. You've been very scared since you were a kid. Whenever I couldn't stand crying, I cried by letting go of my neck. When I saw something scary because my brain was smart on such a subject, I remembered it for a long time and was scared. The elder seemed to be a neighbor who knew well about Nettie and her sister even before he fled here. She spoke with a sign of reminiscent of a long ago. Your twin sister Betty, who was born a few minutes earlier, was the opposite of you. My head wasn't very smart, but I wasn't really afraid. I've always been the leader of the town's alley, but when I look back now, it seems like I broke it and pretended to be courageous, saying that I would protect you, who was scared. Alas, did you do that? Then, Betty had a stupid side, but her heart was so soft. One day, it was for you who read a scary fairy tale and said that it keeps reminding me of it. Ho ho ho. I guess I wanted to make you forget your bad memories by shocking my head. Aha, cute. But it would have been useless. Of course. Rather, you both were scolded because you cried louder with a bump on your head. Ho ho ho. After speaking, the elder looked sad for a moment. Then he reached out and hugged Yun-Sol tightly. Seeing that you are alive like this, Betty will also be alive somewhere healthy. Don't worry too much. After listening to the elder's words, Yun-Sol felt as if somewhere in her heart was getting heavier. In fact, she knew that the angel girl Nettie is already dead. When she first discovered Nettie, she was buried deeply and died, and now Yun-Sol is the one who controls her body. When Yoon Sol was saddened by the fact that Nettie's end was not so good, the elder reached out and quietly covered Yoon Sol's hand. Don't worry too much, dear. The white flame will protect us. A white flame? Yoon Sol suddenly trembled at the memory passing through his brain. It was not Nettie's memory, but Yoon Sol's memory. The white flame that didn't back down even a bit from the black bad ending in the labyrinth. How anxious and sinful was he leaving him behind? Perhaps the elder is referring to the old man? Elder. Actually, in the labyrinth, When Yoon Sol is about to ask a question about the white flame. Kwabang. A great roar broke out somewhere. The ground vibrates, and the water in the bath overflows. At the same time, I heard the shouts of guards from the distant watchtower. Come. Bad endings are coming. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 277. Previous talk next. Chapter 278. Silic 1-4. They are coming. An angel who stood guard on the great wall cried. He stretched out his wings and tried to fly up into the sky, but he couldn't. Phuwak. This is because a long tentacle that protruded from over the wall pierced his stomach. That's it. The tentacles weren't a single strand. A black mass like hair on the wall began to appear on the wall. Bad ending / aka tangled scalp. Grade A/characteristics. Habit, roaming. Form 1. The heart of the labyrinth, Area D at 11 o'clock. Discovery date 0/X at 8:13. Attacks with countless hairs. Basically, he is a glutton and there is nothing he cannot eat except for a bad ending that is stronger than himself. A huge bad ending stretched out numerous tentacles and began to cross the barrier. And that was the beginning. Kiki. Peruric dash. Numerous bad endings of various colors came up holding the hair of the entangled scalp and attacked the village of angels. The complexions of the angels standing on the alert became blue. What? Bad endings cooperate with each other. Run away. All of them are the ones who have a taste for eating children. Why are you here so many this time? How to stop them? Block. Even if it's time for the kids to hide, earn. The grown-up angels clench their teeth and look forward. When out, they confront the bad endings with spears or swords. Numerous arrows fly and pour over the heads of the bad endings. Some of the big bad endings became hedgehogs and rolled down the wall. Quackwang. Jijik. There is a sound of the collapse of fences and pillars from all over the place. Screams of pain and fear were flooding everywhere. Dad. Mom. Save me. The first targets of bad endings were children. Anyway, Englishins won and bad endings snatched only the children one after another as soon as they crossed the barrier. No matter how tightly they hide inside buildings, tree roots, or crypts, the bad endings notice the location where children are hiding like ghosts and attack them. Shit. Squeak liquid. When the bad endings found the children, they swallowed them with a bite or rolled them up with tentacles. The big and fast movements of the bad endings were beyond the reach of young angels. However, the resistance of the angels, who were in danger of taking their children twice, was tough. Parents who regained their children at the end of their desperate efforts blocked the bad endings with blood feet in their eyes. No. How did I meet my daughter again? Oh man. Not only my grandchildren. Rather kill me. Son. Wake. I will never lose you again. Other parents, who have not yet met their children, also raised arms in sympathy with the parents' minds of protecting their children. Firewood piled up everywhere caught fire. A huge bonfire rises and pushes out the darkness. The angels set the bonfire to a spear and a fire. He moved it to the flesh and picked up the bad endings and drove them far back. However, the bad endings that were always used to withdraw at this point are sticking more and more tougher today. The black bad endings and the white angels' clash were getting on fire. Right then. Stop it. The elder of the angelic family stepped forward. She held a spellbook in one hand and a stick that was taller than her own in the other, and began to memorize the spell. Paha. A pure white barrier arose, and all the bad endings around it were blown back. Is that my skill? Yoon Sol, who was attached to the back of the elder, opened his eyes wide. When entering the flight path to get to Celestial Island, Yoon Sol once used this divine shield against pirates who turned into ghouls. Perhaps it is the elder in front of her who taught the technique to the angel girl Nettie. Gihek. People. Numerous bad endings linger in front of the elder's divine magic. The white veil continued to drive the black evils back. The morale of the angel side has risen. They shouted with hopeful voices. Oh, the elder is here. You can stop it. I can stop it. For those dirty bad endings. I will give you the bad ending you took. However, The high morale of the angels was also there. Thud slash. A completely different thing appeared before their eyes. Bad ending nightmare form, bad. Ending nightmare form, / Aka smile. Grade, A+. Characteristics? Habit, roaming. Formats a 1. The Heart of the Labyrinth, Area D at 4 o'clock. Discovery date, Mons Sunday 4:44. It seems to be something different from the general form of bad ending. Smile? An eerie smile is half shielded by the bonfire's backlight and dreads. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere in the hall changed. Even the other bad endings that had raided the village were fluttering and dodging. Just as expected. Wow. Smile grabbed the tangled scalp that was blocking the front and tore it. The guy who has been supplying numerous ship endings inside the wall has been hit hard. That was not enough. Smile began to tear and kill other bad endings nearby. Anything caught in the hand seemed to be trying to kill. Oh. Whenever he stirs his black palm once, the nightmares that haunted the angels so much are torn north and north like A4 paper. The massive muscle mass, the one armed with sharp thorns, the monster with large shields in both hands, are all crushed, smashed, and torn to death. Wow, monster, it's a monster. Isn't that a bad ending outside of the standard? I can't stop doing that. Isn't White Flame dealing with it? Could it be that the White Flame Nim was also defeated? The angels looked at such smiles with fearful eyes and stumbled back. Then, there was a white wall blocking the front of Smile. Inum, where is this? Elder of the angelic family. She opened a shield of light with a loud voice. The white aura shook like a wave and struck Smile's whole body. However, Quageek. Smile holds up the white curtain with both hands. That was not enough, and after driving my finger into the tent, I started tearing it apart with the force of my grip. Oh. Even in the midst of this, Smile's gaze was toward Yun Sol, who was hiding behind the elder. The elder clenched his teeth and hid Yun Sol behind him. Hey, bad endings never miss the prey that was taken once. Hurry and run away. At the same time as that said, crackling, the white curtain was torn. Kairohoho. Smile pulls through the shield. Wow, he swung his palms. Poop, poop, poop. All the angels that were intercepting became bloody teeth and turned into circles. The elder, who kept the shield, me too. Smile started running crazy towards Yun Sol. Moment. One of the memories in Yun Sol's head came back to life. Like a video caught on a faint Wi-Fi signal, it miraculously plays. A very long time ago came to mind in Yun Sol's mind. A night when it rains again. It was a labyrinth with no way to know. Oh. The pouring rain and the sound of a soaked throat in the dark. In front of you, you can see the face of bad ending nightmare form Smile. Quackwang. The crumbling floor. Nettie was crying without even screaming. The body gradually falls down. To the bottom of the net pollution Mamang Konga. The last thing I could see in Nettie's eyes was Smile's smile. Ugh, Yun Sol got up in a hurry. I figured out why Nettie fell to the ground. That heinous bad ending, nightmare-like monster in front of you. Everything is because of the monster called Smile. This guy must be the culprit of all the heinous cases. Yun Sol gave a serious expression. Smile will surely have something to do with it. What caused the Emperor to go crazy, and the causes of bad endings in the labyrinth. Cook. Yun Sol rolled up his fists and clenched them. This important secret must be shared with Ein and Drake. Only then will you have the key to clear the main quest of Celestial Island. However, Smile had been chasing Yun Sol with tremendous momentum. It's as if Yun Sol is trying to kill her by covering her mouth before confessing everything. The momentum is so tremendous that it feels dire. Yun Sol had no choice but to freeze on the spot. Quackwang. Bang. Puffer Fong. Smile has been rushing with tremendous momentum. Barriers, bonfires, tree-rooted houses, and piles of soil were smashed as if they were all blown up. And in front of him is Yun Sol, who is small and delicate. Ah! Yun Sol screamed. Smiley's rush cannot be prevented with her shield. No. The horror of the elder screamed from behind. Other angels hurried out with spears and swords, but it was too slow to stop Smile's obsession. Poop. Smile struck a large bonfire as it was, smashed it, and reached out to Yun Sol. Fires scattering in all directions and enormous darkness encroach on Yun Sol's whole body. The moment when 5 black fingers are about to close Yun Sol's small body. Oops. Along with a loud roar, Smile's wrist was broken by one. Flapping. And there is a red cloak blocking the front of Smile. A body covered in black veins. And all firmly held in the hand. It is me. Eogen. Yun Sol looks up at me with a crying expression at any moment. I smiled and made eye-to-eye contact with her. It is fortunate that the preparation is not too late. I wrapped it in a cloak and put it on my back. And of the smiley wet with the glow. I looked back and opened my mouth. It's the second game. Now the time has come to pay off the debt you owed in the labyrinth. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 278. Previous talk next. Chapter 279. Silic 5. I looked up and looked at the smiley in front of me. A smile that looks reddish in the glow. Yes, laugh. You have to laugh to bring blessings. I, too, smiled and took a pose. Now is the time to pay off the debt you owed in the labyrinth. Mull. I roll my feet and split the ground into two pieces. Since it is not a space with dense walls, an earthquake attack works. Great. Smile fell in between the cracks on the spot. Of course, just before he was completely slammed through the cliff, he stretched out his big arms and grabbed the ends of the ground on both sides, and the Batingi smiled. However, it was unavoidable that the unique mobility was temporarily sealed. Yes, stay there. Instead of shaving, I'm the Mad-On King's gauntlet. Charged while wearing lit. In the past, the curse of damage has already been put on, so now only the blow is left. Quack quack wang. The whole field shakes, tightening Smile's breath. It received little damage to the terrain, but was steadily inflicting damage nonetheless. Once won. I raised my right fist and slammed Smiley's face. Pagok. Hey. A red smile painted on a white face. It was distorted by a large fist mark. 2 units in a row. I raised my left fist and smile right away. I put it in the cheek on the other side of the job. Poop. Jijik. Smile's face becomes wrinkled in an instant. When I hit him, a firm counter-elastic force was delivered to the fist. It feels like hitting a big yokon. Okay. Pap it. Smile released his hand on the ground and retreated deep into the crack. I think I'm going to attack again after moving away from my fist, correcting my posture. But that was what I wanted. You want to hide in it? You won't be able to come out again. As soon as I saw that the smile had entered the cracks in the ground, I grabbed both hands and pulled it. Jijijijijijiji. With a terrifying roar, the cracks in the open ground close again. Both lands were being pulled again by my grip. Great. Smiley hurriedly raised his head as he saw both lands approaching. And with all my might, I started to climb back up. But that doesn't allow Drake. You don't have to come out. Go in. The dialogue seems to be holding back the person who comes out. Drake started pouring arrows using a large crossbow fixed to the ground. Look. Smiley pushed up the flying arrow with his hand, or combing it with his shoulder. Thud slash. The land that soon split into 2 pieces. It was closed. K-a-a-a-a. Smile succeeded in coming to the ground before the ground was closed. It was about 95% success. Because I succeeded in removing my body just before the ground was completely closed, but one ankle was narrowly caught between the cracks. But that was enough. Drake began to spin round and round against Smile with one foot tied. Ping piping, ping. The light crossbow continues firing arrows. They were sticking to Smile's body continuously. Yinsol exclaimed. Mr. Drake. Arrows don't work for him. I know. Drake quietly nodded even after hearing Yunsol's words. Then Yunsol finally found out what Drake was doing. Honey fruit. The food of bad endings. A forbidden fruit that increases your HP when you eat it. Smile wore the vines of these honey fruits around his waist and shoulders, and Drake was exquisitely aiming for only these honey fruits. Puck. Perfuck. Crisp. Passasack. The honey berries hit by the arrow are scattered. A fruit that falls on the floor and rolls around. 6 fragments. Great. Smile groped his hips, and he was amazed. When I touched the honey vine, the place where the fruit was hanging is only full of arrows. More than half of the honey he had stored has disappeared. Ah! Smile seemed to have finally grasped the situation. If there is no honey fruit that restores HP, he is bound to suffer from the damage of Cumden again. However, it was impossible to escape and recover the honey. It's because his right ankle was firmly lodged in the ground. Exactly what I am tightening. But not. I laughed with my hands on the ground. Isn't Mad-On King's specialty to press and tighten the whole field? The last time I was in the labyrinth, the terrain was so irregular that I couldn't use it. Look. Smile is using the forgotten characteristic. It made me lose the power of the terrain, but I couldn't get out of it. It is not the power of the earth that is holding Smiley, but my strength. Kugaguguk. I kept pushing the dirt. The tightly compressed soil is forcing a Smile only with pure physical force. It wasn't what would happen with the characteristics. However, Smile never gave up. Poop. He had cut off his right ankle, which had been stuck in compressed dirt. Oh crazy. Drake exclaimed in horror. Smile just hit the ground with the cut of the ankle. A body fluid like oil was poured out, but it seemed that he didn't care much. Kwoo. But the pain seems to be considerable. With both hands and one left foot, it crawled over the floor and began to rush toward the rear. That terrible power and tenacity was aimed at Yin-Sol. Drake laughed. You're aiming for a healer in the midst of this? It's great. When he finished speaking, he looked at me and nodded. Look, really what you said. Right. Let's move on to the next step. I beckoned towards Drake. Yin-Sol is surprised to see the direction I am running. Huh? Eojin, that way is outside. As she said, I was now running towards the labyrinth outside the village of angels. Pappet. Stepping on the huge body of the dead bad, ending in jumping. I crossed the big barrier as it was. The smiley roll, with one ankle amputated, is pursuing me with tremendous momentum. I ordered Drake. Towards Zone X 6 o'clock. Okay. Drake nodded and started running in a different direction with me. With a tough wire in your hand. Meanwhile, Yin-Sol on my back is an anxious expression. Ujin, isn't it more difficult to deal with when entering the labyrinth? Smile perfectly penetrates the geography of the labyrinth like a roaming bad ending. It is difficult to deal with. In fact, the entire labyrinth is in a state that is no different from his area. But I ran with confidence. This is because there was definitely a strategy. Smile gradually narrows the distance. It didn't slow down at all, even though one ankle was cut off. Instead, it seemed that his coolness and calmness had become a lot dull. Anger and tenacity seemed to have stopped his cunning brains for a moment. It's faster than I thought. That's why the calculations will be wrong. I clenched my teeth. Smile's chase speed is something I didn't even expect. Go to your destination after going like this. It must be caught before prayer. Tadak. I quickly went down the collapsed stairs to get rid of him. And he hid behind the pillar. Oh. When he followed me just around the corner. Krook. Smile looks around. It is because I and Yin-Sol were lying flat under the vines that grew thick. Hide and seek came to mind as a temporary measure. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Yin-Sol was in my arms and dyed her face red. Is it because of the burden of being chased by a scary enemy? The moment I'm about to tell Yin-Sol that he can feel relieved. Hey Gu, ready, where are you? Unnoticed, Drake comes out from the bottom of the stairs and yells at Yin-Sol. Crew. Smile reacted like a ghost to Drake's voice. Quack quack wang. It bounced like a flash in the direction the voice came from. Yin-Sol, who saw it, hurriedly pulled my collar. What do you do? If Mr. Drake gets hit by that. But I just laugh. Is there any way to do it? Yin-Sol noticed that my ease of mind wasn't understood, but after hearing Drake's voice over and over again, he noticed how the situation was going around. Hey Gu, ready, where are you? Hey Gu, ready, where are you in? Hey Gu, ready, where are you? Hey Gu, ready, where are you? Drake's voice continues to be heard, with a constant pitch that is no difference. I followed Smile with a Yin-Sol on it. The black blood spilled from his ankle made it easy to trace. Before long, let me and Yin-Sol arrive in the area where Drake's voice can be heard. Also, oh my gosh, the scene that I and Yin-Sol were expecting came in front of me. Bad ending / AK vocalism simulation par jigic, grade, A / characteristics. Habit, burrow. Habitat, outside the labyrinth, at 6 o'clock in Zone X. Yi discovery date, month X at 3:11. It has the appearance of a large carnivorous plant and calls by imitating the voice of a colleague with a big mouth. If you go closer to see if you have a colleague and take a bite, you will be frustrated. It was seen that a huge fly hell was covering the Smile with countless teeth. Smile struggled, but Sangdemo's Paris hell keeps trying to swallow such a smile. Hey Lost, ready, where are you? By imitating Drake's voice. Meanwhile, hey, it's late. Drake sat on the other side of the pillar with the wire in his hand. The wire in his hand is tightly tied to the third tentacle in the mouth of the fly hell below. There are 3 strands of tentacles in the mouth of the Hell of Paris, and the mouth is closed only when the septum reaches the lowest part of it. So the last time I fell, I tied the wire to the tentacle in advance. I can pull it out whenever I need it. We smiled and looked down. Smiley, angry because of her ankle cut off, couldn't think of this hell of a fly. Now let me enjoy a quiet meal. I picked up the earthquake gauntlet and began to squash all the surrounding walls, pillars, and floors. Rumble. A huge amount of decays fall. They buried the Hell of Paris. It is the chirping power of the Hell of Paris, who was reluctant to face even a Smiley in a healthy state. There is also a massive collapse of weight added to it, so it's no wonder that a Smiley injured cannot escape. There, die from damage. I stood in the center of the ruined labyrinth X zone. Then, I pressed the X key on the virtual keyboard to express my condolences. Meanwhile, Yin-Sol stretched his head and looked down. Patter, patter. There was no movement underneath where only a few small fragments were rolling. But even so, why do you think you have to run away from here? Yinsol shook his head to shake off the slight anxiety. Right then, something happened to completely wash away Yunsol's anxiety. A number of angels gather around me, Drake and Yinsol at some point. Because I heard it. It seemed to have followed us from the village. To get rid of that terrifying bad ending, it's amazing. Thank you for saving the village. Thank you. You are our children's heroes. Thousands of angels approach with their wriggling faces and give their clumsy thanks. But it was clear that only that heart was real. Because in front of our eyes, we can see their favorability gauge increasing in real time. Yet, the elder walked out in front of the group of angels. She hugged Yinsol and said to me, in spite of the negligence we did, thank you. Considering your hearts, we are disqualified as angels. The elder said, taking turns looking back at me and Drake. I will recognize you as official members of our village. Come back together. It was the moment when he joined the main quest in earnest. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 279. Previous talk next. Chapter 280. Guay Sadiq Thishur. The angelic elder officially authorized us to be part of the angel village. You may be wondering what is so good to belong to such a refugee shelter. In fact, this is a pretty big perk. This is because the help of the angels here is essential to clear the main quest of Heavenly Island. Besides, the side benefits are also quite small. I looked around the village of angels and lit my eyes. It's daytime, so it doesn't look like much, but at night, an interesting phenomenon occurs in this village. If you can use it well, it is only a matter of time before you can get the money. For that reason, I put Yinsol and Drake together and gave a Japanese speech. Now, from now on, we should do our best to buy the favorites of the angels in this village. Then Yinsol and Drake tilted their heads. Asked Yinsol, I'm already doing Nettie's body, so the basic preference itself is very high? Her words were true. Despite doing nothing, the sensitivity of the angels to Yinsol is higher than any of us. It was a natural statement because it was a fellowship, but it was a bit unfair to think about. Meanwhile, Drake also nodded. I, too, seem to have gotten quite a favor with the angels while fighting the bad ending nightmare form this time. Especially, the young female angels are highly favored. Doesn't he wink every time he walks on the street or fold his arms? Well, I didn't have anything like that. Young female angels responded very businessly when I talked to them, but what happened? I can only think of it as a bug. Anyway, I nodded to their questions. First of all, Seoul is a long time. I was outside the village, and I haven't been a member of the village for a while, so the level of likelihood that has been raised is not very high. Taking my gaze away from Yinsol, I looked at the lake. Also, there are not many angels who have acknowledged us yet. Most of the angels are still reluctant to see us fighting smiles in person. We should buy everyone's liking. Drake nodded. Is it because I am a soldier? He was a personality who first thought about how to perform the quest rather than asking about the reason for the quest to be performed. So, how can I get the goodwill of the villagers? Locals while stationed locally. It is the basics of a soldier to get a favorite. Upon hearing Drake's words, I pointed to the other side of town. First, I must rebuild the village that was hit by the bad endings. Indeed. Drake nodded. The quest here in Heavenly Island is very unfriendly. No notification sound or quest window for tiring is provided. Only those who take care of themselves and find work can be rewarded. Now let's move. I moved my feet and headed for the most damaging area. It was a large stone bridge connecting the barrier and the barrier. A huge number of angels. The bridge was being rebuilt, but it didn't go out and it was sluggish. I approached the angels and asked, "What's the problem?" Then the angels answered, "Alas, it is you. We are now rebuilding the rope bridge. I have to go over to the cliff on the other side and tie a rope, but there is no way to cross the cliff." They lifted the ropes and looked like I was depressed. A broken rope bridge can be seen across the cliff. Maybe last time, bad endings were attacked and destroyed. Yinsol asked, tilting his head. You guys are angels. Can't we just use our wings to fly and tie a rope? Well, that's a bit difficult. The angel with the rope stretched his finger under the barrier. The gap between this cliff and that cliff leads to Baramgal. Because the width is narrow, the wish is very strong. Can you see? The angel threw a boulder down the cliff. Okay, Weeing Dadak. Pick it up. The stones quickly swept away by the wind and returned to the cliff, and soon they bumped against the wall of the temple several times and began rolling over there. No matter how much angels are, it is clear that if they fly into such a wind valley, they will be swept away and fall. I'll try it. Drake stepped forward. He tied a rope to the end of a large arrow and loaded it into a large, heavy crossbow of the level of a siege weapon. Poop. The arrow flies at great speed. However, even that powerful arrow could not pass through the wind valley. Why Rick? The arrow broke in the middle and slumped down. Is the wind too strong? I have to recalculate. Drake scratched his back head with a shuddered expression. Now it's my turn. I pulled out a large log, laid it halfway over the cliff, and climbed onto it. The place I climbed is at one end of the log, the part above the ground. The other end of the log stretched over the cliff and into the dark air. What are you going to do? Yinsol asked me with an anxious gaze. Instead of answering, I just smiled. And, Jik. I stood on a log with a large rock pulled from the ground. Then I cut it and threw it toward the other end of the log. Shit. Like a seesaw, radish at the other end. When the heavy rock fell, the log in the area where I was standing soared. The method I used a lot in the past when I was playing bridge building games is one. It brings memories. Logs and rocks fall down the cliff. I flew into the sky with a rope in my hand. Weeing. A strong wind blew, but it couldn't stop me from being bounced forward by the powerful power of the seesaw. Quackwang. I landed on the cliff on the other side, holding the rope firmly. Then I tied a new rope to the pulley over there. Rope docking complete. The way back was simple. All you have to do is grab the rope and return slowly. This degree was familiar because I had the experience of crossing from a meteorite to a ghost ship before coming to Chomgong Island. Oh my gosh. But to the angels, it seems that my appearance was a little strange. Drake and Yoon Salma would have had their mouths wide open. I looked back at the rope bridge on the next cliff. There is no cliff that cannot be crossed with only logs and rocks. Hoo. This is the mini-game version of the bridge building game. This difficulty level is enough to stimulate the deceased. I shrugged. In fact, later this leg building quest became famous in many ways. It becomes a content that many people challenge by creating all kinds of unusually shaped bridges. A bridge in the shape of a roller coaster, a bridge in the shape of a pendulum, a bridge that looks like playing cricket, or a bridge that walks like a human. Legs of all kinds of creative shapes are pouring out. Eventually, competitions will be held in this way. You shouldn't be surprised this much. I smiled inside and connected the rope legs. Whenever I make a bridge, I can feel the favorability of the angels mobilized in the work. It was a very smooth start. In the end, the construction of the rope bridge was completed after quite a long time. I played bridge building games in a matter of hours, and it was fun, and Drake learned how to handle the wind a little better in the process of shooting with a rope tied to an arrow. Yinsol was able to raise a lot of favorability just by talking with the angels. Meanwhile, another quest was waiting for us when we finished building the bridge. How do you talk about all this guy's laundry? Numerous angels standing by the stream are expressing warmth. In front of them, there were a lot of clothes covered in soil. The embankment collapses and the whip in it. In the pouring wind, all the laundry was covered with dirt. Not only the laundry, but also the towels and rags that had been wiped off the dirt were piled up like a pile. In addition, the clothes worn by the injured were also soaked in blood, sweat, and ash at the time when they needed to be washed. I was willing to grapple with their grievances. I put all my laundry into a big bucket. After connecting the water pipes so that the clear water flowed in, I slammed the powdery materials into the water. The laundry is my specialty. I changed to the Mad-on King mode and heated the water warmly. Boil and kill lizard men in the past. This is the way I used it. The water soon becomes so hot that water vapor rises hazy. I used the power of earthquakes and eddies to hit the laundry. Poop. Rumble. The laundry is turned over in the water and rotated repeatedly. The power of an earthquake. It has been removed cleanly, and the power of the vortex dehydrates wet laundry neatly. Oh my gosh. The time is right. The angels are surprised to see me again this time. You can hear the sound of your favorability rising straight up. Pang pang. I want the laundry that has been washed cleanly. Hang it on a hanger and let it dry. The clothes were perfectly washed and dehydrated, so the angels could wear them right away. Oh, thank you. I was worried about whether I should go naked from tomorrow. Thanks to this, I can put on a hygienic bandage. I almost got infected. I will not forget this grace. It was cold, but I'm glad I can cover the blanket. Thank you very much. There are sounds of thanksgiving here and there. I opened the status window and measured my affinity with the angels. The affinity bar is almost heading towards max. It was a very smooth situation. Then, I asked why Drake was so likable. Is there anything you're aiming for? He knows me well. I don't think I'm buying these hardships because I want to get along with them while I'm in the village of angels. I nodded softly. I'm not a Hogu, and I'm not foolish enough to invest time and energy in uncompensated work. As soon as the likelihood level of more than half of the villagers is taken as max, a special change begins. Special change. Drake tilted his head. Yes. Privilege, I've said before. It looks like nothing much because it's daytime now, but the moment the night comes, an interesting phenomenon will happen in this town. Again, it's only a matter of time before you can get a quick deposit if you can use it well. It's probably going to be a pretty magical experience. I was hanging the laundry and shining my eyes. The evening play was falling through the white laundry fluttering in the wind. Time to start soon. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 280. Previous talk next. Chapter 281. Goa City 2. In addition to rebuilding the legs or doing the laundry, there was a lot of work to do. Fortunately, among the angels, there were so many specialties in buffers and healers that the village was rebuilt at a rapid pace. Those who are injured will recover from heal. And those who work, because of the buff, the work efficiency is several times. The collapsed pillars and walls were built stronger, and the food storehouse was filled again. Excellent. I thought it would take at least a month to repair the damage. The initial response was quick, so there were no dead or missing persons. It is a miracle. This is all thanks to human friends over there. It's a minute. The angels came out and praised Drake. That is also because it was mostly Drake and I who picked up the fruits and mushrooms that opened up high places, or rebuilt the heavy walls and legs. As a result, both men, women, the elderly, and children alike have evenly increased their favorability. Already likable with some younger people. The degree has been taken to max. And the aftermath quickly appeared. Near the end of the damage restoration process, a group of sturdy angelic youths suggested Naphtali. Hey stranger, don't just work too much, how about one game? Looking at earlier, it seemed like I was using some strength. Aren't you just working too much? Together. Let's play. About 20 young men threw an oval-shaped leather ball over here. Get. I smiled while taking the ball. Naphtali is a kind of sports game that angels enjoy. 20 people in 2 teams. They are divided and the rules are similar to those of general American football. It doesn't matter whether it's a hand or a foot. It's a game in which you score points by rushing with the ball and placing flowers in the deepest part of the opponent's camp 100 meters in front. For reference, this Naphtali is a lifelong friend who has offered to play this game together as it is possible to observe and participate in any bond with the angels. It's not even true to be said to be. The reward for winning the game is that the likelihood is greatly increased. It may be natural when you think about the fact that men usually get close to each other rapidly after exercising together and sweating. I will deliver it good. I'll try it in a long time. I headed to the big playground in the middle of town with my long leather ball. As soon as I stepped into the 50 by 100 meter field, the game started. The enemy team players were seen rushing like bulls. How macho. The axis is shaken. Ho. When I saw the angels rushing against me, only those who were big and swift among the angelic families gathered. Among them were Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Donatello, who initially arrested me and Delake and led them to prison. I will show you the power of the angels. Where should we look at the skills of the warrior who defeated the bad-ending nightmare form? When I look at the laundry, my muscle strength is not normal, but I learn a lot. It is in the highest condition. Lefty eye. Angel. Don't curse me. For linemen are charging with tremendous momentum. Their task is to press the opponent's room with the ball with a muscular body to block the advance and take the ball further. But I'm in Mad-on King mode right now. I don't have a jaw to be pushed by them, who sank so many bad endings, even nightmare forms with a single punch. Quack. I held the belly of the muscular angels with one hand and pick it up at random. Began to lose. Quack 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 quack. The linemen, running like rhinos, stopped as soon as they hit my shoulders and bounced back. Do not disturb. Having repelled all of the linemen, I immediately transformed into a deceased person meta, and the runner that catches up. They ran at a speed that overwhelmed them. Spot. The angels didn't even catch up with my movements and even watched them pass before my eyes. I broke the line so lightly and put the watchman aside. Touchdown. Dropping the ball on the opponent's goal line, I looked back and laughed at the angels. Then, Leonardo and the 4 angels picked up the ball with a burning expression of goodwill. This time we are attacking. I'm a ball rather than the original number. Don't look down on it. Show us our potential. Following us from the younger generation. These aren't there yet. Do you remember the number of goals you've scored so far? I can't do it. They grabbed the ball and started charging again towards our goal line. Indeed, the power of these linemen was tremendous. Our linemen ran out as soon as they ran into them. Not only were they strong, they were also fast, so it took less than a few seconds to get to our sideline. Even I was running, exchanging the ball back and forth with each other, spreading in various directions so that I could not mark only one person. However, rara rack slash. I covered my whole body with black veins. The picaresque mask turned like white eyeballs, and black veins and barbed wire began to wriggle like snakes all over the body. Rotten water mode. For reference, this body is accompanied by the kill chain characteristic of eight-legged great king. King rather than. Black barbed wires shot from my body wrapped around the enemy team players. Kwa 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 kwang. Jajik. I lifted all the runners and linemen running towards the goal line all at once into the air, and then dumped them upside down on the ground. In addition, it goes without saying that the ball was also wrapped with barbed wire and brought. Overwhelming play that makes even our team have nothing to say. Runner/deceased lineman/mad on king receiver/rotten water. It can be said that it is truly a one-man corps that handles all positions by himself. Would you like to do more? Let me ask with a smile. I am, of course. This is the first time Naphtali is so fun. I like the stranger. From now on, I admit I am a brother. This is the main story from now on, so look forward to it. Character. One more game going. The voracious young angels laugh and brush off the dirt from their bodies. I enjoyed myself. It hasn't been a long time since these powerful combat power gauges. Before returning, the memories of participating in the Naphtali competition in the game are revived. At that time, it was really fun with the engineering staff. It hasn't been a few years, and everyone has ended the game. At this point, everyone is still crab. I'm not even started. When I was soaked in memories of a long time ago. Oh, Jean, do your best. From afar, you can hear Yunsol cheering. When did it start? Many angels have already gathered in the audience to see Naphtali. There was Cac. Donatello is cool. Michelangelo fighting. You're good looking. The guys who are napping are so cool. Naphtali players are originally a popular explosion among the opposite sexes of the same age. Just as expected, some of them have already been looking forward to me. Wow, you wanna? That friend. Muscle. You're very coveted? I must scout our muscle chest hair team. Oh hey, look at that thigh. It kills you. The running must be very explosive. It's a must-have talent for our Mustang mustache group. Great. I can't take it anymore. I'm so curious about that friend's anxiety. I will take it off and look at it. And I will make sure to join our health macho dad. All are only muscular men. Yinsol looked at them, wiped off his cold sweat, and smiled at me again. Anyway, cheer up. I waved at her and started running again towards the field. I am intent on putting an end to Max at all due to the affinity with the angels. Volunteer activities and support to the public were all over. After that, I was able to make a lot of friends at the Naphtali game that suddenly caught fire. As evidence of that, muscular men all around me are spitting out a hot snoring. Hey, what do you usually do for exercise? How do you eat your brother? What supplements do you take? You have good muscles. However, because the posture of performing lead is wrong, there is no efficiency. Now follow me. Except for the back of the hips. Like this. And breathe. Don't be possessed by acupuncture, because muscle loss comes. All of them are only men asking if they can exercise together, show them the movement, or even touch their bodies. Meanwhile, Drake in front of you. A bunch of female angels are sticking around and chattering. Taste the freshly picked fruit, listen to the newly composed music, touch the newly woven fabric, and clothe each other. Are you pissed? Angry. I'm just angry. When Drake noticed that I was staring like I was going to kill, he turned to this side. I walked. Jean. It seems to have taken a favorable rating of Max. What did you do for that? Nothing. Isn't it going to come up by itself? No way. The world can't get it for free. I'm sure you've done something, so your affinity will increase. But there wasn't really anything. I just sat back and ate the fruit they brought me to eat and listened to the talk. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This is something unfair. Anyway, I don't like the process very much. But anyway, we were able to get close to the angels a lot. I am to a large number of unspecified men. Drake to a large number of unspecified women. Wow, that's great. Goo. Yunsol was happy with applause. Drake also clapped and nodded. It was an expression of pride that I had completed my order. And I also clapped with a bitter face. Meanwhile, Yunsol asked with a curious expression. Ujin, what's the reward for hitting the likelihood to Max? Okay, I also asked quickly. I touched Yunsol and Drake on the shoulders. And he looked up and looked across the village. Bing. The two turned their heads following my gaze. Gust. Something strange was seen between the setting sun and the long shadows under it. While the sound of drumming was heard in a small amount, something with a black shape was creeping around in the shadows. They weren't 1 or 2, but in the blink of an eye, the number was 10, 20, 30, 40. It keeps increasing. The black figure lifted a bizarre, white face high up. It moved as if dancing to the sound of my drums. It looks like, bad ending. Drake was frightened and drew a crossbow and an arrow. but I reached out and held Drake back. It's not a bad ending. Look carefully. When Drake heard me, he narrowed his eyes and looked straight ahead. Within, he could see. The things that move in front of you are actually angels. The angels were dancing to the sound of the drums, wearing the skins and masks of the bad ending. They were moving somewhere with strange movements, with numerous torches and seats lined up at the end. In the darkness lit by a flaming torch, thousands of angels have already gathered together in strange costumes, wearing strange masks, and dancing to the sound of the drums. And on the long seat, there were all sorts of weird items that I hadn't even heard of. Night Market, Yishuchang. A mark was engraved in my eyes when I saw it. It finally came to fruition. The fruits of all kinds of hardships that he suffered in order to be recognized as a villager. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 281. Previous talk next. Chapter 282. Guay City Dishu 3. Etc. Dung Bung, 2. A Japga, Jaga, that was popular and sold during the 1592 year of the Imjin War. The children of the noble family gathered in groups of dozens or hundreds, dressed in ghost masks, and fired with bizarre dances. This is the song I sang. It is said that some people of the day lamented when they saw such a ruinous festival taking place, saying that it was a sign of the country's ruin. Dung Mung Dung. What the angels are playing drums and singing right now is good with that song. Angels take off the skin of the bad ending. They gathered in the plaza while dancing bizarrely, wearing masks and clothes made from scratch. There is a large market formed there. Guru Gishur, Dokibi Market. It is a night market with all kinds of items for sale. Unlike markets such as Samel Market or Oil Market, the opening cycle is irregular. A place where all kinds of stolen goods, second-hand goods, hairstyles, and antiques are traded, not items that are officially distributed. It is also a market where you can never participate unless you are recognized as a resident of the Ran 1 village. Aying. Young guys play like that. Hey these guys. In this way, the village will be ruined. The passing elders head to the angels dancing in the bad ending mask. Sun swung his staff. It seems that the elder class angels, who are small, don't like this weird festival of young people. Drake and Yunsol also nodded. It's definitely an end-of-the-century landscape. It doesn't look like a festival of angels. I don't really want to participate. It's very ominous in that I play with the body part of the bad ending. It's creepy. Isn't the real island a sign of ruin? But I have a different opinion from them. Whether it's sinister or bad, it's best to make the most of what you can eat. Whatever the situation, you have to make it helpful to me. The acts of angels are viewed objectively. It is only the totality of the hidden quests that NPCs are playing when they do. If so, it would be more beneficial to spend as much time here as possible. Without hesitation, I intervened in a group of etc. A flaming torch illuminates a dark dirt road. The seats all over the place. There were numerous items on top. The moment he sees them, Drake changes his eyes at once. Oh my gosh. Well done to come. I looked back at Drake and grinned. The rank of the items in this place is. It was startling. Right away ? All of the items on the seat are non-rated items. It is an unrated item that is precious. You don't know what options are hidden. Drake, who said it was ominous for the first time and didn't want to come, approached as if he was possessed by the light of a torch. Take a look. A cloth in the shape of a black cat giggled and twisted grotesquely. Drake had been pondering for a while, and then picked up an old-looking crossbow. The price of antiques is equal to 100,000 gold for any item. In reality, it is about 10,000 won or more. Drake handed over the coin and was handed a crossbow. And let's bring a special emotion scroll sold only in this market. Shan. Along with the loud sound, the true value of the item was revealed. Shadrach's crossbow / one-handed weapon / A+. Designed to be able to shoot with one hand, this crossbow reacts to only one of your many wills. It is amoral intention. Attack power + 3000. Property penetration can be used special. Property low speed can be used special. Jackpot. The jackpot burst from the first edition. Drake opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. From the start of the gacha, the A+ grade item dropped. Named item with a name. There are 2 special options attached to it. Pass through characteristics that ignore the enemy's defense with a certain probability, and slow speed, that significantly slows the enemy's attack speed and movement speed when hit. Oh my gosh. Buy more now. Drake turned his eyes upside down and tried to run toward the night market. I just stopped him because it seemed like I would run out of all my money if I let him go. Wait. Let's spend some time. What's the plan? Lost. This is awesome. Thank you for bringing me to a place like this. If I knew it would be like this, I would make a lot of money. Drake was so excited that he took all of his fortune from his inventory. "Shut up and take my money." Drake snorted and jumped into the night market as he stepped back, saying I couldn't dry it. It's not that you can't understand his feelings. Originally, antiques were bought at a bargain price without any expectation, but later they were living in the fun of discovering that they were of great value. Mr. Drake isn't going to go bankrupt like that, Yinsol said with an anxious expression as he watched Drake move away. For reference, she just bought a beautiful music box, but as soon as she gave her an appraisal, she turned into an old-fashioned trash that wasn't worth $1, so she was in a state of distrust in the night market. I laughed at Yinsol. The item that Drake just picked up. It was really lottery. I think I've been using my luck for the next 10 years. Isn't it common again? Huh, because gotcha. It's better to go in there and buy those that are expensive but with guaranteed performance. I took Yinsol and went deep into the year. Indeed, as you go inside, items that are far from gotcha are displayed. There are also teleport scrolls that are precious, and even the early burial, which is in order to revive the dead. I am here today to buy these orders. It's really dirty and expensive. The magic spellbooks on display were really expensive to make the eyeballs pop out. At the random seat outside there. I wish I could get these things, but the probability is too low, so on. However, the items here are, in fact, essential items that must be bought unconditionally as they appear, no matter what the price. It's because literally, if it's a day, it doesn't come every day. It is very difficult to make in the first place, and it is almost impossible to obtain it by hunting. Later, when you resell it, you may get a price of several tens of times, so you have to buy it as you see it. If I had all of my property, it would be perfect. I picked up all 12 teleport scrolls and 3 resurrection orders from the seat. Until then, all the money earned from raids was converted to real-world money, so there is not much gold. But even with it, the expensive order books could be wiped out. It was a little quick, but I am fortunate that the amount of money was just right. The teleport scroll was white paper with no warp points registered, so there is no need to use it right now. I put them in my inventory and tried to leave. Then, got it. From the corner of the market, I saw Drake straddling. The appearance that was noticeably dull. Seeing all, it looks like it's just a bang. I almost burst into laughter as soon as I saw his drooping shoulder, but I put up with it. Then he asked a nasty question. "How did you get something?" Then Drake nodded with sad eyes. "Whopping." A little bit different from the answer I expected. Lita. Soon after, Drake started putting out a huge amount of items in front of me. LOL. Shadrach's crossbow. One-handed weapon /A+. Made to shoot with one hand. This crossbow is your countless righteousness. Responds to only one of them. It is the intention of flesh. Attack power plus 3000. Available to use pass through characteristic, special. Characteristics, low speed, usable, special. The iron of the Lorahama. Brain one-handed weapon /A+. Say goodbye to someone who never wants to see you again, as much as the arrows fired from this crossbow. There is nothing like that. Attack plus 3000. Characteristic penetration, usable, special. Characteristic real name can be used, special. Giramatri high, Ramath and IA high. Lozenge one-handed weapon /A+. Unpleasant debris from the process of shaving the devil's jawbone. You don't know what will happen if you step on it. Attack power plus 1000. Dark property attack, plus 1000. Trait poison can be used, special. Dagger Mahelsalel Hasbaz. Mahershalal Hashbaz. Asterisk one-handed weapon /A+. A dagger famous for its impatient temper. It is said that it is so impatient that it takes the enemy's life in advance before even stabbing it. Yi attack power plus 3000. Dark property defense minus 10%. Can be used with characteristic hull, special. Bad ending black arrow /A+. An arrow with an ominous aura. It was made by carving out the bones and shells of some bad endings. It is full of luxurious items, even to look at. Drake opened his mouth with a very sad expression. I don't know why I'm here anymore. This is heaven. Drake is so thrilled that soon. I cried out as if I was crying. I opened my mouth open to an absurd heart. The one who will become is said to be somehow. The world can break through that heinous probability and succeed so many gotchas. Of course, it seems like I screamed hundreds of times. Even with just one item here. Will remain. I invested a little money to buy antiques in case I was wondering, and the results were bad one after another. Of course, it was the same with Yinsol. Wow. Don't eat the amount with the item window. What is all this? Get rid of it. I was full of jealousy and shouted. But Drake saw me like that. Smiled as if he understood everything. And he held out his palm to me. Down. I have your gift too. I think I need it. Looking inside Drake's palm, I opened my eyes wide. Guochumalafa's infinite costume, /ring/A+. Akumalof is nicknamed Kiamayan or Chameleon. The master of disguise, he died and left only this ring. Able to use the characteristic 1000 Mayan, Chan Man. Special. This ring does not have any stats, and only has one characteristic of Chunmian. But nonetheless the ring was a hidden piece I needed. As long as I had this ring on my hand, I could change the appearance of the attached item to something else. It's my exclusive item. With this ring, you can make the distinction between the Madong King, the ancient character, and the rotten water completely different. In the meantime, the items are subtly middle. It becomes possible to reliably prevent the problem of being blessed. The deceased is a naked body wearing black tights. The Madong King wears a mask and a large gauntlet. Rotten water is a crumbling, muscular mass, dark veins, and a grimy-eyed killer. As a result, the deceased character is a metamorphosis, the Madong King is a mystic charisma meta, and the rotten material is a psycho serial killer meta. It became completely separate and independent. Sure, all of this thanks to our Drake brother's broad heart. Thanks, Drake, I'm so impressed. Lost. The expression is very different from the previous one. What am I? Your joy is my joy. I naturally Drake's. He wrapped the sesame and hung his shoulders. After all, I was believing in Drake from the beginning. Meanwhile, Yinsol asked me, following me, Ujin, do you have more to buy? I don't have much money now. Well, now you just have to buy some shit. Nothing really much anymore. You need to prepare some fabrics, steel frames, and a basket for 3 people, as you will need to create a secret process for later leaving the island. How to make a non-fair is not too difficult. If you have only the ingredients, you can find a blacksmith and ask for it. It would be easy to understand the appearance of unfairness when it was said that a basket was placed under a large paper plane. When I'm just preparing ingredients and heading to the forge liver. Tuck tuck. Someone pulled my collar. I turned my head to see if it was Yoon Sol, and I saw a little angel staring up at me for the first time. Mister, can't you just buy me that chocolate? He is a pretty daring kid. He was sucking his finger and staring at me. What kind of quest is it? Chonggong Island is a place where much is piled up in a veil even for me, who knows the future of 15 years. Even the quests here do not appear in the status window. Drake and Yoon Sol are also curious. He was looking at me with a young expression. Finally, I nodded. Well, that's it. Chocolate costs only 1,000 gold each at best. It's about 101 in real money. But even that, money is money. I couldn't waste it too much. I carefully picked up a piece of chocolate. Pointed. Only one chocolate here. I try to buy only one. When I bought the chocolate, the little boy's face brightened. He ate all the chocolate while standing and said thank you to me. Thank you, uncle. In return, I'll give you. The little boy rummaged his pocket and pulled out something. My eyes, as I saw sparkling on his palm, also started to sparkle. Slime concave egg slash? A concave egg needed when placing a concave. It is the most important item for those who crave concave. After confirming the identity of the item, I asked the little boy in a subtle voice. Little boy, wouldn't you like to eat more chocolate? Then the little boy nodded with an excited expression. Yeah, I want to eat more. How much more? A lot. Do you have concave eggs? Then the little boy nodded and turned his pocket upside down. Concave eggs, the size of a fist, were shining between the little one's fingers. I nodded. If you do this well, you might be able to do a tremendous amount of business. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 282. Previous talk next. Chapter 283. Goeishi 4. I bought about a pack of chocolate. Unlike other great snacks, such as pineapple pizza, mint chocolate, and pine needle drinks, which are around 100 gold, chocolate alone costs 1,000 gold. Little, is mint chocolate not good? Huh. I see. I bought a bunch of chocolate and gave it to the little boy. His expression shines brightly. The angel ring above the head that shines only at birth, marriage, or childbirth in life is how happy it is. It's just like it's shining. Thank you, uncle. There is nothing else to repay. I'll give you all my fortune here. The kid handed me a handful of concave eggs. Slime concave egg slash? A concave egg needed when placing a concave. It is the most important item for those who crave concave. A bizarre liquid monster slime. The concave egg is a sticky, lumpy, semi-liquid substance that looks like a large snot. It was a strange substance in many ways because we didn't even get together on such a subject. It looks like a liquid monster toy that kids play with these days. It's soft and a little sticky. If you're touching it, it's cold and soft to the touch, so you'll be fetishized endlessly. Unlike the once popular flavor toy, There is no worry about controversy over harmful substances. Yunsol laughed while fiddling with the concave eggs I handed over. Wow, my cousins and brothers will love this. It looks cute when I look at it. Right. In fact, it is an item that becomes sensational with young children later. Since you can only get it here at Chonggong Island, the price is very high. I didn't even know I was getting this here. Then Drake asked me a question. Down. Are you going to buy it from a kid and sell it back? No, I don't do that because I'm not a repalem. Of course, these concave eggs will be very expensive later, but this time I've monopolized them, so there will be no shortage of prices. So, instead of reselling these, I was thinking of doing something else. Anyway, the market is over now. I left the outskirts of town with a concave egg. As we go out, the ghosts are also removed. This is because it is a random market that lasts only for a short moment. The place I headed out of the ghost town was the hall in the center of the village. I don't know in detail, but I'm sure at first glance in the world before the return. I had a memory of hearing. It seems like he said that if you go here with a concave egg, it gives you something good. I looked up and looked around the hall. Even though the night was deep, several sleepless old men sat on the top floor. Some of them had a concave on the board, but no one sees it. It is clear that this is a quest related to the neck. If I put it there, I can use it. Then 6 stones are connected. Is this inspiration old? If you connect 5 or 6, you win. This is a concave. It's not yukmok. If you connect 4 stones and 1 stone apart, when you reach 6 stones, don't hit it. It's stubborn. An old man with a cane and an old man wearing a felt hat put a concave in a hole. It looks like an old man wearing a fedora is losing. I sneaked next to it, and he started to blatantly put Hansu on the side of an old man wearing a fedora. Grandfather, you can't put it there. Right now, my grandfather is aiming for Hoshi Tam Tam. If you don't stop eating, you will immediately float in 4 lines. I think it would be better to put it 1 space aside instead of there. Colic. Left colic. Left colic. Left colic. Then the old man in a fedora looked back at me and asked for a stone instead. I wanted to be right, so I started to use a handful of concave eggs I had, and instead put Hansu. Put all the requirements. Putting all the conditions early. Since then, when I was in elementary school, I was the one who made the best concave in my class. Whenever I buy a notebook, I bought a few more vertical lines with a ruler after buying the lined ones, and put them in a concave with my friends with a ballpoint pen. In fact, even in this concave there is a serious rule. Gamoku rules, concave rules, Rinju rules, RIF rules, Yamaguchi rules, Suserve rules, modified concave items, Sangmok, etc. The concave that the angels put here is a little peculiar, so the Tamik rule is combined with the general concave rule. If my stone is surrounded by someone else's stone, the rule is to lift it and remove it. This is an added version. But if you only know Zhang-Seek, it doesn't mean anything. In fact, there is an invincible spirit in which the black who puts the first place first unconditionally wins. No matter where the bag is placed, the formula to win unconditionally within a few minutes by placing it in a fixed spot with a few routes. If Beck doesn't put it where he expected, Sung Lee will move faster. This cannot be prevented even with artificial intelligence. You shouldn't put that there. If you put it here, the other person can't leave it, so we can't leave it. So we have just 3 stones. When I just gave the final Hansu, the expression of the old fedora, who was convinced of Sungnai, changes brightly. At the same time, the angel ring above this grandfather's head also shines brightly. Eventually, the old fedora took the victory over the last stone. As he won the game, a small status window appeared on the concave board. Old man with a cane, 1000/999 sung. /1 loss. Recent record, 1 loss. Festival hat old man, 1000 John, /1 sung /999 losses. Recent record, 1 win. The old fedora had won 1 victory after long contempt and humiliation. Of course, it was all thanks to my Hunts's 6. Then the old man with the cane became angry and turned over the concave board. It's a concave thing. He fluttered and glared at the old fedora. Hey, this is the inspiration. Add 1 plate without Hansu. However, the old fedora tilted his head as if he could not hear well. Yeah, you can't do it. He declared that he would not be concave again in the future, and giggled and raised the old man with a cane. Then the old man with a sticky cane. Un stares at me next to him. Kida? I lost because of you. He struck the staff at my head. Cuck. It was inevitable because it was a fire that fell unintentionally. I know, but I wouldn't avoid it. When the old man hit me on the head, the tip of the cane broke and flew away. I almost died. I shed a cold sweat inside while looking at the HP that had been cut to the point. Because it has so little HP, Even this kind of attack can lead to death. Nearly a crisis escape #1 class life force. Who would believe if the first person who came to Cheongong Island and stopped the attack by bad endings died while listening to a local grandfather scolding? Perhaps the game developers who set this old man's wand damage quite painfully couldn't even consider such a variable. Oh goo. Okay. He quickly recovered my HP in a hurry. Drake also quickly tried to support me, but I did not get up, lying on the floor. Instead of getting up, I was staring at what fell on the floor. Ah, was it this? What I'm seeing right now was a fragment that broke off the wand that hit me in the head. Soul balance scale / a balance scale that can be measured with the invisible. It has the property of trying to equalize the weight of both sides. Convergence special. I'll get this here. The 2 items I got the other day. I remembered. A plate item obtained from a ghost ship sailing in the sky. Soul balance plate / a balance plate that can be measured with what is invisible. It has the property of trying to equalize the weight of both sides. Fusion special. A chain item obtained from the prime, Layer, incomprehensible zone, Soul balance chain / a balance line that can tie things you can't see. It has the property of trying to equalize the weight of both sides. Convergence special. And the scale items obtained from the middle of the labyrinth of the heavenly island were all gathered in one place. I opened the inventory. Item is being fused. Do not turn off the power. Items that were previously attempted to fusion have not yet been completed despite the passage of time. I didn't know why until now. Place. It was because the ingredients were insufficient. I put a graduation in the place of the plate and the chain. Then the whole ingredients were gathered. Soul balance. Item is being fused. Do not turn off the power. Another fusion sign appeared. This time I felt good. Down. It looks like you've got something. Drake clapped, as if congratulating. It makes me feel strange to hear such compliments from the people who picked all the jackpot items from Gacha. Right then, Yin Sol suddenly felt something. She turned her head, rubbing the goosebumps on her neck. Then, looking around the entrance to the village we entered, pulled my collar. Ujin. There. As I turned my head, the entrance to the village suddenly became noisy. I wondered if there was a murmuring sound, and countless angels rushed to the entrance to the wall. At the front of it was the village elder. I opened my eyes wide. The gate of the wall that had been tightly closed was slowly opening. The one who appeared beyond that was an old man with a tired expression. White hair, beard, and white clothes. But all of it is soaked in red blood. It was obvious that the white flame wizard who had helped us in the labyrinth before. The number of angels gathered around him was huge. Each looked desperate and anxious. The elder of the angelic family shouted at him with an awe-inspiring expression. Welcome to you, Bokesa. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 283. Previous talk next. Chapter 284. Insulators in the Labyrinth, 1. The labyrinth wall opened. It is the old man who passed it. He was very exhausted, but he was still a man who seemed to stand still. A white and rich beard looks like a bar of blood comes out when it's tight. Soaked red. The same was true of other white areas such as clothes and hair wings. The moment I saw him, I immediately noticed. He's the man who saved us when we ran into Smiley in the labyrinth. He seems to be known to the residents of this place by the nickname of Fan Yin Fireworks. It's probably because of the white flame magic he uses. The moment the man appeared, all the angels in the village gathered together. Each looked desperate and anxious. As their representative, the elder grabbed the man's shriveled hand. Welcome to you, Bokesa. NPC Bokesa Pharisee. The court magic of the angels Rinto. He is known as a loyal to the angel emperor Nicodemus. However, he was a inner, who communicated with the refugees. Bokesa secretly steals the children locked up in the dungeon by the mad emperor Nicodemus, brings them to the labyrinth here, and connects them to their parents. The same was the case this time. As Bokesa lifted the robe that turned red, I saw some of the children showing frightened expressions behind it. Son. Oh, my daughter. My grandson is back. Some of the angels gathered in tears ran out with tears. But still, the vast majority of parents have not received their children back. This time it's just these kids. They had to bow their heads to Bokesa's old, weak voice. Meanwhile, among the children Bokesa brought, there were also children without parents. They were touched by the elder's benevolent hand. The elder asked Bokesa, how many people, Ibu Pharisees, did you bring this time? When I left the underground prison, I was 12. However, the number of children who followed Bokesa was only half, or 6. The rest of the children were attacked by bad endings on their way to the labyrinth. It means he is missing. But the horse is missing, in fact. All the angels lowered their heads with dreadful expressions. A life in which you have to run away from the mad emperor's tyranny and wait for the children. How long will we have to go through this time of suffering? Even Bokesa, disguised as a loyalty, remains under the emperor and the children. It would have been a more desperate situation had it not been taken away. Meanwhile, Bokesa made eye contact with me. He said with a sigh of relief, "Are these strangers you met then? It's all good. Come into the village safely. I was worried that I might wander without finding a way." He stepped over to me and asked for a handshake. Looking at the village situation, there was an attack by bad endings. Maybe you were the one who stopped it. Yeah, I thought so, because there aren't any people in our village who have enough power to stop the attacks of bad endings. He turned and shook hands with Drake. And the last time I reached out to Yunsol. Flinch. Yunsol stepped back without even knowing. This is because Bokesa's moles are so grotesque, soaked in blood and fire. Meanwhile, when Yunsol refused to shake hands, Bokesa looked bitter. "It's okay. I couldn't protect you and your sister until the end." Yes. Yunsol escaped the labyrinth with Bokesa's help while being trapped in a dungeon and was attacked and disappeared while coming to the village of angels. Bokesa's eyes matched with Yunsol. Removed. And he turned away coldly. "You may be afraid and swear at me. You deserve it. No, not all kids. Curse the grown-ups who made this crazy world and who didn't stop this crazy world." But his voice trembled at the end. Then, "We are not afraid of you." A voice burst out from behind. It was the boy who exchanged the concave eggs and chocolates earlier. And the other boys and girls behind him also rushed out and surrounded Bokesa. "You are the one who took us out of the underground prison. Grandpa saved us. Make me see my parents again. Gave it to me. I saw it while entering the labyrinth. How desperately you fought with the bad endings. All of them were children who fled to the labyrinth last time and finished adjusting to the village. The children who fled to the labyrinth this time were still less trembling with fear and shock, but the children who calmed down over time were showing their trust toward Bokesa. Even the children who were scared now. It seemed to be that way as it stabilized over time. There was a time when I was like that too." Drake was sympathetic to this situation. This is because he also fought for children when he was a soldier. Meanwhile, Yunsol said, groping Nettie's memory. "Nettie wouldn't have time to relax in town. I feel scared like those kids. What on earth have you been through in the labyrinth? It must have gone through the same things we have been through. If so, it must have been a really scary memory for a small, powerless child." Yunsol said, looking down his trembling arm. Somehow, this little angel girl was the one who felt poor. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, the angelic court wizard, Bokesa Verishai, gathered all the angels in the village into one place. Softly, the rain moistens the night. It was washing the blood that was deep inside Bokesa's body. Bokesa's whole body gradually returns to white. He shouted in front of the crowd with a flaming torch. "The Emperor is getting crazy." Bokesa's cry consumes the darkness and burns. Angels thrilled before the heat. Emperor Nicodemus proclaimed that within 3 days he would capture all the children from all over the country and put them in a dungeon. Especially the eldest sons are even more dangerous. The faces of all the angels who heard it were hardened like lead. Everyone gathered here is a lunatic. The Emperor's national kidnapping and kidnapping riots. Those who have been evacuated for this reason. Because of that, they lost their parents and lost their children. One of the angels asked in anger, "Why the hell is that so?" Bokesa paused for a moment and looked at the person inquiring. Then he cried out with a sad expression. "Among the children, the one who destroys the heavenly island comes out." Question mark. Such an oracle has come down. Everyone was astonished at Bokesa's words. He said in a firm voice, proving that it was true. The Emperor said he received the revelation himself. "The moment I saw the fall of the heavenly island, it is said that I heard the cry of a child." At Bokesa's words, the angels are utterly. It's a reaction that I can't understand. What power would a child have to destroy the country? But Bokesa's words were true. He picked up a white crystal ball carrying the oracles to the angels. Sujong emits bright light and embroiders a message in the air. The country disappears because of the children. It is 3 years old to destroy the country. I am a child. There will be a birth that opens a new era as soon as the order of the old era comes to an end. It is certainly true that the trust came down. Bokesa turned to the middle of the seat with a gloomy complexion. In fact, since this oracle was also heard through the mouth of the Emperor, I don't think you can believe it. He also doesn't have a solid faith, and his tone seems to be shaken. But other angels empowered him. That's right. What kind of child is ruining the country? It's obvious that Emperor Nicodemus is crazy and talking bullshit. If children are the future of the country, it is the future. However, the elders of the angelic family have a grim complexion. The prophecy of Emperor Nicodemus never missed. Because it's a trust. It's bad. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cheap. The angels shut their mouths at once and looked at the floor. The elders' words were true. Emperor Nicodemus was praised for accepting the trust well among all the emperors until he was crazy. But Bokesa shook her head, and with a determined expression, he touched the elder's shoulder. The intelligence of Emperor Nicodemus is already. Old saying. Now he's going crazy. It's just a cannibal emperor. Rumors are already rumored that Emperor Nicodemus confines his children in a dungeon and then catches some of them every night at night and conducts various travels. To torture, to fill a twisted sexual orientation. There were even rumors about eating children's flesh and taking a bath with the blood. Bokesa said with an angry expression. Even at this moment, our children are trapped in a cold, narrow dungeon, trembling with grotesque rumors. Now it's impossible to take a few and run away. The emperor noticed our existence. These children who came today are the last ones. Oh my God! Many angels screamed. They were parents who have not yet recovered their children. Children who are now dragged to the dungeon cannot be seen again. Parents held their hearts and cried. To such people, Bokesa said, now it's time for us to make big decisions. A fire flashes in the eyes of the young angels who heard the word. Rebellion, anti-law. The answer has already been decided. The most conservative and lukewarm elders and elder-level angels also nodded this time. Right then, what would you do? Bokesa Pharisee. He turned to us and asked. A stern and strict look. However, underneath it lies the light of anxiety and sadness. An angelic court wizard who has walked a single path for a lifetime with a straightforward conviction and said that only such a pure being can be. He was looking at me with a begging attitude. I want to save the children. I beg you for your strength. Gentile, come in. There are no options in front of me. But nonetheless, it was an obvious quest for me too. It is also the main quest that will leave a way in the history of this worldview. Is it a mad emperor or a weak rebel force? Regardless of which side you take, it is clear that history will change greatly. After thinking about a little, I made a decision. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 284. Previous talk next. Chapter 285. Insulators in the Labyrinth 2. Night. A hazy thing that couldn't be distinguished whether it was a cloud or a fog was covering the moon halfway. The dark labyrinth is extremely dangerous. It's a labyrinth with a surprisingly high level of difficulty, and the surrounding terrain looks unfamiliar at night, making it even more difficult. Even more so, there are all sorts of vicious bad endings lurking there. Night is the time when big and strong bad endings buried deep in the labyrinth floor begin feeding activities in earnest. So, the usual labyrinth becomes quiet at night. Except for the bad ending, when no one sets foot here. But today was an exception. Jeep, judge ye. This is the first time this place is so noisy at this time. The sound of footsteps echoed in a quiet labyrinth. The light of a flaming torch reflects off the metal and casts a long shadow on the wall. The sound of an equally hard military jolt hitting the hard ground. Countless angels were passing through the labyrinth armed with swords and spears. On the high wall, strong wishes were blowing every day, so there is no other way than to go through this labyrinth countless times. The eyes of the angels were determined. The gentle appearance of the day before was nowhere to go. Like when they fought that voyage to the last demons of the past, they aimed their spearheads at the new evil. You have to drive out Nicodemus, the cannibal emperor. I must have fallen for the evil temptations of the demons. I'm going straight ahead and pulling his heart out. It's a counterattack. The urgency that children could no longer be taken away drove them to this point. It can be said to be the most extreme result of the mad emperor's tyranny. Leonardo and other young angels stood up like wildfires and prepared the prelude to counterattack. And the result was this. And I was at the forefront. Lost. Is this the right way? Drake turned to me and asked. Yoon Sol, who was next to him, is also anxious. I nodded. The path to the labyrinth was getting more and more complicated, but it didn't matter to me. This is because the TH generation capsule that I am currently using for connection has a bug that displays the path in the labyrinth of the Sky Island. Job title support job. A white line marked in my sight like incontinence grabs my feet. I was able to feel the reward of buying an old antique that no one used for a high price. Meanwhile, Bokesa, who was walking next to me, lamented in a self-help tone. This labyrinth gets more complex and sophisticated as it goes to the center. There are even zones that change in real time. Those who have entered once can never go back to their vigor again. If you don't know the way like me, it's a natural labyrinth designed to trap bad endings in the first place. Will be. For reference, The design of this huge labyrinth was also made by Emperor Nicodemus himself. This labyrinth is not just for the bad ending, but it is also made in preparation for the invasion of demons from outside. But the real enemy was inside, in your own mind, not anywhere else. Bokesa continued to lament, maybe by borrowing an outsider's hand. It seemed sad that the rebellion itself was going to happen. As I listened to him, I recalled some time ago. I want to save the children. I beg you for your strength. Gentiles. Bokesa's request. I accepted it after contemplating. Drake was a little surprised because I rarely followed the NPC's request. Meanwhile, Yinsol was quite happy with my decision. Good. I also want to release Nettie's Hans. It was the girl who came to deeply sympathize with the circumstances of this little angel girl who became her own body. Right then. A while. Bokesa, who had been walking earlier, stopped high. The place he was looking closely at was a two-pronged road that split in two. I too had to stop walking. Support positions. A white line that looks like a split crack extends in two along the two-pronged road. This means that of the two roads that are split in front, both are the correct answers. Wherever you go on the south or north side, head to your destination, Wongsong. Rarely good case in a labyrinth. However, the reason Bokas and I stopped wasn't simply because of the worries about which of the two paths to take. Boo-yee-yee. Hi. A huge bad ending was hanging from the center wall of the forked road. Because the face of a newborn baby protruding from the wall, and the plump palms that extend long to both sides. I was in the relationship with him. The moment I saw that big, fuzzy face, I had no choice but to swallow the penetrative nature. The youngest. Among the bad endings, it is quite rare to find a roaming bad ending. These guys do not inhabit a specific area, but go around the labyrinth. Drake pulled out his handmade encyclopedia. Bad ending / AK the young boy. Grade, B+, / characteristics. Habit, roaming. Form 1. Outside the labyrinth, in the direction of Zone C, 1 o'clock. Date of discovery, Moon X at 1636. A baby with a huge face, crawling inside the labyrinth at a slow pace. Unlike her ugly appearance, she has a surprisingly quiet personality. He said in a trembling voice. It's the first time I've seen this guy's back. Yes. The youngest boy was now turning his back on us. Behind his big face, you can see a long body and legs like a centipede. A giant arthropod with a baby's face. That was the identity of the youngest child. Yinsol muttered as though it was a pity. Hopefully, it's standing in the central alley in front of the forked road. However, unlike his ugly appearance, he is a very docile bad ending. It was a non-preferred monster, so if you don't touch it first, it won't attack. Now, let's go on our way without touching each other. Drake moved carefully, raising his palms toward the youngest. However, the angels, whose nerves were sharpened with the desire to save the children, did not know that they were non-prime monsters. As soon as they saw the youngest centipede, they shouted in horror. Ah, it's a bad ending. Damn, it looks disgusting. All those things are made by Nicodemus. I must have paid it. All bad endings have to be killed. The last time I raided the village, I will take revenge. Bloody young angels prepared the day before. Each one is trying to run forward with a sword and a spear. Things are going to go wrong. Me and Drake bite their lips. I thought I would waste my time and energy for nothing. Not 6. Stop it. That guy doesn't seem willing to fight. There was one who held back the excited angels. It was the Bokesa Pharisee. Bokesa was a smart leader. Having visited the labyrinth countless times, he did not fight unnecessary fights. This bad ending is rarely docile. It's quite a different kind of bad ending. Bokesa raised her hands with a prudent expression and revealed that she had no intentions. Then he stuck close to the wall and groped aside. You don't have to touch it first. Follow me. He calmed the angels in the blink of an eye. Me and Drake also agreed with Bokesa's opinion. We followed him and put our backs on the wall. Then he walked sideways like a crab and started passing by the youngest. The same was true of the other angels. They crawled, being careful not to accidentally touch the torches or bottle organs they were holding. Bokesa, who was at the front, warned once more. This bad ending is still a baby. I couldn't feed my mother's milk, so I'm sensitive to the sound of swallowing something. So, never swallow your saliva. Everyone looked nervous at the words. Drake nodded, knowing that he didn't even know. The young man's body was quite long. Underneath the body covered with a hard exoskeleton, fierce flesh was folded to form wrinkles, and stretched excrement was spewing out from the hole in which the mulberry was pierced between the wrinkles. Pusic. The excrement fell to the ground and made an unpleasant sound. The dock melts and creates a hole. Anyway, we didn't swallow while passing by the side of this elongated body. I also had to crawl at a very slow pace to avoid touching the monster's body. Then, J99. I walked ahead and paused for a moment. After thinking a little, I looked back and said calmly, Soul, it's better to close your eyes from here. Yin Sol heard me and opened his eyes round. The flickering ring. The darkness that can't be seen even 1 inch ahead. In an extremely complex labyrinth. A huge monster lurks in front of you. Close your eyes in this situation? But Yin Sol obeyed my words. It is very anxious, but for now, I have no choice but to do what I want. I grabbed Yin Sol's arms with her eyes closed and led her carefully, avoiding the youngest's legs and flesh. Moving onto the wall was quite a pain. But until now, we have been doing them without causing much trouble. So far. Oh what? At the moment, Yin Sol, who had stepped on the bill with his eyes closed, was caught on a stone and stumbled. The place where the soles of her feet were facing was just the tip of her legs. If I step on that by mistake, the youngest person who feels attacked will be violent. I quickly stretched my legs and covered the soles of Yin Sol's feet with the backs of my feet. The soles of her feet stopped just before it touched the youngest's body. What is going on there? Be careful. Bokesa also warns with a small voice, as if surprised. Phew. I grabbed Yin Sol's hand and gently pushed her towards the wall. The distance between her and the youngest grew, as usual again. The small accident that happened suddenly seemed to end this well. However, was it because I was relaxed? Yin Sol unconsciously opened her closed eyes. That moment. What caught her eyes? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 285. Previous talk next. Chapter 286. The Insulators in the Labyrinth, 3. Boo-ee. Roaming bad ending, aka the young boy. A monster with a large baby face and a centipede body. It was difficult to crawl past his long body. As I walked past the youngest and wandering the side of a giant head box, I found a somewhat dangerous area and instructed Yin Sol to close her eyes. However, Yin Sol accidentally opened his eyes and the situation started to go in a very bad direction. I-99. Yin Sol opened her eyes and the sight that came into her sight was somewhat surprising. The direction of the youngest's head. There was an enormous number of honeyberries open there. Honeyberry community. The vines and leaves that covered the wall, and the greedy honeyberries were very bright in between. Ripe peaches. Plums with high sugar content. Its sweet and sour taste. Which fruit to compare to? The youngest was eating the honey fruits that were stretched out. A jack, quasack. It gnawed at the fruits with its big teeth. Whenever the soft flesh is chewed, fruit juice is splashing in all directions. Bad ending meal. Everyone was lost in the bizarre appearance. Angels do not eat honey because they regard it as an ominous fruit. Naturally, they don't even know the taste of the honey that the youngest is eating. Not 6. There was only one angel here who knew the taste of honey. Yin Sol. When she first arrived at the labyrinth, she was unfamiliar and tasted a bite of honey. He heard me and spit it out right away, but the sweet and sour taste remained in my head. Agzak, agag. The youngest is chewing on the flesh of honey fruit. When he saw the fruit juice flowing down the corner of his mouth and under his chin, Yin Sol thought of the taste of honey without me knowing. The memories of the sweet, soft, and sour taste. Got it. Yin Sol swallowed the saliva in his mouth without even knowing it. It is a natural conditional reflection that saliva will accumulate in your mouth when you think of the sour taste. And one more creature with a similar conditional reflection. Boot. He threw the honey fruit that the young boy had been eating and turned his head around. It reacts sensitively to the sound of swallowing something. It can be said that it is almost a conditional reflection. Is it because I haven't tried my mother's breast milk? When you hear someone swallow something, you become jealous and extremely violent. Sorry. Yin Sol realized his fault one step late, but it was already too late. Damage. Drake reached out and pressed Yin Sol's head. Quakwang slash. The youngest chubby palm flew and struck the wall. If I hadn't hurried forward and smacked his wrist, it would have hit Yin Sol's head with a little finger. Pappet. Drake also quickly hung his arrow on the crossbow. As long as this is the case, the fight is inevitable. It's annoying to me, but it's only a B+ grade, so there won't be a big problem, Drake said, shooting an arrow at the youngest. However, I bite my lips. The youngest is not a simple B+ class monster, Anise 1. Practically speaking, the most troublesome bad ending in the labyrinth. There was a reason to go without holding on to it. But it can't be helped that something has already happened. I have no choice but to use his habits in earnest to become like this. I gave orders to the angels behind me. Everyone put the youngest in a circle. Russ. Fortunately, the angels acted according to my words. I was worried that the order would work for the NPCs as well, but it seems that the affinity that I had accumulated in the village is shining. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. After the angels spread widely, they made a large circle around the Magne. I pointed to the angel at 12 o'clock. Leonardo, who was the most likable with me, was standing there. Leonardo, swallow your saliva, I shouted, stopping the youngest. Then Leonardo gulps his saliva as I instructed. Boot. The youngest immediately responded to the sound of Leonardo swallowing. It stopped fighting with me and immediately turned around and crawled to Leonardo. At the same time, I cried out to the angel Donatello, standing at 3 o'clock. Donatello, this time you swallow your saliva. Donatello, as I instructed. I swallowed gulp. Oh. Then the youngest stopped going to Leonardo and turned to Donatello. I immediately shouted at Michelangelo at 6 o'clock to swallow. Next is La Pale at 9 o'clock, then at 12 o'clock. It was Leonardo in the incense. And this time, the 1 o'clock position, 2 o'clock direction, 3 o'clock direction, 4 o'clock position. 11 o'clock, again 12 o'clock. The angels, who drew a large circle with the youngest in between, turned clockwise and swallowed their saliva. Then, the youngest, trapped in the center of the circle, started spinning in place, as if it became a clock hand. I laughed at it. It has a tendency to attack the opponent who swallowed it first. Therefore, if the widespread party members swallow saliva here and there, they do not know who to attack first, and they will be thrown. Now, the movement is sealed. What are you doing now? I pondered for a moment with my chin on. Then Drake looked puzzled. Isn't it okay to hunt in this state? I don't think there is a need to worry. I'd love to, but it's practically impossible. The moment he dies, he gets more troublesome. Hard W. Upon hearing my answer, Drake tilted his head. No matter how strong a monster dies, it's just a corpse. There are very few cases where a dead monster is more troublesome. Even if it turns into an undead and resurrects, the risk level drops by 2 ranks. That's why it doesn't hurt anymore. Drake knew only one case. Could it be a self-destruct? Self-destruction is the most troublesome end. It is also burdensome to approach and hunt monsters that spray damage all over the place after death. But I shook my head. There is only one bad ending that self-destructs at Heavenly Island. One, but that's not the last one. He's a little less tricky than that, but it's a bad ending that requires quite a bit of trouble in handling. However, quack. A big explosion took place and burned half of the youngest's face. Boo-ee. The youngest fell out, covering her face with both hands. What? I turned my head in amazement. What hit the youngest's face was a sparkle as pure as snow. Court Wizard Bokesa Pharisee. He was staring at the youngest with a firm expression. The bad ending that once revealed aggressiveness must be dealt with clearly. Their tenacity is beyond imagination. If left as it is, it will probably chase us until we get out of the labyrinth, or the wealth sent to the village. There is also the risk of following the boxes. He was a bad ending expert. Didn't he tell you that in the first place the youngest reacted to the sound of swallowing something? But even Bokesa didn't seem to know about the characteristics that the youngest hid until the end. Hey, stop the attack. You can't kill him. I shouted, but Bokesa attacked with a firm expression. When Bokesa came out, the other angels also resumed the attack. Puff, puff, puff. Numerous lightning bolts built the body of the youngest. People love. The youngest started crying out loud. But he's a bad ending. There are no parents who gave birth to them, and they cannot have children through separate reproductive activities. No matter how much I cried, my parents couldn't come up. Then, Yinsol opened his eyes wide. It was the eye contact with the youngest who was burning in the thunderbolt of fire. It was a disgusting appearance, but only the face was the same as that of a human infant. When he saw those innocent eyes, Yinsol was somewhat sad. Stop it. Without knowing, Yinsol reached out and blocked Bokesa's front. What are you doing? Bokesa hurriedly fired. If the mana supply is stopped quickly, a fierce overload will be applied to the wizard's body. Cool. Bokesa vomited a handful of blood from her mouth. But even then, Yinsol stepped back so that he did not touch her flame. Alas, Yinsol looked at Bokesa with his confused pupil. Bokesa shouted at Yinsol, bleeding from her mouth. This guy? What do you do if you are dangerously in front of magic? If you are hurt, what do you do? Okay, I'm wrong. Don't do such a dangerous thing again. Your children are the future of the angelic family. It is the most important being. Bokesa put the bottom of her hand over Yunsol's head, and he woke up with a difficult expression. Stay back. If I lose you again, I have no face to see the elder. After hearing Bokesa's words, Yunsol hesitated. I don't know whether to get out of the way or not. Reason is shouting to leave, but instinct is shouting to stay. In such a situation, pity is Runbu-chi. Even at this moment, children are suffering in the dungeon. We don't have time. Bokesa took a step forward. Kuriak. The white flame dangles like a window. It just flew straight away and pierced its skull. Push-tasting thud. The black brain water bursts and boils. Pair. The youngest ended up pounding that big face on the floor. Then I couldn't look up again. Yinsol stared at the youngest's body. Several honey berries were rolling around on the floor. Meanwhile, the flickering rain wets the youngest's body. Pujik. Along with the loud sound, numerous holes were created in the youngest's whole body. And something thick keeps coming out of that hole. Patter. It was excrement that fell to the ground and accumulates. They came out of the body after the youngest's death and began to smell terrible. It feels like the whole labyrinth is contaminated because of the smell. Ugh, it's really bad. Is this his last? Drake stuck his tongue out at the intensity of the stench. If you die and emit this odor, you will definitely have to kill it. However, that wasn't the end. Thud. The ground vibrates weakly. The vibration was getting stronger and stronger as time passed. The walls and pillars tremble. What? Drake looked around as he stole the rain that drenched his face. Even in his sharp eyes, the other side of the darkness is not visible. But it was clear. Something giants are running towards this side with tremendous momentum. Yet, in the dark, things began to stick out their heads. Residents in the dark gathered to see the white flame. They have been trapped in a labyrinth for a long time. Oh. Quick. Shy? Shill. Oh. Jaya. Rumble. There were countless bad endings. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 286. Previous talk next. Chapter 287. Isolators in the Labyrinth. Quack-quack-wang. A beam of lightning revealed the labyrinth. As if using it as a signal, beings trapped in the labyrinth began to flock. Bad ending. They appeared in response to the cry of the youngest child. They emerged from the pitch-black darkness and were much larger and more powerful than the bad endings in the outskirts of the labyrinth. I'm nervous. Drake's expression hardened. He survived alone in the outskirts of the labyrinth and had the eyes to read the strength of the bad endings. However, it could be known even if the bad ending ecosystem was not investigated for a long time. Even at a glance, the guys gathering right now aren't really serious. A snake whose whole body is made of black steel. Using the horns attached to the whole body, it bumps at random. The destructive power of the torso throw is truly beyond imagination. The risk class is unconditionally a class or higher. A tree hanging from the bomb's fruit. They use their roots to walk around at incredibly fast speed. As soon as the fruit fell to the floor, it burst with a loud noise, and a number of seeds shredded in all directions, like fragments of a fragmentary grenade. The risk class is estimated to be about a class. Hedgehog doggy launching penetrating scales. It wandered between friendly camps at a rapid pace, but simply wandering around was inflicting wide area damage. It was so powerful that it could not be thought of as below the risk grade A. A bird that vomits strong acid gastric juice. It is flying low in the air where the wind does not blow, constantly pouring hot vomit. If hit by this vomit, the armor will rust and the flesh inside will be blistered. The risk rating is at least B+, constantly supplying something to nearby bad endings. Rarely, this large crab was in symbiosis with other bad endings. It seems that it is playing a role in supplying vitality and fighting spirit to the surrounding bad endings. The attack power of the crab itself was not very intimidating, but the risk rating needs to be highly evaluated in that it makes the surrounding bad endings more violent. Wouldn't it be roughly between B+ and A grades? Tentacle bundles with translucent bodies buried in the dark and hard to see. This bad ending really has nothing to say. It was strange that the number of allies was constantly decreasing, so when I looked back, damage came from a place where there was nothing. After looking closely at one place for a few seconds, this guy on the wall, I could barely notice that the tentacles were coming out secretly. The risk level is, I haven't calculated it yet. X shot. Not 1 or 2. I stopped writing the encyclopedia and touched my forehead. The number of bad endings gathered by the youngest idiot was truly beyond the imagination. It seems like it was a collection of all the bad endings of the labyrinth. Even one by one is all-powerful, guys. Even if you run a raid with a single target, it will be a headache. Drake sticks out his tongue when he sees the incoming enemies. He stretched and retreated arrows. They were flying, but despite using 2 one-handed crossbows obtained with gacha at the night market, they were being pushed by the bad endings total offensive. Each one of the guys who are gathering now goes to the outskirts, and it's a boss level in a zone. The level of difficulty is different. As Drake complained, Bokesa, who heard it, clenched his teeth. Of course, in the first place, these guys were the main culprits that drove the bad endings out there. The bad endings that you guys met before entering the village were almost all just chaotic. However, I did not agree with Bokesa. Only one. Despite living in the outskirts, it is still second to none of the bad endings here. There is a guy who has enough combat power. And he couldn't be no good either. Quakwang. Proud. Shit. I wondered if the translucent tentacles that had troubled allied angels so far were lifted up into the air and torn to pieces on the spot. And soon I'm buried in the dark. A silhouette that was not this was revealed under the moonlight. Oh. A humanoid black body with a white face. An eerie smile. Bad ending nightmare form / Aka smile. Grade, A+. Characteristics? Habit, roaming. Habitat, Labyrinth Heart, Zone D at 4 o'clock. Discovery date, Mon Sunday 4:44. It seems to be something different from the normal bad ending. Another form of bad ending. Smile. This strange monster is once again in the labyrinth. It appeared in the middle. I was still alive. I laughed in vain. It was still alive even though it fell into the stomach of another bad ending and was laid in a pile of stones worth hundreds of tons. Even though I had a long scar on my stomach, and some places on my head were also covered in piles of stones. Even though it was pitted, he still works fine. Truly a monster-like physical. Eojak, Eojak. Smile chewed and ate some honey fruits hung on her waist. Then, throwing out the bundle of tentacles in his hand, he dived under the barrier. Among the bad endings that flocked here, it was the strongest and most violent steel snake. Quakwang. Smile, and the steel snake clashed. Wow. The steel snake struck the smiley with the black horns protruding all over the body. In addition, they try to wear a smile using their cold and hard body. I did it. However, Smile suppressed the steel serpent with pure physical strength. Bang! Smiley raises his big fist and smashes the head of a steel serpent. His fist was like a warhammer. The moment it was hit by that heavy fist, the steel snake seemed to be half-conscious. The steel snake, stunned for an instant, showed a staggering appearance on the spot. Smile did not miss that gap. It squeezed the steel serpent's torso with its sturdy legs. Puduk. Then he stretched out his arms and grabbed the snake's head firmly and pulled it up as it was. Quakwang. A heavyweight steel serpent lapped like trash on the ground. Smile didn't stop there. It crushed a tree carrying bombs with its trunk and crushed the hedgehog with bare feet to kill it. In the process, some tree fruits exploded near the head and some thorns came out through the foot, but I didn't care at all. After that, it was also ruined. Smile grabbed the neck of a flying bird and broke it, and he struck a crab lying flat on the floor as it was, making the double ending into a blood cake with a blow. Drake saw it, half a mouth. I opened it up. Wow, each of them is the boss grade bad endings. I'm going to reduce the amount of the battle scene by myself. But now is not the time to admire. I looked at the smiley in front of me and frowned. Does it have the characteristics of a battlefield? I think it's stronger than before. Certainly, traces of a great fight are engraved on Smile's body like a tattoo. Bokesa's white flame burns, a torn stomach skin scar on my cutting edge, spots created by an arrow shot by Drake, and a dent in a pile of stones. But nonetheless, Smile jumps like crazy. Oh. He raised his head and looked down with a smile. It's obvious what you're looking for. Yunso, the first target we decided. Smile poured out a terrifying tenacity and flooded Yunsol. That's it. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming momentum, Yunsol sat down to the place where he stopped. Smile's huge palm just before grabbing Yunsol. Kuraruk / The hot flame created a barrier between Yunsol and Smile. A white flame that makes you blind. A Bokesa Pharisee was bleeding from his mouth, guarding Yunsol. Do you want this child, or a nightmare? He stared at the smiley in front of him. If so, step on my body and go over it. Then he chanted the spell against the white spell book. Quakwang. A white explosion occurs and blows the smiley face back. At the same time, Bokesa looked at me and shouted, Go north. Both way. I keep flocking with the youngest corpse. A bad ending, and like crazy. Smile that runs wild. Bokesa and the angels were heading south gradually, fighting for a voyage to Smile. And between them and us, there is a dead body. Ah! Sissy poetry. Bug geek dash. The momentum has decreased a little, but even now, the bad endings that were constantly flocking were entangled in the corpse of such a young man. Eventually, Bokesa and other angels and our party were separated by bad endings. There is only one exit to the labyrinth. Let's get together there. The white light emitted by Bokesa was soon obscured by rain and bad endings and became invisible. Drake was the first to adapt to what changed. You have to float here. There will be no limits for doing this. Well, isn't it possible that you can't be facing endlessly against the ever-increasing monster web? I nodded and put Yunsol on my back. Yunsol also has a tragic expression and hugged my neck. Huh. Yunsol recovered all the HP consumed by me and Drake. Gentiles, please ask for our children. The voice of Bokesa, who thinks of the children until the end, is heard from afar. It wasn't just his. Let's meet again, friends. You have to do it with us again. Hoo-ha-ha. It was fun. See you at the exit later. Be sure to survive. These wonderful kids. The voices of Leonardo, Raffaello, Michelangelo, and Donatello, who played rugby in the village, follow. Despite the caution not to empathize with NPCs, their shouts shook me a little. If I can, I want to do naftily with them again. However, but isn't there anything more urgent now than that? Gasto. I stepped apart. Hell with bad endings in the back. The front is a labyrinth where you can't see even 1 inch ahead. We sprinted to the front. Even though I closed my eyes tightly, there was no difference from the open one. Softly. It was raining. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 287. Previous talk next. Chapter 288. Insulators in the Labyrinth, 5. The rainy night. Quackwang. Lightning fell and lit the surroundings. An instant blue vision and a white barrier. Shooda. The flickering rain had suddenly turned into heavy rain like a pole. A great flood that seems to erase the world. Kar-ka-ka-ka. A high barrier that seems to reach the sky. Rainwater was pouring down like a waterfall. And a long, expansive space where 2 such barriers face each other. Finished. Me, Yunsol, and Drake pulled out of the empty space. The end of the labyrinth. We succeeded in riding the maze. I looked around. The exit of the labyrinth was located on a fairly high hill. An enormous amount of rainwater is flowing down the hill, breaking down the barrier. It seems that this labyrinth was originally playing a role of confining rainwater. A castle drenched in the night was standing tall over there, where the rain was flowing. Foam and poems bouncing from all sides. It was hard to see because of the loud noise, rain and darkness, but it is certainly not far away. Perhaps that is the top of the tallest spire in Wongsung. Wongsung was asleep in the dark. Even in this dark night, there was no light, so it looked even more eerie. Wow. The sky trembled, and I heard the sound of all-round mines approaching. A light exploding from a distance illuminates the silhouette of the royal castle sparingly. As soon as Drake escaped the labyrinth, he knelt to the ground. Then he raised his face toward the raining sky, straightened his chest, and spread his arms wide. Fear will be locked in a labyrinth, and hope will be set free. Well, it seems like I want to get soaked in the emotions while reciting the famous lines of a jailbreak movie. Shoot-ah. It rains too much for that. Yeah, shit. Hut Puhack. Drake jumped up in amazement at the crazy rainwater from his nose and mouth. The weather is too bad to enjoy a Shawshank escape. He washed his face, got up from his seat, and pointed to the stiff atmosphere of the vigorous star in the distance. Hey, now all you have to do is go over there and catch the crazy emperor, and this celestial island raid is over. Go ahead. Weather. It's not good either. But I shook my head. I have to wait for Bokesa and the other angels. Can't we go and catch it first? Tun also has a south route and a north route. If you don't attack both routes at the same time, the final stage won't open. Angels anyway. Cooperation with them is necessary. Drake nodded at me. He decided to avoid the rain that ran under the vines that were sticking to the wall. Meanwhile, Yunsol closes his eyes and traces the memories of Nettie, the original owner of this body. I did it. When I close my eyes, several videos appear in the dark screen. Yunsol shook his eyebrows slightly. At the end of the sparse short video files, a new video file was floating. Click on it carefully. Click. Soon, Nettie's memory is replayed on the screen in her head. Nettie was running through the labyrinth with a terrified expression. It is the Bokesa Pharisee who holds her hand and runs with it. He looked back at Nettie and shouted with an urgent look. Run faster, Nettie. Do you want to get caught by those things? Hurry up more. When Nettie heard that, she looked around. The eerie laughter from beyond the darkness. Numerous bad endings drooled and followed. Yunsol, trembling at the creeping creeps, suddenly paid attention to Nettie's hand. Of the hand holding Bokesa's hand. Opposite hand. Your hand was also holding someone's hand firmly. Who is it? Yunsol frowned. I wanted to see more, but the video was there. Yunsol traced his memory and reasoned. The village elder told me that Nettie had an older sister. Maybe Betty is the owner of the hand. Yunsol closed his eyes and recalled the hand held at the end of the video in more detail. That moment. Wake. The video turned off and a large face suddenly appeared. It was the face of the bad ending youngest I met in the labyrinth. Ah. Yinsol opened his eyes in amazement. When you wake up from your thoughts, what you see is the exit of the labyrinth. Okay. When I asked, Yinsol turned his head off, stealing the rainwater flowing down his forehead. It was virtue. I looked into Netty's memory for a second. What did you see? When I asked, Yinsol nodded. I saw Netty running through the labyrinth after exiting the dungeon. Boca Company is helping. Okay. Was there any other singularity? Well, someone other than Bokesa was holding Netty's hand. I didn't know who it was. Suddenly, I saw the face of the youngest child. Is this because of my trauma mixed up? Yinsol muttered while pressing hard on the temple. I felt a slight headache, but it was tolerable. Someone may not understand how to play the game, even when it hurts. But once you are deeply immersed in the world of the game, a little pain is good for feeling immersion. Right then, currently, a huge amount of water began to pour out of the labyrinth. It looks like the water in a pool that had accumulated in one place was overflowing. But the water was all red. What? Drake exclaimed in surprise. I raised my hand and got a handful of rainwater. The color of the flowing tide turned red. Fishy smell. This is obviously bloody. For reference, only bad endings inhabit this labyrinth. The blood of the bad ending is black as thick as tar. Then this blood. I looked up and looked inside the labyrinth. The rainwater flowing down the northern road we came from is a transparent color. However, the rainwater flowing down the south road on the other side was bleeding with blood. I stood silently. Yet, buck. The sound of footsteps comes from far away. The sound that leads to a slenderness without power, as if even a room would be cut off. With a plop. There was also the sound of something falling into a puddle. And a long time later, the sound of footsteps again continued. Soon, I saw a red dot at the end of my field of view. Bokesa Pharisee. He was walking to Malgal, who had become a man in the middle. Slap. Bokesa walks as if to fall, with his shoulders attached to the wall. His gray hair, beard, and clothes were all red with blood. There were 5 black nail marks on the stomach and waist. It seems like he suffered a fatal injury in the battle with Smile. With a plop, he eventually fell over without getting out of the labyrinth, and he couldn't move while being immersed in the rainwater accumulated on the floor. The blood that escaped from his body turns the rainwater around him red. Hey, I supported such a Bokesa and raised it up, and his consciousness, which was being broken down, was raised upright again. Why are you alone? What about the other angels? When I asked, Bokesa replied with a bleak expression as he was hit by the pouring rain. Everyone had a bad ending. He handed me something with trembling hands. It floats above the angels' heads. It was a ring, an angel ring. Angel ring of Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Donatello. For rings that have lost their light. Let's meet again, friends. You have to do it with us again. Hoo-ha-ha. It was fun. See you at the exit later. Must survive. You wonderful children. The voice I heard just before splitting in the labyrinth echoes in my head. None of them survived. I see. Everyone is dead. I captured the rings left by the angels in my arms. Shoot-ah? The rain gets stronger. The world is all water, but only my mouth is dry. It wasn't dry, so it was burning up. Meanwhile, Bokesa stretched out his blood-soaked hand and put it on Yunsol's head. Yinsol instinctively avoided Bokesa's hand. It was because I was afraid of dripping blood. Bokesa looks at Yinsol with a sad gaze. Okay, I must be scared. Don't forgive me for making you lose your sister. Yinsol opened his mouth and tried to say no. It's scary, but, looking at it, he tried to protect himself from start to finish. It was tough and stiff, always in blood, but in times of crisis. He always secured a seat in a corner of his view. But as always, the grateful subject does not wait for greetings. Bokesa's hand, which was facing Yunsol's head, fell to the floor. At the same time as a few drops of cold water splashed, he closed his eyes. Trang. The angel ring above his head lost its light and threw on the ground. Bokesa Pharisee. A court magician who has been striving for the revival of the angelic family throughout his life. A great man who saved countless children from the hands of the crazy emperor in his later years. He is dead. I couldn't get out of the labyrinth. It has turned into a cold body. Neither I nor Drake nor Yinsol speaks. We were just standing at the edge of a labyrinth in torrential rain. Then, how do you do it? I asked. My gaze was on Yinsol. Yinsol raises his head with a puzzled expression. I said again, we have something like this. What came out of my inventory is an order I bought at the night market the other day. Early store/order form/ A+. An order made to save a patient who was buried hastily. It is also called elixir by some alchemists. Only tea times can be used. Characteristic resuscitation available, special. With this one-time spell, you can only bring the dead back to life once and for all. Since it's like an extra life, I count the places that can be found in the game. A treasure that cannot be obtained even with 1,000 gold. I am now trying to write it to this NPC in front of me. The death of a single NPC. However, Yunsol's pupils shake. I said to Yunsol again, if you want, I will save Bokesa. But if you don't want it, I'll go to the castle like this. What do you want to do? When I asked, Yunsol felt confused. Should I decide that? I nodded my head silently. It may seem like you are forcing a choice, but you can't. Yunsol. No, Nettie. Depending on her choice, the future history will change drastically. Yunsol, who had been worrying for a while, soon nodded with a determined expression. I want to save. She is still shaking her hands and feet when she sees Bokesa. It is because of Nettie's instinct to fear Bokesa by coming through dungeons and labyrinths. However, Yunsol decided to move forward, forgetting the dark memories. By all means, I wish Nettie, the original owner of this body too. I shut my mouth for a while. Nod. You have to follow Yunsol's decision. Did. It's a waste. I took the order and tore it. Then, I put it on Bokesa's body, which had already cooled down. Okay. Pap it. A bright white light burst out. The red and black light that was coloring Bokesa's body slowly fades away. A white flame that can only be used by angels with the purest souls. It burns the whole body of Bokesa and regenerates it. The cataclysmic veil, which had been firmly hidden, was lifted a little. The light from the inside of the stage has leaked out. I felt like I saw it. At the same time, flashed. Bokesa's eyes opened. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 288. Previous talk next. Chapter 289. Cataclysm 1. Early store/order form/. A+. An order made to save a patient who was buried hastily. It is also called elixir by some alchemists. Can only be used once. Property rejuvenation can be used, special. I paid expensive money and gave the life of the surplus I bought to an NPC. It might be considered a really Hoga-like decision, but how would you do what has already happened? Once torn, the order cannot be returned. Pap it. A bright white light burst out. A white flame that can only be used by angels with the purest souls, which burned Bokesa's body and renewed it. Bokesa opened her eyes. What happened? I am a person. He looked at himself with a quaint expression. The intestines, which were nearly 40% lost, are contained in the stomach intact. The muscle fibers that had burst and cut were softly heard. Beyond breaking, the bones that turned into powder also function well in place. Besides, this mana that is rising as if it's overflowing with Danjian is. Soon, Bokesa felt Yunsol's gaze and raised her head. Son, did you save me? Yunsol looks at me in embarrassment. You can think of what you are comfortable with. I nodded and said. Yunsol eventually nodded. Then Bokesa sighed. Maybe it would have been better not to do that. All they say is when they've been spared as much as they can. I frowned and looked displeased. The resurrection order can be placed only at the auction house to receive a tremendous price. Those who want to buy even after giving several times more money will line up at the guild level. However, despite obtaining and writing such a resurrection order, Bosaka did not give thanks at all. He just woke up with a very exhausted and tired expression. I'm alive, so I'll have to continue again. Hard fights. When I got it out of the water, I was complaining why I did it. So what is artificial intelligence? But it wasn't just complaining. Bokesa smiled at Yunsol for the first time. Then he raised his wrinkled hands and stroked Yunsol and Nettie, the angel girl, on the head. An angel with flawless purity. A white flame that only such an angel can have gently wrapped Bokesa and Yunsol. At the light that felt warm somewhere, Yunsol closed her eyes without knowing it. But thank you. Bokesa Pharisee. He bowed his head toward Yunsol. Lasted. The white light surrounding the body disappears. And a faint smile. Bokesa went back to being tough and serious again. Go. Today I will rebuild the angelic family. A white spellbook in one hand and a white sword in the other. Bakaga took her first step toward the king with a determined expression. The rainy night. From now on, it's the final boss phase. Asterisk. We arrived in Wongsong not long after. Angel Emperor Nicodemus. The cannibal emperor said to trap children in a dungeon and eat them one by one. The vigor that this fierce boss monster is in is a huge dungeon itself. The dungeon was following the European construction style at the end of the 16th century. Enthusiasm for being defeated by demons and hiding into the most corners of the world. Is it to overcome it? The royal castle was exceptionally large and beautiful. Typical Baroque architecture. Roman expression techniques are harmonized with the Renaissance-style architecture, creating a truly unique and sophisticated beauty. All the embossed and engraved parts of the building use light and shadow to maximize the contrast, making the shape and color much more intense and prominent than they actually appear. I was holding it. Above the entrance, there are many golems and gargoyle-shaped statues with vivid grotesque feelings, but there are no monsters other than the ship ending on the celestial island, so those will be just statues. The Bokassa Pharisee side. Does it look magnificent? It will. The absolute power of the emperor, and it's a building for poems. Before going crazy, he had a good knowledge of architecture. So I must have made such a huge labyrinth. Throw away all the bad endings that exist on the celestial island. I looked around the villages within the walls of the castle. Small houses along the river form a colony. It was a beautiful landscape, but it was hard to find a house with a light on. Most of the windows and doors are closed in double or triple, and it is quiet. Everyone seemed to be hiding because they were scared of seeing the crazy emperor. Bokassa kicked her tongue. As the children's laughter disappears, the liveliness in the village naturally disappears. Everyone is hiding their children somewhere in the house. It is not possible to light the light. He trembled with anger that he couldn't take it. Then he looked back and said to us, "I am going to the south door. You guys take charge of the north door." It was the same this time, as if they had shared roles when escaping the labyrinth. What's different? Meanwhile, all the angel NPCs you heard have disappeared. I walked silently toward the north gate. Bokassa also heads to silently south gate. This time, neither of us said anything to each other. I carried Yunsol and entered the north gate of Wangsong Fortress. When entering the dungeon, a notification sound popped up for the first time. Tiring. You entered the festival of the Guzikan Emperor. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Gugkuinme. It's been a long time since it's been a while, and it's a sound that you feel happy to hear. It looks like a proper quest notification sound pops up here in Wangsong. Tiring. Join the main quest. You have found the main quest, the Cannibal Emperor's Dinner. Coup quest occurrence condition. All hidden quests in the Abyss Terminal can be completed. To perform all the hidden quests of the flight route. To perform all the hidden quests of the Sky Island's thrilling labyrinth. Quest completion condition. Defeat the Cannibal Emperor. The world will change greatly whether you follow this quest or not. The prerequisites required to discover this huge main quest are incredibly demanding. On the other hand, the way to clear the quest is very simple. You just need to kill the boss of this dungeon, the Cannibal Emperor. A simple quest that has been received in a long time. However, unspeakable efforts will be required to bring out this result. I stood in front of the north gate of the castle and pondered for a moment. From here on, I do not know the detailed strategy. Long ago, I only heard interviews of foreign rankers who cleared Heavenly Island at first glance. I have no choice but to grope with persimmon. It is a quest that has never been cleared, but there is nothing to worry about. You just have to trust the skills you've accumulated over the years. Your body will respond on your own. Shake hands at the end of Django, Changkao. I opened the door and went inside without hesitation. At the moment, Drake and Yunsol, standing behind me, shouted in surprise. What? Why is this shape in the castle? It's surprising too. A royal castle is not a place where a king resides. If so, it should be usually colorful or at least quite comfortable to stay. However, the interior of the royal castle in front of you was not what you would normally think of. Boiling sulfur swamps and narrow, steep stepping stones. A garden with axe blades hanging from chains flying like crazy. And the iron bridge heated up in a burning coal field. There is no one normal map. Wangsong was attached to a chain of such harsh dungeons. I wonder if they were prepared for the time when the demons invaded. I shrugged. Everything is as I was guessing. There is a stepping stone in the sulfur swamp, so you have to step on it and cross it. In the next garden, countless axe blades went back and forth like clockwork. If you dodge them well, you will become cast iron in my fire. You have to cross Lee. No, the back door that goes directly to the king couldn't have been left alone. Still, it is good that the road is not divided into several stages and is a straight line. I didn't think it would take much time. Squash. I thought so until something popped out of the first phase, the sulfur swamp. Hi. Turning the yellow nether over and protruding, it was a bunch of unpleasantly shaped black tentacles. It looks like a horse with limbs. Yellow eyeballs shining all over the dark body bend like a smile. Drake was amazed to hear the eerie laughter it made. Bad ending? How are these to vigor? Surely the bad ending wasn't the enemy of the angels? That is why Emperor Nicodemus used his mighty power to confine the bad endings in a labyrinth. But what is the situation now? It cannot be understood by common sense. A bad ending lives on the inside of the royal castle where the emperor resides. What this means? I looked up and looked beyond the sulfur swamp. Sure enough, one by one the guards guarding each phase. Reveal. Play. Kick. Kick. Pupki pupki. In the axe blade garden, a huge muscular human with a cow's head can be seen standing. There was a skinny human being who had no legs and crawled with only 2 arms on the hot metal road. All are bad endings with a dark body and violence beyond common sense. Drake and Yunsol looked at me with embarrassing expressions. However, all these variables are within the scope of my calculations. So far, I relaxed with a casual look, and he grabbed the sharpening in his hand more and more. Now, friends, let's not play with our size all the time. I talked to the 3 bad endings in front of me. Haven't you joined the main story at most? From now on, it is time to show the best of Korean characteristics. It means quickly. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 289. Previous talk next. Chapter 290. Cataclysm 2. Hi. Hihihi. Play. Ugh. Kick. Kick. Poop. 3 large bad endings can be seen guarding each gate. The first phase is the sulfur swamp. The yellow and thick puddle boils, and the poisonous gas and water vapor are thick. Every time the bubble burst, there was an angry smell and sound. On the water surface of this yellow puddle, stones about the width of a single footstep based on shoe size 270 were protruding, and these were sparsely separated at 1-meter intervals to form a long and uneasy stepping stone. Was fulfilling. Looking at this alone, it is not a dangerous dungeon that far. If you only have a sense of balance and the ability to hold your breath for about 2 minutes, you can walk a distance of about 50 meters without stepping on your feet. The problem is the creatures living under this sulfur swamp. Bad ending / aka the end of the sulfur swamp. Well, grade, A / characteristics. Habit, burrow. Habitat, North Secret Passage. Discovery date, Moon X 2300 hours tube. An unidentified tentacle made up of multiple bundles. It crawls on the bottom of a hot swamp and begins feeding when motion is detected above the surface. Regardless of whether the other person is larger or smaller than himself, he perceives it as a prey, and he tends to rush to see it. An anemone made of black tentacle bundles. The body where the tentacles are gathered looks like a cutout temple. This cylindrical mass, made up entirely of muscles, stretches out its long tentacles and soars over the sulfur swamp. Hee. Stepping over with an unpleasant sound. An anemone attacking Lee. It was Drake who came forward to confront this guy. Let's see the effect of the newly obtained item. Drake held up 2 crossbows that could load and trigger with one hand. Puff puff puff. Gangjian, spewing out of a crossbow, tore the tentacles of an anemone like a mop. Hi. Hey. The sea anemone was startled and retreated, but Drake had already taken the sungi. Poop poop. Arrows with penetrating effects caught up to the end, even if the sea anemone hid at the bottom of the sulfur swamp. The depth of the sulfur swamp is less than 10 meters, so the sea anemone cannot escape very far. Rather lack. Inflicting more on the arrow shooting, which is close to artillery, Drake sprinkled a lozenge on the bottom of the sulfur swamp. Anemone is not an animal that swims, but lives on the surface of the seafloor. That means you can live without touching the floor. It is a kind of life that does not exist. Like crawling warriors, monsters with 4 or more feet or monsters that crawl without feet can deal up to 4 times the damage of this type of item. Boo, 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 boo. The yellow nether turns black. Somehow, an anemone dive to the bottom of the swamp is engulfing blood. It was the same. Seeing the amount of blood spreading in the swamp, the probability of fighting again seems to be low. Sorry, if I could use the Madongwang meta, I would have lived in 1Q with a vortex. However, I cannot use the power of the Ma Dong King because I am currently recording the video in the portrait mode. I am a stepping stone with regret. Crossed. The sea anemone didn't come up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next phase was the Axeblade Garden. Guillotines hanging from chains on a wide flat ground are performing a pendulum motion. If you stepped on the wrong foot quickly and were baptized with the blade, your whole body would be cut like a sliced ham. It must be annoying. I looked up and looked across the Axeblade Garden. Perur. Whoops. Standing a muscular warrior with a hot snort. It was a dark-skinned bad ending with a cow on the head and a muscular humanoid body from the bottom of the neck. Bad ending / AK Minotaur Jr. Grade, A / characteristics. Habit, burrow. Sussex, North Secret Passage. Date of discovery, Moon X at 2326. Half-man Banwu holding an axe. Originally, it was common to have to be trapped in a labyrinth, I don't know why I ended up in such a place. With tremendous strength, he has a fairly wide range of melee attacks. No woo. Minotaur Jr. wields an axe in his hand with great power. It ran away like a ghost between the axe blades hanging from the chain. I put Yinsol down for a while and gestured to Drake. Cover. Loose. The conversation was short. I dive into the axe blade garden with basilisk's veins all over my body. Chain love liquid. Although fearsome guillotines rush towards me. Land. Dang. The arrow that Drake shoots strongly strikes the axe blade and holds it in the air. For an instant, I passed by the axe blades that had stopped in the air and met Minotaur Uros Jr. in the middle of the axe blade garden. Woo. Wow. Minotaur Jr. who comes in with tremendous power, The appearance seems to be ahead of the run of the Hobble Bull. However, annoying. I just moved my darkened hand and grabbed Minotaur Jr.'s horn. 1. Enormous physical damage is my whole body. Struck. At the same time, the strength of the ambush team allowed me to hold on to my HP, once with 1 remaining, and the trait of the Falconer counteracts enormous reflection damage to the enemy. Quack 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 quack. Minotaur Jr.'s head was smashed just as it was held in my hands and ears. Thud. Minotaur Jr., with a broken head, stepped back, bleeding, and soon smashed his buttocks on the floor. Since then, the axe blades that have been moving pendulum like clockwork have solved them for themselves. Puck. Poop. Puck. Drench. The axe blades that were cluttered while hanging on the chains were the Minotaur Jr.'s. I got stuck in my head, chest, arms, shoulders, and back. His upper body became minced meat and was scattered in all directions, and only the lower body, where the axe blade could not reach, spews blood and lays open. Oh, it's cruel. Yinsol covered me with a mosaic filter to cover the body of Minotaur Uros Jr. and put a heal on me. With Yinsol on my back, I quickly ran across the axe blades. The same was true of Drake. The last phase is the hot weather. Underneath is a burning coal field. The single road rising above it is made of cast iron. Kai Prophet Yi. Everything falling above this has no choice but to inflict enormous flame damage. There is a monster running at high speed on this metal road. Poop 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 poop. Kick kick kick. There was no lower body, so it was a humanoid bad ending that only crawled with both arms and elbows. Bad ending / aka Tekadik. Grade, A / characteristics. Habit, roaming. Sussex, North Secret Passage. Discovery date, Mon. Exit 2332. According to my usual habits, I have to roam a wide area and live, but I am confined to a narrow space by someone and have to go around a limited area. Originally, it was a monster with a very long body, but it was shortened before being trapped. It is said that he was amputated. Tekatik was crawling at a very high speed because the floor was hot. Unusually, I was only moving around with my elbows with my arms bent, and the appearance was quite bizarre. Kaya. He pulls out his long, sharp nails and ran towards us. It seems like he is trying to move his waist down like himself. However, grungy. As I hold my breath, the mucus of Theodore oozes out. It shed Tekatik's nails as it is. That's not enough, it's slippery. By making it fall, Tekatik, which moves at a high speed, falls down the metal road. Quackwang. Fuss. Tekatik slipped and fell into the coal field under the iron road. And as it was, it burned to death in a hot fire. When it died, it gave off terrible screams and smells, but... Soul, have you turned on the mosaic filter? Huh, I've been turning it on since the time of the Minotaur. Well done, the taste of the meal will fall. I looked away from Yinsol, and with her carrying her, she crossed the hot metal road in front of her at the fastest possible speed. Every time you take a step, your HP is shattered into chunks, so you can use a potion. I had to keep drinking. If it was the Madonna King mode, thanks to Kinshamaru's shoes, I wouldn't have to worry about that. But now that the video is being recorded, it was necessary to be careful about the transformation. Yet, we cross all 3 gates blocking the secret passage to the north. Come. It took about 30 minutes. It was almost a new record. It's nice that it doesn't drag. Drake said, looking at the road that had passed. You can only hear the sound of boiling sulfur, the sound of the axe, and the burning of coal. An empty dungeon. Yinsol smiled while looking back at the landscape. Wow, I think I'm getting used to the game. That scene looks so peaceful. Yes. If you don't know it, it's desolate and eerie, but in the eyes of gamers, there's no other such a peaceful and clean-looking scene. Me and Drake also smiled. The 3 of us were left with only the last door to the depths of the castle. The last gateway. It was a really big and magnificent iron gate. Cook. Drake pushed the door with strength, but, of course, the door didn't even move. Tuck tuck. I tapped on one side of the door with my finger. There was a large keyhole. Yunsol sparkled her eyes. I have to find the key. She loves the genius of escape rooms, such reasoning and exploration content. Unfortunately, this phase did not require reasoning. I saw a black cube in that corner by the door. It was a huge cube made of hard material. Land. Land. When you tap it with your hand, you can feel the sound and texture as if you were hitting an iron ball. Drake muttered with a shocked look. Surely is this also a bad ending? Yes. The black cube was making a pulse sound as if alive. Bad ending / AK unopened box. Grade. A / characteristics. Habit. Burrow. Habitat. North secret passage. Date of departure. Mon. Exit 2337. Living and non-living. A thing type bad ending in the middle. It is a box with no movement, but its sturdiness is unmatched. I said with my hand on this black cube. There will be a key to the last door in this. There may be a question of how to know that, but Drake and Yunsol didn't waste my time with such a question. Thanks to this, set the amount and time through conversations such as heard from the angels or it is a common cliche pattern. It is a good thing not to eat it. Drake muttered. It's a box that doesn't open. Looks very hard. You mean there is a key in this? After speaking, Drake picked up a dagger and struck the box. Dang. The box doesn't hurt a single thing. At the same time, the damage caused by the dagger was reflected and bounced back to Drake. Drake took reflection damage and stepped back. That's why I can't take the key out of the box. Hard is also hard, but it also has a reflective damage characteristic. Is a bad ending. How do I get the key inside it? Even if you are prepared for tremendous damage from reflected damage and break the box, the risk to bear due to it is considerable. It is unclear whether it is possible to destroy the box, but it is not known whether there will be health remaining for the final boss raid after that. It's dark. Is there any way? When Drake and Yunsol are contemplating, you seem to have trouble. An old man's voice came from somewhere. In the place where Drake turned his head, an old, shabby old man stood tapping his bend over. Above his head is the name NPC Royal Road Guide in, said the old man. To get the key out, you have to go through the thick wall of the box for a long time. You have to endure quite a lot of damage. He stretched out one finger and made a suggestion to us. But give me some gold. If you give it, I'll let you get the key right away. How is it? The amount of gold the old man asked for was insignificant. He only asked us for 1 million gold. In reality, it is a little less than 100,000 won. That alone can save a lot of time. In the past, 10 million to billion units of gold. The Devil's Supper, favored by the Captain Shi Kaiwa, was a very different price. I'm willing to pay. Drake searched his inventory to find gold. However, unfortunately, he spent all the gold playing gacha at the night market. There seems to be no 1 million gold in hand. Of course, the same is true of Yunsol. She has no money in the first place because she is possessed by the NPC's body. Drake looked at me with a sad expression. Lost. His eyes looked like a cat in boots. However, I shook my head firmly. No, I don't think about giving money. Go back. No one has any money to spend on the obvious trap. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 290. Previous talk next. Chapter 291. Cataclysm 3. NPC Royal Road Guide. Said the old man. To get the key out, you have to go through the thick wall of the box for a long time. You have to endure quite a lot of damage. But how much to me? If you give me the gold of the liver, it will allow me to get the key right away. How is it? You need a key to open the door in front of you, and the key is built in this black cube-shaped bad ending. It is a suggestion that you can get the key right away by paying about 100,000 won in real money. Needless to say, this is a good condition. But I shook my head firmly. No, I don't want to give you money, go back. I turned down the old man's offer. Then Drake and Yunsol shouted in surprise. Look, isn't this a great opportunity? If you can get the key right away with just 1 million gold, it's a good deal. Right. This box is sturdy and I think it's hard to break it because it even radiates reflection damage. But I still shook my head. In fact, it is not simply because money is wasted. That's a trap, I said, facing the old man's face. Drake and Yunsol tilt their heads. Before they could do anything. Fuck. I lifted the cut and stabbed the old man in front of me. Not honoring the elderly, but attacking the elderly. Drake and Yunsol were astonished when they saw my actions. However, they soon noticed why I was wielding the shave. The old man who was attacked by me fell from his place and slowly changed shape. It looked like seeing a doppelganger just before his transformation. What was written as NPC Royal Road Guide is not the holographic text, but the text on the top of the head. It was just a decoration. The letters faded and then disappeared naturally. So this means that this unknown entity in front of you wasn't an NPC from the start. Kuriak, Huruk. The old man's eyes, nose, and mouth were gradually getting blacker and then disappeared. And then with a white beard, turned into black tentacles and wriggled. No, looking at it, the old man's body itself was just one big tentacle. Shriek. The black tentacle, which had transformed into an old man, was soon sucked into one corner of the unopened box. And naturally, it becomes part of the wall of the box and calms down. When the black cube moves its tentacles, as if it was right, the hour hand was lifted and left still. If you're looking at that shamelessness, you might doubt your eyes if what you just saw wasn't hallucinations. I looked back at Drake and Yunsol with their mouths wide open. It's a kind of mistake. Certain deep-sea fish disguise their antennae to look like prey and catch other fish and eat them. The old man also used the NPC's intimidation to catch adventurers. I'm paying out. In fact, they are just bad-ending fishing tentacles. I raised my hand and tapped on the outside of the bad-ending unopenable box. Maybe I would like to pay the money and get the key right away. This would have eaten us and trapped us in the stomach. I would have got the key, but it would have been digested and died without being able to escape the stomach of this guy. After listening to me, Drake and Yunsol pretended to wipe off the cold sweat. I've come all the way here, but in exchange for just one trick, everything was almost in vain. I looked at them and wore clothes. There is no surplus business. Business is basically the principle of Donga exchange. There is no free lunch. After listening to me, Drake and Yunsol nodded. Now they seem to understand. There are many traps in this dungeon, but there aren't any tricks. Meanwhile, Drake was quite embarrassed. Then you have become quite embarrassed? This bad-ending guy? It's so sweet. In addition, they counterattack with reflection damage. Drake just wanted to shoot an arrow against the black cube, but, of course, it didn't even budge. However, it reflects the damage caused by the arrow and sharply cuts Drake's HP. Then, me and Yunsol's eyes are facing each other. Hit. Maybe she thought the same thing as me. I went back to the black cube without a doubt, and I started pushing it with all my might. Moan. As I gave it strength, Yunsol also squeezed to the side and pushed the cube. Drake with a puzzled look also stuck next to me. The three of us kept pushing the cube like that. The direction was where there was a hot iron road. Kururuk. The heat of the coal field heats up the iron legs. We kept pushing the black cube over it. Flinch. The black cube on the hot metal seems to vibrate a little. But with that much heat, I couldn't do anything about the cube. Now, this is the next gateway. I pushed the cube forward. That's the Axe Blade Garden. It is an area where giant guillotines hanging from chains are performing pendulum motion. Bang. Quackwang. Simplicity and honesty. Poop. Countless axe blades hit the black cube. This hard cube was also forced to take damage at this time. Deep scars dent the wall and distorted corners. But the damage the cube reflects. Because of this, the guillotines were also not safe. Per quaching. Shit. Most of them were hung in the air with the chains broken or the teeth of the blades were missing, and the movement stopped as it was. Character. Next is a sulfur swamp. I headed for the stepping stone. Then he put a black cube between the cliff and the first stepping stone and pushed it down. Kai Prophet. The cubes that touched the heat began to melt little by little. Boo, 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 boo. Pow slash pow slash pow slash pow slash. Reflected damage was applied, but when the terrain damage was reflected, only the terrain was adjusted. It just changes. Sulfur caught in the shock wave continued to create waves. Drake refreshed his appetite as he watched the slowly melting cube. It's subtly slow. Will this all take all day? But I can wait with a relaxed expression. Anyway, we are the gates of the north. If you cannot open the main quest will not proceed anymore. If it was as usual, I would have been nervous because latecomers would not know when to follow me. It didn't matter if I was told to wait a few days instead of a day now. Anyway, the moment I finish this raid, all the achievements of the competitors who have tried to catch up to me will go back to the origin. However, soon our work began to show signs of progressing a little faster. Hi-hee. The sulfur swamp sea anemone that had been repelled before was revealed. He recovered all his wounds and climbed his legs in a healthy shape. Then, the black cube on the water surface was wrapped around and tightened. It was a good thing for me. Kai Prophet. The black cube's sturdy body has finally begun to crumble. The heat of sulfur is mixed with the strong power of a bad ending, so it is hard to say that it is my unopened box. Fuss. One of the dark corners became soft, then collapsed and drowned in the sulfur swamp. It's now. I quickly grabbed the rope and went down the cliff, and faced a huge cube. The inside of the black cube was made of bright red wrinkled 6 walls. They were showing very unpleasant and lively movements, but there was no way to properly check them as they were emanating hot energy and odor. Fuck. I put my arm in it and shook it. Then, in time, Something made of metal touched the tip of my finger. I found it, the key. I quickly picked up the key and climbed the rope. Sure, lyric. Sulfur Swamp Sea Anemone belatedly stretched its tentacles towards me, but thanks to Drake's cover fire, I was able to survive. Yet, with a plop, the Sulfur Swamp Anemone went into the deep nether while hugging a black cube. Shortly thereafter, black blood began to spread sparsely over the yellow surface, and there was no way to tell whether it was from an anemone or a black cube. It was good. Now I have the key. Only the final raid remains. I smiled as I lifted up the white glowing key. From above, I could hear Drake and Yun's soul clapping hands. Yet, we all stood at the north door. Beyond this door will be Emperor Nicodemus. The cannibal emperor went crazy and eats the children. It is ironic that the situation that such a monster was born in the last haven of the angels who had escaped from the devil. Well, anyway, now it's time for an end to the Sky Island raid. Now, only the boss monster is left. Let's do it neatly and get back to our daily routine. I encouraged Drake and Yun's soul, and then both nodded in a state full of energy. Pretty reliable look. Shall we go then? I picked up the white key and opened it against the lock at the gate of the castle gate. Yet, crunches. The lock was opened, and the massive iron gate on the north gate of the castle began to move. The throne where the insane Emperor Nicodemus sits is right in front of you. We didn't wait for the door to open on its own, and we ran right inside. That moment, me, Yun's soul, and Drake stiffened while standing. The sight in front of me is truly a shocking sight. A beautiful young man. There was a handsome man standing in front of the throne with a mischievous appearance, as if it had just popped out of the pure cartoon. Long white hair, and an angel ring that shines brightly above your head, and the big, rich wings on the back. However, both eyes are red and red, so it seems like the blood is flowing down as it is. Angel Emperor Nicodemus. We finally met him. However, it wasn't his shocking beauty that surprised us. Grandfather, Yun's soul cried out in tears. Yes, this is because the neck of an old man was trampled under the feet of the angel Emperor Nicodemus. Bokesa Pharisee. His whole body was covered with blood, gasping for the last possible breath, and his pupils were sorely engraved in our pupils. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 291. Previous talk next. Chapter 292. Cataclysm 4. Angel Nicodemus Sanhedrin. The emperor of the angelic family who left numerous achievements. He created a huge labyrinth surrounding the heavenly island to block the invasion of the demons. It also built the largest and most splendid palace among the buildings used by the people. The novelty of the topography of the labyrinth is truly tremendous, and the winds passing through the labyrinth are oddly bent and twisted, creating a huge eddy current by itself, preventing the invasion into the sky. The same was true of the royal palace. Those who are inside feel comfortable, but those who come from outside. I had to face an incredibly harsh ordeal. It can be said that it is a building that shows the essence of architecture. However, could the emperor who achieved such a great feat was only inevitable? Quageek. Emperor Nicodemus was narrowing his eyes toward Bokesa under his feet. Bokesa, are you crazy? Allow me to raise my head. Open those nasty, lowly eyes to see who you are against. Bokesa, under Nicodemus' feet, was coughing with blood, but couldn't answer anything. Ah, children. He barely said this. Huh. Nicodemus frowned and kicked Bokesa. Quackwang. Bokesa has 3 white pillars. I broke down and fell into the corridor in the distance. Then, exclamation point. A red exclamation mark appeared above Nicodemus's head. I had just opened the north door and made eye contact with me. Nicodemus opened his red eyes wide and laughed. Human? Why are these here? He looked back at Bokesa, lying in the distance, with an expression of excitement. You're all there to go, Bokesa. Holding hands with those inferior things. How far did you intend to fall? Nicodemus sighed, raising his arms. Golden gauntlets were flashing in both hands. A pure white flame overflows from his body. This is not from Bokesa. Kurururuk/. Nicodemus wore both gauntlets with white flames he had created. Flashed. As he stretched out his fists, a white storm began to rage in front of him. A huge fist-shaped flame was rushing toward us. Me and Drake quickly moved away from the fire. Yun's soul was still level 1, so I had to lift it because he moved slowly. Quackwang. A lightning bolt of fire from Nicodemus' fist struck the wall of the castle. Rumble. A shock wave that shakes the entire palace. The attack power is considerable. Drake muttered, blowing arrows at Nicodemus. However, Nicodemus' attack power is not alone. Shit. Tongue. All of Drake's arrows struck Nicodemus' platinum armor and bounced off. Physical defense is also quite high. We have no immediate confirmation, but maybe the magic defense will be similar. I recalled the information of the Nigo demo in my mind. Angel Emperor Nicodemus, level, A+, / characteristics, light, restorative predation ST, summon, select. Habitat, Chonggong Island reunion of the cannibal emperor, Jiadang. Size, 3M. The angels who had been defeated in the war with the devil fled to the island of heaven, the corner of the world, and hid. It was once a dominant servant of this world. The old glory is now an old story. Since then, the angels lived here as a pleasure to preserve and reminisce about the glory of the past. However, not everyone was so helpless. Some of the angels were sharpening their blades of revenge in order to avenge the demons who had destroyed them, and further revive the clan and reigned as a dominant servant. One of them is the Angel Emperor Nicodemus Sanhedrin right here. Originally, there are no monsters on the island, and bad endings appear, but the Nigo demo is the only exception. Since he reigns as the boss monster of the island of heaven, he must fight. By the way, the characteristics are familiar. As I watched Nicodemus, I felt as if I had seen it somewhere. In fact, Nicodemus' combat method was also quite familiar. With powerful attack power, rushing recklessly, destroying surrounding terrain with a gauntlet in your hand, a fraudulent trait that uses all support magic, such as heal or buff, and summons a number of white pigeons to restore your HP. Isn't this the King of Darkness? I felt the nostalgia of the Dark King from Nicodemus, the Angel Emperor. Dark King is also an A+ class monster. Among the 7 constellations of demons, he is the commander of the corps directly under Paris the Great Beelzebub, and is controlling the castle of evil. With a powerful attack power, it rushes recklessly, destroys surrounding terrain with a fingernail, a fraudulent property that absorbs enemy HP, and a number of swords that consume others' HP. Summon bats. All attack patterns are quite similar to Angel Emperor and Igodamo. Almost at this point, it seemed that it could be called an anti-these. I struck a few white pigeons with the back of my hand, and I asked Nicodemus, "Do you know you are Solomon?" Solomon is the real name of the Dark King. This is the name he used until he fell. Upon hearing the name, Nicodemus narrowed one eye. He's my old friend. He was the only human being who could be friends with me. I haven't heard of him since hiding here at Heavenly Island. I know his strength, will, and heart. Probably still alive and fighting with the demons. He will never lose. When I heard that, I became a little bit bitter. Your friend has been a slave to the devil for a long time. When I told the truth, Nicodemus snores. You seem to think it's ridiculous. But the blood predator's ring, and the cows I got from killing the Dark King. When I listened to Roman's necklace, Godamo's expression changed suddenly. Friend. My old friend. What is this? He looked at my items that had been discolored and looked as if he had seen the sky collapsing. Well, you may not know that the sky has collapsed, but it seems that the billionaire has definitely collapsed. Now, the boss monster's mentality exploded. Let's catch it now. I grabbed the clipper and charged towards Nicodemus. It's so bad that I don't even have friends. Oh no, my friend is alive somewhere. What / You fool, you're not alive, you're murdered. Your friend is dead. Don't you know that either? As if Kichiol of the black rubber shoes were made by Bing, I struck the pad lip and sharpened without hesitation. Did you say that verbal violence is of worse quality than physical violence in some cases? After hearing my blasphemous remarks, Moon Nicode's mentality began to shake sharply. It's blasphemy. Nicodemus came up late and prepared to counterattack. After the mental breakdown, various stats were greatly reduced. At this point, Drake and Yunsol shook their heads and joined the raid. Lost. The toughness is bad. Why do you feel sorry for the monster? Anyway, all the bad rolls are just gone. However, Nicodemus, the Angel Emperor, is a perfectly balanced OP monster of the entire studio, and if you do not use such tricks, the raid is too difficult. Eventually, as a result of a long battle, the Angel Emperor Nicodemus knelt with a grieving expression. Thud. He put the cracked leggings on the ground and dropped his head. And he cried out with a grieving expression. I'm getting down on my knees. Now the future of the angelic family is dark. When Yunsol heard the words, he laughed with his eyes wide open. I'm not saying that a person who has kidnapped and eaten children countless times. Right. Children are the future. A guy who thinks about the future of his clan commits such a brutality. It's amazing. Drake also beaten up with Yunsol's words. However, ? Angel Emperor Nicodemus looked up. Tilt. What weird sound is that? How do I kidnap and eat children? Then, Yunsol, who was caused by the body of an angelic girl, became angry. Don't take it off. There are rumors that you take children from their parents, put them in jail, and eat them one by one. Then Nicodemus made an absurd look. That's another crazy sound logo I've heard for the first time. The reason I take my children to the dungeon is to keep them from rots. Everyone who heard it grinned. Nicodemus spoke with a voice that was going to cut off. After receiving reports of a terrible epidemic outbreak, I opened a dungeon to protect my children. This is because the dungeon was the only place in the palace that could accommodate a large number of people, and the inside of the dungeon where children live now is comfortably thickened. Nicodemus finished talking on the side of the wall. Pointed to. There were a lot of plans for the remodeling of an empty dungeon into a shelter because there were no criminals in Tepeyangsiyangdi. Inside an underground prison well-equipped with food and amenities. A space designed for children to live comfortably and safely. Nicode, who has a good knowledge in architecture, such as building a huge labyrinth or royal palace. It was a passage to see how much effort Mo was able to repair the prison. Nicodemus opened his mouth as if growling. As you say, children are the future of the clan. I did everything to protect the children. To protect them from bad germs spread by bad endings. Drake and Yunsol heard the words. Looked confused. Even Nettie's sense of being sensitive to evil intentions couldn't detect any other bad energy in Nicodemus' words. I don't think it's a lie. Yunsol muttered in a small voice. Known as the Cannibal Emperor, Nicodemus was a castle army who struggled to protect the children. Will be. If so, after spreading the Cannibal Emperor ghost story to children in a safe place from infectious diseases, the myth of the being who escaped the place and took it to the labyrinth is bound to attract attention again. The moment Drake and Yunsol slowly looked back. Flash. White flames from behind ran out between them. Rumble. Pure white, nothing mixed. An incandescent flame that only the purest angels could use ignited the entire body of Nicodemus, the last emperor of the angel family. Thud. Nicodemus completely collapsed. And from the other side of the darkness, the white shadower staggered, revealing his appearance. You did it, Gentiles. The Bokesa Pharisee was there. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 292. Previous talk next. Chapter 293. Happy Ending 1. You did it, Gentiles. Bokesa Pharisee. He staggered past us and grabbed the hair of your fallen Godamo and lifted it up. A sacred white flame guards the area around Bokesa. He bathed in the light and healed some of the wounds on his body. Yunsol looked at it and said he couldn't believe it. Bokesa, what the hell is this? Then, Bokesa turned to us. Then he said in a rather unconfident tone, First of all, I hope that you do not doubt my sincerity, who has always struggled and sacrificed for the future of the angels, Gentile friends. Bokesa paused and then raised one hand high. Quaruk. A spotless white flame rose beautifully from his hand. It was a horror that anyone could feel the sacred and divine energy. Drake looked stupid. Don't you say that only pure angels can make white flames? Then, Bokesa stretched her index finger halfway and pointed at Drake. That's right, friend. Do not doubt my good intentions. I am more concerned about the future of my clan than anyone else. He looked down at Emperor Nicodemus with a tired, weary complexion and a gloomy voice. I will be honest. In fact, there are things that have lied to you. That's about Emperor Nicodemus going crazy. As you have just seen, our emperor is not crazy. No, I've been keeping my mind clearer than ever before. 1. Because I didn't have your help. It would have been difficult to cause treason. Bokesa's attitude was always confident and polite. However, there was still a little hesitating light on his face, and his voice began to bury it, and he kept trembling. Meanwhile, Drake and Yunsol, who were stunned, had their mouths half open. So why did you do this? What did the children do? If Bokesa is truly an innocent angel, the question remains as to why he killed the intact emperor and caused rebellion, and what he did to the children he was protecting at the national level. Bokesa nodded with a calm complexion when asked by Drake and Yunsol's sharp questions. He usually has a soft voice and everything. I opened my mouth in a venomous tone. Character. I will be more than happy to answer all of your questions. What do you think is happiness? Drake and Yunsol, who were asked by Bokesa's questions, looked vaguely. Without any reply, Bokesa continued. Happiness means without unhappiness. A state of calm and joy that continues without misfortune. That is happiness. Then what is unfortunate? It doesn't mean a state of no happiness. A painful and sad state that continues without happiness. It's a bar. It must be unhappiness. Bokesa shrugged. Then, with a sincere expression, he sweetened his dry lips. In other words, without happiness, there is no unhappiness, and without unhappiness, there is no happiness. At this point, I revealed my feelings of hearing Bokesa's words. Look for the skip button. But unfortunately, there was no institutional device for cutting Bokesa's long horses. It seems that the delicate meaning of the developers to listen carefully to the remarks of the real main villain, since this is the final stage. Bokesa continued. Just as happiness and unhappiness are inseparable and inseparable, so is the angel and the devil. He glanced at the white flower that turned his eyes white, and sang low as if he were hypnotizing himself. What is an angel? I'm referring to the existence where the devil's mind has completely disappeared. So what else is the devil? It means that the angelic spirit has completely disappeared. Therefore, the angel and the devil hate each other and hate each other, but they cannot make each other completely disappear from this world. It is because the devil can exist only when there is an angel, and the angel can exist only when there is a devil. Bokesa opened his arms wide and pointed to the entire royal castle here, or the whole island of heaven. As you know, we are defeated in the war against evil spirits and hide here in the heavenly Gong Island, miserable and miserable. I'm living. When the demons will discover and attack our last base of life, we are all affirming. But while making the labyrinth and the castle, the demons never attacked this place. Why do you think that is? Blood feet stood in Bokesa's eyes. He bit his teeth so that his gums burst and bleed out. From this time on, the tone and voice also changed. Because the demons are breeding us. Drake and Yunsol were silent and couldn't answer anything. It wasn't because Bokesa's logic was perfect, but because he was fed up with the tremendous madness he was emanating. Bokesa continued to growl. Devils need our existence to maintain their identity, because when we become extinct, they too lose their meaning as demons. That's why they don't kill us all, but they are raising them like breeding, driving them to the outermost edge of the world, like a pet on the show window. There must be an angel to have a devil. Because of this, the demons continue to preserve the spirit of the angels. Of course, under strict surveillance and control, only they themselves do not know it. However, it was only an answer to Drake's question, and Yunsol's question remains a mystery. So, what does that have to do with children? What did the children do? Yunsol asked again. Then Bokesa took a dark look. Don't you tell me. In order to get rid of the demons, the angels must first disappear. Children are the future of the clan. There was nothing to do to get rid of the future. Surely, did you kill the children? When Yunsol asked in amazement, Bokesa shook his head. It's not. Phew. Yunsol sighed of relief. If Bokesa had killed all the children here, it would have been really hurt. No matter how much the opponent is just an NPC in artificial intelligence, though, he was deeply immersed in the story. It is natural that the emotions are shaken. But Bokesa's actions followed. Yunsol had to stop sighing. I did this. Bokesa lifted the body of Emperor Nicodemus high. Then he went through his pocket with the other hand. Rust. What came out of Bokesa's pouch was a black seed. An ominous seed that glows with black luster. Bokesa planted the black seed in the body of the Demo Emperor. Okay, Woody. The seeds embedded in Nicodemus' body stretched roots and stems in the blink of an eye, covering the body of Emperor Nicodemus. Afterwards, vines began to spread around. And finally, a familiar fruit cast a large figure under the vine. Yunsol's eyes wide open. Honey fruit. Yes, a fruit that grew after eating Nicodemus' body. It was a large and greedy fruit that was confused in the labyrinth. Duck. Bokesa picked honey. It's like a heart pulled out of Nicodemus's body. I was doing Kim Sae. Crispy. Bokesa bite Nicodemus' heart. The pulp flutters, and the sweet juice runs down the corners of the mouth and chin. Kuguguguguk. Bokesa, who swallowed Nicodemus' heart, began to tremble. All the wounds on his body were healed. His complexion turned to his lean complexion, and his shoulders and back, which had been slightly atrophy without confidence, were also stretched boldly. Even the horsepower began to surge. Hoo. Yeah, that's it. The Emperor's body is used as fertilizer, and the fruit is also good. Forbidden, Jing Dawn, that amplifies the magic power. Fruit good and evil. This is the only way to fight the demons. Bokesa, who had eaten all the fruit from Nicodemus's body, immediately muttered with a regretful expression. But, after all, younger. There's nothing else that is as effective as the fruit grown in the body of a person. Upon hearing that, Drake and Yunsol froze on the spot. Honey fruits that were filled in the labyrinth. It was only now possible to see how they grew so lush in an environment with little sunlight or water. Bokesa turned his head and looked at one place. It was where Yunsol was. Creepy. Yunsol is getting goosebumps all over the body. I felt it. It was the feeling I felt when I first met Bokesa in the labyrinth. Bokesa lifted her half-bent index finger towards Yunsol. Okay, it is good for children of just 4 years old to use as fertilizer. At that time, I should have kept you until the end. The moment I heard that, the contents of the oracle came to mind in Yunsel's mind. The first of the 3 trusts. The country disappears because of my son. If you look at it largely, it's not wrong. Bokesa is powered by tree fruits grown using young children as fertilizer. And the angels who were unable to join the division by children. Yunsol muttered as if vomiting. Right, I know now. The cannibal emperor wasn't Nicodemus. The last boss monster, the cannibal emperor, was you. She was feeling fear and anger at the same time that it was difficult to coexist. It was the result of a strange sympathy created by the addition of the mind of the player Yunsol and the mind of the NPC Nettie. Drake was also standing blankly with a shocked look. Meanwhile, Cook. I grasped the 4 angel rings in my inventory. The spirits of the young angels who were playing Naphtali are crying. Bokesa turned to us and said in a gloomy tone, "Because you have helped me so far. Thank you, Gentile friends. But, unfortunately, I am not the one who runs your ending. Like most wizards, I'm a bit busy." And there was a being who showed up in front of us, scaring Bokesa's words to end. Wujik, / Nicodemus, the last emperor of the angelic family. A nectar tree rooted on his body. But now the roots are being pulled out of the ground. Before long, something began to creep out under the tree's roots. The soil and the darkness beneath the roots, what emerged in the middle. It symbolizes Emperor Nicodemus. Was a hand wearing a golden gauntlet. However, Pajijik, except for the hand, it had a completely different appearance from the appearance of your Godamo. Great. Rumble. Creeping the ground and repeating only curses, sorrows, and grief. It was bad ending. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 293. Previous talk next. Chapter 294. Happy ending 2. Special night. The final stage that rises lonely. The bladed angels weep while wearing masks. Clowns imitating the appearance of a god. An eternally haunted welcome. Those who can't catch up. The plot of the stage is sin and fear, sorrow and madness. But look, a group of imitators robe ya. Dao something breaks through. Something red like blood that twists the whole body. Something black than the night. Pest Fong. The clowns become their prey, and the angels howl. The light goes out. The curtain covering the coffin over the trembling things descends like a storm. The pale, screaming angels take off their veils and scream. Edgar Allan Poe's Ligeia. *****. Great. Rumble. Nicodemus is under the root of a tree. It raised up a crumbling body. The last emperor who once led the clan and achieved numerous feats. An angel who was talented, charismatic, loved, and respected by everyone. But all he can do now is to think of hatred, depression, and vanity. Bad ending. He had a bad ending. An unidentified monster that lives on the celestial island. They suddenly appeared one day and began to spread like a plague all over the island, and they did not come from a far, unknown place. It popped out of her own heart, closer than anywhere else in the world. Great. That Emperor Nicodemus. Having become a bad ending, he crawls on all fours on the floor with a black body, a white mask, and a golden gauntlet. The dark red body was hard and soft like a jelly, and the mouth visible under the mask had no lips, so it was revealed as it was, a deteriorated gum and a deformed dentition. A thick black gastric juice squeezed between the teeth. The shape of a limp on all fours reminded me of a sick dog. Drake was so surprised that he couldn't make any noise. The words of that strong and dignified being are like that. At the same time, unexpectedly different thoughts pass through both brains. Then you've been dealing with the isolates in the labyrinth. Drake stretched his arms, losing his words. After knowing the identities of the bad endings who have been struggling in the labyrinth so far, terrifying fear and guilt are creepy on the skin. What has been fighting so far? And what have you been killing? Meanwhile, Yunsol trembled as if he had been hit by a thunderbolt. A new video was played with my eyes closed. Nettie's lost memory, the last piece of the puzzle, is vividly reproduced. The dream of the lost lamb. The lost memories are back. In the dark, Nettie fell from her mother's hand holding her and headed for the dungeon. It was because of the Emperor's order to evacuate to a safe place as the infectious diseases carried by the bad endings are spreading like snow. Don't worry, Nettie. You have an older sister. It was Betty, the twin sisters, who held tightly to Nettie's hand. She was shorter than Nettie, but her freckles sprinkled with sesame salt on her face and a smiling smile were so familiar and friendly that she was enough to reassure Nettie. You're a ride because you have so much memory. Last time I went fishing in the fruit forest. Are you still remembering the monster you've seen? Sometimes it's good to forget it as well as me. Nothing will happen. Betty held the 3-year-old youngest in her arms and grabbed Nettie's wrist. Then he bravely walked toward the Emperor's dungeon. Inside the dungeon was surprisingly comfortable. The temperature and humidity were adequate, and it was bright due to the number of candles. It was full of dried figs, raw fish pouches, and soft white bread, and cold wine and hot apple juice were scattered all over the place. The children who lived in prison were all known faces, so they gathered together every night to learn history and mathematics, and to play pillow fights. Songs and musical instruments are limited to only 1 hour in the morning because they can attract the attention of bad endings. Everything was satisfactory except for. However, all those peace and order began to be broken by one man. Bokassa Pharisee, the best wizard of the royal city and the imperial loyalty. He came down to the dungeon every night to see if the children were well. His counting the heads of children. Some kind of obsession-like feeling was swaying in my eyes, but no one made it a problem at the time. Excluding Nettie's, who are sensitive only to the senses. Sister, I'm scared of that grandfather. Betty, who heard Nettie's murmur, simply smiled and hugged her anxious younger brother once. Of course, I only know how to wash my thumb. Even if you make a cry, there is also a young man who draws everyone's attention. So several nights passed. Strange rumors began to spread among children. The Emperor might eat us. It is said that it is to get good meat that makes us fat. Women are killed and men are raped. Aren't you taking a bath with our blood? It was not known who made the rumors, but the day after Bokassa, the court wizard, took office, the children's faces were all dark. Betty smiled brightly as she stroked her anxious brother's head. Do not worry. Your sister will protect you. Her sister's smile was as warm as her parents' arms as usual, so Nettie could stop screaming and get a comfortable sleep. Then it was one day. When I woke up, a group of children disappeared. It just disappeared without any sign. The children were loud. The opinion that it was the Emperor's meal or bath was predominant. From that day on, the children began to prepare for jailbreak. Of course, it wasn't just the power of the children. Bokassa, a friendly friend and friendly helper of the children, helped with all this planning. He has monsters in isolation. He said the labyrinth was rather safe. He also said that his parents waited anxiously there. The children listened to Bokassa. Rainy night. On the day when the security was weakened even a little, the children took Bokassa's hand and escaped prison in groups. It was a labyrinth where I arrived under the heavy rain. To trap and kill the devil. A device designed to keep water in it forever. The children took Bokassa's hand and entered the labyrinth. Nettie, her sister Betty, and the youngest of the 3 sisters, the youngest, were also among them. As Bokassa warned severely, the labyrinth was cold, quiet, and gloomy. Every time I walked around the wall, horrible monsters screamed. No matter how much I held my breath and held back crying, I couldn't help it. Every time a block was crossed, some of the children were taken alive by the monsters. Bokassa told him to give up because he couldn't help it. There are parents beyond the labyrinth, so if you want to see them, go with the Shin-Shin-Dangbu to be patient. Children who take their parents hostage. Unavoidably, he followed Bokassa's words. When 10 people entered the labyrinth, there were 2 or 3 remaining when they arrived at the village. All the rest were caught by the monsters. The children who arrived in the village cried out in the arms of their parents. Sometimes in the village, the first team greeted them and welcomed the children. But unfortunately, Nettie, Betty, and the 3 youngest sisters could not meet their parents because they faced a giant monster at a dead end. Garulruk, crawling on all 4s, with a large helmet on his head. Just by looking at it, my 2 legs are so bizarre that I can shake. It was a long monster. This monster is called a crawling warrior. It's dangerous, so be extra careful. Bokassa, who was with the girls, warned with a serious expression. The monster gradually narrowed the siege. Then he reached out his long arms and aimed at the children. Nettie, run. Betty, her older sister, grabbed the youngest and grabbed Nettie's wrist. Children running away from monsters, but it was only a matter of time before they caught up. Betty, who jumped into the ruins outside the labyrinth, hid her younger brother, Nettie, under a lush vine. Never come out of here. Betty got up after hiding Nettie. But at that moment, the monster found Betty. Nettie, who was hiding under the vine and watching the scene, almost screamed. Surprisingly, there was a Bokassa walking casually next to the monster. The moment Bokassa took off his mask and revealed his true colors, the monster obeyed his words like a pet dog. Everything was a play. The monsters wandering around the labyrinth gathered toward him as soon as Bokassa changed his eyes, as if when he had been fierce. Like clowns flirting to meet the Emperor's favor. Where did Hannah go? Bokassa mumbled, planting black seeds in the bodies of her sister Betty and the youngest. Honey, good and evil, forbidden negligence. It is a strange plant of unknown origin that takes away all the purity of the host and leaves only its opposite properties. Bokesa uses these terrible seeds. Where did you get it? Pure. Wood duck. Soon, with a terrible sound, the bodies of Betty and the youngest were covered in vines. Sneaky vines grew up and covered the walls and pillars of the labyrinth, taking the bodies of the two children. Betty's heart was pulled out alive with the sound of a broken bone and a torn flesh. Fruits, the shape of a heart, opened up under the vine. A sack 9. Bokesa was half-colored and ate the fruits. In order to make the demons disappear, all the angels must disappear, and the last remaining one will kill all the demons whose identity has been lost. Muttering an unknown sound. The more it eats the hearts of children, the more pure Bokesa shines whiter. The flames burning all over his body exuded an indescribably brilliant aura. Nettie had to hide under a pile of vines right behind him and watch all the sights, holding his breath. That hoax. Betty's eyes covered in tree roots and Nettie's gaze hidden under the vines met in one place. Betty made no sound, even in the pain of a heart plucking, just towards a timid brother, a face full of freckles. I just smiled once at a time. Smile. It was a smile that was so bright that I felt even sad. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 294. Previous talk next. Chapter 295. Happy Ending 3. A memory that fades out slowly. The memory video, as always, suddenly stopped. Oh. Yun-Sol collapsed into his seat as if he collapsed. My mind is hazy. When I just woke up from an old dream, the confusion that I often felt didn't pass through my mind, but it was lingering. Immediately after waking up from the original dream, it is difficult to understand whether the dream is reality or the reality is a dream, but only after a few minutes have passed, the reality will certainly return to reality and the dream will return to the dream. Yun-Sol once again raised his head to face Bokesa's gaze. Creepy. It feels like I gave my whole body to a snake. The cold texture of the scales seems to spread through the eyes to the inside of the whole body. It was just like the fire of U.S. heavy oil that I felt when I met him for the first time in the village. Nettie was instinctively guarding against him despite losing his memory. At that time, when I got out of maze, it was my chance. Yun-Sol bit her lips. The night when the rain poured down like a torrent. Bokesa had already died once when he had just exited the labyrinth. Even if I didn't write the resurrection order at that time. Only when you first arrive at the labyrinth. I also remembered the appearance of the youngest child who was born, and how the youngest died. It is the same as before, and now that everyone gathers when he cries. Yun-Sol squeezed her chest with her hand, as if feeling Nettie's feelings instead. However, there is nothing that changes even if you think of all those things and regret it. I will do my best in the options given, I said, touching Yun-Sol's shoulder. The words I just said were not for Yun-Sol, but for Nettie, a girl who lost her memory. I, too, stood with feelings of guilt and regret and unpleasant feelings. Now this situation is not more pleasant than I thought. I remembered the situation of Bokesa in front of me. Cannibal Emperor Bokesa grade. S/characteristics. Cataclysm. Sussex. Heavenly Island Festival of the Cannibal Emperor, Jai Dang. Size. 3M. Extreme legalist. It sifts every day and swallows a camel. Emperor Nicodemus rebuke to his servant Bokesa, 2324. Bokesa pulled out the heart of Nicodemus, fed on, and then ranked up. His risk level was originally A+, but now it has risen to S-class. He slowly manages the power that has increased beyond control. A whiter and more pure flame than before, his muscles were finely tuned like a piano. I asked Bokesa, frowning. Let's ask one thing. Well, I'm willing to answer my friend's curiosity. I will answer. Something. What happened to the angels who were with us when they fell with us in the labyrinth? This is a question about the whereabouts of Leonardo, Raphael, Donatello, and Michelangelo. I may be a little useless, but I asked with hope that they might be alive. But, of course, it was a foolish expectation. You mean them? Stay with me here. Would you like to say hello? Bokesa smiled and lifted the vines wrapped around her waist. There were 4 honey fruits of different sizes, which are said to be large and small, and were dangling. This motherfucker? There was a vein in my forehead. Even in vain expectations, when you're betrayed, you're angered. I walked forward with the clipper. Drake was also covering my back with crossbows in both hands. However, poop. Soon a wall of white flames blocked me. All attempts to reverse the arrow that Drake shot were burned out. A hot thermal dome was covering Bokesa's surroundings. The white flames of haze and fire. It wraps around Bokesa's whole body like a corona revolving around the sun. It is really the strongest defense system, firewall. It wasn't just that. Quakwang / Aurora erupts from the other side of the northern gate we came from. That is, the southern gate, the route from which Bokesa came. A huge number of bad endings began to invade the festival. Each of them is an angel dying. They were either biting or holding them, but they were probably the guards guarding the Emperor. Drake frowned. How come I wanted to go to the South Road on my own, but you were leading the bad ending corps? It seems that all the angel guards who were guarding the south of the castle have been beaten by bad endings. The north we came from is all kinds of rough. Nothing happened thanks to the bad endings that served as traps and gatekeepers. Bokesa admired as he saw the quiet north gate. Did you kill 4 of my loyal subordinates placed in the north? That's great. They were specially selected ones. I frowned at that sarcastic tone. The moment I tried to attack him once more, the words from Bokesa's mouth stopped my actions. But wasn't it a bit too much? I thought you were friends. As I tilted my head, Bokesa laughed. You said you decided to do once again, Nadali? When I heard that, I paused in place for a moment. Once again, the back of the head is sore. Was it so? Only then can I realize what I have been killing. I cry or laugh at the circumstances of the NPC. I thought getting angry was a fool. I can't stand it this time. You play with monsters like this. You must catch it. You have to kill the guy in the main quest story anyway. I fought again with all my might. Just one room. If I can feed only one room, time will be on my side. However, the Cannibal Emperor, the final boss of the main story of the Heavenly Islands, and the head of the cataclysmic door knockers, was not so smooth. Quakwang. Kururuk / those snake-like flames that surround him. Because of its existence, I tell him. I can't get any closer. His defense was so perfect that it was not regrettable that it was an absolute defense. The pure white flame itself is perfect for attack and defense. There were also bad endings that Bokesa behaved like limbs. They were all the guys I saw once in the labyrinth. Damn it, there are a lot of people coming. Drake stepped back without pouring an arrow. The number of pages couldn't be an opponent. Don't. Digging. If Yun Sol hadn't played the harp, a really big deal would have happened. Baby angels cooing. Hand weapon /A. A memento of a baby angel who did not lose its integrity until the last moment of extinction. Attack +12. Attribution, special. Fusion, special. Can use characteristic heal, special. Dung divine inviolable, can be used, special. A level 1 newbie's body. It was worthwhile to rest on the celestial island and stock up on stamina and mana because it couldn't be overburdened. When the sacred inviolability characteristic emerged, the movement of the bad endings that ran into it was noticeably dull. First state, abnormal paralysis that enters with a 100% probability. Fear more than the secondary state that enters with a 50% probability. Hallucinations of more than third state with a 25% probability. Real name of the fourth state or higher that enters with a 12% probability. Overload above the fifth state with a 6% probability. The sixth state, which goes into a 3% probability, is permanent deterioration. Most of the bad endings struggled with more than first and second states, but rarely, even those with more than 6 states, existed. Even though no one caught more than the 7th state with a 1% probability, it was of great help. However, Bokesa, who watched the scene, was still relaxed. Ha 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 ha. They look like clowns. He is blind and laughs at the bad endings stuttering on the floor. I got wet. Then he looked back at me and said with a smile, everything is over as long as Emperor Nicodemus was defeated anyway. By now, my hounds in the labyrinth must be attacking the refugee village. IW. Because there is no more induction to save them. All in this charm. I have to make it evil. Even if it's not a child's, it can be useful for recovering stamina and mana. It's a terrible plan. Bokesa was really trying to dry out the seeds of all the angels on the island. I don't know where he got the seeds of that fruit called the good and evil fruit, but he turned firmly even when he turned around. This child. I ran forward with the spearhead, but I couldn't break through the wall of white flames. Drake's arrow was the same. The majesty of an S-class monster is truly enormous. It is not something that deserves to be rubbed without a trick. Quakwang. There was a binge, and Drake and I rolled back at once. Behind us, blind bad endings are groping the floor and narrowing the streets. Oh. Yinsol quickly ran and supported me. Drake crosses it next to it. I have it, but I'll take care of it. Anyway, it was clear that we were in a pretty difficult situation. In the front, the hot flames created by the cannibal Emperor Bokesa are raging, and behind the blind bad endings are looking back on their terrible end. Jintoyang Tenjing Toilangnan. It was a situation that could not go forward or go backwards. Now, give out your heart too. Bokesa lifted the white fire and reached for us. The first target was Yunsol and Nettie. Bokesa glanced over Yunsol's whole body with eyes filled with passionate aspirations. I don't know how long I've been looking for you. I felt it when you brought me back to the Order. No matter how painful it is, this is fate. He believed he was doing the right thing, and even seemed to consider his conduct as something noble, and sacrificial. Bokesa stretched out his hand toward Yunsol with a warm smile that seemed strange. Now, try to hold my hand. Because of you, the angels can once again take bloody revenge against the demons. However, he couldn't carry on the words to the end. Quaduk. This is because the large fist that flew through the white flame struck Bokesa's head as it was and blew it away. Qua 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 quang. Bokesa ran a dozen meters on the spot, smashed 2 chandeliers from the ceiling and a large wall clock, and fell out. Great. The golden fist that struck Bokesa was heated and turned red. Bad ending nightmare form, / aka the Last Kingdom. Class, A+. Characteristics. Habit, roaming. Sussex, Chonggong Island, the Cannibal Emperor's Festival, Jiadang. Date of discovery, Moon X 2300 hours 5 Ba. It seems to be something different from the normal bad ending. It was Nicodemus, the last emperor of the angelic family. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 295. Previous talk next. Chapter 296. Happy ending 4. Bad ending nightmare form 5. Bigger, more powerful, and more vicious creatures than normal bad endings. Named the Last Kingdom. This monster revealed a fierce poisonous tooth towards Bokesa. Nicodemus, the last emperor of the angelic family, seems to blame Bokesa until his death. The new emperor Bokesa, the cannibal emperor with a strong conviction, muttered while wiping the blood that was oozing from his forehead and lips. Nicodemus, king of pets in the show window. Room for me to die? Do you want to harm? Grunk dash. Forgot? Our myths and civilizations that were broken at the hands of demons. Do you want to turn away? Our parents and ancestors who died under the feet of demons. The night of the day when I had to be afraid of extinction beyond the ruined country. Grunk dash. I am not the real enemy who took all of us. Only I cancer. Yes, and we can take revenge. Only I, who has the power beyond angels, can help the demons. But Bokesa couldn't finish talking. Kick 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 kai kai. Emperor Nicodemus, no Last Kingdom, threw his whole body and hit him. Because. Quakwang. Golden gauntlets broke through Bokesa's flame wall and smashed his torso. Red blood splattered, and Bokesa went back and fell. Fuckable logo. Even if they die, they are out of control. Bokesa spit out the broken molars with blood. The bad ending basically follows the words of Bokesa, who planted the seeds like the command of the owner. Some of them were completely beyond his control. Even if they die, they fight and resist endlessly in a nightmare. That is the nightmare form of the bad ending. That is, the nightmare form. It seems that the desire to protect something was strong even right before he died. Was your heart for the people so desperate in your lifetime? It's tears. Bokesa spoke as if empty, towards the Last Kingdom. It is quite difficult to end the end by worrying about the other with a pure heart, usually when one entity dies. No, maybe it's close to impossible. None of the angelic tribes, who are said to have the strongest selflessness among all the races in the world, have such a noble character and a spirit of sacrifice. Except here, Emperor Nicodemus in front of him. Jiaeya. The Last Kingdom roars like crazy, and ran forward, and with his fingers, he scratched the white fire barrier and made it tattered. Quakwang. The tail of the Last Kingdom, piercing through the flames, struck Bokesa. However, Bokesa cut off the tail of Lars Trekkingham with a white sword. Relieve and fall asleep, poor and foolish Nicodemus. I mean, leave this to me for the future of the angelic family. He raised the hand opposite the hand holding the sword. The white magic book radiates a brilliant flash. Flashed. Another tin dome spread out. A hemisphere of white fire appeared and swept away everything. Ultra-high temperature enough to melt the surrounding stones sticky. Even if it is a bad-ending nightmare form, it is impossible to resist this much heat. Quack-quack-quang slash. A strong fever floated the heavy body of the Last Kingdom into the air. Soon, the pillars and stairs in the back collapsed and the entire corridor was ruined. Nevertheless, however, Bokesa did not stop releasing power. Jijik. The Last Kingdom, crushed by the wall of the dome, was getting deeper and deeper into the wall of the corridor. Fall out. The white mask used by the Last Kingdom is getting cracked. Through the 2 eye holes in the mask, black tears that melted the soy sauce were flowing and boiling repeatedly. Bokesa laughed quietly when he saw it. Don't worry. The angelic family will pay off the debt. I mean, I'm going to swear by the abominable demons. Grew. Crumble. First of all, the hearts of all the remaining young children will be pulled out and swallowed to strengthen the body. After that, the hearts of the adult angels will be made into the fruit of good and evil and will be replicated. And, after attacking the evil demon's hideout and killing all 7 demon constellations, only some of the weak demons will be left behind and bred here on the island of heaven. Like a pet in a zoo window like you. How is it? Fun. Is there? Hoo. Emperor, the labyrinth you created will be used to confine and raise demons for their original purpose. Bokesa mutters somewhat excitedly. Then, there. I'm sorry for waking up colic. I intervened with my hands raised in a slumped posture. Do you think that is possible? Bokesa's eyebrows rose sharply when he heard my question. It is possible, if you drive me the heart of all the angels. I sighed when I heard it. In the first place, who did you get the good and evil, the seeds, and those? I just picked it up. Somewhere in the labyrinth. Yes, such a vicious seed suddenly fell somewhere in the labyrinth, right? Besides, you were lucky enough to stand out in your eyes. Who had the most radical and belligerent thoughts among the angels? Yes. Well, let's give it 100 times. Then how do you know how to use it? Is it? Well, a voice in my ear. That's a trust. I have a trust. Therefore, this seed was also received from God. Bokesa mumbles without giving a clear answer. Then, as if he was angry with Zaphel, he broke the neck of the last kingdom, which was held in his hand, and clapped it on the floor. Quackwang. The body of the last kingdom with a broken neck was thrown into the floor of the corridor, and was then deeply lodged. Black fluid pools in the cracks of the floor. Yet, Bokesa turned his head with a gloomy expression. Now it's your turn. No more wasting your inner strength by answering the pretending question. I will. It was the side we were on. Drake looked at me with a confused expression. Yojin, what do you do now? Yunsol was also looking at me while holding his greasy head with one hand. Damn it. I bite my lips halfway. Time calculations are wrong. It was a phase that I had never been through, so there were too many variables. Interviews of rankers, reasoning of deceased users, and information found on various game portal sites were filled with voids everywhere. I earned a dozen seconds or so by inducing the answer with sarcasm. Still, it was in a state of lacking much. A little bit of time. If I could have earned a little more. If I had been in a large-scale raid at the guild level, I would not have had to worry about this. But right now, our party is roughly 3, and one of them is just a level 1 newbie. I was measuring the angles, stealing away cold sweat. Let's get enough in 3 minutes. If I could last for 3 minutes. There is still some time left for the secret weapon I prepared to work. However, if that S-class monster in front of us starts to run wild, we will not be able to withstand 30 seconds instead of 3 minutes. I don't know if you know my burning inside. Perhaps Drake and Yunsol were looking at me with absolute faith. You cannot betray their trust. I somehow rolled my head to find a way to deal with this situation. However, I don't think of a clear way. The only way is to give up everything you've been doing so far and tear the return scroll. Damn it. Almost all of them were successful. Retired because he couldn't last 3 minutes. Even with the best performance right in front of you. Indeed, it cannot but be the moment when tantrums rise. I sweetened my lips that seemed to be soldered. Cannot. This time, I'm just going to go to here and next. My lips didn't fall all the way, but I had to take it off. A situation where a few seconds is unfortunate. If you do something wrong, you will be wiped out in no time. Just as expected. Goodbye, friends. Please say hello to the people who met the bad ending. Bokesa opened his arms and created a sacred flame. And he began to prepare a grand magic that would kill us all at once. The magic was so powerful and so extensive that we could never avoid it. Fuck. Return order from inventory. Almost at the same time as taking out 3 sheets. Flash. The white flame storm from Bokesa's hands neatly swallowed us all. It was an onslaught without even a small gap to tear the return scroll. We turned into a handful of ashes by Bokesa's hand, and all the processes we've been doing so far. It became a bubble of trough. It was the end of a futile suffering, with no harvest or profit. Before Bokesa's magic exploded. It would have been so if it had not been for the surprise of something that struck his wrist. Wow. Bokesa screamed in pain. Oops. In doubt, the shocked wrist broke and the white flame storm flew in the wrong direction. Qua 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 quan. We leaned low on the floor and avoided Bokesa's attack. I quickly hugged Yunsol and stepped back. Drake also sticks close to me with a frightened face. Rumble. Through the haze and stone dust that rises thickly. Greatly, raggedly dash. A low moan was heard. A groan of a wounded beast vomiting deep in the lungs. It was somewhere ripe for the ear. Yet, The shadow of a monster, exhausted and tired, but full of anger, casts over the hazy atmosphere. White mask, black body. A body that is bigger and stronger than a normal bad ending. Bad ending nightmare form, /Aka smile. Class, A+. Characteristics? Habit, roaming. Habitat, labyrinth heart, zone D at 4 o'clock. Discovery date, Mons Sunday 4:44. It seems to be something different from the general form of bad ending. Smile. This strongest, worst bad ending has followed us up to this point. Quasic. He smacked his fist at Bokesa, who looked astonished, and blown it behind him and looked back at us. A smile clearly engraved on the white mask. As usual, his gaze was on the back of us, Yunsol. Yunsol and Nettie, a girl of angels, faced the smile and touched her lips with a blank expression. Sister? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 296. Previous talk next. Chapter 297. Happy ending, 5. Memories of being cut off after returning. The last movie that was suddenly stopped was played again. It was like a collection of such sensitive and sharp fragments, as if the glass that had been broken into hundreds of pieces was brought together again. The rainy night. The youngest and Nettie took Betty's hand and escaped the dungeon. In fact, he had escaped from a place that had been a paradise, but he did not know it at the time. The three sisters went deep into the labyrinth guided by Bokesa and realized that something was strange. All the children who came together are bad and he was caught by Ding, but Bokesa didn't seem to care that much. Not surprisingly, it didn't take long before we realized that all the bad endings in the labyrinth were Bokesa's limbs. The older sister Betty pushed her younger brother Nettie under the vine. Let's hide under the honeycomb vines that cover the wall. One of the smallest bodies of her was somehow covered up. But not Betty. She was caught by Bokesa, and her heart was pulled alive. Nettie trembled and watched the scene with her breathlessness. And in the meantime, Betty and her eyes met. Betty seems to be okay. I looked laughing. As always, it was a playful smile full of freckles. And this is the story behind it. One is not enough. Bokesa looked around with bloody eyes. Betty and the youngest's hearts were pulled out, but there is still one, Nettie. Will be. I can never miss a child's heart, because it is a precious treasure that will raise my strength to the next level. He gave orders to the bad endings gathered around. Before dawn, find whatever number you use. Look for cracks in the wall or underneath the vines. It's a child's step so far. Lee wouldn't have had it. After speaking, Bokesa drew a white sword from her hip dance. Then I turned back and forth and walked back and forth toward the rear. It was precisely under the vine where Nettie was hiding. Nettie squeezed her breath. I held my breath with all my might. However, it is impossible to stop the white shoes coming in front of you right now. Bokesa came right in front of the place where Nettie is hiding. Now there was only a span of distance between the tip of his shoe and the tip of Nettie's lying on the floor. Tuck tuck. Bokesa picked up a knife and struck the vines on the wall several times. A few leaves fell off with the sound of a crackling sound. Okay, it means to look for places where vines are clustered like this. Bokesa turned his head and looked at the ship endings. The bad endings were unhappy with their heads bowed without dare to approach the owner's neighborhood. Nettie closed her eyes tightly, covering her mouth with both hands. Thankfully, Bokesa was eager to think that Nettie would be here. He turned from where Nettie was and started walking to the other side. If you leave for a long time, you will be suspicious of the Emperor. It's dawn. Before it becomes a new wall, give that child to me. Grab it. This means that a child is the future. Nettie closed her ears tightly and closed her eyes because she didn't want to hear the voice reverberating like that nightmare. However, the more I close my eyes, the more my memories come back to life. Nettie is a smart but timid kid. I never forget what I saw with my eyes and for a long time. It is a girl who remembers. When I closed my eyes, the scary memories of the past began to revive. The labyrinth of night, when Vega falls. The monsters that follow. An older sister and a younger brother who died with their heart pulled out. Nettie, who remembered all of those things vividly, shortened her exhalation, where I could not know whether it was crying or breathing. I spit it out. There is a small sob that seems to disappear by the sound of the wind passing through the walls of the labyrinth. Bokesa's ear, sensitive to the sound of a child, heard it savagely. Poor thing. How dangerous are you going to be alone in the labyrinth? Bokesa held the white sword low. The white light that illuminates everywhere hits the vines and leaves hanging on the wall. Tuck, 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 tuck. Jerk, J.E. Buck, that J.E. Buck. Bokesa slowly walked from one end of the wall to the other. In the meantime, Nettie is Bokesa's feet and, in addition to the sound of the stone floor crashing, I had to fight the memories created by the labyrinth, darkness, showers, thunder, and monsters. Hold, or hump. A collapsed sobbing finally came out of Nettie's mouth. One corner of the vine trembles thinly. But despite hearing it and seeing it, Bokesa never hurried to step. I just got a little sadder in my eyes. Lost, are you still wandering? Bokesa shed a light of sincere sympathy. Then he opened his mouth with a warm voice toward the tea hiding in front of him. Don't worry. Soon you will be able to meet your parents and siblings. You. And for you and me, all our destiny and hope. Revenge. Yet, Bokesa stopped in front of the place where Nettie was hiding. Then he bent his back and pulled his neck long and tried to look under the vine. Peekaboo. He looked under the vine with a loving smile and a soothing expression as if an old man grew up with his grandson. The moment Nettie, who was trembling while fighting a nightmare, lifted her head with a shock as if she had just dropped her heart. Don't look. I heard a voice from somewhere. At the same time, Quazik, along with a loud binge, Bokesa's body, who was trying to look under the vines, flew in front of him. Quack 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 quack. Bokesa, who was buried after breaking down an old stone wall, could not scream once and was buried in a pile of soil. You have so much memory that you are a mask. The voice echoing in my head continued. It was smaller than when I first heard it, but what I was trying to convey was clear. Like me, forget it quickly. Bad memories. Before long, the voice got smaller and then disappeared. And then I crossed the front of Nettie. There was something to block. It was something bigger and more powerful than the nightmares that had plagued Nettie so far. Sister? As Nettie lifted her head, a huge shadow cast in front of her turned her head. Their eyes met together. What Nettie saw is a smile. It was a spiteful smile that I could always see whenever she was crying or scared. Meanwhile, Quackwang, Bokesa, who had blown up a pile of stones in a flame storm, woke up, wiping the blood from her forehead. Oh, what is this bad ending? Did you get an error for a while? He widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe the bad ending attacked him. It may be because it hasn't been long since I was born. Come on, you, Betty. It is beneficial for you to forget about the memories you had when you were alive. Because you are my brother from now on. When Bokesa beckoned, Betty, no smile, slowly approached it. Bokesa was admired when he saw Smile's appearance. Oh, awesome. It's even better than one of my masterpieces, the Crawling Warrior. This big, this power, this speed, perfect for terrorizing the demons. Bokesa, who looked around Smile's body, shouted in excitement. However, Smiley, who seemed to have become docile for a while, showed off his true color as soon as Bokesa was quietly in front of him. Quazik. Smile blew his fists and threw Bokesa into the stone floor once more. Wow. Bokesa blew up blood and intestines from his mouth. He crawled on the floor and shouted unbelievable. Nonsense. This kid is out of my control. It was an incredible fact, but that is the reality. The bad ending that Betty changed was something different from the normal bad ending. HOOO. Smile didn't even have enough fans to beat Bokesa, so he began to reveal its fierceness against other bad endings standing far away. Shill, Geek, Garrick, powerful ships such as Creeping Warrior, Dancing Dancer, and Steel Snake. The D-endings rushed one after another, but it wasn't enough against Smile. Smile slapped the heads of other bad endings that were sticking countless times and threw them around with their tails. The crawling samurai struck Smile's abdomen and pushed it back. Thanks to that, Bokesa barely. He could have saved his life from the riots. However, Smile did not launch additional attacks. With a bang, he just turned his head and looked underneath the wall where Nettie was hiding. Go. A black aura gathers in Smile's two fists. Soon, Smile struck her two fists toward the ground. Quackwang. Jijik. The earth began to crack. The forgetting characteristic was expressed. Anyone who touches this dark energy makes them forget what they were originally. Part of the labyrinth, which was engulfed by the smiley energy, lost its flying characteristic, which is the unique ability of the earth in the heavenly island. What happens to an island that forgets that it is floating in the sky? GGGG. Soon a large crack formed and covered an area. What are you doing? Bokesa shouted with embarrassment, but Smile continued to do what he was doing. Quazik. Yet, part of the sky island, which forgot its flight ability, completely fell off. It started to fall down there, and there was a Nettie on the wall of the fragment. The fragments were heavy, so they fell quickly first, and Nettie received considerable buoyancy, like an angel, and slowly fell to the sky. Angelic children are as light as feathers, so they will probably descend safely to the earth. Nettie raised her head and looked up while being thrown into the sea. Smile. Still, that mischievous smile was seeing Nettie off. The stone dust and blood drops scattered on the white mask are like freckles. And the moment I encountered the mysterious power emanating from that smile, all of Nettie's nightmares, which were deeply carved with a carving knife named horror, began to disappear slowly. It's as if a dream that was impressed, however, would forget it all after waking up. A world that slowly fades out, eyelids that close tightly. That way, Nettie headed for the ground. No, it started a long-forgotten journey toward the abyss of 20,000 meters underground, Abyss Terminal. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 297. Previous talk next. Chapter 298. Happy Ending 6. Bad Ending Nightmare Foam, Bad Ending Nightmare Form. Even the moment he died, he had an altruistic heart. Even after death, it does not lose its integrity and fights that sail in an eternal nightmare, a bad ending outside the standard. Smile stood in front of Yunsol with a trembling body. And, as I had always tried, I reached out a big hand and took it to Yunsol. Sarek. The ugly hand finally touched Yunsol's body and became more cautious. And when it blows, it goes out. It breaks when you hold it. Very delicate and smooth motion. I grabbed Yunsol slightly. When I felt the warmth that permeated my whole body, Yunsol cried without knowing it. Then, the smile on Smile's face grew deeper. It's a smile that might seem grotesque if you don't know it. In Yunsol's eyes, it didn't look that way anymore. Soon, even with Smile's black hole, even in the same two eyes, dark tears began to come out. Nettie and Betty. It is a dramatic reunion between the two sisters. Meanwhile, they dare to fail. Bokesa was angry. He raised his bloodshot eyes and ran in front of Smile. How the hell were you going to disturb my work? However, it wasn't just Smiles that blocked his path. Quackwang. Something like a giant meteorite flew in and blew away Bokesa. Once again, Bokesa, with several molars broken, had to smash a marble column and stick it to the wall behind it, creating Last King bonus. Emperor Nicodemus was moving with a broken neck. What I thought was a meteorite was his big fist. Within, Kugu-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. Smile and Last Kingdom emit. Speculation took over the entire field. As the two press on the field, the bad endings that gathered together falter. Bokesa exclaimed, spitting blood through his broken teeth. What are you doing? Fuck those rebels. Then, the staggering bad endings moved forward with a look of reluctance. Oh. Several bad endings jumped into the air and aimed for two nightmare forms. However, in the first place, the two monsters are different. Quackwang, Jijik, Puduk. The two nightmare forms struck out all the running bad endings. Then he went straight through the road and started running towards Bokesa. Boodash. Two nightmare forms punched at the same time. Kuriak slash. Bokesa made a wall by exhaling flames, but in the first place, fire was not in a clear shape, so it could block the physical force itself. There is no power. Crunchy. Bokesa again vomited blood and flew back and was put to death. Unfortunately, he was stabbed on a pointed stone statue protruding from the wall, and his shoulder was almost torn off, and he suffered a recurring injury. Ah! Bokesa screamed. He recovered his injuries by using heal magic on his own, but losing a significant amount of stamina and mana couldn't help. However, okay, now the priority is decided. I admit it. I've seen your guys too shallow. Bokesa was still treating this situation as that annoying. Pot. The white light emanating from Bokesa's body began to twinkle toward the upper hole. It soars like a firecracker and sprinkles white light everywhere. All of the ship endings that were just attacking the village were called here. You guys are over now. Bokesa's words are from the god of death. Lee, like a referee, was solemn and absolute. Just as expected. Do. 71/////. The ground began to shake lightly. Bang. Don't fall out. Rumble. After a while, I heard the sound of the door and the wall breaking in the distance. Within minutes, a huge number of bad endings flocked to the hall. Even now, the number has been increasing. Grunk. Otoa. Smile and the Last Kingdom resisted by shaking their arms, but there is no answer to the tactics. They were trapped and crushed by the waves of the crowded bad endings. Sister. Yunsol shed tears and called Betty. I wanted to express the divine inviolability, but it was fatal to Betty and Nicodemus too, so I couldn't use it carelessly. The waves of bad endings rushing into the hall. The black wave is about to cover the whole world. Bokesa laughed, leaving behind the crazy bad endings. Look, this is a utopia. It is a new world of angels. He seemed to be planning to lead these numerous bad endings and attack the demons. Bad ending, a slaughter weapon with enormous combat power, one by one. There are all these bad endings. Bokesa became stronger after pulling out his heart. The source of the white flames surrounding Bokesa's body is the souls of countless angels that have been absorbed. If you look at it simply in terms of combat power, it may not be that Bokesa's plan to defeat the demons is very vain. If the other person wasn't just me, wouldn't it be nice if the world's work could be done at will? After confirming that 3 minutes had passed, I stopped in front of Bokesa with a relaxed expression. Naturally, Bokesa's eyes are frowned upon with doubts. What? He seems to be very excited, and he seems to have forgotten his manners. Seeing Bokesa, who overtly treats me as a bug, I broke the protractor I had carefully weighed. Do you know what this is? I took an item out of my inventory. At the same time, there is a small ringing sound in my ears. Tiring. Item fusion is complete. Nice timing. I shook the item in my hand in front of Bokesa's eyes. It was a strange-looking balance scale. Soul balance /A+. A balance that can be measured with the invisible. It has the property of trying to equalize the weight of both sides. One-time use, 0 to 1. Fusion material, plate, chain, scale. Can use the characteristic equal exchange, special. Basically, it does not apply in case of one-to-many, but exceptions apply in case of group-to-group. The soul balance plate, that was obtained after making the pirates trapped in a ghost ship in the past. A soul balance chain, obtained after liberating Goliath, a cloud giant trapped in the incomprehensible zone of imprisonment. The soul balance scale was obtained by giving Hunsu to Grandfather Omak in the Labyrinth refugee camp. The item you got as a result of putting them together and fusing them was just finished. What is that? Bokesa frowned in the water. I did it. At this moment of absolute dominance, the attitude that such a small scale is all about. However, if you know the true value of this scale, you will never be able to think so rashly. Is there anything you can only talk about in words? I generously activated the effect of this disposable scale. That moment. A large hemispherical dome centered around me, and Bokesa emerged. The dome was visible and had no distinct shape, so it was an imaginary wall through which surrounding objects could pass. But only two. For me and Bokesa, the dome was exerting a physical force. Chiocup. Crunches. The equipment is peeling off my body. The armor, cloak, shoes, rings, earrings, necklaces, etc. that had been wrapped around my naked body were all removed without realizing it. Even the Shamdan who has been by my side for the longest time. Shalalala. I became completely naked in the space of zero gravity and the enormous vacuum created by the soul balance. Looking at it, some bad endings frowned. Although they reached out and attacked me. Tongue. That's it. The intangible wall created by the scales. It repels all living things except me and Bokesa. Meanwhile, I take off all the items and become naked. Quick profit. The balance of the soul balance is broken. The plate tilted slowly. 2 plates on the balance. One is towards me and the other is towards Bokesa. What went down was the plate on the side of the Bokesa. Moment. Couple. Bokesa's face turned pale because he couldn't breathe. All the air on the side where he was confident disappeared. Use your hand in a hurry to create a spark. I tried, but all the power was completely sealed. I laughed single while watching such a Bokesa. This balance makes the other person and me completely equal. What? Only when the plates of the balance are perfectly balanced again, I can get out of it. In fact, I can act freely while the plate on my side is up. You could breathe, move, or even attack your opponent. Wow. Only then did Bokesa figure out the situation. To escape from the bondage of a bizarre item called the soul balance. It must match the conditions of the other side equally. Fuck it. This humiliation to me. Bokesa's face burned brightly. However, there is no business for not being able to breathe. He eventually had to follow me and take off his clothes. Poop. Holler dang. Bokesa took off his white sword, magic book, robes, and shoes. That was not enough, so I had to take off all the armor and underwear inside. Character. How about now? You and I are in exactly the same condition. However, Bokesa's scale was still tilted downwards. I laughed at him. Is there something more you're wearing? Bokesa is completely naked. He stared at me like he was going to kill me. Sloppy. He took his hand with his long, rich white hair. Eventually, the wig comes off, and Bokesa's thin hair radiates bright light. Is it done now? Kill this. Bokesa's face was so hot that it could no longer be dyed red. The appearance even embarrassed me a little. Well, the thoughts of doing this. I didn't have it. I felt a bit of guilt as I watched the drops of dew on Bokesa's eyes. However, even though Bokesa was naked and then threw her feet off, the balance was still unbalanced. The scales are still on Bokesa's side. He was inclined so much that he couldn't even breathe properly, caught in the bondage of the balance. Big. What the hell? Why is the balance out of balance? Bokesa exclaimed, breathing. No matter how S-class monsters are, the power of A+ class artifacts to burn the entire life of one-time use has no choice but to take damage. It kept yelling in a desperate voice. What are you doing me? Quickly, save it. However, the bad endings outside the balance couldn't get inside, no matter how struggling. And it was the same with my side like Yunsol and Drake. I spoke confidently, leaving De Lake with a blank expression and Yunsol covering his eyes with both hands. It is said that in the olden days, while a Buddha was walking on the road, he found a rein and an angler. On Bokesa's face, the expression of what the bullshit is. But I was continuing to say, the devil was hungry and tried to eat the dove, but the Buddha dried it up. Instead, he told me to be satisfied with the weight of the pigeon as he would take off his own flesh. Wow, breath out of breath. The devil took a scale and put a dove on one side of the plate, and the Buddha put his body on the weight of the dove. Kahak, what bullshit is that? But no matter how much flesh on my hands, feet, and hips I put on, the scale was only tilted toward the pigeon. At that time, the Buddha felt it, that all life weighs the same in the end. I lifted my index finger and touched it from side to side. In the end, the Buddha throws his whole body on the plate, and finally, the balance is in perfect balance between the pigeon and the Buddha. It is said to have been placed on and disappeared as a flower. How about, is it a happy ending? I winked at Bokesa, and he said with a color, he and I are both the same egg body, but in fact, there is a reason you have to be heavier, right? All lives have the same weight. Exclamation point. Only then, Bokesa seems to have noticed the meaning of my words. Shut up. This evil one. Where are you trying to destroy me with such an evil tongue? However, I don't have to go ahead and persuade him. After a certain period of time, the soul balance automatically enforces the forcing to balance it. The light emanating from the soul balance became more powerful. The light fell fiercely, as if burning Bokesa's whole body. Yet, anomalies began to occur. Kaihaha. Bokesa has never been. He started screaming high-pitched screams he had never seen before. At the same time, poop. The countless hearts that went into Bokesa's body, and the spirit souls trapped in him began to spout violently through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. And there were beings who responded first to those souls. Great. The bad endings all over the island were all gathered here. They were the original masters of the soul. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 298. Previous talk next. Chapter 299. Happy ending 7. Bokesa opened his mouth wide open. It was so wide open that both mouths were torn and bleeding. Soul balance, an item that makes the condition between both sides equal. Originally, it is a consumable item that can be found when celebrities give speeches in the game or in the gentleman-like PvP of the wealthy. It is mainly used when disarming an assassin or when it is necessary to have a perfectly fair game. In order to balance her balance, Bokesa had to throw up all the hearts of the angels she had eaten, the souls that have been held in custody. It was, of course, liberated. The sound of crying as if the soul was scratched. Bokesa is turned over on the ground and scratches the floor without knowing that her nails are peeling off. At the same time, bulging bumps began to grow on Bokesa's entire body. Each of those lumps are eyes, nose, mouth. It was in the shape of a face with ears. Within. Shit. Bokesa's whole body burst out and countless souls floated into the air. Those souls flew towards the bad endings that were gathered around, and soon the original one. It was overlaid as if. Patter. The masks that covered the faces of the bad endings were peeled off. Look, since the original body had already been decayed, they could not express their intentions by talking, but they became quiet all at once as if they had recovered their reason. Oh, Garrick. It was the same with the smile, which is in the form of a bad ending nightmare. Sister. As Yunsol ran and hugged him, Smile shed tears and smiled more and more. All the souls of the bad ending, scattered looking for a place to go. The souls who could not find the body hover around the earth for a while, and then go straight up to the sky and disappear as stars. And there is one tooth who can't go anywhere and crawls down the floor like a bug. Cub. Crumble. Vokashik Lili Sane. A being who reigned as a cannibal emperor and considered all his people as their prey. He seemed to be decades older in just a few seconds. On a balance plate in perfect balance, he glanced at the face of his old man. Cannibal Emperor Bokesa. Level. A/characteristics. Cataclysm. Sussex I, Chonggong Island Festival of the Cannibal Emperor, Jiadang. Size, 3M. Extreme legalist. It sifts through the day and swallows camels. Emperor Nicodemus rebuke to his servant Bokesa, 2324. He spit out all his heart, and his risk grade is a grade at best. It is a lower position than the A+ grade when we first met. Bokesa raised her trembling hand and touched her face. A body that looks like skin is covered right above the bones, and a beard that curls up like corn hair. Eyes that seem to roll off at any moment, and pupils that are stiff like those of Chongbing Benny. On the white and taut skin, black age spots are blooming like death. My strength. My wish. The wishes of the clan. He looked down at his crumbling body and muttered with a collapsed expression. And, Chin, there is 1 foot shadow in front of him. It is me. Puck. I raised my fist and smashed Bokesa's head. Even if I am naked, I have passive characteristics due to stats and titles due to level. And above all, I'm not afraid of monsters whose mentality is all broken. Drench. Wow. Puck. Using my fists and kicks, I squeezed Boka's body without any reason. Fantasy. In the meantime, the balance, which had fulfilled its role, gradually lost its light. Chingrang. Plate. Chain scale. Each of the 3 items fell as they were and threw on the floor. As the balance of the soul balance broke, the vacuum dome slowly disappeared. Cha-cha-cha. I put on the items as soon as the Natem zone disappeared. Then he pulled out the cut and stabbed Bokesa's abscess. Cub. Bokasa returned from a panic. However, even if the mind has returned, the situation does not change. He quickly tried to pick up the sword and the spell. Fu Fuk. Dang. 2 arrows that flew in a timely manner through the magic book through the ground, and the sword bounced away. No. Drake was shaking his head while holding 2 crossbows. I pushed out Bokesa while holding the shaving. Character. First of all, this is Leonardo's job. And 2, this is Michelangelo's. Another 3 generations, this is Raphael. For next, this is Donatello's job. Here, Betty and Nicodemus's share is evenly distributed. Now add toppings. The requirement is the youngest share. Batterings and violence continue without hesitation. Bokesa's face is bent from side to side after east, west, north and south. Saliva, tears, runny nose, blood, and teeth were popping out. Also help me. Bokesa reached out for the bad endings in the distance. But, of course, none of the bad endings around him obeyed Bokesa's orders. Everyone is staring at Bokesa with a silent gaze. Bokesa shouted with a white, tired complexion like the flame he was dealing with. Why no one knows my sincerity? Who was the one who thought about the sublime fate and tasks of the angelic family purely like me? Only those who do not hate the devil throw stones at me. He cried out, screaming. However, the atmosphere in the hall is just cold. I asked Bokesa on behalf of everyone. Defendant, is that all you have to say? Ugh. If so, I will remove the word blood in front of the defendant. I silenced the Bokesa in front of me. Please refrain from the blessings of the deceased action beam. At the same time, the blunt part of the cut back turned upside down becomes a pata, hitting Boka's face. I'll drain all the blood. How good is it to be the deceased? I beat Bokesa in the seat. Ah, go away. Leave me alone. Bokesa retreated back to the bloody Molgioel. Kuriak. Did Dan have a pure heart? The flame he creates is still pure white. A wall of flames came out and broke Bokesa. This has been hot and fatal as of the past. Me and Drake swallowed an invasive nature. The flame wall pattern is annoying. Do not worry. It's not a pattern that lasts long anyway. He's also got mana O-rings now. We were waiting for Bokesa's stamina to run out, shining our eyes like greedy hunters. Damage is steadily accumulating even at this moment. However, even that little waiting soon became unnecessary. Look, the bad endings came out. Bang, bang bang, quackwang. The bad endings rolled their feet and shook the axis. And, without any reason, to the flame wall burning in front of you. Go ahead. Kururuk, /. The wall of flames quickly faded. Thank you, angels. I don't know how it looks, but my heart is still like an angel. The bad endings who received my greetings giggling and raising their hands. I passed between them and ran straight to Bokesa. Hayek. Bokesa opened the north door and was trying to run away. See, Chukasea. I grabbed the Bokesa's head and thrown it back. Soundly. Handjob /. Drake pulled an iron brain with an expressionless face, driving arrows into Bokesa's 2 feet. So that I can't run away anymore. Ugh. Ah. Ah. Bokesa struggles with a desperate appearance, not like a grade. As the grade was lowered and the maximum HP was lowered, the influence of the damage suffered would have increased even more. I can't even do normal monsters. I frowned. Even minions and insects with the lowest artificial intelligence do not show this appearance when they die. Drake said coldly to Bokesa, who struggled desperately until the end. Character. It's all over now. Drake loaded the last arrow. Then he put it on Bokesa's head. Crunches, crunches. 2 arrows were automatically loaded into the 2 crossbows. An arrow carved out of the bad ending's exoskeleton. It is perfect for decorating the end of Bokesa. Beard. Drake put his finger on the trigger. Just before 4 new holes appear in Bokesa's head. Wait a minute. I raised my hand. Drake looked puzzled, but silently obeyed my order. While he cleared the crossbow for a while, I narrowed my eyes and watched Bokesa's movements. Bokesa's HP stopped cutting. The dot damage done by cutting is semi-permanent, even though it has disappeared or is unlikely to be done over time. It means that the proportion of Bokesa in the main story is still left. Therefore, even if you put an arrow in your head, it was highly likely to survive without dying. Or maybe I can't see the ending I want. It's wasting arrows to shoot right now. Now that we have cut down all the HP that can be cut, we can. I did everything. As soon as Drake heard that, he reaped a crossbow. Meanwhile, I narrowed my eyes and watched Bokesa's movements. Bokesa hasn't given up yet. He was desperately looking for something with his hand in his pocket. Yet. I found it. There is only one left. Bokesa picked up something small and black between her thumb and forefinger. It was a seed. A seed that produces a forbidden fruit. However, there are no more angels around it to use as fertilizer. Drake laughed. I don't think I have any more heart to eat. Why don't you give up? However, Bokesa laughs, revealing all missing teeth. No, I still have 1 heart left. After speaking, Bokesa raised the seeds of the family of good and evil. And, I put it in the heart of an angel. The last angel. Right in your heart. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 299. Previous talk next. Chapter 300. Happy ending, 8. The country disappears because of the children. It is a 3-year-old child that destroys the country. There will be a birth that opens a new era at the same time as the order of the old age comes to an end. One of the 3 trusts delivered by Nicodemus. Phew. Bokesa raised the black seed high. The land where it will be planted is the chest of its own. The seeds of the family of good and evil stuck in Bokesa's heart. Oh my gosh. Yunsol closed her mouth with both hands. You'll see that scene again. Yet, the ending that Emperor Nicodemus greeted, or that countless angels greeted, also came to the Bokesa Bari bird. Wood duck. The vines that covered Bokesa's body. Soon a large vine grew behind his back, and a large fruit hung. Normal honey fruit has a dark red color with a smooth appearance, but this fruit was a little different. Much bigger and much blacker. On the surface of the outer shell, things like blood vessels protrude disgustingly, making it look like a real heart. Bokesa woke up, staggering around the roots of a tree. Before long, he opened his empty chest wide open. The place where the heart should be is hollow and empty. Tuduk. Bokesa, gasping for breath and stuttering, reached out and hanged in the air. He beat his heart. Crunchy, crunchy, agzak. And it was ravenously chewed and swallowed. Drake looked at the terrifying madness and opened his mouth halfway. Hagi, if you see someone who pulls their heart and eats it, everyone is similar. Will respond. Yet. Puduk Wuduk. 2 changes were observed in Bokesa's body. One was the change that occurred because the heart, which was also the most effective one, was pulled out and fed, and the other was the change that occurred from becoming a host of the family of good and evil. Bokesa's whole body was getting blacker and darker. In the words of a person who ate his heart, Wolu. The ending was already scheduled. Bad ending nightmare form / AK Utopia fall. Class S. Characteristics. Habit, roaming. Habitat, the Cannibal Emperor's Festival. Discovery date, Mons Sun 0000. It seems to be something different from the normal bad ending. Finally appeared. The last gene boss on this heavenly island. I quickly stepped back from the spot. The moment Bokesa falls into a bad ending. Qua 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 quang, / The flames that had enveloped his whole body burned up everything. The pure white flame, which was clean without any blemishes, now fades away with only the fierce, pitch-black light, like melted asphalt. It was much dirty and ominous than before, but its power rose to an incomparable degree. Wow, this attack is hell. The class is different. Drake and I quickly stepped back. This pitch-black fire has an enormous magical attack power. It came out in an instant and tied Drake in one place and isolated it. The flames of Bokesa approaching me every moment. Would you like to hold on? I stroked the ring with an anxious mind. Flash. The ring shone, and my loyal pet was summoned. Twin Horn Hawk. Level. B+/traits. Close battle. Overeating. Poison immunity. Magic immunity. Forms 1. Giant in Guk. The infamous Thoughts Nan. Size. 20 m. If you see yellow eyeballs and 2 horns, you will be possessed without knowing. They use evil magic to confront enemies stronger than themselves. The pitch-black scales that cover the body tightly shed all poison and magic damage. Snake with 2 horns. My pet. It's been a while since he was active at the time of hunting for the ranks of the zodiac. I like it a little. Open the way. I gave a little sorry order to the double-horned Cheelhawk. He jumped into that black fireball that seemed to have reproduced a corner of hell and asked for a bridge star. Shy. The 2-horned jet black threw himself into a fireball without any worries. And surprisingly, Kururook/. He was holding up well against the flames of S-class monsters. The physical defense is weak, but the magical defense is grotesquely high. Thank you. You saved me. As I crossed the wall of black fire, I stroked the head of the 2-horned jet black. The double-horned jet black even ate some of the flames because it was not enough to block the flames with the body. Thanks to that, I and Drake were able to get out to a safe place. Oh. Yunsol runs to me with an worried expression. After confirming that Yunsol and Drake's HP was stable, I immediately turned my head and recovered the double-horned black. Good job. Sho. The double-horned jet black ate a lot of hellfire and was turned back into a full stomach. When I lift my head, I see Bocase's bad ending wrapped in black flames there. Surprisingly, it didn't come after me and Drake. But that's it. Hell. Mommy. Bocase was screaming with a big black body. Even the thumb of one hand sucks the other way around. According to Nettie's memory, Bocase lost all of her parents in a war against the devil when she was 3 years old. When he hears the information Yunsol gave, his head nodded. This is a history that can be fully inferred by Bocase's lines. Perhaps Bocase's loss of her parents had led to a great resentment against the demons. And because of that, even when it became a bad ending, it was captured by the memories of his infancy in those days. Drake muttered in an uproar. Looking at the nightmare form, he does something of his own. Did you try to grow up? A monster that sucks fingers with the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. If you look at him, you can see that the second oracle that the last emperor Nicodemus did is somewhat correct. It is a 3-year-old child that ruins the country. I swallowed the penetrative nature. This made it clear. Bocase's bad ending nightmare form. A monster that jumps without a distinct pattern with a black hellfire on its entire body. Everything is over when you catch that. I was almost done with everything I prepared. I clenched my teeth. There are a few spleens left, but it's a wasteful number to use here. How can you catch that weird monster at the lowest cost? When I'm tucking my head, it's my turn to play a part. An unexpected resolution was heard. Yunsol. She's mine with a stiff look. I stood next to it. She seems to have been stockpiling mana until now. I feel like I can do it now for some reason. At Yunsol's proud words, I nodded. Dig. She is once again sacred and inviolable. Characteristics were expressed. But this time, it wasn't just a debuff curtain. Originally made by Yunsol, it was for the dark D endings. Ships with the sacred veil attribute of a ship, quite deadly. But this time it was different. The bad endings, who have recovered their soul and heart from Bocase, close their eyes as if they are happy when they touch the divine light created by Yunsol. The bodies of the bad endings who regained their ego began to slowly change. As black water flows down and the contaminated energy drains, the original white and clean skin is revealed. The status window of bad endings started to change. The first change started was Smile, which was the closest to Yunsol's side. Happy ending / Aka Smile. Drake was surprised to see it. The names of the monsters are changing. Yes, the names of all bad endings that flocked around were changing to happy ending. At the same time, a large-scale ascension began. Each of the happy endings floated in the air and went up to the sky. And just before taking their feet off the floor, they drove the white and clean light they had in one place. That was where Yunsol was standing. Dig. Yunsol, who has been handed over the power from numerous happy endings, shines in her body with a brilliant white light. Chin. There was such a hand on her shoulder. Yunsol turned his head. Smile. No, Betty. She can be seen laughing at Yunsol with a freckled smile. Sister. The moment Yunsol just opened his mouth. Ping. I wondered if my head was dizzy for a moment, and I felt something slipping out of my body. Nettie. Angel girl Nettie. He fell asleep on the island of heaven and fell asleep under 20,000 meters below the ground. The long instinct has only been solved now. Nettie comes out of Yunsol's body. I grabbed Betty's hand, who was standing next to her. Soon, the two began to face each other, laugh, and climb towards the sky. From the sky, you can see a little baby-shaped ball of light looking down at Betty and Nettie and smiling. It was dazzling, so I couldn't see it well, but I could see that it was a young child. In the corner above the sky, for people are going up and down, there were also lights. From the appearance of Naphtali, it is presumed to be Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Donatello. And only Yoon's soul, who was handed over something valuable to all these happy endings, remained in this place. At the same time, countless notification sounds in her ears when her intent with NPC was released. Tiring. Fusion with NPC has been cancelled. Limits on acquiring experience points will be lifted. You have leveled up. 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 Level up. Yoon's soul is leveling up with tremendous momentum. And she still has to. There was work left to do. Or take it. Yoon's soul raised the item he was holding. Baby angels cooing both hand weapons /A. A memento of a baby angel who did not lose its integrity until the last moment of extinction. Attack +12. Attribution special. Fusion special. Can use the characteristic heal special. Can use the characteristic sacred impossible special. Yoon's soul once again expressed the sacred inviolability characteristic. Dig. The sacred veil sweeps everything away. Bokesa, who is still in the form of a bad ending by herself, was directly affected by this curtain. First state abnormal paralysis that enters with a 100% probability. Fear more than the secondary state that enters with a 50% probability. Hallucinations of more than third state with a 25% probability. Real name of the fourth state or higher that enters with a 12% probability. Overload above the fifth state with a 6% probability. The sixth state, which goes into a 3% probability, is permanent deterioration. Unfortunately, Bokesa was exposed to all of these debuffs. Bad ending first, no happy. Is it because the endings corrected the probability? Or is it just a coincidence? Either way, Bokesa is making a terrible scream, bound by all these curses. My limbs were stiff and my body was less trembling, so I couldn't do anything. My eyes and ears were blinded from the gaze of the things I didn't want to see the most, and my tendons all burst out. Even all these effects were made to last forever. And lastly, even more than the seventh state, which bursts with a 1% probability, went into it. Instant death, Jisoo. That's more than just the final state of judgment. The Cannibal Emperor was the last confinement to bear. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 300. Previous talk next.